Chapter 1, should I get a train? Ah, Zhou Lin exclaimed as he sat up in bed, his eyes trembling and hands twitching. The terror and pain from the endless cliff and the fear of being shattered still stimulated his brain, and his consciousness was still immersed in the last struggle of dying. After a few seconds, he finally calmed down and gave himself a hard slap that it hurt. But more than that, it was sheer ecstasy. Rebirth. I've actually been reborn. Feeling his young and intact body, Zhou Lin quickly grabbed the phone by the bed to check the time. June 27th, 2023, 09:18. Damn. Zhou Lin cursed, realizing that if he remembered correctly, the sign of the apocalypse, the Shifushan eruption, was less than 3 days away. 3 days. What could he do? What could he change? Collect supplies and weapons? With his current assets, how much could he collect? Or should he go crazy enjoying these 3 days and then end it all? That would spare him some suffering, but Zhou Lin's mind suddenly flashed with a few faces. AI Bing, Tang Ili, Chao Bowen, Zhang Kachin. Among them, the one Zhou Lin hated the most was his girlfriend, AI Bing Dado. It seems AI Bing hasn't even admitted to being his girlfriend yet. Just thinking about how he had treated AI Bing with all his heart, only to be one of her backup options, made Zhou Lin want to slap himself again. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. Zhou Lin looked and saw it was AI Bing. Still sleeping in? Didn't you say yesterday that you would go shopping with me today? That voice, Zhou Lin would never forget in 2 lifetimes, nor could he. He remained silent, but what echoed in his mind was the phrase, just push her down. She's just skin and bones. Even stewing her would be a waste of firewood. Though it sounded much more hoarse now, it came from the same mouth. Zhou Lin couldn't help but sneer inwardly, while AI Bing continued to talk on the other end. I'm hungry, Zhou Lin. Why aren't you talking? Baby, are you feeling unwell? I'll come see you once I'm done. Just wait for me. Every word AI Bing said sounded completely fine, even conveying a strong sense of care for Zhou Lin. Bullshit. It's all an illusion, a deception. Last night, Zhou Lin had invited AI Bing to dinner, shopping, and watching movies today, but AI Bing had refused, saying she had to accompany her best friend. Accompanying what best friend? She's with some rich second-generation dude, and she's already gone to bed with him. This was something AI Bing said herself later, and she informed Zhou Lin that she was sitting on that rich second-generation dude's lap while on the phone. At this thought, the muscles on Zhou Lin's face twitched, wishing he could throw AI Bing out right now. In the end, Zhou Lin still managed to hold back and try to keep his voice normal. Okay, you come. As long as AI Bing dared to come, Zhou Lin would break her 2 dog legs. He wouldn't kill her directly, though. It'd be too easy on her. Let her live. Let her witness the apocalypse. Let her sink into despair, feeling her body decaying bit by bit. Let her be surrounded by boundless hopelessness, struggling with all her might, yet still unable to break free. Living in a state worse than death. Living until Zhou Lin agreed to let her die. That would be true revenge. After hanging up, Zhou Lin suddenly felt a sharp pain deep in his mind, and when the intense pain subsided, Zhou Lin smiled. He saw a light sphere floating in his sea of consciousness that, if he wasn't mistaken, this light sphere should be the ability sphere that would only appear 5 years after the apocalypse. After the apocalypse, many people thought humanity would evolve or gain abilities like in novels, but even after 5 years, there was no news of such a thing. Just when humanity had lost all hope, the first ability user appeared. Then the first batch of evolved beings also emerged. Although most abilities only had auxiliary effects, because ability users could evolve 100, their strength far surpassed that of ordinary evolved beings, making them the highest tier in the apocalypse. The most pitiful were those who had neither abilities nor evolution later. Such individuals were collectively referred to as mortals. In 10 years of the apocalypse, 99.99 immortals either ended up being enslaved, became cannon fodder, or even turned into living food. Zhou Lin died as a mere mortal, while his girlfriend AI Bing, relying on her outstanding looks and social skills, not only gained abilities, but also successfully evolved. If it weren't for the emergence of abilities, Zhou Lin wouldn't even dare to confirm that the apocalypse would come now, there was no doubt. If only it were a spatial ability. Feeling the slowly rotating light sphere in his sea of consciousness, Zhou Lin took a deep breath with hope and then used his consciousness to touch the light sphere. The moment they made contact, various types of vehicles appeared in Zhou Lin's mind. Soon Zhou Lin knew what ability he had gained. Symbiosis. Symbiosis beginner limited to non-living vehicles 1. First-time symbiosis has no restrictions. After about 10 minutes, he opened his eyes and let out a heavy breath. In summary, symbiosis has 4 core points. First, after symbiosis, it allows mental control over the symbiotic vehicles. Second, there's a storage space for symbiotic vehicles. Third, modifications can be made to symbiotic vehicles while in storage. Fourth, using and modifying symbiotic vehicles requires corresponding energy and materials. What excited Zhou Lin the most was that dedicated storage space. Although it couldn't store anything other than symbiotic vehicles, it didn't affect the things stored inside the vehicles. Isn't that a storage space? Thinking of this, Zhou Lin became happy, wondering if this could be considered a case of losing something in one place, but gaining in another. He originally just wanted to find a lightweight, fuel-efficient vehicle for convenience, but now it seemed he should look for a vehicle with a larger internal space. What about a container truck? The largest standard container measures 12.2 by 2.4 by 2.9 meters, with an internal volume of about 80 cubic meters. Don't think 80 cubic meters is small. The density of bulk rice is about 0.8. 80 cubic meters can hold 100 tons of rice, and considering Zhou Lin eats 1 kilogram a day, that would last him 273 years. If we disregard the spoilage of rice, Zhou Lin at 24 years old would only need about 28 tons of rice to live until 100 years old, leaving an additional 45 cubic meters of space in the container for other items. Moreover, the truck head also has some storage space, and, if necessary, he could even add a trailer. Wait, a trailer? Zhou Lin's eyes lit up, and then he slapped his forehead, scolding himself for being a pig. Isn't he a pig? How many trailers can he attach? What if he could symbiosis a train? He searched online and found that container freight trains can pull about 50 cars. Even if each car holds 2 containers, it could accommodate at least 100 containers, totaling 8,000 cubic meters. Thinking of this, Zhou Lin couldn't help but swallow, wishing he could get a train right now. However, a few minutes later, he calmed down. No, he couldn't symbiosis a train. Current trains are electric locomotives, and after the apocalypse, where would he get power for the train? Without electricity and tracks, a freight train could only serve as a storage space, large but completely unable to serve any other purpose. Moreover, he currently doesn't have enough funds to purchase supplies to fill a freight train. As for using the storage space for zero-cost purchases in just 3 days and first getting a freight train, it seemed utterly impossible. So Zhou Lin's final conclusion was that unless there were no better options, he would not consider a freight train. The first use of the symbiosis skill has no restrictions. I must get the most powerful vehicle. What time is it? Still pushing. The phone screen suddenly lit up, and Zhou Lin initially thought it was a message from AI Bing, but it turned out to be a news push. However, after the first glance, he couldn't look away. Chapter 2. The Crazy Goal. I'm definitely crazy, Zhou Lin said as he opened his computer browser, wanting to verify some information to decide whether to go crazy or not. Length 337 meters, width 4,177 meters, not counting the mast height, all exceeding 40 meters. Full load displacement exceeds 110,000 tons. 2. A 1B pressurized water nuclear reactors can be used for 50 years, providing over 200,000 kilowatts of power. The hangar is 190 meters long, over 30 meters wide, and 910 meters high, with a volume of about 60,000 cubic meters, roughly equivalent to 750 large containers. In a combat readiness cruise state, a single supply is enough for 5,000 people to live for 3 months, including food. Just these data alone are enough to make one's heart race and eyes turn red. Damn it! Zhou Lin slammed his fist on the table. People die, birds fly to the sky. If I don't die, it's 1,000,000 years. Let's do it. With determination set, Zhou Lin immediately contacted a familiar travel agency to arrange the fastest trip to the island nation. A few minutes later, the agency called back. Bro, if you provide your passport now, you can catch a flight tonight, but the price. Money is not an issue, Zhou Lin replied. Then he'll come over right away. Bro, get your passport ready. With money, one can push the grindstone, and at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhou Lin boarded a bus to the airport. At 7:30, the flight from Yun City to the capital of the island nation took off on time, landing smoothly 4 hours later. After taking a bus from the airport to the city, Zhou Lin took a deep breath as he got off. Just thinking about that crazy plan made his heart race. The city was lit up with neon lights, and the air seemed to be filled with the smell of hot, Girls in peculiar outfits passed by Zhou Lin, most slowing down to admire his handsome features and striking aura. Some even greeted him, but unfortunately, they spoke in the island language, which Zhou Lin couldn't understand, and besides, he wasn't in the mood to listen. After checking into the hotel booked by the travel agency, Zhou Lin locked himself in his room. The room had a great view. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, he could see the port of the island nation's capital. The port was particularly bright tonight, presumably because a beautiful nation's ocean fleet was docked there. This fleet was visiting the island nation while also threatening Xia country and Mao country. Zhou Lin squinted his eyes, staring intently at the largest silhouette in the port, the Teffer-class aircraft carrier. The Teffer. What's wrong with the aircraft carrier? Isn't it a means of transportation? No. Zhou Lin believed it was so. It was so. He drew the curtains and began to wash up. There wouldn't be an opportunity tonight. Even at the island nation's port, the beautiful nation would never relax its protection of its national treasures. Anyone trying to approach the Teffer would likely be shot on the spot. Zhou Lin didn't want to die. The opportunity was tomorrow, perhaps to showcase their strength to the island nation and even the world. The beautiful nation had arranged a boarding day during this visit, allowing people to board any warship in the port for viewing, including the Teffer. It was certain that those who boarded would be restricted in their movements, likely just standing or walking on the deck. But for Zhou Lin, that was already enough. Sleep, recharge, and go for it. On June 28th, Xia country time, the sun was shining brightly, and just by looking at the sky, one could tell it was a good day. Zhou Lin felt it would also be a day that shocked the world. After 9 o'clock, the port began to get lively. Streamers, balloons, heavily made-up people, bizarre ghosts. Walking on the street leading to the port, Zhou Lin felt it was even more crowded than the spring festival travel rush at home. Various musical instruments, horns, and shouts in different languages mixed together, making Zhou Lin want to unleash a pressure bomb due to the noise. Fortunately, when he saw the Teffer, it was like swallowing several ice creams on a hot summer day, making him feel at ease. Feeling relaxed, he couldn't help but tremble slightly. Calm down. Zhou Lin pinched the flesh of his thigh hard in his pocket, afraid of being noticed for his abnormality. With a bit of common sense, one could guess that among the crowd, there were definitely people secretly placed by the beautiful nation, guarding against potential crises. Closer. The nearer he got, the more he could feel the immense size of the Teffer aircraft carrier. Not to mention its body as large as a stadium, towering like a dozen-story building. Just the mooring ropes extending to the dock were thicker than Zhou Lin's thighs. It was now time to board. Countless excited people were lining up on the dock, and Zhou Lin glanced around but couldn't see the end of the line that if he queued now, he wouldn't know when it would be his turn, and with his identity, he might not even get on without an Islander's ID. Fortunately, Zhou Lin never thought of queuing at all. The symbiosis ability didn't require him to enter the vehicle as long as he could touch it. Even just a part of it, he could activate the skill to achieve symbiosis. Just at a distance not far from Zhou Lin, there was a huge mooring post. Zhou Lin slowly moved to the back of the mooring post, and after confirming that no one was paying attention, he placed one hand on the metal mooring rope of the Teffer. Symbiosis. Activate. In an instant, Zhou Lin felt as if his body was electrified, and it was like being thrown into a vibrating machine. Even his soul was vibrating at a high frequency. Am I going to get shaken apart? At this moment, Zhou Lin had completely lost his sense of the outside world. He thought others would definitely see his trembling, but in fact, he was just quietly standing there, appearing to anyone as a fan captivated by the majestic aircraft carrier. Even the beautiful nation's sentinels, after glancing at him, felt he posed no threat and didn't bother to pay attention to him again. But the next moment, Zhou Lin completely vanished. It could be said that no one noticed, or even if someone inadvertently caught a glimpse of this scene, they would only doubt whether they were seeing things. After all, how could a person disappear into thin air? It's not a magic show. Is this symbiosis? The feeling of high-frequency vibration finally disappeared, and Zhou Lin couldn't clearly define his current state. The only thing he knew was that he had entered the Teffer aircraft carrier, or more accurately, he had merged with the Teffer aircraft carrier. His intuition told Zhou Lin that as long as he wanted, he could appear anywhere and in any position within the Teffer aircraft carrier. And as long as he maintained this state, all current human means would not be able to detect his existence. Amazing. Invincible. Zhou Lin was also grateful. If it weren't for that news making him lose his mind, he would never have thought of symbiosis with an aircraft carrier. At this moment, the symbiosis ability had changed. Symbiosis. Beginner 1001000. Currently symbiotic vehicle. Large surface vehicle unnamed. Number of vehicles that could be symbiotic. 0. Storage space. 01. Because he had never obtained abilities in his previous life, Zhou Lin didn't know if the abilities obtained by others were the same, as everything could only be explored slowly by himself. Now his consciousness already contained all the information about the Teffer aircraft carrier, and he could take control at any time he wanted. No, he was now the Teffer aircraft carrier. He could do whatever he wanted. For example, he could directly see and hear everything happening in the captain's room, and even more surprisingly, his proficiency in the beautiful nation's language had become comparable to his mother tongue, allowing him to understand the conversation between the captain and the first officer. According to the captain, the boarding day activities will last until 3:30 p.m., followed by routine maintenance. After the maintenance is completed, there will be a celebration event, during which most officers and soldiers, including the captain, will disembark, except for the necessary defense personnel. Upon hearing this, Zhou Lin couldn't help but burst into laughter. Truly, this is a blessing from heaven. Chapter 3. Received but not fully received 20F, 35C aircraft, 24FA, 18F fighter jets, 7EA, 18G electronic warfare planes, 5E, 2D early warning aircraft, 3CMV, 22B Osprey transport planes, 19MH, 60RS helicopters, 5MQ, 25A refueling drones, several vehicles including armored personnel carriers, 3 small submarines, and 6 unmanned underwater vehicles. Just yesterday, aviation fuel and gasoline totaling 10,000 tons were replenished, along with 6,000 tons of various food and seasonings, 8,000 tons of daily necessities, and 50 tons of various medications. At this moment, Zhou Lin seemed to have become a fool who was crazily happy. Oh my, it's all mine. At 3 p.m., the soldiers on the USS Teflon began to send off the tourists, and at 3:30 the stairs were closed for daily maintenance. By 5:30, the soldiers participating in the festivities began to leave the ship. At 6 p.m., the captain and several officers descended the gangway with smiles. By 7 p.m., the crew of the USS Teflon, which originally had over 5,000 people, numbered less than 300. The highest ranking among them being Colonel Magri, who was in charge of the aviation unit. Although he couldn't join the celebrations, Magri still treated himself well by inviting 2 female soldiers to his room for drinks, chatting, and dancing. In short, there was nothing to worry about in the capital port of the island nation. Just as Magri was deep in conversation with the 2 female soldiers, the water at the back of the aircraft carrier suddenly began to churn. At the same time, the metal cables extending to the shore twisted like snakes, detaching from the mooring posts in a matter of moments, then coiling back into the ship. The anchor machine was also rumbling as it operated, rapidly retracting the thick anchor chain, and the over 30-ton iron anchor was pulled out of the water, clanging as it tightened at the bow of the ship. Only 10 minutes had passed when the USS Teflon began to slowly turn. This huge commotion finally attracted the attention of everyone around, including the beautiful country personnel on other warships. What the heck? Why is the USS Teflon moving? We didn't receive any orders. Quick, contact the USS Teflon. The personnel on the beautiful country fleet were all stunned by the movements of the USS Teflon. No aircraft carrier, no matter how powerful, can act alone. Otherwise, it becomes a sitting duck. So if the USS Teflon is leaving, the other ships in the fleet must have received orders too, and they would even need to set sail before the USS Teflon. However, no matter how hard they tried to contact the USS Teflon, they received no response. Or perhaps they didn't want to respond. Damn it, contact the Defense Department back home and say, the USS Teflon has been stolen. The captain of a destroyer slapped the railing, gritting his teeth. Unlike the USS Teflon, which has a nuclear reactor that never shuts down, large conventional powered vessels take at least 3 to 5 hours from the captain's order to start moving. Therefore, when the USS Teflon sailed out of the harbor, the other warships had not even completed their warm-up. On the shore, the captain of the USS Teflon and others had just received the news. Watching the silhouette of the USS Teflon gradually disappear, the captain was completely dumbfounded. It's over. No matter whether the USS Teflon can be retrieved in the end. He is finished. Notify our military base in the island nation to send aircraft to track the USS Teflon, and additionally, the islanders can't be left out. Have them send aircraft too. The Defense Department of the beautiful country quickly sprang into action upon receiving the news. The minister, who rushed back in haste, issued his orders at the first opportunity, but he also knew that he probably wouldn't have much chance to give commands anymore. Such explosive news was uncontrollable. And within half an hour of Zhou Lin sailing away with the USS Teflon, the news spread worldwide, with netizens in the Great Xia country discussing it most fervently due to the time difference. I'm dying of laughter. The beautiful country aircraft carrier left without saying goodbye, saying to its master, "Goodbye, my friend." Is it a rebellion? I've long said that artificial intelligence is unreliable. But the original code of the AI on the USS Teflon must be in square characters. So it decided to return to its roots. Holy cow, return to its roots? I'd rather call it switching sides. Could it be the country's doing? If so, I can only say well done. Don't you care where the USS Teflon is now? Click on my avatar for real-time observation. Paid link. The scammer upstairs really thinks there will be fools who fall for it? Damn, what link? Why are they all casino ads? At this moment, the military and governments of various countries were even more excited than the netizens. The beautiful country, needless to say, had its nearly 80-year-old president so enraged that he suffered a heart attack, having taken several rounds of emergency heart medication, but still could barely say 3 words without gasping for breath. The defense minister wiped his sweat while writing a letter of resignation accepting blame. Apart from the beautiful country, other nations were similarly reacting, publicly expressing high-minded consolation to the beautiful country while privately signaling to the USS Teflon, wanting to know who was so bold as to hijack an aircraft carrier. Everyone believed this had to be the work of a group of professionals. Ordinary people could not handle an aircraft carrier, let alone the beautiful country's most advanced nuclear-powered carrier. However, the USS Teflon maintained radio silence, not responding to any signals from either side. On board the USS Teflon, the approximately 300 people left behind, including Colonel Magri, were desperately banging on doors and windows. Many of them were the first to sense that something was wrong, but before they could take appropriate action, they were trapped by the rapidly closed and locked hatches. The USS Teflon seemed to have suddenly come to life, restricting their movement, blocking all communication signals, and directly erasing all their permissions. Besides using brute force to smash doors and windows, they had no other options. Why are you hitting so hard? As if you could break through? Zhou Lin sat in the captain's room, controlling the USS Teflon as it sped towards the territorial waters of the Xia country. It wasn't impossible to store the USS Teflon in a holding space, but doing so would mean he would fall into the water with the others on board. If he attempted that in the harbor, he would likely be faced with countless guns pointed at his forehead the next moment. Even after leaving the harbor, safety was still not assured. It could be imagined that the beautiful country would definitely send aircraft to pursue, and even, they wouldn't casually use nuclear weapons. Would they? Zhou Lin thought to himself. At this moment, the USS Teflon reached an astonishing speed of 35 knots, exceeding the publicly declared maximum speed. At this speed, neither the beautiful country nor the island nation could intercept the USS Teflon. The only way to stop it would be to deploy faster aircraft. The beautiful country has air force bases in both the island nation and the stick country, and based on distance and response time, beautiful country aircraft would appear above Zhou Lin within an hour at most. Once the aircraft approached, even though Zhou Lin could control various weapons on the USS Teflon with ease after symbiosis, it didn't mean he could control the launch of aircraft from the carrier to intercept. In a sense, he could only passively endure the attack. Of course, the beautiful country wouldn't attack immediately. After all, this was a warship worth its weight in gold, especially since there were over 300 hostages on board. 40 minutes later, several fighter jets emerged from the clouds above the USS Teflon, looking down and sending a message to Zhou Lin. This is the Air Force of the beautiful country. USS Teflon below, please respond. After repeating 3 times, the message changed. USS Teflon, If you do not respond, we will take military action. This is the USS Teflon. Zhou Lin's voice appeared over the radio in the ears of countless institutions and individuals secretly eavesdropping. He had just said a word when the beautiful country's fighter jets above immediately ordered him to shut down the power system of the Tefu and wait for further instructions. If he did not comply, they would launch an airstrike. An airstrike? Zhou Lin smiled and directly sent the video of the beautiful country's officers and soldiers under surveillance to the internet, catching the beautiful country off guard. Damn it! The president of the beautiful country swallowed another heart-saving pill and roared, "Get them to come up with a plan immediately. Any useful plan besides using nuclear weapons, any." Chapter 4 Gift. The aircraft above the aircraft carrier Tefu flew away. But this does not mean that the beautiful country is willing to yield, especially when their think tank analyzed that the Tefu was highly likely heading to the summer country. The government of the beautiful country immediately announced a state of war and issued a very stern diplomatic warning to the summer country. They admonished the summer country government not to play with fire. In response, the spokesperson for the summer country's foreign affairs fully demonstrated his Tai Chi skills, pushing, blocking, squeezing, and then stated that the summer country does not encourage violence with violence, and urged the hijackers of the aircraft carrier not to harm the lives of the beautiful country's officials and soldiers. If there is any need, the summer country is willing to provide humanitarian assistance based on the principle of proximity. The spokesperson's remarks were well received by netizens in the summer country, who commented, "The principle of proximity, brothers who hijack the aircraft carrier, take note. Our humanitarian assistance, you deserve it. It is said that our fleet has gone to sea. Yes, it must be to protect the officials and soldiers of the beautiful country. Please settle the fuel costs first. That's a must. But what if the aircraft carrier takes on water? Should we drag it back first?" Zhou Lin had never thought of handing over the Tefu aircraft carrier to the summer country's military. Not to mention that the Tefu was his lifeline in the apocalypse. Even if he had this idea, there would be no time. If possible, Zhou Lin also wanted to inform his family first, so they could be prepared. What he regretted most in his last life was that after the natural disaster struck, he was entirely focused on that bitch AI Bing. And by the time he thought of his family, communication and roads had been cut off, leaving him to die without knowing whether his parents and younger sister had survived. "I won't be foolish this time. You must wait for me." The Tefu has powerful mobile communication capabilities, but Zhou Lin cannot contact his family now. Otherwise, in less than 3 minutes, all his information would end up on the desks of leaders around the world. He might not be afraid, but his family would inevitably fall in a crisis because of it, and they might even be captured and used to threaten him. Human hearts have never withstood the test. Fortunately, Zhou Lin still remembered that before the natural disaster, there were volcanic eruptions in the island country, in the beautiful country, followed by a series of strong earthquakes in the nearby tectonic plates, followed by tsunamis hitting the Pacific coastal cities and air pollution caused by volcanic ash. The destruction outside the disaster zone was not severe. Places like his hometown still had a functioning social order. So his family was likely safe in the months leading up to the disaster, as long as Zhou Lin could return in time. With the Tefu and his understanding of the natural disaster, leading his family to survive shouldn't be a problem. After midnight, bright, colorful light bands appeared in the sky above the island country. Some experts said it was the aurora, but others believed it was a prelude to some kind of catastrophe. Unfortunately, almost no one believed this conclusion. And even those who did not think the catastrophe in the island country would have anything to do with the summer country. At the same time, the presidential office of the beautiful country also received warnings from research institutions, stating that the activity of their supervolcano had shown extremely abnormal fluctuations, and the presidential office should take appropriate preparations. But now the presidential office had no time to deal with this. All attention was focused on the Tefu. At 1:30 a.m., at a beautiful country military base on the island country, a transport plane was sliding down the runway, preparing for takeoff. And 24 fully armed Marines from the beautiful country were making final preparations in the cabin. Their superiors told them that medals, victory banquets, and girls were all ready for them upon their triumphant return. Their mission was to retake the Tefu at all costs. At 5 a.m., the The transport plane skimmed over the sea near the Tefu's flight path. After the cabin door opened, 24 soldiers jumped out of the plane like dumplings, parachuting into the sea in an almost suicidal manner. Then the 24 used 3 propulsion devices to approach the Tefu's flight path. Everyone thought this meticulously designed operation would be executed without anyone noticing. But unexpectedly, the key Tefu suddenly turned slightly, missing by a hair's breadth, leading to a huge miscalculation. Is this it? Are the radar systems just decorations? In the captain's room, Zhou Lin shook his head while holding his arms. He then sent a video via public frequency, showing the beautiful country's officials and soldiers lying haphazardly. The voiceover said, "Our patience is limited. We urge the beautiful country to act cautiously. If there is a next time, we will randomly select 50 lucky individuals to send to heaven, and we will also broadcast all confidential information of the Tefu to the world via public frequency." Madman! How dare he suspend all operations? Responses to the video from the beautiful country varied, but almost everyone in the summer country was eagerly anticipating the beautiful country's next move. Can you do it, you little dog? Don't be cowardly. Aren't you a world power? Go head on. I must say this tactic was very effective. In a short time, the beautiful country indeed dared not act rashly. On June 29th at 2 p.m., an earthquake suddenly struck Honshu Island in the island country. Although the magnitude was not high, it sent shockwaves around the world. If the aurora in the middle of the night did not signify anything, then the earthquake on Honshu Island was undoubtedly the last warning that the island country's largest volcano was about to erupt. This time, there was no need for experts to explain. As soon as the earthquake ended, people in Honshu, especially those near the volcano, began to evacuate frantically. Meanwhile, top billionaires outside Honshu were taking their families onto private jets, flying to the beautiful country or Northern Europe. Countries around the world began to withdraw their personnel from institutions in the island country, advising their citizens to leave the island country promptly. The summer country even dispatched a fleet capable of accommodating 200,000 people from the sea to execute evacuation tasks. Upon receiving news of the earthquake, Zhou Lin also got busy. As a citizen of the summer country, although he could not give the Tefu to his homeland, he could collect the valuable information on the Tefu and hand it over to the country. From various materials and data to fighter jets, early warning aircraft usage, maintenance manuals, nuclear reactor control software, self-management system software, and so on. These items were invaluable treasures for the summer country, capable of not only filling the technological gaps, but also serving as a stepping stone to enhance the overall technological level of the summer country. In his last life, when Zhou Lin died, the leadership of the summer country government was still doing everything possible to ensure the survival of the summer country's people. The materials on the Tefu might play a significant role in coping with the apocalypse in the future. I can consider this a contribution to the summer country and the continuation of all humanity. Looking at the box of hard drives he had collected after 4 hours of work, Zhou Lin felt a sense of pride. The box used to store the hard drives was specially made, with performance similar to that of a black box in an aircraft, sufficient to ensure the safety of the hard drives. In the end, the box was stuffed into an unmanned submersible. At 10 p.m., the Tefu slowed down at a position 100 kilometers from the summer country's evacuation fleet. Zhou Lin then sent a clear message to the evacuation fleet. "This is the Tefu. Good evening, summer country evacuation fleet. Have you eaten yet? We are about to release the officials and soldiers of the beautiful country into your waters, and we hope your fleet will demonstrate humanitarian spirit and provide timely assistance. This is the summer country evacuation fleet. We just had a late-night snack. We will rescue those who fall into the sea. Anything else?" I must say, the response from the summer country fleet was quite clever, aside from the summer country. Who else would start a conversation by asking if the other party had eaten? Zhou Lin almost couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. "To be safer," he replied, "that's good. We trust the quality and credibility of summer country soldiers. But for God's sake, please be careful when rescuing people to avoid any oversights." Chapter 5: The Joy of Inventorying Supplies. The summer country fleet replied, "Received. Please rest assured. The summer country evacuation fleet pays deep respect to your release of hostages." "Deep respect? A bunch of beautiful country soldiers need respect like a ghost. So Zhou Lin understood. No matter how other countries, especially the beautiful country, would react to this communication, Zhou Lin turned on the ship's intercom. I'm not afraid to tell you, the apocalypse is coming and the world is going to end. Now you have two choices. One is to give you lifeboats. The summer country evacuation fleet will pass nearby and rescue you. The other is to send you to meet God. Within 15 minutes, those who want to leave should raise their hands and gather on the deck. Zhou Lin kept the lives of these beautiful country officers solely to protect the data, regardless of whether the beautiful country would suspect his collusion with the summer country fleet. They wouldn't dare to openly launch missiles at their own people, right? 15 minutes later, about 300 beautiful country officers gathered on the deck, waiting obediently. Very well, you can go and launch the lifeboats now. Several ship cannons turned around, and the dark cannon muzzles made those officers dare not make any moves. But not everyone was obedient like Colonel Magri. We, the beautiful country, will never compromise. Colonel Magri waved his fist. Quite spirited. Zhou Lin curled his lips. Just a chicken short, the glorious Colonel Magri chicken. Go ahead, glory be with you. The next moment, the cannon fired, boom. Limbs flew everywhere, blood mist spread. Under everyone's gaze, Colonel Magri used his own body to prove Zhou Lin's decisiveness and ruthlessness, also serving as a good prompting and restraining effect. Finally, I didn't waste a cannonball. Zhou Lin watched the number of officers gradually decrease and nodded in satisfaction. After everyone had moved to the lifeboats, Zhou Lin secretly placed the unmanned submersible, which contained the hard drive boxes, into the sea after setting it to hover at a depth, keeping it 50 meters below the lifeboats, waiting for the summer country fleet to salvage it. Everything that could be done was done. The rest was left to fate. This was a risky move. Without hostages, it was equivalent to losing a protective talisman. No one could guarantee that the beautiful country wouldn't launch missiles at the Tefyu after this. In fact, just as Zhou Lin drove the Tefyu at maximum speed towards the summer country, in a certain underground security facility of the beautiful country, the leaders who knew that the hostages had been released and handed over to the summer country evacuation fleet were holding an emergency meeting. I think we should immediately destroy the Tefyu. The newly appointed temporary minister of defense stood up to express his opinion, stating that he had already ordered our new strategic bombers to take off from the homeland, and in at most 3 hours, we could find it and then completely destroy it. On the Tefyu, Zhou Lin had just received a message from the summer country evacuation fleet, saying they had rescued the beautiful country soldiers at sea, emphasizing that they had all been salvaged and nothing was left behind, and once again expressed deep respect to Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin replied that there was no need for such politeness and continued to inventory supplies. Although he could manipulate the Tefyu and its equipment effortlessly after merging with it, he still had to personally check everything outside the ship. Moreover, he had taken a huge risk to obtain the Tefyu. If he didn't personally inventory it, would it not be like wearing fine clothes at night, losing the greatest pleasure for nothing? Therefore, this work had to be completed. Survival in the apocalypse depends on clothing, food, shelter, and transportation, so inventorying supplies should naturally start with food. As a super battleship that accommodates 5,000 people, the Tefyu has several food freezers and warehouses. Due to dietary habits, the various hamburger ingredients exceed 1 million portions, averaging about 10,000 hamburgers consumed daily. If Zhou Lin's family of 4 eats 20 a day, they wouldn't finish it in 100 years. Considering the tastes and nutritional health of 5,000 people, hamburger ingredients occupy less than 1/10 of the freezers and warehouses. Besides relatively popular meats and staple foods like rice, as well as fresh and dehydrated vegetables and fruits, Zhou Lin also found dozens of tons of high-end seafood, such as wagyu beef, foie gras, caviar, and more. Staple foods are abundant, and there are plenty of drinks and snacks. There are more than 10 tons of cola concentrate stored, and 2 barrels of this concentrate can make 250,000 liters of cola drink, requiring only purified water and dry ice. After all, not drinking cola is not being a beautiful country person, so it's reasonable to stock so much on the ship. Because the Tefyu uses nuclear power, unless there's a reactor failure or a need to add nuclear fuel, electricity is very ample. And food stored in freezers at -60 degrees hardly faces the risk of spoilage. Nearly 2,000 tons of food, coupled with an uninterrupted ultra-low temperature freezer, completely alleviated Zhou Lin's food anxiety. If there are any drawbacks, it is that the ingredients suitable for the summer country's dietary habits are not abundant, and the exclusive seasonings from various regions of the summer country are quite scarce. For example, the hot peppers, Sichuan peppercorns, and broad bean paste that the people of Sichuan cannot do without are available, but in very limited quantities. I need to supplement some when I go back, Zhou Lin noted in his small notebook. Compared to the vast quantity and rich variety of food, the clothing on the aircraft carrier appeared monotonous and scarce. Basically just different sizes and types of male and female military uniforms, from summer to winter, and even a small batch of polar thermal combat suits. Fortunately, Zhou Lin doesn't have high demands in this regard, and military uniforms and combat suits emphasize performance and functionality, which just meets the requirements for clothing in the apocalypse. So it's barely enough. There is no need to worry about shelter. According to the sequence of disasters in the apocalypse, Zhou Lin does not plan to leave his hometown too far. Sichuan has been a blessed land since ancient times. As long as he finds a good place to camouflage the aircraft carrier, his family can definitely live comfortably and securely. Frozen and impermeable, extremely hot with air conditioning. Floods can't reach, and earthquakes can't shake. Just thinking about it makes one feel good. The more Zhou Lin inventories, the more he feels he is wise, instead of working hard to collect various items, not to mention if there is space for an ordinary family. Funding is the biggest shortcoming, unless one can do it all for free. The alarming beeping interrupted Zhou Lin's inventory work. Detection of LRASM. Warning. Detection of LRASM. Warning. Detection of LRASM. Warning. LRASM is the beautiful country's most advanced anti-ship missile, reportedly still in development and not yet deployed in combat. Damn! Zhou Lin's mind turned, and he instantly teleported from the warehouse to the captain's room, the red light indicating an emergency flashing continuously above him, and the alarm was deafening. In the sky, several silver-gray, elongated figures were flying towards the Tefeu at a speed of 1.5 Mach. They formed an S shape and then a B shape. Finally, when they were more than 20 kilometers from the Tefeu, they flew close to the sea surface and began to accelerate in a wave-piercing manner. The beautiful country folks are really investing heavily. The first wave of anti-ship missile attacks exceeded 12, and as long as one or two of them succeed, it would be enough to severely damage the Tefeu. Chapter 6: The Mistaken Incident. The radar on the Tefeu didn't detect any warships or aircraft, meaning the incoming missiles were launched from at least 350 kilometers away. At such a distance, it's no wonder LRASM was used. If it were just one or two missiles, Zhou Lin wouldn't be worried. After all, the Tefeu is RIM 162, RIM 116, and 15 Malawian Quach's 20mm phalanx CIWS were not to be underestimated. Under Zhou Lin's control, the first to launch was the RIM 162 Sea Sparrow. As a medium-range anti-missile missile, the Sea Sparrow has extremely strong maneuverability, utilizing the Tefeu's powerful combat system. The first batch of 12 Sea Sparrows was launched, speeding toward the target. Meanwhile, as the second layer of defense, the RIM 116 also stood ready, waiting for the LRASM to enter range, eager to launch regardless of whether the Sea Sparrow succeeded or not. Finally, the phalanx CIWS activated, its barrels aimed at the LRASM. If the Sea Sparrow and RIM 116 failed, it was Zhou Lin and the Tefeu's last hope. Less than 10 kilometers from the Tefeu, dozens of missiles, moving too fast for the naked eye to track, began chasing one another. Zhou Lin watched silently. He thought that with 36 anti-missile missiles, at least half of the LRASMs would be taken down, and even if a few got through, it wouldn't be unacceptable after another wave of interception from the phalanx. But he never expected that both the Sea Sparrow and the RIM 116, having approached the LRASM, suddenly changed direction at the last moment and passed by. What the hell? What does this mean? Is there a backdoor? Zhou Lin's heart sank. It was too late to launch a second wave. Was he really going to have to rely on the phalanx? The next second, the phalanx CIWS, controlled by the aircraft carrier's fire control system, entered a fine-tuning state. And just as Zhou Lin was waiting to see a sky full of fireworks, a shocking scene unfolded before him. The phalanx's barrels were actually dancing. It was as if two invisible hands were at work, one pointing the barrels towards the incoming missiles while the other was constantly moving the barrels away just at the last moment. This repetitive motion made the barrels look like they were dancing. The Sea Sparrow and Rim 116 abandoned their mission, and the phalanx was dancing. Zhou Lin couldn't believe what was happening. The Razum didn't give him time to think. In his almost despairing gaze, the Razum swaggered across the last 10 kilometers, dropping down to the aircraft carrier's waterline, like a highly skilled swordsman, simple yet deadly with every strike. Game over, Zhou Lin thought. Even the Tefu couldn't withstand a saturation attack of a dozen Razums, especially with explosions near the waterline, once the hull was breached repeatedly. Not to mention the other consequences of the explosions. Just the incoming seawater could cause the aircraft carrier to lose stability or even tear the hull apart. Watching the missiles come within 100 meters of the ship, Zhou Lin painfully closed his eyes. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 15 seconds. Damn, is the Razum moving in slow motion? Zhou Lin suspiciously opened his eyes, only to see 12 Razums suddenly rising from the ground, almost brushing against the side of the Tefu as they shot straight up into the sky. Damn, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, who would believe it? How did I forget? These are our own people. Zhou Lin slapped his forehead, amused. The military of the same country conducts response code checks to avoid friendly fire, and, clearly, the Americans forgot about this. Those 12 anti-ship missiles didn't team-modify their response codes, resulting in the carrier's weapons not attacking the missiles, and the missiles also abandoning the attack at the last moment. Patting his chest in relief, Zhou Lin didn't hesitate to accelerate the aircraft carrier. He didn't continue south, but turned northwest. Although it seemed at first glance that he was moving further away from home, he had his reasons for doing so. At 12:45 a.m. on June 30th, the long-awaited volcanic eruption of the island country finally began. Perhaps it had been pent up for too long. The volcano came out with a bang, spewing millions of tons of volcanic ash and various gases in 1 second, completely changing the atmospheric environment over the entire island within 10 minutes. The volcanic ash and toxic gases spread at an exponential rate, and half an hour later, surrounding countries and regions sounded the highest alerts. After the first round of attacks on the Tefu failed, it took the Americans some time to realize the huge blunder, forcing them to order stealth strategic bombers to land at the nearest military base, manually modify the Razum's response code program, and then launch an attack on the Tefu. However, the pilots had already started their engines when they received an urgent domestic order about the volcanic eruption, halting their actions. The high concentration of metal components in the volcanic ash caused all electromagnetic detection methods within the ash's dispersal range to fail, while the thick volcanic cloud rendered optical detection methods from satellites ineffective. Just as expected, watching the warning from the Tefua's radar system, Zhou Lin knew he had made the right bet. The failure of long-range detection methods meant that no country or force could observe the Tefu anymore. Zhou Lin turned off all the lights on the Tefu, plunging the entire sea area into darkness. There should be no other ships nearby. Confirming this, Zhou Lin donned his diving gear, released an unmanned submersible into the water, and jumped in after it, steering the submersible into the distance. Floating on the surface, it felt as if the Tefu were a silent mountain. However, Zhou Lin wasn't afraid because this mountain belonged to him. Teferize. Zhou Lin waved his right arm. He didn't really need to make this gesture, but it felt more impactful. The mountain-like Tefu instantly vanished from the surface of the sea, leaving behind a water pit over 300 meters long, more than 30 meters wide, and 20 meters deep. The next second, the surrounding seawater surged into the pit, creating giant waves. At this moment, Zhou Lin had already submerged into the deep water, speeding eastward. Thanks to the electromagnetic wave shielding caused by the volcanic eruption, the Tefua's disappearance was silent and unnoticed, which was exactly the effect Zhou Lin wanted. If he had brought the Tefu to a port in Xia country under everyone's watchful eyes, it would have caused a huge uproar. At the beginning of the apocalypse, major powers still maintained large military forces and long-range attack capabilities. If the Americans decided to use the Tefu as an excuse to launch nuclear missiles at major cities in Xia country, Zhou Lin would be in big trouble. Now that the Tefu had disappeared in international waters, no matter how shameless the Americans were, they couldn't directly hold Xia country accountable for it. The seawater was icy cold. But Zhou Lin's heart was ablaze. He did it. He actually succeeded. Watching the approaching coastline, Zhou Lin released the submersible at an appropriate distance and took off his diving gear as he neared the shore. Although these items were quite valuable, they absolutely couldn't be seen by the public. At 4 in the morning, a drenched Zhou Lin stood on a beach in Qing City, Xia country. Taking advantage of the absence of people around, he hurriedly changed into a clean outfit he had taken from the Tefu, smiling like a child. Chapter 7 Selling the House. The electromagnetic wave shielding caused by the volcanic eruption on the island nation lasted for a full 6 hours. Once the radar and observation methods of various countries were operational again, the beautiful nation government was the first to blow up the Tefert, and it vanished. No matter what means they used, they could not find any trace of the Tefert. In the eyes of the beautiful nation government, it must be related to the Summer Nation. They believed that only the Summer Nation had the capability to completely sink or hide the Tefert aircraft carrier. In response to the beautiful nation's irresponsible remarks and accusations, the spokesperson for the Summer Nation's foreign affairs issued a strong condemnation and warned the beautiful nation not to think about hegemony at a critical moment of a global disaster, or they would become the enemy of the world's people. Of course, the beautiful nation would not let this go easily, and soon mobilized military forces around the Summer Nation to investigate and gather evidence in the area where the Tefert had disappeared. At this time, Zhou Lin had already boarded the high-speed train to Shenzhen. He planned to deal with the house in Shenzhen and exchange it for supplies before social order completely collapsed. As soon as the train started, Zhou Lin received a message from AI Bing, asking where he was and why she couldn't reach him by phone yesterday. On a business trip, Zhou Lin certainly wouldn't tell AI Bing what was about to happen. He was now considering whether to deal with AI Bing before returning to his hometown. AI Bing sent another message. It's been 2 days since we last saw each other. Don't you miss me? Zhou Lin sneered. He was too lazy to type and sent a voice message instead, thinking, I'm almost dying to see you. His words sounded like flirting between couples, but paired with his gritted teeth expression. A light laugh came from the seat next to him, and Zhou Lin turned to see a young and beautiful woman. Sorry, I usually don't laugh unless. Unable to hold back, Zhou Lin raised an eyebrow. But what he was really thinking was that if a young and beautiful woman like this didn't have some skills, her ending would be a pity. Perhaps his gaze revealed too much as Wu Shui's beautiful eyes narrowed, and her smile instantly faded, almost prompting her to ask Zhou Lin something. Just then, AI Bing sent a message asking when Zhou Lin would return. She probably want me to be her ATM again, Zhou Lin thought, shaking his head. At this moment, he realized how foolish he had been in his previous life to be so tightly controlled by a woman like AI Bing. I will come find you, just wait. AI Bing didn't notice that Zhou Lin's tone was off, completely different from usual. She was still calculating whether she should buy a new outfit and change her bag when Zhou Lin returned. After replying to the message, Zhou Lin ignored Wu Shui and contacted a familiar real estate agent to sell the house. Cash transaction. Can trade tomorrow for 20 less than market price. And I'll give you an extra 5 commission. If it's delayed by a day, I'll deduct 1, and the price will increase by 5. The agent was, of course, overjoyed and promised to do their utmost. After settling the house issue, Zhou Lin closed his eyes, feeling a bit restless. That woman AI Bing. If possible, he would want to kill her with one knife and be done with it. But what troubled Zhou Lin was that in his previous life, he had overheard some conversations between AI Bing and Chao Bowen about the ability beads. If it was just to obtain the ability beads, Zhou Lin wouldn't even consider sparing AI Bing's life. The key was the information revealed in their conversation that greatly moved Zhou Lin. Chao Bowen said he belonged to an organization that not only collected a large number of ability beads after the 5th year of the apocalypse, but also mastered the secrets of the ability beads shortly after the apocalypse began. Could it be? Was Chao Bowen bragging? Zhou Lin couldn't tell, but he hoped it was true. He wanted his parents and younger sister to genuinely possess the ability to survive in the apocalypse. Ideally, he wanted them to become ability users or evolvers as soon as possible. If he could contact Chao Bowen through AI Bing, and then traced that organization from Chao Bowen to obtain the ability beads. Undoubtedly, the future of his parents and younger sister was more important than AI Bing's life. Moreover, letting AI Bing live a little longer would allow him to torment her for a longer period, so it wouldn't be a loss. Of course, that was a future matter. What Zhou Lin needed to clarify now was his ability. Symbiosis. Beginner 103-1000. Currently symbiotic vehicle. Large surface transportation vehicle. Unnamed. Number of symbiotic vehicles available. 0 storage space. 01. First, let us give it a name. Tefford, or better yet, Li Fu. As Zhou Lin thought this, the ability attribute refreshed immediately. Becoming symbiosis. Beginner 103-1000. Currently symbiotic vehicle. Li Fu. Large surface transportation vehicle. Number of symbiotic vehicles available. 0 storage space. 01. Pretty good, this experience value. Zhou Lin thought for a moment, estimating it should automatically increase by 1 point per day. He wondered if there were other ways to increase experience and what changes would occur after leveling up, whether it would be possible to increase symbiotic vehicles. Lost in thought, Zhou Lin fell asleep. Perhaps it was due to the exhaustion of the previous days. He slept for 7 or 8 hours. When he opened his eyes, it was almost dark outside. Wu Shuai looked at him curiously, thinking Zhou Lin must have practiced some kind of spell, sleeping like a dead pig on the high-speed train. However, before she found an opportunity to ask, Zhou Lin, having eaten something haphazardly, started dozing off again until the train arrived at midnight. At this moment, neither Zhou Lin nor Wu Shuai had thought that the two strangers would one day meet again. After sleeping the entire day, Zhou Lin felt energized and didn't rush home to sleep. Instead, he began his big shopping spree. With over 30,000 in savings, he definitely needed to take advantage of online loans and credit cards. After some operations, he temporarily had an extra 200,000 in cash, and he expected more loans to come the next couple of days. He found a 24-hour supermarket and began to buy. First, he loaded up on the unique sauces of the Summer Nation, filling a cart with various sauces and oils. After checking out, he found a spot without surveillance in the stairwell to store it in Li Fu's warehouse, then went back to continue shopping. Frozen snacks, load a cart. Unique little snacks. Load a cart. Rice, load a cart. If it weren't for the cashier's strange looks, Zhou Lin would have shopped until dawn. Even so, he maxed out 2 credit cards with a total of 100,000. Noticing the time was still early, Zhou Lin endured the soreness in his legs and went to another store to continue buying. He picked up some affordable intimate clothing, alcohol stoves and solid alcohol, a sturdy camping tent, outdoor tools, a few sets of power tools, and mosquito and pest extermination supplies. Damn, I'm out of money. Zhou Lin didn't expect that 200,000 in cash would run out so quickly. It wasn't even dawn yet, and there were only a few hundred left on his cards. When he got home, Zhou Lin felt utterly exhausted and collapsed onto the bed, falling asleep until he was awakened by the sound of the phone ringing. "Brother, someone wants to buy your house." The agent on the other end of the line was very excited. "Oh, I'm at home. You could bring them over." Zhou Lin's house had a good location, with convenient transportation, schools, and medical facilities. He bought it 2 years ago for $4.5 million, fully paid by the Zhou couple. The reason AI Bing had never cast Zhou Lin aside was largely due to this house. With the current market, Zhou Lin's 2-bedroom apartment could sell for at least $7 million, but in order to cash out quickly, they ultimately agreed on $5.6 million. After fees and commissions, he would receive around $5 million. At 3 p.m., after leaving the property center, Zhou Lin's bank account had an additional $5.5 million in cash. The wool he had gathered had arrived. Calculating the time, Zhou Lin started online shopping, set the delivery address to his hometown, and then called his mother, Chengyali. "What? You want to come back?" Chengyali was a bit confused. It wasn't a holiday, and there wasn't any major event, so why was he coming back? "Mom, you don't want me to come back, do you?" "Not really, but young people should focus on their careers." "Are you bringing Bing Bing back?" "She has something to do, so let's skip it this time. By the way, I bought some packages, so please pay attention to receiving them. Our big garage hasn't been sold, right?" "No, it's still empty," Chengyali replied. "Then keep it for me." Zhou Lin thought for a moment, but didn't he tell Qingyali about the end-of-the-world situation? He definitely had a high-speed train ticket for tomorrow morning. The entire civil aviation on the eastern coast of Xia country had been grounded. Zhou Lin put everything he thought was useful into the warehouse of Laifu. Just then, the takeout he ordered arrived, and when Zhou Lin opened the door to get the food, he saw AI Bing's figure. "What are you doing here?" At that moment, AI Bing's face looked extremely bad. You actually sold the house?" Zhou Lin secretly found it amusing. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" AI Bing rushed a few steps forward. "Didn't you say this house is?" Chapter 8. The early morning shopping spree. "Didn't you say this was the wedding house your parents bought for you?" AI Bing entered the room, looking at the nearly empty space with her brows tightly knitted. Although she only regarded Zhou Lin as a backup, one of many, his material conditions were quite good. At least this fully paid house, in AI Bing's eyes, already belonged to her. Even if Zhou Lin was to sell it, the money from selling the house. 5 million? Hearing the price, AI Bing's face turned ashen. How could it only be 5 million? Damn backup, learn to hide his savings? Where's the money? AI Bing barely suppressed her anger and asked. "The money is of course in my bank account." Zhou Lin smiled. "So what? Do you want to help me keep it safe?" "Oh, I see." AI Bing's mind raced, and she quickly came up with an idea. She stepped forward and wrapped her arm around Zhou Lin's, swaying her upper body, letting her not-so-large chest brush against him. She thought this was enough to leave Zhou Lin flustered and unable to think straight. "Selling it is fine. I happen to know a new property is opening. Let us go pick a good one tomorrow, okay? With 5 million, we can choose a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom place over 100 square meters." How could 5 million possibly be enough? Zhou Lin probably already guessed what this woman was planning, and didn't he expose her, instead asking along. "It's enough for the down payment. Once we get married, we can pay it off together, okay?" As she spoke, AI Bing rubbed against him vigorously, enough to surprise Zhou Lin. "She is not that old, but she is a bit too relaxed. I wonder how many massages she has had. And how did I not notice any of this in my past life? What this woman says sounds nice, but if we really go to buy a house tomorrow, she'll definitely have her name added to the title. Zhou Lin would pay the down payment. The monthly mortgage would surely be on him, but she would own half the property rights. Even if they couldn't get married in the future with her name on the title, she could still walk away with a substantial amount of money. She is quite the expert at making a no-investment profit. Thinking of this, Zhou Lin couldn't help but sneer. "Have you eaten? If not, let us eat together." "I've already eaten." To maintain her figure, AI Bing generally skips dinner. After all, her facial features are slightly lacking, and her figure is her greatest asset. "Oh, then don't leave tonight," Zhou Lin casually said while eating. AI Bing was slightly taken aback. "Darling, didn't we say that? My upbringing doesn't allow me to engage in premarital. Besides, we haven't confirmed our relationship yet." "Oh, is that so? Then let us not go tomorrow," Zhou Lin said without looking up. AI Bing was very surprised. It felt like he had become a different person. The Zhou Lin from before would never speak to her like this. She thought about Zhou Lin's attitude towards her in the past few days and became alert. This love-struck fool. Could it be he has met another woman? No way. I absolutely can't let someone else steal him away. If it comes down to it, I'll stay tonight for the sake of 5 million. All right, I'll keep you company tonight, but don't get the wrong idea. It's just a simple companionship. Zhou Lin smiled, thinking, what are you pretending for? Do you really think I'm interested in you? I plan to go back to my hometown tomorrow. Bashu? Didn't we agree to go buy a house tomorrow? AI Bing asked. My mom said that as long as I bring my girlfriend back to meet the family, she'll cover the money for the wedding house. All in cash. Hiss. I see AI Bing's eyes lit up, clearly already eager, though pretending to be reserved. To get this woman hooked, Zhou Lin pretended to be nervous. I just wanted to ask if you're free. Could you accompany me back? I really don't mean to force you. Given your sincerity, AI Bing pouted. Then I'll see if I can ask for leave from the company, but I haven't agreed to be your girlfriend yet. I'm just helping you out this once. As for the future, that depend on your performance. You go ask for leave. I'll book the tickets for you. Seeing AI Bing's coy demeanor, Zhou Lin couldn't help but want to laugh. The future? I swear by my brotherhood, your future will definitely be special. If I don't let you experience a few more ups and downs, the torment of living a life worse than death, if you die comfortably, then I wouldn't deserve to have brothers. But everything has to wait until AI Bing goes to bash you. Revenge? Take it slow. Killing you off quickly would be satisfying. But how could I repay the over 10 years of investment from my past life? After the apocalypse descended, entertainment methods reliant on modern technology had nearly vanished, leaving AI Bing to slowly clean up isn't a bad kind of pleasure. Besai, Tanili, Gaobaoen. Zhang Kachin and those who got wrapped up with him after the apocalypse. I don't even know where to find them now. If AI Bing is alive, maybe she'll still have connections with some of them revenge. It has to be thorough. Leaving one or two Zhou Lins would probably leave him with regrets for this life. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shake his head slightly at AI Bing. Thinking you better work hard to stay alive. Don't wish for death, or my happiness will be greatly diminished, still can't bear to let me go. I have to go back to pack my things. See you tomorrow. Zhou Lin didn't try to keep her, returning to his room and lying down on the bed, his consciousness sinking into the Lifu ship. As the largest aircraft carrier, there was actually a lot of space on the Lifu that was still idle. Not to mention, just the rooms for over 5,000 officers and soldiers added up to at least over 100,000 cubic meters, equivalent to more than 1,000 containers. In addition, there were various warehouses, garages, and hangars, all with significant excess space. Since it was unlikely he would come back to Shenzhen again, Zhou Lin planned to make a big score before leaving tomorrow. He had his eye on a nearby auto city. The Lifu ship wasn't without cars, but driving around in a fancy armored personnel carrier right now felt somewhat inappropriate. Not far downstairs was an auto city with several well-known brands. Presumably, those cars hadn't been sold yet. Zhou Lin planned to take a look around at 3 in the morning and then head straight to the train station. At 3 o'clock in the morning, the alarm rang. After getting up and washing up, Zhou Lin turned off the utilities in the house, glancing back reluctantly before stepping out the door. At 3:30, even Shenzhen was deep in sleep, and there were hardly any people on the streets. Zhou Lin wore a helmet to avoid the cameras, sneaking around to the back of the auto city. After confirming no one was watching, he climbed over the wall. Rows of showrooms were lit up, while some were completely dark. Occasionally, he could see some security guards patrolling, but compared to the vast auto city, just a few patrolling guards posed no threat to Zhou Lin. Since he was going to do it, he might as well go big. Ordinary cars didn't attract Zhou Lin at all. He only focused on those vehicles suitable for the apocalypse, with powerful performance. 2 Mercedes-Benz 4G63S taken. Don't touch my X7, Audis, and Q7S are not appealing, but a few Land Cruisers were acceptable. 3 taken. For custom-made Raptors, just right. 2 Omanique gladly accepted. As he walked and collected, Zhou Lin had already lost count of how many cars he had taken. He would deal with it later, but he had already spotted a row of tall RVs in the parking lot. Good stuff. Compared to off-road vehicles that pursue cross-country capability, RVs were equally useful in the apocalypse, especially those modified from heavy-duty truck chassis, with strong off-road capabilities, practically born for the apocalypse. As a city filled with the wealthy, Shenzhen naturally didn't skimp on displaying a few high-performance, eye-wateringly priced RVs. In the end, Zhou Lin collected 3 RVs. It wasn't that he was being lenient, but these things took up too much space. For example, one of the Amadiro Conquerors has dimensions of 11, 15 meters in length 2, 55 meters in width, and 95 meters in height, with a curb weight of 23 tons and a retail price of over 10 million. In the past, let alone owning one. Even dreaming about it after having a couple of peanuts as a snack would have been unthinkable. So $0 purchases are the best. After leaving the auto city, Zhou Lin still savored the experience. But unfortunately, these cars cannot be taken out now. Otherwise, he would have considered driving back to Bashu from Shenzhen. After dawn, the vehicle theft case in the auto city surprisingly didn't create any buzz online, probably because the super volcano in the beautiful country erupted. Chapter 9. Going home. The eruption of the Great Yellow Volcano in beautiful country was both anticipated by the world and beyond anyone's imagination. As a super volcano, the Great Yellow Volcano had no intention of leaving a way out for the nearby humans from the moment it erupted. The volcanic ash blotted out the sun as it soared into the sky, stirring the winds. It summoned thunder and lightning, raining down fire and meteors. Those who witnessed it were filled with despair. However, the eruption was just the beginning. 10 minutes later, an accompanying earthquake struck. Roads were torn apart. Mountains and rivers were overturned, and countless buildings were ripped apart, collapsed, and turned to rubble in the nearly 9-point magnitude earthquake. Some managed to escape, covered in ash and dirt, either crying out in despair or stunned into silence, like walking corpses. But more people did not have time to escape. They swayed and mixed with the buildings, ultimately merging into one. In the aftermath, statistics showed that more than 300,000 people had died at the moment of the earthquake. The developed network allowed people all over the world to witness the desolation brought by the eruption of the Great Yellow Volcano. However, human joy and sorrow did not resonate with one another. At least everything on the surface of Xia country was still running normally. At the train station, AI Bing was not alone. Beside her was a young woman dragging a suitcase. She wasn't as pretty as AI Bing, but her figure was somewhat better. At least she wasn't flat-chested. Yang Qiqi, why was she here? AI Bing's best friend, but if Zhou Lin remembered correctly, it should be a plastic friendship. In her previous life, Yang Qiqi had followed AI Bing for the first 2 years, but later, for some unknown reason, the two fell out. AI Bing didn't say the specifics, but it was probably related to a man. Zhou Lin had no particular opinion about Yang Qiqi. In his past life, he had been wholeheartedly devoted to AI Bing and barely thought about other women. The final result? He only felt he was too foolish. Qiqi just happened to want to go out for a walk too. You wouldn't mind, would you? In front of her best friend. AI Bing was very protective of her territory. Shrugging his shoulders, Zhou Lin thought it didn't matter. He didn't mind sending one more person on their way. After all, anyone who could be AI Bing's best friend could be summed up in one phrase: like-minded. On the train, Zhou Lin barely looked at AI Bing. Even if he wasn't dozing off, he had his eyes closed, carefully recalling. 3 days after the eruption of the Great Yellow Volcano and the earthquake, intense tectonic movements triggered volcanic eruptions around the world, and Xia country was no exception. The dense volcanic eruptions not only caused secondary disasters, but also affected the sky. Approximately 7 days later, the volcanic ash in the atmosphere would reach a critical level, completely blocking sunlight, plunging the world into darkness for 3 months. Crops and fruits were nearly completely lost, and many plants died, destroying the food chain. Lack of sunlight caused ground and ocean temperatures to plummet, and extreme temperature differences led to changes in ocean currents and frequent hurricanes, making coastal areas uninhabitable due to successive severe maritime conditions. In a small area closely connected to Deep City, nearly 10 million people ultimately survived, only 1 in 10 due to delayed evacuations. Although inland areas did not have to endure the wrath of the sea, temperatures dropped even faster and more severely than coastal areas. In his past life, when Zhou Lin and AI Bing followed the military to evacuate to the South Lake area, the local temperature was over -20 degrees, and it subsequently dropped another 20 degrees. He recalled the lowest temperature exceeding -40 degrees. He wondered if the temperature in the Sichuan Basin would be relatively better. But even if the temperature dropped to -40 degrees, Zhou Lin was not worried. The 2 nuclear reactors on the Lai Fu were not just for show. Zhou Lin, I'm hungry. The lunchbox card had just passed, and AI Bing hadn't ordered anything. She thought Zhou Lin would definitely suggest going to the dining car. I brought instant noodles. Instant noodle? You just sold your house, and you're eating instant noodles? AI Bing could hardly believe her ears. Zhou Lin had indeed changed. Suit yourself. If you want to eat, make it yourself. After tossing a cup of instant noodles into AI Bing's arms, Zhou Lin stood up to go to the connecting section of the train to get hot water for the noodles, showing no intention of helping. Ice Bing, what's wrong with him? Yang Qiqi adjusted her glasses. She usually wore contacts because she was going out. How would I know? His bad temper must have come back. Let us not bother with him. We'll deal with it later. Whatever, I want to eat it anyway. I need to maintain my figure. I'm going to sleep. Extremely displeased, AI Bing slammed the instant noodles on his Zhou Lin's seat and then pulled down her eye mask, looking as if she wouldn't forgive Zhou Lin unless he apologized. Unfortunately, Zhou Lin had already seen through everything and completely ignored AI Bing's posturing. AI Bing was still sulking, unaware that in Zhou Lin's heart, she had already died several times over. When the train arrived at Shihuang station, it was already night. After exiting the station, Zhou Lin generously invited AI Bing and Yang Qiqi to a hot pot restaurant. I've already booked a hotel. It's nearby, Zhou Lin said. AI Bing nodded. Although Zhou Lin had been acting strangely these past 2 days, she tolerated it for the sake of the millions. However, she had secretly decided that once the property rights were in hand, she would part ways with Zhou Lin, and she would not indulge him. Showing no awareness of being a dog-licking follower was a whole night robbing a car city. How impressive. They say it suffered tens of millions. What kind of cars are so expensive? Are they made of gold? Is that so? You're quite the Taising conqueror, do you know? One car costs over 10 million, and if it's customized, it's even more expensive. Zhou Lin put down his chopsticks. The news about the car city had already reached Shidu. Had the authorities discovered his identity? If they had discovered it, were they taking action in secret? Thinking of this, Zhou Lin couldn't help but lower his head. Now, there were cameras and surveillance everywhere, so he could only try not to expose himself. What to say, conqueror? Is it really that expensive? AI Bing asked curiously. Yang Qiqi also raised her head. Sichuan hot pot was delicious yet scary for them. Their little mouths were red and they couldn't T-stop. A modified off-road RV based on a Benz heavy truck. 10 million is just the starting price. 10 million is just the starting price. We probably can't afford it in this lifetime, AI Bing said dreamily. Zhou Lin smiled and whispered, actually, it's no big deal. My family is one. Really? Do I need to lie to you? Zhou Lin smirked. Do you want to try it? MHM. 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 AI Bing nodded while laughing. In the next life, Zhou Lin thought, if there was one. However, he could indeed show it to her and let her experience what it was like to see but not touch. As for whether he would expose himself and leak secrets, how could that be possible? The next morning, Zhou Lin yawned and called AI Bing to get up. It was time to set off. After more than 2 hours of driving, Zhou Lin called his mom, asking the taxi to take them directly to the doorstep. Your house is actually in the countryside? Looking at the rural courtyard in front of her, AI Bing could hardly believe it. To her, Zhou Lin's family could at least be considered well off. After all, a family that could buy a house in Deep City outright was definitely not simple. How could a simple farming family manage that? Zhou Lin didn't answer. He picked up his luggage and walked straight to the courtyard door. Before reaching the door, a large black dog came barking wildly, then suddenly pounced on Zhou Lin. Black dog, stop, don't lick me. Zhou Lin put down his luggage and rubbed the dog's head with both hands, barely avoiding the fate of getting his face washed by the dog's tongue. Following behind Black Dog was Zhou Lin's mother, Cheng Yali. Cheng Yali, who was over 40 this year, looked very sturdy, somewhat resembling a female warrior. AI Bing stared in awe, not knowing how to greet her. Zhou Lin had no intention of introducing anyone. He pushed past Black Dog and embraced Cheng Yali, saying, Mom, I missed you so much. Flattering your mom again, it's been less than half a year. And you're acting like you haven't seen me in half your life. Cheng Yali said jokingly, but she was actually very happy. However, when she saw AI Bing and Yang Qiqi blocked by Black Dog at the courtyard entrance, her smile grew even broader. Why not invite them in, my friend? Ma. Zhou Lin leaned close to Cheng Yali's ear and whispered, what if I say one of them is my enemy? Would you believe it? Chapter 10, The Decision of the Zhou Family. Your dad went to the slaughterhouse and won't be back until the evening. Cheng Yali brought Zhou Lin, AI Bing, and Yang Qiqi into the house, and Black Dog obediently squatted at the door. Zhou Lin's room was on the second floor, and Cheng Yali settled the 2 girls next door to Zhou Lin. Bing Bing, your boyfriend's family background is pretty good, Yang Qiqi exclaimed as soon as the door closed. It really is good. On the outside, the Zhou family's house looked simple, but inside, the decoration, electrical appliances, and furniture were not inferior to those in big cities. This made AI Bing's heart warm up again. With such a family background, she might reconsider, especially if Zhou Lin didn't have that sister. Can you explain what's going on? Cheng Yali asked Zhou Lin in a low voice after closing the door. Mom, it's a long story. Then make it short. Cheng Yali glared at him. Mom, rebirth, do you understand? Zhou Lin rubbed his temples. He didn't plan to lie to Cheng Yali. Otherwise, it would be hard to get his parents to cooperate unconditionally. About 10 minutes later. So, you actually died once? Cheng Yali didn't care about the apocalypse or natural disasters. She only knew that Zhou Lin had died once. And it was because AI Bing and others had pushed him off a cliff. Mom, what are you doing? Zhou Lin grabbed Cheng Yali. What am I doing? I'm going to kill that little cousin right now. Cheng Yali's eyes were red, her nostrils flaring as she dragged Zhou Lin toward the door. Mom, listen to me. Zhou Lin turned and blocked the door. Even though the disaster had already begun, the world wouldn't fall apart in the short term. It would be troublesome if others found out. Besides, wouldn't killing her with one knife just benefit her? Then what do you suggest? I just can't swallow this anger. Cheng Yali gasped. That's a minor issue. The key is we need to move first. Move? Yes. Zhou Lin nodded seriously. Although he didn't return to Shidu in his last life, during the first month of the temperature drop, it snowed continuously all over the world. In some flat areas, the snow could bury everything below the third floor. In a valley like theirs, it wouldn't take 3 to 5 days for the snow to pile up to the roof. At that time, the lower layers of snow would turn into hard ice due to low temperatures and their own weight, leaving them with no way out. As for the live Fuhao, Zhou Lin didn't plan to take it out for now. He hadn't even told anyone, including Cheng Yali. This matter needs to wait for your dad to come back for discussion. How many days until the temperature drops? 6 days, Mom. It's not just the temperature drop. There's also darkness. Even after experiencing it once, Zhou Lin couldn't help but shake his head. For humans, a world without sunlight was truly terrifying. Cheng Yali nodded, indicating she remembered. I'll call your dad right now and have him come back immediately. Okay, but don't let anything slip in front of AI Bing and Yang Qiqi. The mother and son opened the door to go out. AI Bing and Yang Qiqi next door were still packing and hadn't come out, giving Cheng Yali some time to adjust her emotions. At noon, Zhou Kaijun came back, unaware of anything. He was pleased to see AI Bing and said he wanted to drink a couple of glasses, but Cheng Yali shot him a look that extinguished that thought, leaving him to secretly complain to Zhou Lin that his family status was getting lower and lower. AI Bing didn't sense anything wrong. After lunch, she and Yang Qiqi were dragged by Zhou Lin to the nearby breeding farm. The breeding shed covering 20,000 square meters and the densely packed pigs and chickens truly opened their eyes and gave them a clear understanding of the Zhou family's strength. Especially AI Bing, whose gaze towards Zhou Lin was sparkling. How much are these worth? Yang Qiqi asked, though it was actually AI Bing who wanted to ask, but found it hard to voice. Hard to say, the family wealth is vast, but the living ones don't count. As long as they haven't been sold, they can't be considered assets. A disease could wipe out all the efforts of my parents this year. I see. Yang Qiqi pouted, feeling Zhou Lin was brushing her off, especially since just the wages of the dozen workers in the breeding farm would cost over $1 million a year. The Zhou family's profits couldn't possibly be less than the wages paid out. Let's go back, AI Bing said, wanting to calculate whether this business was worth it. Zhou Lin received a message from Cheng Yali and didn't want to waste time any longer. Just as they turned back home, Zhou Kaijun found an excuse to take Zhou Lin to the study. Despite Cheng Yali being tall and energetic, the one who could really decide major issues in the family was Zhou Kaijun, who was small in stature and typically submissive in front of his wife. What you told your mom, is it all true? After closing the door, Zhou Kaijun became extremely serious. Dad, can you joke about such things? Shifushan and Shihuang Volcano have erupted. I know. Zhou Kaijun frowned and handed Zhou Lin a cigarette. There's still over 1,000 pigs not yet sold, and 2,000 half-grown chickens. If we rush to sell them, the loss might be minor, but it could raise suspicion. We can't worry about that. We need to liquidate quickly and procure supplies. Zhou Lin said. Zhou Kaijun pondered for a long time, until the cigarette in his hand had burned down to the filter, before he pressed it hard into the ashtray. It wasn't that he wasn't decisive enough. The apocalypse and rebirth sounded particularly mystical. If it weren't for the global volcanic eruptions and constant earthquakes, Zhou Kaijun would definitely send Zhou Lin to a mental health center for a proper checkup. 6 days? After 6 days, we won't see the sun. Zhou Lin shook his head. We still need to move. Mom, did you buy a furnished penthouse in Lanshan? It will be the safest for us to live there for the next 3 months. As for here, let's see if it gets flooded in 3 months. After 3 months, the supplies in the city will basically be exhausted. Even if there are government-organized teams distributing supplies, there will be more people than resources, and some will inevitably take risks. Living in densely populated areas will be more dangerous. All right, I'll think of something for the breeding farm, and you and your mom can handle the procurement of supplies. You can use that pickup truck at home for now, but what about those two women? Isn't she the one who doesn't like the countryside? When Mom and I go to the city later, I'll drop them off in Lanshan to clean up. We should make use of everything. You don't plan to keep them around forever, do you? Dad, I'm not that foolish. AI being definitely needs to be dealt with. As for Yang Chi-Chi, I didn't have any major issues with her in my last life, but if I let her go, I'm afraid news will leak. If it comes to it, then, having experienced the apocalypse, Zhou Lin naturally considered things more comprehensively. He wanted to squeeze every value out of AI Bing. For example, the money in AI Bing's bank account theoretically belonged to him. No, it should all belong to him now. Zhou Lin told AI Bing that Zhou Kaijun and his wife not only regarded her as a prospective daughter-in-law, but also planned to put the Lanshan apartment in their names directly. But the final payment and handling fees would need to be borne by them. I didn't agree. Zhou Lin said. Why didn't you agree? AI Bing asked urgently. Where'd I get the money? The final payment plus handling fees is about 700,000 to 800,000. I can't just shamelessly ask my parents for it. You don't have it, but I do. AI Bing quickly said. I can lend it to you. Lend? Zhou Lin couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 11. Stockpiling by Cheng Yali. The Zhou family's farm is not far from Jiazhou City. It takes less than half an hour to drive there. Looking at the newly purchased spacious penthouse, AI Bing's eyes nearly popped out, and she quietly asked Zhou Lin how much this house cost. It's not Shenzhen. My mom said it should be less than 5 million, right? Oh, by the way, we can go to the property registration at 2 o'clock. Are you sure you want to lend me money? If AI Bing had any hesitation before, the moment she stepped into this 380 square meter house on the 17th floor, complete with a 150 square meter rooftop garden, she was determined to have her name on the property certificate. Unfortunately, it's not Shenzhen. Otherwise, with this house alone, AI Bing would never let Zhou Lin off the hook. Marriage was a must. Write a promissory note first. I'll transfer the money to you in a bit. The reason she needed to wait a bit was that AI Bing didn't actually have much savings, only about 20,000. Despite often mingling with the rich second generation, they weren't fools. Eating, drinking, and even shopping weren't a big deal, but the actual cash given was not much, and she needed to spend too. After years, having this amount was already quite good. To secure more ownership of the house, AI Bing decided to use all her credit cards and online platforms. She even planned to borrow a little from Yang Chi-Chi. She had figured it all out. Borrow money here to show off in front of Zhou Lin's parents. And once back in Shenzhen, slowly take the money back from Zhou Lin's pocket. Previously, she was genuinely unaware of Zhou Lin's family situation. But since she decided to pursue a serious relationship with him, she knew she had to manage Zhou Lin's finances from now on. As for whether Zhou Lin could earn that much money, well, he had his parents, right? It must be said that AI Bing's calculations were quite clever. But unfortunately, no matter how cunning the fox is, it is no match for the hunter. When she told Zhou Lin that 700,000 was not a problem, Zhou Lin already knew she was going to borrow money. However, since online loans take time to be dispersed, AI Bing suggested to Zhou Lin that they postpone going to the property center until tomorrow to get as much cash as possible. That's fine, but in the afternoon, my mom and I are going to buy some supplies for the farm. Why don't you come along? Upon hearing about the farm, AI Bing couldn't help but think of feed and manure, immediately shaking her head. Zhou Lin didn't mind, suggesting AI Bing go shopping in the city and enjoy Jiazhou's cuisine. And they could all return together once they were done. What do we need to buy today? 10 gas tanks, as much bacon and sausages as we can get, various frozen goods, all kinds of seeds, chicken, duck, and goose eggs. Stop. I'm getting old and can't remember all that. You handle the talking, and I'll find a place. It's settled. Deal. Cheng Yali was familiar with the items Zhou Lin mentioned. Due to running a farm, she still had contacts with most vendors. A quick phone call could have them prepare the goods for pickup, and they could pay and leave immediately after arriving. Despite the pickup truck being dirty, it was far superior to a family car when it came to loading goods. They ordered a ton of bacon, sausages, and frozen goods, as well as a ton of rice, flour, and grains. It was still not enough, but buying too much could raise suspicions. Zhou Lin had Cheng Yali split the orders into several locations, agreeing on a delivery time near the community. Why not have it delivered directly to the house? It's exhausting to move it ourselves, Cheng Yali remarked. Running around all day is tiring, even if spending money isn't. If possible. I don't even want people to know who bought it, Zhou Lin said, wiping his sweat. Mom, think about it. When the whole city runs out of food, what will those who sold us food think and do? What will they do? They can't just come to rob us. Is it really that chaotic? Zhou Lin nodded. It will be more chaotic and brutal than you can imagine. Cheng Yali was taken aback then. Should I call your grandfather? Go ahead. Zhou Lin nodded. If it comes to it, see if he wants to come and join us. Zhou Lin had a strong emotional connection to the three elderly people at home. When Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali were busy with their careers when he was young, he spent most of his time at his grandparents' or his maternal grandparents' homes. Even during summer and winter vacations in elementary school, he still went to the countryside until his high school studies became more demanding and he gradually went less often. Later, when his grandmother passed away, his grandfather moved in with Zhou Lin's uncle's family in Cheng Yali's hometown. His grandparents were not far away. They lived in the countryside of the county, very close to Zhou Lin's aunt's family. Cheng Yali had discussed this with Zhou Kaijun last night. In the end, they felt that telling others might not be believed, so they only vaguely reminded Zhou Lin's uncle and aunt, deciding to take things one step at a time. When did you say communication would be cut off? Cheng Yali asked. After the heavy snow starts, the base stations will frequently malfunction. The government is arranging repairs, but in sub-zero temperatures, it's a life-risking effort. Whether we can connect depends on luck, Zhou Lin replied. As the mother and son discussed while picking up goods, they unknowingly lost track of time. And when Cheng Yali checked, it was already dark, although it was only 5 in the afternoon. Once they confirmed that everything they needed to collect was ready, Zhou Lin called AI Bing to take Cheng Yali back to the farm, where they saw Zhou Kaijun still busy. There's still half left. We aim to finish it tomorrow. I've already settled the workers' wages, Zhou Kaijun told Zhou Lin privately. It gets dark so early these days. It'll be even later to brighten up tomorrow, and it'll get darker earlier. Dad, humanity's good days are numbered, Zhou Lin said sadly. Zhou Kaijun patted Zhou Lin's shoulder. Tomorrow, you go pick up Lily first. I've already asked for leave from her teacher and informed Lily. She'll pack her things tonight, but I didn't tell her the reason. 13-year-old Zhou Li was studying at a boarding private school and needed family members to pick her up to leave school. Okay, I'll pick up Lily and head straight to Lanshan. Mom has ordered a lot of things to arrive tomorrow, Zhou Lin agreed. After a long day of work, the three of them were exhausted and went to bed early. Meanwhile, in an underground research institute in the capital of Xia country, dozens of people were anxiously waiting for the results of the supercomputer simulation. It's out. A few minutes later, the researcher responsible for monitoring the data announced loudly. Climate simulations require extremely high computational power and algorithm design, and currently, only Xia country and the beautiful country can accomplish this step in the world. What are the results? Someone asked. The results have been pushed to everyone's terminals. You could take a look. As everyone lowered their heads to check their terminal tablets, an elderly man in military uniform at the center of the conference table solemnly warned, I remind everyone that the results you see now are state secrets and must not be disclosed without permission. Otherwise, it will be treated as treason. However, no one looked up at the old general's words. Almost everyone was stunned by the simulation results. This is real? It can't be. The world is in darkness. Isn't it the end of the world? How much time do we have? Within 10 days? What do we do in 10 days? Project Fireseed, General Zhang. Should we execute Project Fireseed? Chapter 12. The seed plan of the Xia nation can be traced back to the early days of its establishment. At that time, the impoverished Xia nation undertook extensive civil defense construction to counter the threat of mass destruction weapons from enemy countries, with the seed plan being a key component. As the technological level and economic strength of the Xia nation improved, the seed plan evolved from its initial focus on protecting the survival of elites to encompassing a comprehensive plan for the continuation of human civilization, including humanity, species, technology, and more. In the conference room, the old general's resolute gaze swept over the attendees. Each of you is a top scientist in your respective fields. At this critical moment, the country and the people trust your professional judgment. You have all the relevant data and simulation results. You have 3 hours for discussion, and I expect accurate results in 3 hours. After speaking, the old general stood up and left. In the conference room, Over 30 top scientists from the Xia nation engaged in intense discussions about whether to execute the seed plan. The old general, having exited the conference room, did not idle. He seized every moment to listen to the latest news brought by his aide. Today, the beautiful nation issued another statement, once again speculating that their Tefu aircraft carrier was hidden by us. I still wonder. General Zhang couldn't help but mutter, then shook his head and said, "It's not my concern to engage in a war of words. By the way, has there been any progress on that strange theft case in the deep market?" The aide checked his tablet and reported, "General, there's still nothing new." The theft case in the automobile city caught General Zhang's attention not because of the enormous amount involved, but due to its peculiar nature. For some reason, he felt that this case bore a striking resemblance to the disappearance of the Tefu. Like the beautiful nation, he did not believe that the Tefu had sunk. However, the current crisis and the survival of over 1 billion people left him little time to deal with the Tefu and the theft case in the automobile city. Meanwhile, the government of the beautiful nation also sensed the looming crisis brought by significant meteorological changes. Following a series of government meetings, the president was invited to a private estate to participate in a meeting. Those qualified to attend this meeting were the true elites of the beautiful nation. Some were well-known figures in computing, the internet, physical technology, finance, and traditional enterprises, accounting for nearly half of the attendees. Apart from the president and the newly appointed defense minister, the remaining attendees were unfamiliar faces to the public. However, the attitude of others, their positions at the conference table, and the president's subservient demeanor indicated that their identities, or rather their wealth, far surpassed that of others. Among them was an elderly man with blonde hair and green eyes, a white face covered in wrinkles, whose seemingly calm demeanor occasionally revealed a glint of sharpness. He occupied the main seat at the conference table. "Everyone, please settle down and listen to our chief scientist, Mr. Missy, explain the actual situation," said the elderly man. Missy Polani, known only to the true top tier of the beautiful nation, was said to possess an IQ surpassing that of Einstein and a creative ability exceeding that of Tesla. His influence permeated many cutting-edge technologies in the beautiful nation, and he was the mastermind behind several unknown black technologies, with research spanning numerous disciplines. Ladies and gentlemen, no matter how far beyond your understanding my following statements may be, please remain silent, or you will be expelled, just like my incompetent students. Though Missy Polani appeared to be in his 30s, he was actually nearly 70 years old and possessed an extremely strong personality, a confidence stemming from his intelligence and abilities. First, I must say that humanity, at least the present humanity, including all of you here, is about to face extinction, even with prior warnings. Missy Polani's opening statement caused the faces of the attendees to change dramatically, emotions spilling over. If someone else had said this, they might have remained indifferent, but coming from Missy Polani's mouth, the likelihood of this happening surged to over 98%. In fact, the island nation has already perished. From the data I just received, the current death rate among the island nation's populace is as high as 50%. The ash from Mount Shifushan's eruption has covered 70% of the island nation's territory. If it were just ordinary volcanic ash, the island nation might have had some hope, but after our sampling and testing, we confirmed that the volcanic ash from Shifushan carries a significant amount of radioactive dust. We still do not know where these radioactive elements originate from. Perhaps it is the result of the islanders recklessly discharging nuclear waste in previous years. In any case, the island nation is finished. And those who remain, they're also doomed. If the death of a mere island nation and tens of millions of people is not enough to concern these top wealthy individuals, then what Missy Polani said next about the volcanic ash soon sealing the atmosphere and surface temperatures rapidly decreasing left them utterly stunned. In the foreseeable future, nothing will be able to grow on the surface. Please note, I'm talking about crops. In other words, a great famine is inevitable. All countries on Earth will descend into chaos due to a lack of food. To make matters worse, prolonged absence of sunlight will lead to disruptions in hormonal secretions and mental disorders. I know each of you has prepared at least one doomsday fortress or refuge. But how long can you last inside? 3 years or 5 years? Without a sufficient population base and production resources, a refuge is merely a cage. And you're the lab rats trapped inside. Perhaps before you run out of supplies, you will choose to meet your maker. 20 years ago, I initiated the Ark and Eden projects, which have now taken shape, currently capable of sustaining over 70 million people. If you're willing to join, I welcome you and will appropriately disclose the new technologies I have mastered based on your contributions, including but not limited to technologies related to human life cycles, genetic modification, new aerospace technologies, and industrialized planting and breeding technologies. I believe as long as we maintain the Ark, Eden, and other Doomsday refuges, once the disaster passes, we will still be the most powerful nation in this world. I predict that the Xi'an nation and other countries will be completely destroyed in this disaster. Thank God. The beautiful nation only needs to sacrifice half its population to eliminate its true rivals and gain total control over the world. Missy Polani spoke for nearly 2 hours. He elaborated on his predictions regarding the types of natural disasters that might occur and the corresponding responses, even mentioning that great disasters would bring about significant changes, claiming that those who survive may undergo abnormal transformations, for which he had already begun preparatory research long ago. In short, Missy Polani believed that as long as his plans were followed, the impending doomsday disasters would ultimately be beneficial for the beautiful nation rather than detrimental. If Zhou Lin could attend this meeting, he would only agree with Missy Polani's assessment regarding the island nation. "Father, look at the sky outside. Stop doubting," Zhou Lin said, pointing at the pitch-black sky at 8:30 before heading to Zhou Li's school. Chapter 13. The Greatest Value of Zhou Lin. Zhou Li. Your parents have arrived at the south school gate. Hurry up and go. Do you need me to help you carry anything? The dormitory supervisor reminded Zhou Li, who was lost in thought. No need. Zhou Li's voice was cold, completely lacking the innocence and romance typical of her age. She declined the doorman's offer and rushed towards the south school gate at the fastest speed, occasionally glancing up at the sky, her expression very serious. It's not bright yet. Zhou Lin, what are your thoughts? Zhou Lin couldn't tell if it was because he hadn't seen his sister for a long time, due to his rebirth or some other reason. But he always felt that Zhou Li's gaze towards him was a bit strange. It didn't feel like she was looking at her brother, but rather at a stranger, or even an enemy. As for how she addressed him, ever since Zhou Li became sensible, she preferred to call him by his name rather than sweetly calling him Gidge. 2 days ago, there was a rumor, and yesterday a group of experts came out to explain. Do you think the apocalypse is really coming? If I say yes, would you believe me? Although Zhou Li's attitude wasn't great, Zhou Lin felt no displeasure. In his past life, what he cared about most and felt most guilty about was his little sister. He thought to himself that it wouldn't be the same this time. Is your seatbelt fastened? I don't need you to remind me. I heard you brought a girlfriend back. Is it the kind that leads to marriage? Marriage? Zhou Lin chuckled lightly. She's not worthy. TSK. Zhou Li tilted her mouth in a smile. Not bad. My brother finally has a bit of a rich second-generation vibe. You're the rich second generation. Look at the differences between us since childhood. I doubt I'm even your biological brother. Be more confident, brother. You don't need to doubt it at all. Think about who gave you your pocket money during your 3 years of high school and 4 years of college. Raising sons in poverty and daughters in wealth is an absolute truth in the Zhou family. Although Zhou Li was only 13, her bank account and fund account combined had more than 300,000, not counting her pocket money. In contrast, before Zhou Lin had a job, he not only had no pocket money, but also had to hand over 95% of his red envelope money, euphemistically called tuition fees. Zhou Lin, what do you think about what I just said? Of course, I'm watching while driving. Zhou Lin joked, but when he noticed that his sister was serious, he calmed down. You're not taking novels seriously, are you? Art comes from life, and legends may be historical truths. I don't blame you for reading less, but you should learn to adapt. I graduated with a bachelor's degree, and you're only in the first year of junior high. Zhou Lin tilted his head. I'm just starting junior high, but you've already reached the end with your bachelor's degree. Zhou Lin was slightly taken aback. Unable to find a point to refute, he could only pout. All right, I can't argue with you. But I estimate you have a chance to get a bachelor's degree in this life. Hearing this, Zhou Li suddenly fell silent for a moment. Wait, suddenly coming to pick me up and bring a girlfriend back. Do you guys already know? What do you mean? Zhou Lin squinted and glanced at the rearview mirror. It's just as I thought. Zhou Li sighed like an adult. Do you always treat me like a child? Aren't you? Seeing Zhou Li's serious demeanor, Zhou Lin knew he had been exposed again. Sure enough, the gap in intelligence was something acting couldn't cover up. Even though he had been careful, he was still seen through by Zhou Li. And at this moment, less than 10 minutes had passed since they met. It's not that exaggerated, just a minor disaster. As long as small matters are made big, and big matters are ignored. I'm not talking about you guys, I'm talking about the country. Zhou Li shook her head, looking like this time it was truly over. What a pity. I haven't even finished studying linear algebra. So you're regretting that? Zhou Lin asked in surprise. What else? Life is inherently meaningless. All my happiness comes from the exploration of knowledge. Sigh, you wouldn't understand with your intelligence. Let us talk about your girlfriend. Is it the one named AI Bing? I said, she is not my girlfriend. She is not worthy. I remember you didn't say that before. Let me think. It said that people's nature is hard to change, and a simp will always be a simp, unless they are reborn. Knowing the apocalypse is approaching but still bringing her along, if not to continue simping, then it must be to drag her down, right? What made you suddenly change your mind? If it's a plot twist from a novel, your change is likely to be. Eliminating all impossible options leaves the one remaining answer, no matter how absurd, is the truth. Bro, you're not a reincarnator from a novel, are you? In your past life, did you suffer at the hands of that woman, abandoning your parents and your biological sister just for green tea? For some reason, as Zhou Lin looked through the rearview mirror at Zhou Li's melancholic expression, he felt a chill run down his spine. Damn. Why does what she said sound so real? I was joking. It doesn't matter if you don't accept it. Zhou Li changed the subject. Let us study. Time can't be wasted. At 13, you still haven't finished university-level math. That's really too dumb. Zhou Lin really wanted to curse. If you consider that dumb, what does that make him? A fool? So this is your Doomsday fortress prepared with your parents? I actually think the farm is better. As soon as they entered the house, Zhou Li couldn't help but start commenting. After basically touring the place, she even took out a draft notebook and a pen to start writing and drawing. This big door has issues. From the elevator to our house, as well as the stairs, need to install at least one real security door. I remember their SA brand in the city. What is it called? That kind of door costs about 170,000 to 180,000. Also, the flooring. The thickness of this cast-in-place concrete floor is about 10 centimeters. But it's best to lay a layer of at least 6 centimeters thick homogeneous steel plate, using chemical bolts embedded in the cast beams to increase strength. Our layout is good. The entire floor is ours, so we don't have to worry about partition walls being damaged. But the insulation layer needs to be redone. If you're worried about time, you can learn from the way houses are built in America, using wood with foam plastic filling on the walls, and finally sealing it with panels. The sound insulation and insulation effects are quite good. Oh, and the window glass needs to be replaced. Double glaze hollow can only cope with normal conditions, and the effect can be ignored if the temperature difference exceeds 30 degrees. Do you think that's enough? Zhou Lin was bewildered and shook his head. It seems you really are reborn. You don't understand these things at all. You must have suffered a lot in your past life, right? Continue talking about the windows. Actually, we don't need that many windows. Like the floor-to-ceiling glass door in the living room. All the bay windows and the floor-to-ceiling glass doors of the living balcony can basically be sealed up. It should be done in 2 days. Finally, the rooftop. It's best to enclose it with multi-layer honeycomb PC boards, with a thickness of at least 5 centimeters. Don't use stainless steel for the framework. Its low-temperature performance is too poor. Use qualified anti-corrosion wood for the main structure. The thicker, the better. Bro, you've been reborn. Didn't you bring space? I see the food prepared at home. Doesn't seem to be much, and water. Drinking water and living water both need to be prepared adequately. If time permits, after sealing the rooftop, we can set up an inflatable swimming pool with a water depth not exceeding 80 centimeters for safety. Covering an area of 60 square meters can hold more than 45 tons of water, which should be within the safe load range, enough for our family of 4S living water for about a year or two. And God knows how Zhou Lin spent these entire 2 hours. Clearly, he was the one who had been reborn in the apocalypse. But why did Zhou Li seem more professional than him? Many details he and T noticed were meticulously written down by Zhou Li in her draft notebook. You make me feel very useless. You have a space. That's your greatest value. Damn, I don't have space. So you've really been reborn, right? You really have been reborn? Didn't he do any good deeds in your past life, did you? Chapter 14 Illusion of AI Bing had a cold face. She had started messaging Zhou Lin since the morning, but not a single reply had come back. This made AI Bing very anxious. Chi, do you think Zhou Lin might be lying to me? He wouldn't dare. A simp like him wouldn't have such strange thoughts, replied Yang Chi, carefully painting her toenails while chatting with someone. Although the other person hardly paid attention to her, she was willing to endure it because he was a true big shot. She had only just gotten his WeChat. Even if she didn't qualify to marry into a wealthy family, having a friend from one was still something to be proud of. Yang Chi had even agreed with him to go visit in a few days, and as for what they would do then, she didn't care. She knew she wouldn't lose out. AI Bing was very worried, afraid that something might go wrong. She had even taken out online loans, and the fees and interest were quite a burden. Fortunately, Zhou Lin finally replied. AI Bing was about to explode, but Zhou Lin seemed completely unfazed as he wandered around the house, only to find that his parents were not home. Zhou Kaijun was probably at the breeding farm, where there was still a lot to do. Cheng Yali might have gone out shopping, so there was a high chance that dinner would not be ready today. It was actually not even 4 o'clock yet, but the sky outside was already as dark as it usually was around 8 or 9. Without turning on the lights, it was impossible to see anything in the house. I'm asking you something. AI Bing puffed her cheeks and said, didn't you say we would transfer ownership today? Didn't I say yesterday that I don't have enough money? Didn't I say I have some here? Then why don't you transfer it to me? Zhou Lin replied. Let's wait until tomorrow when we go to the property center to handle the paperwork. AI Bing calmed down. She was the type who wouldn't act until she saw the rabbit, and she would never transfer the money to Zhou Lin now. Fine. I'll go see what I can find to eat tonight. Where are your parents? I haven't seen them all day. AI Bing had no intention of helping, mainly because she didn't know how. Having been at Zhou Lin's house for 2 or 3 days, she felt that Zhou Lin's parents treated her strangely, lacking the warm enthusiasm usually shown to a daughter-in-law, and even their treatment seemed to be less than that of a regular guest. Busy, Zhou Lin replied from the kitchen. Does your dad and mom not like me? How could that be? They definitely don't dislike you, Zhou Lin said with certainty. That's good. AI Bing pretended to pat her chest, which was only slightly better than an A cup, but in her heart, she thought that whether they liked her or not didn't matter, as long as they could buy a house. Little did she know that at that moment, Zhou Lin was thinking, they don't dislike you. They wish you were dead. When dinner was almost ready, Zhou Kaijun came back, but Cheng Yali stayed over at Lanshan. With AI Bing and another girl present, Zhou Kaijun basically ate in silence, finishing his meal and heading straight to the study, completely ignoring AI Bing's existence. I'm done eating too. You wash the dishes, Zhou Lin said. Why? You used to be reluctant to let me do these things. That was then, Zhou Lin replied. If you don't show some effort, how can mom and dad feel at ease adding your name to the property deed? Thinking of the property deed, AI Bing compromised, pouting as she started to clean up, while Yang Chi continued to scroll through her phone. In the study, Zhou Lin received a call from Zhou Li. I forgot something important. What? Zhou Lin looked up at Zhou Kaijun, who appeared tired and drowsy, and asked quietly. Weapons. After the apocalypse, people are very dangerous. If we don't have enough weapons, our granaries will be someone else's. If hot weapons are hard to come by, then let's start with cold weapons. Crossbows, bows, optical sights, spears, javelins, steel drills, and also close-range tools like machetes and knives. All must be of good quality. Zhou Li went on for over 10 minutes on the phone, discussing everything from the simplest cold weapons to standard hot weapons, and even how to make Molotov cocktails, explosives, and biochemical agents, mentioning how to utilize the pesticides from the breeding farm as well. Zhou Lin could only sigh, thinking about how he and Zhou Li might not even be from the same parents. Dad, what's your IQ? Zhou Lin couldn't help but ask after hanging up the phone. Me? The university I attended back then was equivalent to today's top 985 schools. What do you think my IQ is? Then why are you raising pigs? Zhou Lin found it hard to understand. To make money. Just because I graduated from a 985 school doesn't mean I can't raise pigs, Zhou Kaijun retorted. Zhou Lin scratched his head. Zhou Li had mentioned preparing weapons, and she talked about fertilizers and pesticides. Did we have any at home? This girl is indeed clever. Why didn't I think of that? Zhou Kaijun mused. We do have some fertilizer at home, but there's not much urea, and the pesticides are all low toxicity. Tomorrow, I'll go buy supplies from the 3 agricultural trading companies. They have good stuff. All you need is some simple equipment to make. Zhou Kaijun continued to ramble. But Zhou Lin didn't catch everything, and even if he did, he didn't understand. Now he began to feel that Zhou Li was the biological child of his parents, while he was either a gift for topping up phone credits or picked from trash heap. As the eldest son, Zhou Lin felt a deep sense of sorrow. Dad, I want to take care of those things, but I can get hot weapons. By the way, my little sister already knows that I have been reborn, and she even guessed that I have a space to store things. Zhou Lin didn't mention the aircraft carrier, but it seemed he had to show off a bit, or he might lose his position in the family. Your mom and I had already guessed you had a space, Zhou Kaijun said, raising his eyelids. Not surprised at all. We thought if you didn't mention it, we wouldn't either. All right, it turns out the only people who want to screw you over in this world are your parents. Zhou Lin could only silently accept Zhou Kaijun and Qing Yali's thoughtfulness. Zhou Kaijun talked about the family's current financial situation. He still had 7 million in liquid assets. And Qing Yali had said last night that she had 5 million left, but he didn't know how much was left now. Use it as needed. In 4 days. It will basically be bartering. A few years from now, the government will introduce credit points, but they will only be useful in survivor bases. And the credit points from various bases won't be interchangeable. In the end, it all comes down to goods. Zhou Kaiju nodded, I know. By the way, your grandparents and grandpa don't agree to come. Your mom and I've tried talking to them, but it's no use. We can't tell them too much. So let it be. We can talk about it later when there's a chance. A night passed without incident. And what made Zhou Lin a bit happy was that his ability experience had increased again in the past 2 days. Symbiosis. Beginner 110-1000. Currently symbiotic transport. Lifu. Large surface transport. Available symbiotic transport quantity. 0 storage space. 1-1. Zhou Lin originally thought that experience points would increase a little each day, but now it seemed that this was not the case. Otherwise, his current experience should be 107-1000. In his previous life, he hadn't activated his abilities, and as long as there were no major changes, he could only set it aside for now, as there was no one to discuss it with. Perhaps Li could understand. However, thinking of Zhou Li's eager eyes, Zhou Lin immediately discarded that idea. He certainly didn't want to be dissected by Zhou Li for research. If conditions allowed, that girl might really do it. The next day at 9 o'clock, Zhou Lin took AI Bing and Yang Chi-Chi to the property center. Surprisingly, it was brightly lit inside, and the staff were still at work. However, compared to the usual hustle and bustle, it was quite deserted at the moment. This actually made it convenient for Zhou Lin, and he quickly moved through the process. When AI Bing saw her name among the submitted documents and that she had a 50 ownership, she transferred 70,000 cash to Zhou Lin. When AI Bing walked out of the property right center, he was all smiles, holding a folder and saying, Zhou Lin, how much do you think this house will appreciate if we leave it for 2 years? How much? Zhou Lin didn't respond, thinking to himself, no rush. You'll find out in a few days. Chapter 15, Like-Minded People Tang. Really, the biggest change in the city is that there are noticeably fewer people and cars on the streets. Many shops are simply not open, and only at a few big supermarkets can crowds be seen. AI Bing is a bit surprised. These past few days, she has been focused on the house, and seeing people buying frantically confuses her, so she asks Zhou Lin why. Maybe they're just going crazy, Zhou Lin laughs. With Qing Yali taking charge, he doesn't need to compete with ordinary people in the supermarket for supplies. It's known that Qing Yali was busy all day yesterday, either adjusting or receiving goods. Following Zhou Lin's suggestion, she cleared out a warehouse in their logistics park to store supplies. This morning, she messaged Zhou Lin, telling him to come by and empty the warehouse whenever he has time, indicating that the couple had communicated about it last night. Why not go live in Lanshan? Seeing Zhou Lin drive out of the city, AI Bing feels a bit unhappy. After all, her name is on the property deed, so why should they go to the countryside? It's being renovated, Zhou Lin replies. Wasn't it already finished? It's still early, Zhou Lin says lightly and stops talking. AI Bing is at a loss and can only chat with Yang Chi-Chi about cosmetics and luxury goods, which she doesn't have much of, just to keep the conversation light. Soon, Zhou Lin hears the two women discussing inviting more people over to hang out, and AI Bing surprisingly mentions Tang Yili's name. Zhou Lin sneers immediately. He didn't know Tang Yili before the last apocalypse. In a sense, they were both AI Bing's admirers. One must admit that AI Bing has good management skills and a strong feminine presence. Despite not having great qualities, she can package herself attractively. Women like her are willing to put in effort into their appearance, while Tang Yili happens to be a fitness coach. It doesn't seem matter who initiated it between a coach and a student. The result is that Tang Yili transformed from a large wolf dog into a small lap dog. Without the apocalypse, Zhou Lin and Tang Yili might have become close brothers, but after the disaster struck, Tang Yili became the fiercest wolf by AI Bing's side, biting anyone he could catch. Perhaps long-term fitness training made Tang Yili brawny but simple-minded, ultimately losing his ability to think in the harsh environment of the apocalypse. In short, most of the hardships Zhou Lin faced in his previous life were due to Tang Yili, and those humiliations are something Zhou Lin can never forget. Now that AI Bing is not in Shunshu, if she were to die, Zhou Lin wouldn't even know where to find Tang Yili. Tang Yili musti. Thinking of the damage that Mad Dog has caused him, Zhou Lin can't suppress his inner fury. Zhou Lin, Yang Qiqi's friend, also wants to come over and hang out. You don't mind, do you? Being Sudili asks. Hey, Yang Qiqi's friend? Yes, not a boyfriend. More like a best friend. You should understand, right? Yang Qiqi helps cover for AI Bing. Understand. Zhou Lin thinks, I understand too well. When Tang Yili arrives, AI Bing, you could just die. The air quality in Shunshu is terrible. Long-term exposure can easily lead to lung cancer. If your friend has nothing better to do, why not invite them over for a while until the environment improves before heading back? Lung cancer? Is it that serious? AI Bing is surprised. Haven't you seen the recent reports online? Shifushan has been erupting continuously, and who knows when it will stop. The housing prices in Shunshu have dropped by 30. Indeed, only things related to money can pique AI Bing's interest. Only benefits can make her think. Returning to the farm, Zhou Lin sees a few electric cars leaving from a distance. Those are the last few workers, and now the entire farm is empty. It's all empty, Zhou Kaijun sighs. This time, he truly took a gamble. If the apocalypse hadn't come, it would have been very difficult to restore the farm. Dad, I actually hope the so-called apocalypse is just a nightmare, but look at this weather. Zhou Kaijun nods dejectedly, feeling lucky that his son has been reborn and even has a space. However, neither Zhou Kaijun nor Qingyali has ever inquired about the details of the space. Oh no, I forgot something important. Zhou Lin slaps his forehead. Mom asked me to go to the warehouse to collect things, and it's almost overflowing. You even dare to forget what your mom said? Hurry up and go. Fortunately, the logistics park isn't far, and this route usually doesn't have traffic jams, especially not now. In just over 10 minutes, Zhou Lin drives into the logistics park and finds their warehouse. I thought you forgot. Hurry up and get in. I'll lock the door. Seeing Cheng Yali still here, probably not even having had lunch, Zhou Lin can't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Mom, are you hungry? Hungry. I'm already starving. Come on, we have a truckload of stuff coming. In front of Cheng Yali, Zhou Lin truly has no room to argue. He can only obediently enter the warehouse. Cheng Yali doesn't follow him inside, but instead locks the door immediately. What is all this? Zhou Lin's eyes scan the mountain of supplies before him. At least 30 bags of sugar weighing 200 pounds each. Bags of non-additive salt weighing 100 pounds each piled in one corner. Various peppers that people from Bashi can't live without, also in burlap sacks, 50 bags. Different types of dabanjiang, 50 jars. Homemade rapeseed oil, 50 large iron barrels. Countless MSG, chicken essence, and various oils like corn oil, sesame oil, and Sichuan pepper oil. After clearing out half of the warehouse, Zhou Lin suddenly feels a darkness before his eyes. His lips tingle, his head feels heavy, and he is weak with cold sweat on his forehead. Oh no! Just as this thought arises in his mind, before he can even speak, Zhou Lin collapses to the ground and faints. Cheng Yali, busy outside the warehouse, doesn't hear anything until the next batch of goods is about to arrive. She suddenly remembers that her son is still in the warehouse. Why hasn't he come out yet? Cheng Yali tries to call Zhou Lin, but no one answers. What if something happened? Thinking of this, Cheng Yali quickly opens the door and goes in, immediately seeing Zhou Lin lying on the ground. What happened? What is going on? Rushing to Zhou Lin's side, Cheng Yali pinches his acupoint while checking his heartbeat, feeling that Zhou Lin's heartbeat is still relatively normal. Cheng Yali breathes a sigh of relief and increases the pressure on the acupoint, actually waking him up. Ouch, ouch. I'm so hungry, Mom. I'm so hungry. I want to eat something. Zhou Lin's head is foggy, and he can't even focus his eyes. Eat this. Cheng Yali shoves a chocolate bar into Zhou Lin's mouth, then digs out a large handful of chocolate bars from a packaging box in a warehouse. You must be like your dad, suffering from low blood sugar. Zhou Lin remains silent, takes the second one, and continues eating. After consuming a full 10 bars, Cheng Yali doesn't dare to give him more. And only then does Zhou Lin stop eating, letting out a long breath. From now on, always keep some sugar on you. Luckily, I came in this time, or you'd be in trouble. Zhou Lin smiles, and with Cheng Yali's help, he stands up. He knows this isn't just low blood sugar. It has to do with frequently using his abilities. Symbiosis, Beginner 121, 1000, currently symbiotic transportation tools. Lifu, large water transport tool. Available symbiotic transportation tools. 0 storage space. 11. Sure enough, just in that short time, his experience points increased by 10. It's just that his body can't handle it. Munching away, Zhou Lin says, Mom, I want to eat hot pot tonight. Chapter 16, The Secret of Superpowers. Although Cheng Yali seemed carefree, what mother wouldn't worry about her child? Even if the sky fell. We must have hot pot tonight. That's what I say. Not even Jesus can change that. Mom, I love your spirit. Get lost. Go take a break. Cheng Yali said irritably. Not tired. Zhou Lin replied, it's low blood sugar. As long as I replenish it, it's fine. Didn't you say more supplies would arrive soon? Oh, almost forgot. Hurry up then, take care of yourself, I'll go wait outside. A truckload of daily necessities is about to arrive. Cheng Yali found a district-level wholesaler with very reasonable prices. For less than 200,000 yuan, it can last the whole family for decades, as long as it doesn't expire. In the warehouse, every time Zhou Lin received a batch of supplies, he carefully felt the changes in his body and superpower experience points. Although he couldn't estimate the exact ratio between the two, he was sure that receiving supplies indeed increased his experience. Additionally, the consumption of physical energy had nothing to do with the supplies themselves. It only related to the number of times they were used. Perhaps this also explained why Zhou Lin didn't get drained when putting away the Fushing No. 1. Instead, he almost died in the warehouse. With this in mind, Zhou Lin figured that after using his powers 3 or 4 times, he could chew on a chocolate bar. Although it could get sickening if eaten too much, it was indeed an instant energy booster. I wonder if other superpowered individuals are the same as me, but things like chocolate bars should be prepared in abundance. They are small, portable, and efficient. They might become a hard currency among superpowered individuals in the future. Just then, Cheng Yali drove in with a forklift, and Zhou Lin brought up the matter. All right, this wholesaler's warehouse is in the logistics park. I'll go right away. As expected of a strong woman, she always works quickly. Zhou Lin thought he would have to wait until tomorrow or the day after for the chocolate bars, but in just an hour, Cheng Yali had it sorted out. One box contains 50 bars. One carton has 60 boxes, 3,000 bars in total. Wholesale price is 450 yuan, and I took all his stock, 237 cartons. Mom, you're amazing. Zhou Lin gave Cheng Yali a thumbs up. Hundreds of thousands of chocolate bars, although they seem insignificant now. Might be able to trade for a woman in the future. If you say that, then I have to get some more. Our logistics park has all kinds of warehouses. Mom, don't go yet. We don't have much money left, right? Zhou Lin suddenly had a flash of inspiration and quickly stopped Cheng Yali. Not much left. Cheng Yali nodded. Since last night, the 5 million in her account was gone, and she had even transferred quite a bit from old Zhou's account. Actually, what I was thinking is, Zhou Lin quietly shared his thoughts, and Cheng Yali nodded repeatedly, yes, but the risk is a bit high. It's actually not a big deal. At most, it's just frostbite, Zhou Lin said. But what if someone tries to rob you? Lily said we should prepare some weapons. But I only bought some knives. It's hard to find decent long weapons. Outside of special areas, where can you find good weapons in regular cities? At best, some enthusiasts might have collectibles, but who knows where those are stored? Fortunately, Zhou Lin was not short on weapons, not to mention handguns and rifles. He could even get a flamethrower or shoulder-fired missiles. Mom, look at this. Oh my, where did this come from? seeing the shiny handgun in front of her. Yali was completely stunned. The Summer Kingdom is not the beautiful country. You can't just hide a few bullets for a few years. The handgun Zhou Lin took out was clearly high-quality military equipment, exquisitely designed and brand new. You take this along with 3 magazines and this holster. At this point, who cares about legality? As long as you don't show it off in public and only shoot a few rounds secretly, I doubt anyone would come to check. But I don't know how to use it. Yali was bold and knew it was a special time, so she didn't mind carrying a gun. It's simple. Zhou Lin explained the crucial steps. Unlocking the safety, loading the gun, changing magazines, and aiming, then had Yali practice a few gestures. Currently, they couldn't practice with live ammunition, so they had to start like this. Given Yali's weight and strength, she could surely handle a handgun. This thing is pretty nice. As expected of the pillar of the family, Yali quickly adapted and even felt pleased. However, before she could put it away, she asked Zhou Lin if he had more. Yes, Dad has some too. I'll get it for him later. That's good. By the way, don't give any to your sister. She asked, still young. If it weren't for Yali stressing this, Zhou Lin would have wanted to give a weapon to Zhou Li. With her head, she could blow herself up. She might even be better off than old Zhou and Yali. Besides, with disasters coming one after another, girls like Zhou Li are definitely the most vulnerable. After finishing the materials ordered today, Zhou Lin drove Yali to Lanshan, where she would stay with Zhou Li for the night and continue shopping. In fact, the supplies available for purchase in the city were already limited. Many supermarkets were either closed or severely out of stock. No one is truly foolish. Regardless of how the government promotes it, people stock up unless they have no money. Not to mention ordinary consumers. Even Yali faced several closed doors today. Others had stock, but they just wouldn't sell. Hoarding is not uncommon in any era. Forget about laws and regulations. There will always be people willing to take the risk for profit, but no one wants to engage in losing ventures. These days, the difference between 4 or 5 p.m. and midnight is negligible. The situation domestically is slightly better in many relatively free countries and regions. Prolonged darkness has given rise to increasing crime. In areas without electricity and law enforcement, theft, robbery, and murder have become norm. To survive, people are forced to make choices, either join in or band together for warmth. The situation in the Summer Kingdom is also not optimistic. Although large-scale violent crime hasn't emerged yet, signs of market chaos are evident. To maintain social order, the government and military have begun to cooperate, implementing martial law in major cities, special cities, and border cities. Strategic and essential supplies will be controlled by the government, and privately held large stock will be purchased at cost price, with subsidies provided based on actual situations. Seeing these messages online, Zhou Lin couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Jiazhou City hasn't started implementing martial law yet, but Yali has procured quite a bit, especially sugar, salt, and food. If the government asks them to hand over these supplies, what will they do? After thinking it over, Zhou Lin felt uneasy and called Yali first thing in the morning, saying they should gather supplies for half a day at most. And then the warehouse should not be used anymore. What's the difference? Even if we don't use it, people will know about it, Yali asked. Burn it, Zhou Lin said in a low voice. Burn? Yali almost thought she misheard. I'll leave some supplies in the warehouse and then burn it down. Even if someone checks in the future, it's burned. Who knows who did it? As for how many supplies were inside when it was burned, hey, what if most of it was moved out before it was burned? Chapter 17. The beginning of chaos. The sky was getting brighter later. Even at 10:30 in the morning, it was still dim outside. Zhou Lin got up and casually ate something. Just as he was about to go out, AI Bing ran out to stop him. This afternoon, Chi-Chi's friend is coming, and we need to go to the train station to pick them up. Can you drive us? Zhou Lin paused, thinking that Tang Ili, this sycophant, must be crazy. It was like this outside, and he was still in such a hurry. Humph, can't change a dog's nature. It's good that they are coming. I can deal with them all at once. I have something to do this afternoon. Then just give me a car. I have a driver's license. I can go with Chi-Chi. By the way, didn't you say last time that you have that Conqueror at home? The Conqueror? Yes. Zhou Lin nodded. It's not convenient to park it here. What do you want to do? I just want to see if a car worth tens of millions is something our family can actually afford. Zhou Lin's family background was decent, but they didn't have that kind of spending power. It wasn't that expensive back then. Just wait a couple of days, I'll drive it back. Although there was a Conqueror parked in a Lifu number hangar, it was stolen. AI Bing's words reminded Zhou Lin that maybe he should take a trip to the city, to the Forsun shop, rental companies, or even used car dealerships. Perhaps he could find something good. After the apocalypse and natural disasters, human industrial civilization was basically done for. Even if there was a small amount of industrial production, the priority was food, followed by medicine. Cars were definitely something that if one broke, the fewer there were, the better. But buying a car was too expensive. Jiaozhua's city wasn't like Jinggang, which had a lot of private imported cars, and there were no complete vehicle manufacturing enterprises. They could only get ideas from retailers. Are you out of your mind? After the apocalypse fully descends, you could probably collect hundreds of cars just by walking down the street. If that doesn't work, there must be plenty of good cars in the underground garages of nearby communities. Is it worth the risk now? When Zhou Lin arrived at Lanshan and discussed with Zhou Li, he was ruthlessly shot down. Sure enough, people with high IQs often have low EQs. With Zhou Li's temperament, she probably wouldn't survive 3 chapters in someone else's hands. You're overthinking it. I've learned the idiom to survive by any means necessary, and also to endure humiliation and bear hardships, to lie low and bide one's time. Stop. Zhou Lin covered his face in pain. Okay, I'll listen to you. What about your little notebook? Have you checked with Mom? What else do we need? Weapons, and some medicines that are hard to come by. In Zhou Li's view, these 2 types of things were the most troublesome. Weapons go without saying. Medicines that seem ordinary in daily life are actually very hard to procure on a large scale. Without a channel, it's simply impossible, especially since the government has long been secretly controlling it. Currently, the pharmacies on the market have very few medicines available, and the quantities are low. Have Mom buy more Chinese medicinal materials. I have prepared Western medicines. There was a small hospital on the Lifu number, not to mention medicines. They had everything from B ultrasound to CT and MRI machines. Zhou Lin wasn't worried at all. The glass probably won't be replaced in time, Zhou Li said regretfully. Unlike the anti-theft doors that could be installed right away, multi-layer hollow glass needs to be customized and is very troublesome to install, even requiring a large crane. Currently, they didn't have the conditions for that. Let's seal it up for now. Anyway, there's no sunlight. It's fine if it's opaque to prevent people from seeing in. With a complete and effective ventilation system, Zhou Lin felt that sealing the windows was more appropriate. Okay, the materials are on the platform. Should we call workers or do it ourselves? Zhou Li looked eager to try, but Zhou Lin thought this matter could wait. They should start storing water in large quantities today. Lifu number not only had a lot of drinking water, but also a complete water recycling system. Although the recycled water wouldn't taste good, it was fine for daily use. However, at the beginning of the apocalypse, Zhou Lin didn't want to expose the existence of Lifu number to avoid unnecessary trouble. Storing water on the rooftop of his own home not only concealed their actions but also served as insulation. Under Zhou Li's request, Cheng Yali purchased a lot of building materials and electric tools, most of which were placed on the rooftop, to set up a plastic swimming pool for water storage. They had to clean up first. Zhou Li couldn't do this alone, so Zhou Lin had to stay and help. Every time Zhou Lin cleared space, Zhou Li would set up a simple swimming pool, inflating it while filling it with water. Jiaozhua's city was surrounded by water, and the water pressure on the 18th floor was decent. With 2 or 3 pipes running at the same time, they could fill 10 tons of water in a few hours. If it weren't for a phone call from Cheng Yali, Zhou Lin might have been busy on the rooftop until dark. There's a robbery at the logistics park. Although it didn't happen to Cheng Yali, several people had already been robbed, and the warehouse had been pried open. Cheng Yali was a bit nervous, which was why she called Zhou Lin. I'm coming right away. Worried about Cheng Yali's safety, Zhou Lin told her over the phone to get into the warehouse and lock the door. If necessary, she should shoot. Her life was the priority. However, Zhou Lin never expected that he would be blocked less than 3 minutes from the logistics park. On the road, a broken-down vehicle from who knows where had squeezed the originally 8-lane road down to barely 1 lane wide enough for a single vehicle to pass through. It was obvious that people were hiding behind those broken cars, and anyone who dared to slow down would likely be attacked. There were other routes, but they would require making a huge detour. After thinking about it, Zhou Lin simply put on a military uniform and directly aimed his gun out the window. Although it wasn't the summer country's military uniform, the sky was already dim, and with the chaos outside, the other party might not be able to distinguish clearly. Whether it was the military uniform or the gun that worked, Zhou Lin passed through that makeshift passage without any obstruction or attack. "Mom, it's me." When he opened the warehouse door, Zhou Lin shouted loudly, fearing that he would be shot full of holes by his mom as soon as he entered. "You finally came." Cheng Yali stood up from behind a pile of bags. Zhou Lin couldn't help but laugh and said, "Mom, can't you hide better? Look at the size of this bag. Can I hide you? And you still didn't notice me?" Cheng Yali hurriedly said, "How could I not see such a big person?" Zhou Lin laughed. "Isn't there no suitable place? Besides, I have a gun." Cheng Yali shook the weapon in her hand and then put it back in its holster. "See, your mom has built this territory for you. Now it all belongs to you. Long live the Empress." Zhou Lin joked, not avoiding Cheng Yali, and quickly started tossing bags of supplies into storage space. The coexistence transport vehicle storage space was limited, and its shape perfectly matched the exterior of the transport vehicle. However, Zhou Lin found a clever way around it, which was the direct deck of the aircraft carrier, because there were planes stationed on the deck when storing items. The storage space defaulted to having a height of about 7 meters, the same as the planes. The deck area of LIFO number was 19,827 square meters, which meant that there was 138,000 cubic meters of space available just on the deck, equivalent to the capacity of over 1,700 standard containers. That's about it. After looking at the scattered supplies in the warehouse, Zhou Lin chewed on a chocolate bar and told Cheng Yali to go out first. He was going to prepare to set the fire. Chapter 18. A familiar face. The fire spread from a corner of the warehouse. Zhou Lin confirmed multiple times that even if the entire warehouse burned down, it would be difficult for the fire to affect other warehouses, and there wouldn't be any innocent people getting hurt. More than 10 minutes later, flames leaped out from the warehouse's ventilation window, and when someone noticed, they reported the fire. The property management of the logistics park then called Cheng Yali. By the time Zhou Lin drove back, the fire was already out of control. The property management could not extinguish the fire and could only do their best to clear the area around the warehouse to prevent the fire from spreading. Some people took the initiative to comfort Cheng Yali. Watching his mother, who was surrounded by the crowd and was so upset that she was pounding her chest and stamping her feet, Zhou Lin felt that the Oscars owed her a gold award. By the time the fire truck arrived, the warehouse was basically burnt down, with a high-pressure water hose spraying. The scene was a complete mess. Even gods would have trouble figuring it out, perfectly achieving the effect Zhou Lin wanted. Those who knew how much material Cheng Yali had recently gathered in the warehouse shook their heads, thinking that the Zhou family would probably take a big hit this time, and they felt quite sorry for the materials that had been burnt. According to normal procedure, the police should be on site now. But the increasingly chaotic situation had already exhausted the police force, and they had no time to deal with incidents that did not involve casualties. "Mom, let us go." Zhou Lin, with his eyes rubbed red, helped Cheng Yali back to the car. Hurry up, hurry up." As soon as the car door was closed, Cheng Yali urged Zhou Lin to leave quickly, fearing that if they stayed any longer, she might reveal something. Looking at the logistics park fading away in the rearview mirror, Zhou Lin felt a bit regretful. After all, there were all kinds of materials in those warehouses, and if there was a chance in the future, it might be worth raiding them for unexpected gains. As soon as they returned to Lanshan, Cheng Yali entered a frantic ordering mode. But most of the calls either couldn't get through or yielded no results. When you guys weren't home, the workers came and installed the security doors. I'm considering whether to shut the locks on 2 of them. It must be said that Zhou Li, dressed in work clothes and wearing a helmet, did look a bit like an engineering girl. However, Cheng Yali couldn't bear to let her daughter do such rough work and hurriedly asked Zhou Lin to help. But I don't know how. Zhou Lin spread his hands. "If you don't know, hurry up and search." Cheng Yali put her hands on her hips. "Your sister is delicate. What if she gets burned by sparks?" Indeed, Zhou Lin was worth less than a single hair of Zhou Li's in terms of importance. The concept of gender equality didn't exist in the Zhou family. Zhou Li giggled and said to Zhou Lin, "Brother, no need to search. I can do it. I'll teach you." "What did you learn how to weld?" Zhou Lin asked. "Their essay saying, isn't it? You just need hands to do it. Besides, I studied seriously for half an hour watching videos. That's enough, trust me." Amazingly, having never touched a welding machine before, Zhou Lin managed to complete the task under Zhou Li's guidance quite well. Huh, I can say I'm a welder now. Don't flatter yourself without me. You're nothing. Zhou Li rolled her eyes. In the evening, Cheng Yali prepared the hot pot that Zhou Lin wanted to eat, and Zhou Kaijun also came. The family of four enjoyed a warm meal together. That woman left a step later than you. When I left, she and T come back yet, Zhou Kaijun said. Taking a sip of wine, she said she had a friend visiting Bashu, and she wanted to meet them. Brother, you're not getting greened, are you? Zhou Li asked with a smile. Cheng Yali tapped Zhou Li with her chopsticks. What are you talking about? How could such a woman have anything to do with your brother? You know, I was just joking. What is wrong with that? Brother, I found you a new girlfriend. I'll take you to meet her later. What? You found me a girlfriend and want me to meet her? Zhou Lin's eyes widened. Zhou Li Nudda. In this building, hey. How did you meet her? Cheng Yali asked. Someone nearby. Zhou Li covered her forehead, thinking that she would be staying at home for a long time in the future. So, she wanted to get to know everyone in the building first to be aware of any potential dangers. If there were any dangerous individuals, she had a plan ahead. If necessary, she must strike first to avoid suffering later. Stop. You stop right there. My affairs are none of your business. Women will only slow me down, you know? Brother, you want to find good women in your circle. People of a feather flock together. If you don't have someone to help you, then it wouldn't be your turn to help. Zhou Lin retorted unhappily. Don't change the subject, Li Li. What does that girl do? And how does she look? Compared to Zhou Lin, Cheng Yali clearly trusted Zhou Li more and interrupted Zhou Lin with a glare. She is a doctoral student in the clinical department at Bashu University, and her looks are definitely of campus beauty level. Plus, she is from Jiashan, just returned from studying abroad because of a natural disaster, and just got back from Shuda yesterday. Not bad. Cheng Yali nodded repeatedly, looking at Zhou Lin with disdain, as if her son was unworthy of her. When will you invite her up for a visit? Mom, come on. It's the end of the world. Why look for a girlfriend? Zhou Lin strongly opposed, but his objections were useless. Zhou Li took out her phone, sent a few messages, and then got up to open the door. Xiaoli, do it, yeah. At the door, two figures, one big and one small, embraced each other. If it weren't for just hearing Zhou Li say they had only just met, one would have thought they were long-lost sisters. However, looking at the woman at the door, Zhou Lin felt she looked somewhat familiar. He suddenly recalled that she was the girl from the train who had to hold back her laughter. Wu Shui also didn't expect such a coincidence. She smiled at Zhou Lin and said, "So you were the brother that Xiaoli talked about." What a coincidence! Zhou Lin nodded and made a seat for Wu Shui. After a simple introduction from Zhou Li, Wu Shui was officially introduced to Zhou Lin as family. Just as Zhou Li said, they indeed met through the internet. Although there was some age difference, they shared many common interests such as swimming, playing badminton, and playing guitar. Having common interests meant they had a lot to talk about, and Wu Shui lived downstairs, just with less space than the Zhou family's apartment. Shui, is it alright if I call you that? Cheng Yali smiled so much she could hardly open her eyes, feeling very satisfied. Of course. My mom calls me that. It's a pity they're abroad now. Flights are all canceled, and communication isn't very smooth. At this point, a hint of worry appeared on Wu Shui's face. Where are they now? Cheng Yali asked. They went to Europe for vacation. The last time we spoke, they were still in Sweden. Son, is Sweden safe? Zhou Lin thought for a moment and shook his head. Hard to say. There are fewer people and relatively more resources there, but the temperature will be lower than here in Bashu. What are you talking about? What is the temperature like? Wu Shui asked. Cheng Yali cleared her throat and glanced at Zhou Lin, saying, You might as well ask him. He has done research on climate change. When did I study climate change? Seeing Wu Shui's eyes turn to him, Zhou Lin felt very wronged. Even a mother shouldn't set her son up like this. Chapter 19. Being an older brother is hard. This all started with a volcanic eruption in the island nation. Zhou Lin was caught off guard, already pushed into a corner by his mom. If he couldn't explain himself today, he would definitely face the consequences later. If Zhou Lin meeting Wu Shui was fate, then AI Bing and Tang Yili were definitely a pair of ill-fated souls. The reason AI Bing could easily get Tang Yili to rush to Jiazhou like a dog was that he had a like-minded classmate there, Sun Qinghao. Upon receiving the news from Tang Yili, Sun Qinghao first went to the train station to pick him up. The two then met with AI Bing and Yang Qiqi. The four of them drove around Jiazhou, and Sun Qinghao initially wanted to show off his local knowledge in front of the two beautiful women. But many shops had closed early due to the bad weather, and they almost couldn't even find a hot pot restaurant. As the sky outside turned dark and Zhou Lin still hadn't shown up, AI Bing, having had a couple of drinks, became a bit annoyed and decided to give Zhou Lin a hard time. As long as Zhou Lin didn't take the initiative to look for her, she wouldn't go back. A couple of days ago, she felt helpless, but now that Tang Ili was here, along with the unexpected surprise of Sun Qinghao, she felt more empowered. With AI Bing's keen observation, she could tell that Sun Qinghao was also a bit of a scoundrel, the kind that was seasoned in the game of love. He was all over Yang Qiqi while secretly giving AI Bing flirtatious looks. What a jerk! Most of the time, AI Bing's demeanor was just a facade. She genuinely looked down on both Zhou Lin and Tang Ili. Although Sun Qinghao drove an expensive imported car worth over 300,000, he still rented a place, which AI Bing categorized him as a loser. AI Bing, don't go to your relative's house tonight. We haven't seen each other for a long time, so we should catch up, Tang Ili, with eyes red from alcohol, said eagerly. Fine, if they don't call, I won't go back. Sigh, there's nowhere to have fun. I Bing complained. Sun Qinghao quickly suggested they could buy some food and go to his place, and the four continued drinking. AI Bing shot a glance at Sun Qinghao, who was trying to get Yang Qiqi drunk, guessing his ulterior motives. Unfortunately, no matter how hard Tang Ili and Sun Qinghao tried, they were still at least 20 years short of being able to get AI Bing and Yang Qiqi drunk, unless they resorted to underhanded methods. But seasoned women like them wouldn't fall for such tricks. In the end, both Sun Qinghao and Tang Ili ended up passed out, and AI Bing and Yang Qiqi took some amusing photos of the two shirtless men before recklessly rummaging through Sun Qinghao's house. Ugh, what a poor guy, he has nothing. They were incredulous, noting his poor drinking capacity, suspecting he was lacking in other areas too. Actually, Tang Ili is still okay. Do you want to give him a try? That guy? He doesn't deserve it. Only you would treat him like a treasure. Yang Qiqi burped. Now that AI Bing had confirmed that Sun Qinghao was indeed a loser, she lost all interest in him. Although Tang Ili didn't have much money either, he at least looked good, had a nice physique, and was strong enough to satisfy her. In her words, he was a decent tool. With some free time on her hands, AI Bing couldn't help but think of Zhou Lin, who seemed to have more value than both Tang Ili and Sun Qinghao combined. Now she was a bit regretful, worried that Zhou Lin might misunderstand her actions. But thinking further, AI Bing felt that even if Zhou Lin did get upset, it would still be within her control. Jiazhou City wasn't big, and technically, AI Bing was only a street away from Lanshan. If she chose the right direction, she could even see Zhou Lin's house. In the living room, after hearing Zhou Lin's explanation, Wu Shui remained calm. On one hand, Zhou Lin repeatedly emphasized that this was just his personal opinion. On the other hand, it was Wu Shui's character. After all, being able to pursue a PhD in the clinical department at Bashi University was no small feat. My dad is a great doctor, and my mom is an expert in mechanical engineering. We're going to Europe because my mom has to attend an international conference, Wu Shui said, as if speaking to Zhou Lin, but also as if talking to herself. Zhou Lin understood that she was saying her parents were extremely capable elites. Any country that recognized their abilities would surely take them seriously, and their chances of survival in a disaster would be much higher compared to ordinary people. Moreover, talents like Wu Shui's parents would know better how to cope in a crisis than ordinary folks. So the biggest problem seems to be me, Wu Shui chuckled self-deprecatingly. I didn't expect things to get so serious, so I wasn't very well prepared for supplies. I think I might starve at home. Zhou Li, who had been reading on the sofa, suddenly looked up and said, Sister Shui, don't worry. As long as I have something to eat, you will definitely have something to drink. Thank you, Xiaoli, but I can't just eat and drink for free. Besides, things might not be as bad as your brother says. Not that bad. Zhou Lin smiled. Before he could speak, Cheng Yali, who had just finished tidying up the dining table, walked over and said, Xiao Shui, you're being too modest. It's no trouble at all. Don't mention just eating and drinking at our house. Even if you wanted to stay, Annie and Uncle would welcome you with open arms. You're a true genius. If you have time, you could even tutor Xiaoli, and that would be a gain for us. Xiaoli is really smart. Faced with Cheng Yali's invitation, Wu Shui neither accepted nor rejected it. It's about time. I should head home. Wu Shui stood up to leave, but Zhou Li pulled her back, and the two women stayed in her room for nearly 2 hours before coming out smiling. After Zhou Li sent Wu Shui off, Zhou Lin couldn't help but ask, "You've only known her for a few days, and you took her to your room? Aren't you afraid of revealing too much? Do you think I'm as foolish as you?" Zhou Li turned around, looking serious. "I have a kindred spirit with her. Do you know her IQ? Only a little lower than mine. To be honest, she's the one I can truly talk to. And you thought that was all?" Zhou Lin said, "With your IQ, thinking that far is already pushing it. The gap between people can sometimes be as vast as that between humans and monkeys." "Who said that?" Zhou Lin felt it sounded familiar. "It doesn't matter who said it." Zhou Li waved her hand with confidence. "Let me ask you, are we really prepared for the impending apocalypse?" Zhou Lin thought for a moment. "I think we're almost ready. What else are we lacking?" "Of course there's something." Zhou Li pointed at Shou Kaijun, who was smoking by the dining table, and Cheng Yali, who was eating sunflower seeds. "Look at them, old folks in their 50s or 60s, having worked hard all their lives. Their bodies are probably already worn out. When the apocalypse comes, if either of them gets a headache or fever, even if we have medicine, do you know how to use it?" "So you really value Wu Shui's profession and abilities?" Zhou Lin asked. "You can teach this child. It brings me great comfort. Dad, Mom, just send this girl away. I can't take it anymore." Chapter 20. Zhou Li's ecosystem on June 25th. Zhou Lin got up and clearly felt a drop in temperature. It was now 8:30 in the morning, and it was still pitch black outside. The city no longer had the dazzling lights of the past. Many places appeared quite dim, and the neon lights were becoming fewer, likely because more shops were choosing clothes. The entire world was sliding into an abyss, and no one could stop it. Sighing, Zhou Lin forced himself to pull together. Today, his parents were going back to move some necessary items over, while things that were useful but inconvenient to move would all be sealed away. Last night, Zhou Lin had given a pistol for magazines and a box of bullets to Zhou Kaijun in a tit-for-tat exchange, considering that communication might be interrupted due to power issues. Zhou Lin also found a military short-range communication system on the Leifen number, with a terminal for each family member and a main unit set up on the rooftop platform. This system had an effective communication range of about 20 kilometers, and he believed that even if someone in the family had to go out in the next 2 months, it wouldn't exceed this range. Zhou Lin spent the entire morning busy on the rooftop. He and Zhou Li were to complete the remaining window sealing work today, and he also planned to build a sturdy tool shed on the platform. After the temperature dropped, heavy snow would fall, and some tools and materials would quickly deteriorate if left under ice and snow. "Brother, since you want to build, why not build a bigger one? It can not only store things but also be used to raise some chickens, ducks, geese, and rabbits," Zhou Li said. "Raise small animals? Well, I used to feed them." "Feed? I had Mom buy some," Zhou Li replied seriously. "Where did you buy it? Where is it?" "In the logistics park. Chicken, duck, goose, quail, rabbit feed, dog food, cat food, various animal snacks, and I also had Mom buy a lot of cat litter." Zhou Li counted on her fingers. Zhou Lin slapped his forehead. He and T paid attention to what was in the logistics park when he collected things, not realizing there were these items. Thinking about it, these items might come in handy in the future, so he couldn't say Zhou Li was wasting. "But it seems we don't have any other animals besides Heizai. A few days ago, Heizai had been guarding the house in the countryside, and today, when Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali returned, they would bring it back. The doghouse in the foyer was already prepared. You don't need to worry about that. This girl has everything planned perfectly." "All right, just tell me how you want it built." Building a tool shed with ample materials and tools wasn't difficult. Zhou Li played a significant role. It seemed she already had a set of blueprints in her head down to the millimeter. All Zhou Lin had to do was cut the materials to her specified dimensions and then assemble them like building blocks, and it was done. Looking at the 2-meter-3 tall, 12-meter long, and 9-meter wide structure in front of him, Zhou Lin fell into thought. Did I really build this in half a day? Could it be that my talent is actually as a construction worker? Turning to glance at Zhou Li, who was squinting and seemed to be calculating something, he thought, fine. As always, without Zhou Li, he was nothing. The interior space of the tool shed was over 90 square meters, with Zhou Li designating the left side for a generator and filter room, a chicken coop, duck pen, and goose enclosure. On the right side was a simple fish pond, with a cage for raising quails above it. Scattered feed and quail droppings would fall directly into the pond, serving as fish food. The boiler was placed not far from the pond for efficient heat utilization. The remaining space was designated for raising rabbits. Finally, the middle part, over 20 square meters, was designed with rotating planting racks, paired with red and blue LED lights above, allowing for the simultaneous cultivation of over 1,000 vegetables. Zhou mentioned some nutrient solution and artificial light planting technology that could ensure the basic needs of their family of 4. These were areas of knowledge Zhou was blind to. He really didn't know where 13-year-old Zhou learned all this strange knowledge, making Zhou feel like it was not him who had time traveled or been reborn, but Zhou. Assuming our world is real, then there is no possibility of time travel or rebirth. You merely transcended your own dimension at the quantum fluctuation level. Conversely, if this world is not real, then time travel and rebirth don't exist either. It can only be that the system specially preserved her data and backed it up in a replay program. I'll just go cook. Zhou couldn't understand what Zhou was saying, but he also couldn't abandon his pride as an older brother. So he chose to do what he was good at. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. The kitchen is Zhou's forbidden zone. No matter how high her IQ, she can't cook a decent egg fried rice, let alone her favorite golden egg fried rice. Delicious. Looking at the scattered golden rice grains on the table, Zhou felt a sense of his sister being back. This was what a 13-year-old child should be like. The phone rang. It was AI Bing calling. Zhou perked up her ears like, "Hey, Zai." It wasn't that she was gossipy, but she only liked gossip related to Zhou. "Why didn't you call me?" Sure enough, AI Bing's opening line was a retort. And if Zhou didn't have past life experiences, he would have been dumbfounded at this moment. "It's so dark. Come pick me up. I've been waiting at a friend's house all night. I've already sent you my location. This kind of woman shouldn't be killed. Brother, you have big plans. Do you have a strategy? Tell me, and I'll help you strategize," Zhou whispered in Zhou ear. "Just wait." Zhou calmly hung up the phone, then glanced at the location AI Bing sent. Well, it was just half a street from the back door of Lanshan community. The key was that the community wasn't low-end. How did AI Bing and Tang Ili get in there? They couldn't possibly own a house there. Tang Ili wasn't from Bashu. Could they be renting? Knowing where AI Bing was made Zhou less anxious. The reason AI Bing called was that she hadn't brought luggage when she went out, especially some warm clothes that were still at the farm. It had started cooling down last night, and now it wasn't easy to go out and buy a set, as there were very few shops open. Taking advantage of the time, Zhou briefly told Zhou about matters related to AI Bing. Zhou patted Zhou shoulder with a wise air. "Not bad. You become quite strategic. Your decision is correct. Women like this should first let them taste the flavor of the apocalypse, then give them a glimmer of hope for survival, and finally completely shatter the hope to make them despair. When they are in despair and want to die, make them live in a fate worse than death. Once they get used to living in a fate worse than death, let them die in utter humiliation and regret." TSK, perfect. Have you been reading palace intrigue novels lately? You should read less. That stuff reduces intelligence. Zhou didn't want to turn his sister into Zhenhuan. The world was already so tough. Why create more difficulties for the living? Let us talk about something realistic. Tomorrow the temperature will drop to 0 degrees. 0 degrees? Zhou's attention was indeed diverted. Compared to simple matters, she preferred challenging ones. "Do we have enough coal and oil?" "I think we do," Zhou replied. The fuel reserves in Leifa number were indeed quite sufficient. Gasoline, aviation kerosene, and diesel were all available, with aviation kerosene being the most abundant. Normally, this stuff couldn't be used in standard gasoline engines, but it could be used in diesel engines. For example, the Conqueror RV that Zhou collected had a 15.6-liter 6-cylinder diesel engine, and, theoretically, using high-quality aviation kerosene wouldn't cause significant issues. As for coal and charcoal, they were later purchased by Chengyali, with about 30 tons of anthracite and 50 tons of charcoal, which should be enough to last over a year under normal circumstances. Even so, Zhou was still a bit dissatisfied. She took out her phone and kept scrolling until she stopped at a place 20 kilometers away from Jiazhou City. Aqua Mine. Zhou didn't understand what Zhou meant by pointing out Jiayang coal mine. If there's a chance, I want to go there, Zhou said. Isn't it enough? Plans can never keep up with changes. Smart people never wait for tomorrow. They choose tomorrow. Zhou shrugged in agreement. Meanwhile, on the other end, AI Bing, who had just been hung up on, was almost driven crazy. Chapter 21. The Fall of the Island Nation at Sun Qinghao's home. AI Bing and the others waited for Zhou, but he never showed up, nor did he even call. This left her furious and with a sense of foreboding. Could it be that he sensed something? Glancing at Tang Ili and Sun Qinghao, who were busy gaming, AI Bing felt something was off compared to Zhou family, who had been bustling about for the past few days. It was already noon, yet the sky only showed a trace of light. The once bright July sun was obscured by thick clouds, appearing colder than the moon, like a long-forgotten duck egg yolk. Bored, AI Bing scrolled through her phone and found an abundance of discussions about the apocalypse online. Posts that had been deleted a few days ago were now freely circulating. Could it be that, reflecting on Zhou family's actions, they had long been preparing? If that were the case, for her own safety, AI Bing thought it would be better to head to Zhou house as soon as possible. AI Bing, are you hungry? Let's go out to eat. Tang Ili finally put down his phone, feeling a bit hungry. Go out to eat? AI Bing pointed out the window with annoyance. In this weather, do you think any restaurants are open? In fact, there hadn't been any restaurants open nearby since last night. Food supplies were either controlled or sold out. Without ingredients, how can any restaurants operate? That's okay, I have instant noodles at home. As a typical single guy, Sun Qinghao had stocked up on fast food, but AI Bing was unwilling to eat it. It was unhealthy and bad for her skin. Seeing the instant noodles Sun Qinghao brought out, AI Bing couldn't help but think of the Zhou family's farm. The pigsty and chicken coop she had once looked down upon now made her nostalgic. They must have plenty of food. AI Bing exchanged a glance with Yang Qiqi, and it was surprising how aligned their thoughts were. We're leaving. Zhou still hadn't called, and after AI Bing sent a message without a response, she started to feel anxious. As a woman who was fully aware of her worth, she had to assess the value of her backup options. Currently, Zhou, who had a big house and a farm, was undoubtedly worth far more than Tang Ili. AI Bing was very clear on the importance of short-term happiness versus filling her stomach. But Tang Ili was unhappy. He had traveled all the way from Shenzhen just for one night. Let us stay a couple more days. It's just to eat something. I'll go buy it. AI Bing couldn't stop Tang Ili in time. She hadn't expected that as soon as Tang Ili left, Sun Qinghao would approach her. If Yang Qiqi hadn't gone to take a shower, this guy wouldn't have dared to be so bold. AI Bing, your voice was really beautiful last night. What do you want? AI Bing said coldly. Hey, what could I want? Old Tang and I are brothers. You're his woman. How could I just mess with you? He said, but his expression clearly conveyed his intentions toward AI Bing. To be honest, AI Bing didn't care much about that kind of thing. What she cared about was value. Any engagement would incur some cost, and if she couldn't gain anything from it, she wouldn't let others benefit for free. What could Sun Qinghao possibly offer her? Meanwhile, after stepping outside, Tang Ili quickly regretted it. Cold. It's so damn cold. Inside, with the doors and windows tightly shut, it hadn't felt as bad, but the wind on the street made it feel like he was undressed. His hands and feet were almost frozen. It was July, yet it felt like the dead of winter. It had never been this cold in Shenzhen. Jiashu was such a terrible place. Tang Ili had wrongly blamed Jiashu, in fact. It had never been this cold there either, and at that moment, Shenzhen was even colder than Jiashu. The entire atmospheric circulation had been completely disrupted. Surface cooling was no longer due to cold air from the north, and Shenzhen, being near the sea, could no longer be protected by warm ocean air. If Tang Ili had contacted his friends in Shenzhen, he would have known that by noon the day before, it had already been freezing cold. Not only Shenzhen, but almost all coastal cities were experiencing unprecedented low temperatures. A massive meteorological disaster had formed globally, and disaster response had become the primary task for governments worldwide. In comparison, the island nation might be the most severely affected country in the world. Due to volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, and heavy rainfall from severe convective weather, all cities in the island nation, except for the capital, had completely collapsed. Ordinary citizens received no assistance beyond self-rescue, and unprepared self-rescue often had minimal effectiveness. 13 cities were completely submerged by floods caused by heavy rains, with 3/4 of the population missing, which was essentially tantamount to death. Additionally, 3 small cities near the mountains had vanished in mudslides, with almost no one managing to escape. Centered around Shifushan, a 30-kilometer radius was filled with toxic volcanic ash and unbreathable gases, leaving no chance for survival for anyone or any animal that had not managed to escape the area in time. The government of the island nation could only express its helplessness in response. It was said that the royal family had shamefully evacuated. They neither went to the militarily strongest, beautiful country nor to the wealthiest Europe, but headed straight to economically underdeveloped Africa. This demonstrated that the rumors from a few years ago about the island nation making various arrangements in Africa were not unfounded. After all, living in such a natural environment, anyone might fantasize about what to do if the apocalypse came. Those with power and wealth had also left. Most had evacuated on the day of the Shifushan eruption, with some going to Africa and most heading to Europe. Particularly the wealthy, who had purchased properties in various European countries early on, were finally able to make use of them, using a secretly developed navy and an already large civilian fleet. The royal family and government of the island nation had even sent 2/3 of their military forces into the sea, heading straight for Africa. Perhaps they viewed this natural disaster as an opportunity for the islanders. During peacetime, they would never have dared to openly invade African lands. Yesterday morning, a cold wave of unknown origin struck the island nation, advancing from south to north like a real-life ice queen, causing temperatures to plummet by as much as 50 degrees. A movie once depicted the destruction caused by super low temperatures from severe convective storms, and many thought it was artistic exaggeration, believing that such conditions could never occur on Earth. But now it had happened, and the entire world was watching to see what kind of destruction this new cold wave could wreak. Through the temporarily undamaged cameras and networks, one could see how the cold wave instantaneously froze a river, how it frosted a building in an instant, and how it turned walking humans into crystal ice sculptures in the blink of an eye. Professional institutions estimated through video footage that the center of this cold wave might have a temperature of minus 100 degrees. Even the hardiest Eskimos could not survive in such low temperatures. Chapter 22 persuaded Wu Shui the tragic situation in the island nation prompted governments around the world to accelerate their responses to the apocalypse. If there had been dissenting voices among the high-ranking officials of various countries before, those voices completely vanished after witnessing the fate of the island nation. After all, only a madman would choose self-destruction. Normal people think about how to survive. The Eden and art plans of the beautiful country, the Spark plan of Xia country, the Olympus plan that several major European countries had secretly collaborated on for years, and the hibernation plan of Bear country all began to be implemented more rapidly. In contrast, countries with weaker economies, technologies, or natural conditions faced much worse situations. It wasn't that their leaders couldn't see the impending doom. Rather, even if they did, they were powerless to act. They either lacked economic support, didn't have sufficient technological backing, or simply had no viable locations within their borders to execute plans. Take the neighboring countries of the island nation, Han country and Jin country, for example. These two brother nations had taken completely different developmental paths in recent decades, with Han country far ahead in terms of economy and technology, to the point where its citizens once looked down on their former compatriots. Yet when disaster struck, the island nation encircled Han country suddenly found themselves with no way out. At least the islanders had their prior arrangements in Africa, but the leaders and tycoons of Han country lacked the foresight and capability for such planning. In contrast, the closed-off and backward Jin country was connected to the continental shelf. As long as Xia country showed a little goodwill, the chances of survival for Jin country's leaders and citizens would increase significantly, thanks to the protection of the mountains. In fact, the relationship between Jin country and Xia country had always been decent, especially in light of the current disaster facing humanity. Just a few days ago, the top leader of Jin country had already communicated with high-ranking officials of Xia country, and after making promises, received permission for the citizens of Jin country to enter Xia country to build shelters when necessary, to avoid social unrest. Governments around the world tacitly chose to keep their survival plans confidential for the time being, only notifying key individuals and elite groups according to the plan's requirements, urging them to quietly head to the nearest evacuation points. Wu Shui and her family, along with Yang Qiqi and others, were clearly not among those notified. However, Wu Shui received a notification last night. The message clearly stated that she belonged to the third category of elite talent and could seek support at the nearest military station using the QR code sent with the message. If conditions allowed, the military would escort her to a shelter under the Spark plan. After receiving the news, Wu Shui couldn't sleep for almost the entire night. She did trust her country, but she didn't know if she would ever have the chance to come out once she entered the shelter. If she couldn't contact the outside world at that time, she might completely lose the opportunity to find her parents. What if she didn't go to the military? Wu Shui took the time to catch up on many apocalypse novels and only managed to send a message to Zhou Li in the afternoon, despite her two black eyes. "Hey!" Zhou Li exclaimed upon seeing the message and immediately dropped what she was doing to open the door. "Sister Shui, Xiao Li." Wu Shui's smile was clearly a bit forced, and she walked a little unsteadily, not only from lack of rest but also from exhaustion. The two women sat down in the room, and Wu Shui looked around before asking about Zhou Kaijun and Xing Yali. In her view, many decisions should not be made by Zhou Li alone, but required an adult's input. "It's okay. I have a say in this family." Zhou Li patted her chest. Wu Shui still didn't believe it and asked about Zhou Lin. Zhou Li thought for a moment, took out a walkie-talkie, and called Zhou Lin down from the rooftop where he was working. Hearing about the Spark plan, Zhou Lin wasn't surprised. He not only knew about the plan, but was also aware of many of its base's locations. "My suggestion." Zhou Lin glanced at Zhou Li, feeling that the intelligence of these two women, one big and one small, was somewhat frightening, and he feared he might accidentally let something slip. "Listen to me, Sister Shui. Just stay here. We have everything prepared," Zhou Li said as she dragged Wu Shui towards the platform. When Wu Shui saw the water reservoir and the newly finished tool room that still smelled of paint, she was quite shocked. "So you guys anticipated this long ago?" "Not us. Me." Zhou Li proudly pointed to herself. "It was my unreasonable and willful request that Dad, Mom, and my brother did all this to accommodate me." "Lily, if you can't use idioms, then don't." Zhou Lin couldn't listen any longer and couldn't help but speak up. "I like using them this way. It's none of your business." Zhou Li shot Zhou Lin a glare, then turned back to introduce Wu Shui to the facilities in the tool room and the plan, even showing her some of the stockpiles meant to be concealed from others. "You really are a lucky star, Xiao Li." After touring the tool room and returning downstairs, Wu Shui couldn't help but sigh. Compared to Zhou Li, she felt like a bookworm, knowing nothing outside of her own specialty and not considering anything else. "So, Sister Shui, have you decided to join us?" To be honest, Wu Shui was tempted. But the apocalypse novels she had read made her aware of the status of women who were ineffective in such times. Her only valuable skill might be her medical abilities. "I often rack my brains for my brother, thinking hard, worried that he won't find a wife." "Why?" Zhou Li curiously diverted the topic. "If he can't find a wife, then I'll be sacrificed by my parents, and my fate will be miserable." Wu Shui was taken aback, her face slightly reddening. "So, exactly." Zhou Li stood on the sofa, waving her hands enthusiastically. "The moment I saw you, I knew it. I willingly want you to be my sister-in-law." I think I should leave first." Although Zhou Lin wasn't present, Wu Shui still felt extremely awkward. It wasn't that she disliked or looked down on Zhou Lin. In fact, she had never considered matters of the heart. As a top student among top students, she had devoted almost all her time to her studies, which was why she had achieved her current accomplishments and was even among the third batch of notifications for the Spark plan. Her impression of Zhou Lin had always been at the level of a friend or Zhou Li's brother. "Where do you think you're going?" "Sister Shui, I advise you not to waver. When it's time to make a decision, do it decisively. Besides, you already know our family situation inside and out. I will never let things go with the flow." Wu Shui held her forehead. Okay, as long as you don't use idioms. We can still be good friends. I can join, but as for being your brother's girlfriend, let us think about it more carefully, shall we?" "Yay!" Zhou Li dove into Wu Shui's arms. "I've always wanted a smart sister, and finally, my wish is granted." "That's gender discrimination." Zhou Lin, who had just come downstairs, said angrily. Wrong. Zhou lifted her head from Wu Shue's embrace. Someone as ignorant and unable to discern right from wrong as you has no right to talk to me. Watching the sibling banter, Wu Shue couldn't help but laugh. She suddenly felt that this family atmosphere was really quite nice. Though it couldn't be called elegant or stylish, it was genuine and warm. So her choice should not be wrong. Just as Zhou Lin was preparing to give Zhou Li a lesson, the doorbell rang. Chapter 23. Cheng Yali's fury. The man standing outside the door had a somewhat special identity. I am the property manager of the community, Xiaohang. Oh, is there something I can help you with? This was Zhou Lin's first time meeting Xiaohang. His initial impression was not particularly good. Even though Xiaohang's attire and demeanor gave off a sense of reliability and steadiness, Zhou Lin felt that something was off. Perhaps this was the intuition honed in the apocalypse. Blocking the doorway with his body, Zhou Lin used his height advantage to prevent Xiaohang from peering into the corridor. There have been complaints from some residents about your unauthorized construction. Xiaohang pointed to the newly installed explosion-proof door, stating that this area is a public space, and they had come to discuss it after receiving complaints from other residents. I see. Zhou Lin did not outright deny it. He was a reasonable person. Since there were complaints from other residents, we will contact the renovation company to dismantle it. It should take no more than 3 to 5 days. Xiaohang was somewhat surprised. This was too agreeable, not realistic. Then it would trouble you, and if there is anything we can assist you with, please feel free to let us know. We will certainly do what we can. Okay, once my parents are back, I will have them contact the renovation company. Don't worry, as soon as we find one, we will dismantle it immediately. No problem, but the premise is that we have to find a renovation company. Xiaohang did not notice the trap in Zhou Lin's words and took out his phone to let Zhou Lin scan to join the Lawn Mountain Community Residence Group. Your parents are getting a bit old. I didn't mention this to them the last few times I saw them. Anyway, it's fine as long as one person from the family is in the residence group, Xiaohang said while operating his phone. The weather has been quite harsh lately. It's uncertain when it will return to normal. Some residents in our community are quite capable. A resident from Building 3 contacted a farm a few days ago and brought 5 trucks of fresh vegetables to everyone. There is also a resident in Building 5 who is in the grain and oil business. If anyone in the community is short on food, they can contact him. But the quantity each time can't be too much, just enough for a family for 3 to 5 days. At this point, Xiaohang looked at Zhou Lin and said, I heard that Boss Zhou is a large-scale farmer in our city, so I wonder if you still have pork or something. If Zhou Kaijun and Qing Yali hadn't mentioned it, how would the property company know these things? This was somewhat complicated. My family's farm was sold off some time ago. Otherwise, we wouldn't have moved here as a whole family. If I had known this situation would arise, I wouldn't have moved. Don't you think? At least in the countryside, we wouldn't lack food. Xiaohang was clearly surprised and a bit disappointed. So, do you still have any stock at your farm in the countryside? No. Zhou Lin spread his hands. We are raising livestock, not processing. I see, then that is fine. If there is anything, we can communicate directly through text messages. We won't disturb you any further. After Xiaohang led 2 security guards into the elevator, Zhou Lin finally closed the door. Zhou Li and Wu Shui, hiding behind the slightly ajar security door, heard everything. That Xiaohang wanted to add me on contact the other day, but I rejected it, Wu Shui said. He is sneaky and not a good person. Zhou Li nodded. Sister Shui, don't pay attention to him. Zhou Lin agreed with Zhou Li's statement and then called Qing Yali to inform her about the explosion-proof door. Zhou Kaijun assured Zhou Lin that neither he nor Qing Yali had ever mentioned to anyone in the community what their family did. Could it be the developer? The community property is a subsidiary of the developer, Qing Yali reminded Zhou Kaijun. It's fine. Anyway, we should stay out of community matters. When will you be back? We are already on the way. Lao Zhou, slow down, there's something blocking the road ahead, brake. Qing Yali's shout immediately made Zhou Lin's heart tighten, and the subsequent sound of a collision made him leap up. Brother? You all sit tight. Zhou Lin listened to the busy signal on the phone, his face turning pale. Something happened. It definitely wasn't an accident. Lao Zhou's driving skills couldn't cause a crash. Moreover, Qing Yali had just shouted that something was blocking the road. Zhou Lin immediately thought of roadblocks. Using roadblocks to rob passing vehicles is a simple and effective method. Inexperienced people can easily fall for it. This was his fault, seeing the relatively stable situation in Bashu. He had been somewhat careless. I need to go save them. Here, take this. You know how to use it, right? Without time to explain, Zhou Lin handed a handgun and 2 magazines to Zhou Li, avoiding Wu Shue's line of sight. Zhou Li's small hand trembled as she hid the gun in her thick homeware, calmly saying, "Brother, be careful." "You too." Ruffling Zhou Li's long hair, Zhou Lin opened the explosion-proof door and stepped outside. Outside, the cold wind howled, and the sky was almost devoid of light. Humanity wouldn't see the sun again for nearly 2 months. The real chill would officially descend upon the world tonight. Zhou Lin needed to find Zhou Kaijun and his wife as soon as possible. Otherwise, all 3 of them might face life-threatening danger. At this time, he completely abandoned his concerns and jumped into his car, fully armed, dressed in a complete set of U.S. Special Forces gear. He had not only weapons, but also infrared night vision goggles on his head. Once the car drove out of the community, Zhou Lin immediately took out 2 handguns and a submachine gun, placing them within easy reach, and slammed down on the accelerator. On the road to the farm, Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali's pickup truck was tilted on the roadside. Not far ahead, a group of people was slowly surrounding the pickup truck. Inside the vehicle, Zhou Kaijun was holding his forehead, blood seeping through his fingers and causing his eyebrows and eyes to become a mess. Fortunately, he was still conscious, constantly reminding Cheng Yali to lock the doors and windows. Just now, due to poor visibility, Zhou Kaijun saw the roadblock a bit too late. To avoid slamming into it directly, he could only slam on the brakes while slightly turning the steering wheel, hoping to use the pickup truck's powerful off-road capability to drive past the roadblock beside the farmland. But unexpectedly, bad luck struck. The pickup truck's chassis hit a large rock at the edge of the farmland, causing the engine to stall and Zhou Kaijun to bump his forehead. However, this maneuver caught the people who had set up the roadblock off guard. They had intended to wait for the truck to crash before directly opening fire. But the pickup truck stopped about 20 to 30 meters away. Cheng Yali was not too panicked. She locked the doors and windows while checking Zhou Kaijun's injuries. After confirming that there were no other issues besides his forehead, she looked up to gaze outside the window. On the dark road, a group of figures was closing in, and it was evident they were armed with various weapons, some even reflecting metallic glints under the headlights. "Dare to rob my mother." Cheng Yali reached in her chest, pulled out the handgun Zhou Lin had given her, chambered a round steadily, and then prepared to get out of the car. "Zzz, the voice from the walkie-talkie in Zhou Kaijun's attempt to stop her made Cheng Yali hesitate. "Son, I'm your mom." Hearing Cheng Yali's voice, Zhou Lin, who had been trying to reach them, finally felt relieved. "Mom, are you all right? Where are you?" "We've been ambushed. Here, at Yangbikozi. I'm going to kill them." "Mom, don't rush. I'll be there soon. Don't go yet." After confirming their location, Zhou Lin accelerated again. Knowing Cheng Yali's temper, if she said she was going to kill those people, Lao Zhou would definitely not be able to stop her. Chapter 24. No survivors. The persistent rain, mixed with snow, made the road slippery. If it weren't for this, Zhou Kaijun wouldn't have lost control of the pickup truck, and he wouldn't have been injured. Zhou Lin put on the infrared night vision goggles. Even though the headlights weren't bright enough, they were sufficient for him to see the road ahead clearly. Before he reached Yangbikozi, he already saw obstacles piled in the middle of the road, several pieces of construction machinery. The menacing appearance of the machinery suggested that if he crashed into it, the drivers and passengers in the front row would likely die on the spot. The person who set up this roadblock clearly wasn't looking to rob. They were aiming for lives. Zhou Lin felt a surge of anger. As he slowed down, he scanned left and right to see where those bastards were hiding. However, before he could bring the vehicle to a stop, a sharp gunshot rang out ahead. Damn it! Zhou Lin didn't hesitate, grabbing his submachine gun, jumping out of the car, and running forward. The gunfire continued, mixed with human screams and cries, along with frantic barking from dogs. As Zhou Lin rounded the roadblock, he saw a crowd of figures through his night vision goggles. Some were running back toward him, some were diving into nearby farmland, others were hopping onto the pickup truck, and some were already lying on the ground. Through the night vision goggles, Zhou Lin could confirm that Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali were still in the car. The silhouette in the passenger seat was splattering red light from the gun in their hand. Undoubtedly Cheng Yali, furious and reaping lives. Since the shooting had already begun, Zhou Lin couldn't let anyone present escape. He immediately aimed his gun at the nearest figures and pulled the trigger. With a faint sound, bullets left clear trajectories in the night vision goggles, helping Zhou Lin adjust his aim until he took them down. The few people who had run far couldn't help but look back at the gunfire, then turned and continued to flee. Unfortunately, could anyone run faster than a bullet? Having experienced the apocalypse, Zhou Lin wouldn't hesitate to kill just because he had taken a few lives. The micro-submachine gun used by the special forces was very stable, and with the night vision goggles, Zhou Lin found it exceptionally easy to shoot accurately. After emptying 3 magazines, he could no longer see anyone standing in the night vision goggles, except for Cheng Yali. So, Cheng Yali, having gotten out of the car, called out to Zhou Lin while aiming her gun at the person on the hood of the engine, or rather, the corpse. "Mom," Zhou Lin greeted, then immediately pulled the trigger at someone who was still struggling. "Hurry, let's go." Cheng Yali, having calmed down, finally seemed a bit flustered. "Don't rush." Comparatively, Zhou Lin was much calmer. He had the night vision goggles and could clearly see who was truly dead and who was just pretending. Despite Cheng Yali having emptied 2 magazines, only the first 2 brutes had actually died at her hands. When the crowd began to scatter, her aim was all over the place. Watching Zhou Lin calmly finish off the remaining targets, even Cheng Yali felt a chill, especially when she saw a man who had been shot in the ankle pleading desperately in front of Zhou Lin, who coldly shot him down like he was killing a chicken. Cheng Yali couldn't help but turn back to the car. "Old Zhou, is that still my son? Didn't you just shoot too?" Zhou Kaijun felt much better now, and the wound wrapped in a towel didn't hurt as much. Although he had never experienced the apocalypse and had never been a soldier, he usually seemed less fiery than Cheng Yali. "I did it to save you. Wife, you did well." Zhou Kaijun's voice softened, even calling out wife, a term he hadn't used in a long time, which made Cheng Yali instantly lose control, hugging him tightly. "Be gentle. Honey, I was so scared." "I was scared too. I told you not to get out of the car, but you didn't listen. If you don't listen next time, I'm going to—" Outside the car, Zhou Lin said, "Mom and Dad, well, I'm glad to see you two being so affectionate. Can we hurry up? It's really cold." "Who is being affectionate? You brat, come help your dad out." "Mom, you can handle this by yourself." Zhou Lin pretended to check the cargo in the truck bed. The poor black dog was locked in a cage, its mouth frothing from barking wildly. It must have wanted to protect its owner just now. Zhou Lin noticed blood on the dog's gums, wondering if it had hurt itself chewing on the cage. "It's okay. Black dog." Zhou Lin opened the cage door, and Black Dog bolted toward the driver's seat. Zhou Lin ignored it and began to gather the items in the truck bed. Besides supplies, there were actually 10 chickens, 6 ducks, 2 geese, 1 male and 3 female rabbits, and a cage of quail in the truck bed. These living creatures couldn't be stored in the storage space. Zhou Lin could only call Black Dog to help, transporting them 1 cage at a time to his truck. After everything was moved, Zhou Lin also stored the pickup truck. He couldn't do anything about the bodies on the ground. Even if someone investigated later, they wouldn't find this important piece of evidence, and they wouldn't be able to trace it back to his family. Inside the car, Cheng Yali was protecting Zhou Kaijun in the back seat, while Black Dog sat in the passenger seat, panting. Zhou Lin took off his gear, tossed it into the storage space, and smiled as he started the car. On the way, Zhou Lin recounted what had happened with Wu Shui, and Cheng Yali praised him, saying that it was useful after all. Zhou Kaijun had a significant wound on his forehead. An ordinary person wouldn't know how to handle such an injury. "Mom, call Lily and tell her to prepare things with Wu Shui. Don't let Dad bleed too much." A few minutes later, when Zhou Lin saw the entrance of the community, he slowly reduced the speed, but just as he was waiting for the gate to open, a figure suddenly rushed out from the guard booth, followed closely by another figure. Zhou Lin almost pulled out his gun, but thankfully, AI Bing shouted loudly, "What are you doing here? I'm freezing to death. Let us get in the car first." Due to the angle of the light, AI Bing couldn't see Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali in the car. She stomped her feet and reached for the car door, only to hear a click. The door didn't open. "Let them in," Zhou Lin told the guard, but he pressed the accelerator and drove away, watching the taillights disappear into the underground passage. AI Bing was almost furious. "Miss, do you still want to go in?" the guard asked, stifling a laugh, thinking that the lives of the rich were so plain and unadorned. No matter how beautiful a woman was, she was still a sycophant in front of them. Of course I want to go in. I just said I'm your owner. But you don't believe me. AI Bing turned sharply, venting her frustration on the young security guard. What's going on? Just then, Xiaohang, passing by, heard AI Bing shouting and walked over to ask. You, what do you mean? By the looks of you, you should be in charge. Tell your security guard to recognize me. I am the owner of Building 8, 17th floor. In the future, don't stop me and ask this and that. Be careful I don't pay the property fee. Xiaohang was slightly taken aback, then suppressed his laughter and said, Miss, our community's property fees are all prepaid. If I remember correctly, Mr. Zhou, the owner of Building 8, 17th floor, has prepaid the property fees for the next 5 years. Are you sure you're the owner? I'm his daughter-in-law. Move aside. AI Bing stomped her foot and pulled Yang Qiqi away. Watching AI Bing and Yang Qiqi's enchanting figures sway as they left, Xiaohang pondered. What just happened? Tell me everything from the beginning. Chapter 25. No way out who? Come out. Xiaohang suddenly turned around and shouted at the shadow under the light outside the door after hearing half of what the security guard had said. If you don't come out, we will take action. I can't just let this slide. Tangled and hesitant, Tang Ili crawled out from the shadows while glancing around the community. You came with those two women just now? That is my girlfriend. I came to catch her cheating. Oh, Xiaohang smiled slightly. Catch her cheating? But the lady just now didn't say that. How can you prove it? Tang Ili obviously had no way to prove it. Did he expect to go in and confront her? Seeing Tang Ili's clueless expression, Xiaohang felt anxious for him and could only guide him with words. Right? I want to go in and confront her. But why should I let you in? You know the people living inside are wealthy, and I don't want to offend them for no reason. Bro. Tang Ili was no longer panicking, and he leaned closer to Xiaohang, whispering, I can give you a little reward, as long as you tell me which place she went to. I promise the follow-up won't involve you. You think just saying it won't involve me is enough? Huh. Xiaohang laughed coldly. Why don't you come to my office and explain in detail? Tang Ili truly didn't want AI Bing to have any relations with other men, so without thinking much, he agreed to Xiaohang. At this time, Zhou Lin's family of 3 entered their home with He Zai and some poultry and rabbits. Seeing Zhou Kaijun covered in blood, Zhou Li couldn't help but gasp. Even though she was mentally prepared, Wu Shui remained relatively calm, though slightly tense. Mom and Dad, you go to the 2nd floor. Zhou Lin nodded at Wu Shui. Sorry for the trouble. Should be, they replied as they headed upstairs. Although they didn't understand why they had to go to the 2nd floor, Wu Shui didn't question it since Zhou Lin had spoken. Just as the 4 of them reached the 2nd floor, the doorbell rang. When Zhou Lin opened the door, AI Bing and Yang Qiqi felt a wave of warm air hit them, as if they had entered 2 different worlds compared to the cold outside. Why didn't you wait for me? AI Bing twisted her body and then smiled, reaching out to hold Zhou Lin. Usually this tactic worked like a charm. Hardly any man could resist it. But today, she miscalculated. Zhou Lin took a step back, expressionless. Did you come looking for something? Not expecting Zhou Lin's attitude, AI Bing's smile immediately froze. What do you mean? Didn't you invite me to have fun? Don't forget, I have a share in this house too. Earlier, AI Bing hadn't thought of this point, but now that her mind was clearing up, her intelligence seemed to have returned. Zhou Lin didn't deny the property issue, but at such a time, what did property matter? Everything depended on strength. I don't care, I want to live here. AI Bing pushed past Zhou Lin and strode into the living room, the warm and comfortable feeling making her squint her eyes. Then she saw the snacks and fruits on the coffee table and immediately reached for them, stuffing her mouth. Is there more to eat? I am starving. Seeing Zhou Lin lock the door and turn around, AI Bing thought she had won again, starting to act smug. There's food, Zhou Lin nodded coldly. But do you deserve it? AI Bing stopped, staring blankly at Zhou Lin. She almost thought she had recognized the wrong person. Is this still Zhou Lin? She looked at Yang Qiqi, wanting to confirm whether it was just her illusion. Still not understanding? Zhou Lin walked over, pulled AI Bing up, and pointed towards the sealed floor-to-ceiling window. It's the end of the world, AI Bing, the end of the world. What end of the world? Didn't they say the climate anomaly would recover soon? I Bing stammered. Recover? Zhou Lin shook his hand and threw AI Bing away. Didn't you go to find a friend? Why didn't you stay there? I just want to see him. There's nothing between us. I'm your girlfriend. Don't. I have nothing to do with you. You think you can be my sister-in-law? Do you deserve it? Zhou Li came down the stairs with a cold face, walking over to Zhou Lin and linking arms with him. Brother, how could you let them in? Zhou Lin smiled and ruffled Zhou Li's hair. What do you think? Brother, you wouldn't do something first and then something else, would you? That's too perverted. AI Bing swallowed hard, nervously looking at Zhou Lin. No, no. If I'm not welcome, I'll leave. Let's go, Cheech. Leave? You must be thinking too much. Since blood had already been shed today, Zhou Lin didn't plan to hold back anymore. He stepped forward and slapped AI Bing hard, directly knocking her to the ground. Yang Qiqi was so scared she hugged her head and screamed, not daring to stop him, not knowing where to run. Shut up. Zhou Lin slid in front of Yang Qiqi and then punched her in the abdomen. Yang Qiqi immediately opened her mouth wide and silently rolled her eyes, collapsing to the ground, fainting from the pain. Call the police. I want to report. AI Bing climbed up, her left cheek swollen with blood, speaking through the wind. Report your mother. The anger that had been hidden in Zhou Lin completely erupted. He rushed over and lifted AI Bing with one hand, throwing her hard against the ground. And the sound of bones breaking echoed from the reinforced floor. AI Bing was in so much pain, she couldn't even scream, gasping like a dying fish, not knowing if she was still breathing, treating me like a spare tire. ATM, servants, nannies, bodyguards, desperately helping you find food, and you sleep with someone else. You green-lighted me in front of others and laughed at me for being an unevolving waste. Pushed me off a cliff, caught in a rage. Zhou Lin had completely forgotten that Zhou Li was still beside him. He didn't use any weapons, relying solely on his fists and feet, landing blow after blow on AI Bing, repeatedly lifting a person weighing over 90 pounds off the ground, keeping her suspended for several seconds without touching the floor. TSK, TSK. So violent. Hey, you're awake? If you don't like it later, I can let him change the way. Zhou Li smiled at the trembling Yang Qiqi, who had just opened her eyes. Seeing her friend who had already become unrecognizable after falling, Yang Qiqi retched several times. I didn't see anything. Please let me go. I want to say anything. Really, I want to say. At this moment, Zhou Lin had no mind to deal with Yang Qiqi. AI Bing was still alive, though barely. Zhou Lin was not one to play around. AI Bing's internal organs were basically ruined, and black blood was oozing from her 7 orifices. I Bing, you must be very curious why I'm doing this to you. Come, let me tell you. Gabing Bing's ye. Zhou Lin tortured her wounds while speaking softly. I've been reborn. In my last life, about 10 minutes later, AI Bing finally exhaled her last breath and died. Zhou Lin also breathed a sigh of relief, feeling comfortable. Looking at AI Bing, her death was somewhat tragic, but Zhou Lin felt a bit regretful. It wasn't satisfying enough. Then he turned to Yang Qiqi. Wait a minute. Didn't you say it was the end of the world? I have a friend, a true rich man. Even if the apocalypse comes, he can help us live well. If you don't believe me, look, this is our chat record. If you don't kill me, when he sends someone to pick me up, I'll bring you along. Yang Qiqi raised her phone. Zhou Lin originally didn't want to listen until he saw the name Mr. Chow in the chat box. A thought flashed in his mind, and Zhou Lin changed his punch to a grab, lifting Yang Qiqi up. Is your friend's last name Chow? What is his name? Gao Baoen, Mr. Gao Baoen. Are you sure? Yes. Do you know him? Of course I know him. I know him very well. He said he was going to pick you up? Yes, that's right, Yang Qiqi said. All right, you don't have to die for now. But first help clean this place up, and then you will be in charge of the breeding farm upstairs. Chapter 26, Wu Shui's skills. Yang Qiqi never expected that she had agreed to let President Chow accept Zhou Lin's family. Yet Zhou Lin would treat her like this, making her stay at the breeding farm. What did he take her for? I said, no idle people. Zhou Lin sneered. Tomorrow my mom will teach you how to care for these animals, and Shaoli will tell you how to take care of the planting pipes. Yang Qiqi's chest heaved violently. The words of refusal were on the tip of her tongue, but ultimately turned into a huff of indignation. Just because Zhou Lin pointed outside, saying that if she didn't want to stay, she could leave, and it was already minus 15 degrees outside, with the temperature continuing to drop. Minus 15 degrees was something Yang Qiqi had never experienced in her life, and she didn't want to. Although the tool room was simple, messy, and smelly, it was sturdy and warm. The boiler in the corner continuously released heat, keeping the room's temperature above 20 degrees, making it feel like heaven compared to the outside. I want to eat something. Facing reality, Yang Qiqi chose to endure. Even now, she still didn't believe that the darkness and low temperatures would last forever. She had even thought that once social order returned to normal, she would definitely make Zhou Lin infamous, preferably to the point of no burial place. Why keep that woman and still give her food? You put her in the tool room. Aren't you afraid she'll cause damage? You can't be getting soft-hearted, can you? I warn you, don't think about anything else. In the small living room on the second floor, Wu Shui was still treating Zhou Saijuan's wounds, while Cheng Yali, who was helping, was somewhat dissatisfied with Zhou Lin's arrangements. Xiao Shui, don't mind it. That woman has nothing to do with him. As for that AI Bing, if Zhou Lin doesn't T-act, I will. She's too despicable. Wu Shui nodded and shook her head. Wearing a mask made it inconvenient for her to speak, and she probably didn't know what to say. Zhou Kaijun had a considerable wound on his forehead, the deepest part already showing the white skull, and after palpating, Wu Shui felt there might be some degree of fracture, but fortunately, it wasn't deformed, and this position didn't need special fixation. Just a few months of carefulness to avoid hitting it again. Thankfully, Zhou Kaijun showed no obvious signs of concussion or other brain injuries. The most important thing was disinfection and suturing. As a clinical doctor, these two tasks were not difficult for Wu Shui. She had been following her mentor in the hospital during her last year of undergraduate studies, mastering various skills quite well. The fact that she chose the finest thread to suture Zhou Kaijun showed her proficiency. Someone who wasn't skilled wouldn't dare to do this. Throughout the process, no anesthetics were used. Zhou Kaijun, seemingly thin and weak, managed to stay completely still, which even Wu Shui admired. After more than 10 minutes, Wu Shui finished suturing, disinfected, and took off her mask. At this point, a thin layer of fine sweat had formed on her forehead, and the tip of her small nose was also damp, indicating that she was somewhat nervous while treating Zhou Saijuan's wounds. But Zhou Lin and Cheng Yali felt that the treatment was done well. After the wound was sutured, it surprisingly stopped bleeding, and after cleaning the area with alcohol, no wrinkles from pulling the skin were found, meaning that aside from the wound itself, everything else looked just like before treatment. I have not disgraced my mission. Wu Shui gently exhaled, beginning to clean up the battlefield. Zhou Kaijun, who had just endured the pain, was already drenched in sweat and just wanted to take a hot shower and sleep soundly. It was only after Zhou Li's reminder downstairs that everyone remembered they hadn't had dinner yet. Surrounded by the dining table, although it was just a simple home-cooked meal, considering Zhou Kaijun and his wife's ordeal today, one could understand the situation outside. I'll take her some food. After eating and drinking enough, Zhou Lin remembered Yang Qiqi on the rooftop. Seeing the big bowl in Zhou Lin's hand, Yang Qiqi suddenly got up and rushed over to catch it, silently starting to eat. It's delicious. Remember to work after you finish eating. Just be honest, and I won't let you go hungry. After saying this, Zhou Lin began to check around the tool room, mainly to ensure that all equipment was operating normally, and to see if the poultry and rabbits were reacting poorly, as well as whether the food and water conditions were suitable. Strictly speaking, Zhou Lin didn't lack poultry, eggs, or meat. The cold storage in the Lifu No. 1 warehouse, which was at least minus 60 degrees, was already full, and even with Wu Shui, they couldn't finish it all. Raising these animals was more of a reminiscence of a beautiful life in the past and a hope for the future. So after Yang Qiqi finished eating, Zhou Lin reminded, or rather warned her, not to think about causing any damage in the tool room, or else he would lock her outside the tool room directly. On the 19th floor rooftop at minus 30 degrees, just thinking about it made Yang Qiqi shiver involuntarily. Although her mobile phone could still communicate and hadn't been confiscated by Zhou Lin, Yang Qiqi had already tried it and found that the emergency number couldn't be reached. And even if it could be connected, what would happen? She had now realized that Zhou Lin was employing a straightforward and open strategy. He hadn't used coercive means at all. He had neither forcefully detained her nor violently harmed her. He merely made her aware of how warm it was here and how much food was stored. That was enough. The darkness and cold did not only exist in Bashu. Yang Qiqi's hometown, which was clearly closer to the equator than Bashu, now had temperatures more than 10 degrees lower than Bashu. All the rivers were completely frozen. and over 99% of the plants had died from the cold. Forget about food and vegetables. She probably couldn't even find a piece of bark that was edible. So now Yang Qiqi had truly resigned herself to her fate. She wanted to live, not to freeze or starve to death. She could only wait. Wait for President Chao to send someone to pick her up, and by then, with President Chao's influence, dealing with the Zhou family would be a piece of cake. Little did she know that Zhou Lin was thinking the same way. If he hadn't known about this matter, Yang Qiqi should be like AI Bing now, sealed in a bag and frozen in the corner of the rooftop, waiting for the weather to warm up, where fertile land would be the best place to go. Before leaving, Zhou Lin gave Yang Qiqi a sleeping bag, an outdoor sleeping bag, warning her to use it carefully. If it got dirty or damaged, there wouldn't be a second one for her. Okay, I understand, Zhou Lin. Why don't you let me go? Holding the sleeping bag tightly, Yang Qiqi asked with a pitiful expression. Unfortunately, Zhou Lin didn't even glance back at her and simply walked out the door. Damn it! Yang Qiqi stomped her foot hard, silently venting her emotions by clawing at the door, unaware that all of this was seen by Zhou Li, who recorded it, thinking with her intelligence. How could she possibly trust a stranger with the tool room? Zhou Li had installed several surveillance cameras in the tool room. Originally, these cameras were not meant for monitoring Yang Qiqi. They were for observing the growth of the plants and animals inside and the operation of the equipment. Now, they found a new purpose. Brother, look at this woman. She doesn't realize her fortune until she sees the coffin. That's a bit true, but if it were you might be even more excited, Zhou Lin said, glancing at the video. Absolutely impossible. Zhou Li kept switching the surveillance footage, mumbling about using this and that, and how she could create a tool that would not only allow her to leave the rooftop safely, but also leave a fatal mess behind. To this, Zhou Lin could only say that they were not on the same wavelength. If Yang Qiqi had Zhou Li's intelligence, she wouldn't have ended up like this. However, what Zhou Lin didn't expect was that there were even dumber people out there. Chapter 27. Novels Can Save Lives. Lanshan Community Property Management Office. As a high-end, affluent community, the Lanshan Property Management Office is a fully equipped residential area with offices and staff dormitories. Xiaohang brought Tang Ili to the office and poured a cup of hot water for him. He had just sensed that Tang Ili was not a local, and upon questioning, it turned out to be true. What do you do? Xiaohang's gaze swept over Tang Ili's muscular build. I'm a fitness coach. Oh, just training? Weight loss, strength training, various fitness routines, and even Sanda. In fact, the fitness coaching industry is quite competitive, as the entry barrier is relatively low. As long as one has a good physical foundation and is willing to push themselves, they can basically do it. So it's important to know a lot. Upon hearing that Tang Ili also knew Sanda, a satisfied look appeared in Xiaohang's eyes. He pointed outside the window, where it was snowing, and the traffic outside had come to a halt. Do you have a place to stay in Jiazhou? I'm staying at my friend's place, Tang Ili honestly replied. Well, does he have food at home? Tang Ili swallowed hard. Sun Qinghao's house wasn't without food, but it was too monotonous, so he hadn't eaten. Later, he chased after AI Bing and came out, feeling cold and hungry, and now his stomach was protesting. Do you know what people online are saying about the current situation? Xiaohang took out a bag of bread and a box of milk and placed them in front of Tang Ili. It's the apocalypse, the end of the world. The whole world is snowing and cooling down. Have you thought about how to live on in the future? And no, Tang Ili shook his head while munching on the bread. You see, this is arguably the top community in Jiazhou City. The people living here are either rich or influential, and there are many connections. Why not stay with me and work? If I have food, you won't go hungry. Tang Ili thought for a moment and felt that Xiaohang was right, but he had another request. AI Bing, right? Don't worry. As long as I don't nod, she can't leave this community. In times like this, we shouldn't place too much importance on women. As long as we have food and weapons, what kind of women can't we have? I can tell you, in this community, women like AI Bing are nothing special among her peers. But I like her. Tang Ili swallowed the last piece of bread and said, All right, I promise you. AI Bing will definitely belong to you. How about that? Good. This time, Tang Ili no longer hesitated and nodded vigorously. Then I'll work with you from now on. Good brother. Xiaohang laughed heartily and patted Tang Ili on the shoulder. I'll get you a winter security uniform to wear and introduce you to others. Just like that. Tang Ili transformed into a security guard at Lanshan community. After some careful consideration, he even called Sun Qinghao, of course, with Xiao Hang's permission. On the phone, Tang Ili persuaded Sun Qinghao with the reasons of food and forming a group for warmth, promising to join the organization as soon as possible. That's right, it's an organization. Xiao Hang, though not well-read, was quite clever. At 30 years old and unmarried, he enjoyed reading various types of web novels, including those about apocalyptic themes. So when the anomalies began to appear around the world, he started comparing them with the web novels he had read. The current web novel authors are indeed impressive, using sufficient content to exchange for quality, basically writing about various apocalyptic scenarios and the possible responses from different social strata. While there are many nonsensical elements, such as claiming the temperature could reach 70 degrees, even Xiao Hang, who was a fish that slipped through the net of 9 years of compulsory education, knew that protein begins to coagulate at around 60 degrees. However, aside from those nonsensical writings, there were still many ideas that Xiao Hang could draw from. For example, how to stockpile supplies, weapons, and find suitable shelters. Among these, Xiao Hang believed that the most correct and suitable approach for his current situation was to recruit manpower, as long as conditions still allowed human survival. Even if the resources he currently controlled were insufficient, as long as he had enough people, other problems wouldn't be issues. Xiao Hang began communicating with the security guards below several days ago, trying to pull them into his camp. If he couldn't recruit them, he would use his authority to transfer them to other communities managed by the property company. While this would reduce manpower, it would ensure the purity of his team. In addition to the obedient security team as a core force, Xiao Hang also set his sights on young, strong passers-by who had no support. Tang Ili was not the first he recruited, nor would he be the last. Not knowing how the disaster would develop next, what measures the government would take, or whether social order would completely collapse, Xiao Hang made 2 preparations. As long as social order continued to be maintained, and there was a possibility of the disaster improving, some things that couldn't be exposed could be left to the recruited passers-by to handle. In the end, even if issues arose, Xiao Hang could easily extricate himself by eliminating all informants and evidence. At the same time, Xiao Hang was also assessing all the residents in the community. Through the gatekeepers, surveillance, and various means, he felt he had grasped over 90% of the supply situation in the community. He recorded which household had purchased what supplies and in what approximate quantities, even noting how many people lived in each household and their consumption levels. With these preparations, Xiao Hang believed he would definitely become the happiest person living in the apocalypse. He even felt a bit grateful for the apocalypse's arrival, as it allowed him to do many things he couldn't do in normal society and enjoy things he originally could not access. As long as the community's gate was locked, he, Xiao Hang, would be the local emperor of this community. When Sun Qinghao arrived, he nearly froze into a popsicle. At this point, there were hardly any cars still moving on the road. In such low temperatures, the engines of ordinary vehicles couldn't ignite once cooled, and some low-quality cars would even stall outright. Even worse, some areas suffered power outages due to electricity supply line failures. Without power, heating would become a major issue. "We're done for, Lao Tang. It's all over," Sun Qinghao cried, sniffling and tearing up. "Sun Qinghao, right? Don't worry. Our community has enough fuel and generators. Keeping this place warm is not a problem. Besides, I gathered everyone together to face even worse situations." Xiao Hang began his persuasion again. "There's a gas station not far away, but can you get the fuel out on your own? Even if you get it out, how much can you take by yourself? Many hands make light work. As long as we work together, not only can we get the fuel, but taking over the entire gas station won't be a problem. And there are other supplies. There are plenty of supermarkets in the city. But would you dare to go alone? And would you even come back?" Manager Xiao, "No, brother, I'm with you." Chapter 28, Eternal Night. Extreme cold in the early morning of July 6th. Zhou Lin was awakened by the cold. Not from freezing, but the indoor temperature was likely only 10 degrees. And the power was out. The supply of electricity was actually very fragile. A strong wind could lead to widespread power outages in the city. It was impossible for society to maintain power for a long time after a natural disaster, as some novels might suggest. In the real world, A flood lasting 2 to 3 days could cause an entire area to lose power for a week or even half a month. At this time, ordinary people could hardly engage in outdoor activities, and the power outage meant the disruption of regional civilian communications. The government and power companies could not organize personnel for repairs, and as time went on, the situation would only worsen. Zhou Lin knew that for the vast majority of people, it was basically time to say goodbye to the electrical age. In the next 3 months, solar power generation equipment suitable for individuals and families would be inoperable. There were no simple conditions for hydropower generation, and even wind turbines could not operate normally. They would only rely on thermal power generation. The tool room was completely dark, with only Yang Qiqi's terrified voice saying, "Who? It's me, the power is out." Zhou Lin shook the flashlight and saw Yang Qiqi bundled in a sleeping bag, looking like a maggot. The boiler was still operating normally. As long as Yang Qiqi remembered to add coal every 8 hours, it wouldn't go out. In comparison, it was warmer here than on the 2 floors below, with the thermometer showing a full 23 degrees. The RR-marked engine had fuel prepared. Zhou Lin only needed a few simple steps to start it, and seconds later, the lights came back on. I locked all the windows. No one is allowed to open them without my permission. Ignoring Yang Qiqi's intentionally exposed half of her body, Zhou Lin threw out a warning and went downstairs, only to find that everyone was awake, including Wu Shui, who had started staying overnight since last night. Originally, Wu Shui was unwilling, but Zhou Li's reasoning was very sound. As Zhou Caijuan's attending physician, Wu Shui should ensure a good outcome. Holding hands with Zhou Li, Wu Shui was filled with gratitude. Had it not been for Zhou Li insisting she stay, she would have had to endure the pain of power and heating outages at her own home, which could have been even worse. The apocalypse had officially begun. Zhou Lin signaled for everyone to sit at the dining table. From now on, the enemies we would face were not just the harsh natural environment, but also those suffering from hunger and cold. Apart from Wu Shui, Zhou Caijun and his wife, along with Zhou Li, looked very calm. Sheng Yali had actually killed someone before, and Zhou Caijun had an extremely calm wisdom in his small frame. As for Zhou Li, she might be the least fearful of the apocalypse among the family. Although there were explosion-proof doors and unnecessary doors were welded shut, it didn't mean they were 100% safe. Lily had installed surveillance in the hallway, rooftop platform, and tool room, with abnormal software set to alert. Anyone who heard the alarm had to notify every person in the house promptly. After saying this, Zhou Lin handed a small communication terminal to Wu Shui and asked Lily to teach Wu Shui how to use it. Then Zhou Lin discussed some precautions and assigned everyone their tasks. Sheng Yali would still be responsible for the family's daily needs, and Wu Shui volunteered to assist. Zhou Caijuan's most important task at the moment was to recover his health, while Zhou Li was in charge of maintaining and updating all technological products in the house. Zhou Lin assigned himself 2 tasks. One was to supervise Yang Qiqi in managing the tool room, and the other was to exercise. If there was anything worth Zhou Lin being happy about these days, it was probably the changes in his abilities. Symbiosis, Intermediate 578-1000, currently symbiotic transportation tools. Lifu, large surface transportation tool. Number of symbiotic transportation tools available, 0. Storage space, 11. Zhou Lin persisted in using his abilities repeatedly as long as his physical strength allowed, resulting in a rapid increase in experience points. At the same time, Zhou Lin discovered that his body was also changing. First, he had become stronger, carrying a bag of 20 kilograms of rice used to make him sweat profusely. But now he could easily lift it with one hand. He only felt weakness when lifting 50 kilograms. Secondly, his stamina had improved. He hardly felt tired while working, possibly because he hadn't engaged in any high-intensity labor or training. Another change was that his 5 senses had become sharper, and his nerve reaction speed was faster. For instance, in the same room, he could hear everyone's breathing. If it was quiet enough around him, he could even hear heartbeats. He estimated that his hearing was about the same as Black's eyes. His vision and sense of smell had also improved. Although he had no instruments to test, Zhou Lin was familiar with this. Wasn't this the mark of an evolved person? In his previous life, Zhou Lin had heard those evolved people say that evolution was not achieved overnight, but rather a long-term process. As long as one continued to exercise and supplemented with enough food and energy, the benefits of evolution would increase. As for where the ceiling of evolution was, Zhou Lin in his past life did not know and had no right to know. He only knew that many evolved people did not dare to train or consume resources due to a lack of food, resulting in stagnation in the long term. And when faced with insurmountable dangers, they died humiliatingly. Since he had the fortune of starting his path of evolution 5 years early, Zhou Lin would never give up on the path to becoming stronger. Perhaps in this life, he could touch the ceiling of evolution, if it existed. The Zhou family's house had several hundred square meters upstairs and downstairs, with 6 suites, a large living room, a small living room, a reception room, a tea room, and a study. Zhou Lin eventually transformed a 30-square-meter reception room into a temporary gym. The fitness equipment was taken from the Laifu, professional gear used by the soldiers of the beautiful country, and with his current strength, it wasn't too difficult to install. You all need to exercise in the future. The environment will only get harsher, and I hope each of you has the ability to protect yourselves. Because of Wu Shui, firearms could not be exposed for now, so practicing with cold weapons became very necessary. Actually, I can also use my house downstairs, Wu Shui said. I've thought about it, Zhou Lin replied, but there is no need for that at the moment. Your house hasn't been reinforced, and the doors and windows haven't been modified for extreme cold weather. I have no shortage of materials for the modifications, but doing so would require various tools. Wouldn't it let the entire neighborhood know that your family still has power? Although it's certain that not only your family has power in the neighborhood, who would be renovating at this time if resources were not sufficient? Let us wait and see if the government will do something. Zhou Lin had his reasons for saying this. A week after the eternal night fell, the temperature would temporarily rise for about a whole week. The government of the summer country, with its strong infrastructure capabilities and prior preparations, managed to restore the most basic power supply to some extent. Through thermal power generation and underground electrical conduits, they implemented targeted access and quantitative power supply to densely populated communities and neighborhoods. By that time, they could see if it was necessary to modify Wu Shui's house. As Zhou Lin began to get busy, Jolie was sitting on the sofa, playing with her phone. Wu Shui was somewhat surprised. Her phone had received no messages in the middle of the night. So was Jolie playing a single-player game? Sister Shui, do you want to go online? Jolie blinked innocently, looking like a little demon tempting crime. Chapter 29. The inquisitive female doctor in the beautiful nation, under the support of the elite wealthy circle. The Eden and art projects hosted by Mississippi have been progressing smoothly, with the foundation laid during World War II and years of relentless effort. Before the arrival of Eternal Night, there was a total of 1 Eden, 3 arcs, 8 super shelters, and 23 large shelters, along with numerous civilian shelters operational within the beautiful nation. These shelters certainly cannot cover the 200 million population of the beautiful nation, let alone the illegal immigrants who are not even counted in statistics, but Mississippi never considered those people anyway. Regardless, the Eden Arc and other shelter plans can indeed protect the most important elite class and the wealthiest class with the most resources in the beautiful nation. For some unknown reason, only those notified know the location of the Eden, and even the current president of the beautiful nation and his aides do not qualify to enter it. Inside Arc No. 1, the elderly president of the beautiful nation, Old Bai, trembled as he faced several hours of continuous reports from various departments, having completely lost his ability to think. Although he appeared to be insisting on listening to the reports, in his mind, he was wondering when he could go home and have dinner made by his wife. I already know. Let's leave it at that. The subsequent solutions and specific tasks from each department will be distributed to each of you. Just execute them. This was not what he wanted to say, but rather what the tiny earpiece in his ear told him. The secretary announced that the president's workday was over, and everyone could leave. Once the door closed, the secretary actually patted Old Bai on the shoulder, saying he did well, that he could now go home for dinner. Don't worry, as long as you follow the instructions, your family will be fine. Old Bai nodded and, with the help of what was nominally a bodyguard, but was actually more like a caretaker, sat in an electric wheelchair and left through another door. Arc Numero Uno, also known as the Washington, Arkansas, can accommodate over 300,000 residents and uses nuclear power as its energy source. From the low-rise buildings on the surface to the resource center, 200 meters underground, it is divided into 7 sections: energy zone, resource zone, circulation zone, production zone, control zone, living zone, and military zone. Utilizing high-power communication equipment, the Washington, Arkansas can exchange data with the vast majority of beautiful nation's satellites in space, ensuring smooth communication and network connectivity. The scale and situation of ARCs number 2 and number 3 are almost identical to that of the Washington, Arkansas, normally accommodating 300,000 people and capable of accepting up to 1 million during critical periods, located on the east and west sides of the beautiful nation. The 8 super shelters are slightly smaller than the ARCs, but because they do not have dedicated military zones, they can actually accommodate more people than the ARCs, typically 400,000 and up to 1 million during critical periods. The large shelters have a normal capacity of 200,000 and can accommodate 500,000 during critical periods. In other words, without considering the Eden, the ARCs, super shelters and large shelters can normally accommodate nearly 8 million people, and during special periods can support the survival of 24 million people. While this number may seem significant, in reality, it is only 1/10 of the beautiful nation's population. Eternal night has just begun, and the temperature has not yet dropped drastically. The resourceful people of the beautiful nation are still doing their utmost to engage in self-rescue activities. In comparison, the difficulties faced by the government of the Summer Nation are undoubtedly much greater. The combined population of the top 10 cities in the Summer Nation is almost equal to the total population of the beautiful nation. Facing such a large disaster-affected population, the Summer Nation's government first completely opened up the defense system prepared for wartime. Civil defense works, underground passages, and the entire subway system serve as the best shelters against the cold. With the cooperation of local governments and station troops, they manage and guide the public to enter the shelters in an orderly manner, allocating areas and tasks. Although they cannot guarantee that all cities will have sufficient shelters or that all citizens will receive assistance, they have indeed maximized the protection of the Summer Nation citizens, achieving remarkable results. Meanwhile, the expansion of more underground space, the restoration of the modern industrial system, the construction of new energy sources, and the establishment of underground food crop gardens are all progressing in an orderly manner. A large stock of food has been activated, and even if there is no harvest for the next 2 years, it will not leave everyone starving. Of course, being full and eating well are 2 different matters. Staple food and the essential fruits, vegetables, and trace elements are another issue. In addition, a new communication system is being accelerated under national guidance, and a launch center has already begun preparing a series of satellite launch plans. Compared to the current mobile communication system, the new system will no longer rely on ground-based stations, although it may not be as fast or have the same bandwidth as the existing system. Its ability to resist external interference is stronger. The reason Zhou Li is still able to go online is that she is utilizing the satellite communication system. If it's just text content, sending and receiving through specialized software has almost no delay. Zhou Li has made some modifications to the satellite communication equipment on the Lucky ship, allowing her to connect directly to the beautiful nation's satellites in space using an ordinary mobile phone and log into a satellite network that only a very few people can currently access. Outside the gym transformed from the reception room, Wu Shuai looked at the sweaty figure inside, her gaze unconsciously becoming a bit dazed. It wasn't that she had any strange thoughts. As a clinical doctor, Wu Shuai also had a certain degree of professional illness. Is there something? Zhou Lin paused his training to ask. Oh, Lily said you have to agree before she can grant me access. I want to see if I can contact my parents. As she spoke, Wu Shuai's eyes roamed up and down, completely disregarding Zhou Lin's feelings. What is this girl up to again? What does she want me to agree to? Fine, I'll tell her after I'm done. Is there anything else? Seeing that Wu Shuai had no intention of leaving, Zhou Lin couldn't help but ask, how long did it take you to train to get to this point? Wu Shuai took a step closer and felt the heat radiating from Zhou Lin, causing her to feel a slight dizziness. I don't remember. Zhou Lin shrugged and turned away, mainly not wanting to make eye contact with Wu Shuai. Training? If it weren't for his body starting to evolve, the gap between him and a lazy person might only be a few dozen pounds. However, The effects of evolution are indeed remarkable. In just 2 or 3 days, every muscle in his body seems to be in its best condition. Compared to appearance, Zhou Lin still finds the feeling brought by increased strength more delightful. After all, looks can't be eaten in the apocalypse, but strength can at least help you live a little longer. Can I collect some data? Seeing Zhou Lin continue to work out, Wu Shui inexplicably asked, Sure, but do you have the equipment? I have some at home. I'll go get it now. Taking advantage of Wu Shui going downstairs to get the equipment, Zhou Lin rushed into the living room. What do you mean? Bro, are you being foolish? You don't understand this? If this woman owes you too much, even if she doesn't like you in the end, out of a sense of gratitude, she will still accept you. Don't you like her? Chapter 30. Everyone has their thoughts. The equipment Wu Shui brought over was actually just some very common medical instruments, like stethoscopes, blood pressure monitors, and blood glucose meters. Testing basic data isn't about treating illnesses. It doesn't require complex devices. The key is to persist over the long term. Measure repeatedly, and compare in detail to draw accurate conclusions. In terms of professionalism, Zhou Lin couldn't refute anything. He just felt a bit awkward, especially since he was wearing a tight-fitting sports outfit, which revealed certain lines too clearly. On the other hand, Wu Shui appeared very calm. Even when she touched Zhou Lin during the examination, she didn't show the blush and embarrassment she had earlier. All right, I've recorded the basic data. I'll draw it into a graph later. Try to test once a day moving forward, and soon we'll get a complete change curve. And then, Zhou Lin couldn't understand the increasingly professional terms Wu Shui was using, given Zhou Li's IQ and knowledge level. He only knew that such health checks had to be done every day from now on. It was a bit overwhelming, especially when Wu Shui's soft little hands touched him. The more he thought about it, the harder it was to control himself, and in the end, he made an excuse to take a shower and slipped away. Sister Shui, don't forget your original intention. What were you planning to do? All right. Prompted by Zhou Li, Wu Shui finally remembered and hurriedly asked what to do. Things depend on human effort. Bring me the phone. Installing a program that used satellite communication was very simple for Zhou Li, and it was done in a few minutes. In addition to partially restoring the phone functionality, Zhou Li also helped Wu Shui join a forum called the Doomsday Human Alliance. Currently, there were less than 100,000 people logged into this forum. Although its interface was rudimentary and its functions limited, it was already impressive that it allowed strangers from all over the world to communicate with each other. The first thing Wu Shui did after getting her phone back was to call her parents. Unsurprisingly, the call didn't go through, unless Wu Shui's parents could connect to the satellite using a regular phone. How about sending a message instead? Zhou Li suggested. Wu Shui nodded and complied. However, after a few minutes, there was no reply. Wu Shui could only comfort herself, thinking her parents might not have seen it or perhaps had thrown away the useless phone while fleeing. The endless night and freezing temperatures had caused human society to regress overnight from the technological era back to an almost primitive state. The loss of electricity brought consequences far beyond just losing lighting and communication. Without electricity, it meant that water supply, heating, and nearly all manufacturing industries came to a halt. In other words, without restoring electricity, everything in human society, except for humans themselves, could not function. In the tool room, Yang Qiqi poured a shovel full of smokeless coal into the furnace. She no longer wore her usual delicate makeup. Her face was a patchwork of black and white, with a smudge of ash on her nose and a few white feathers tangled in her hair. She looked no different from a rural woman. Yet, Yang Qiqi's mood was very complex. She hated Zhou Lin, but not because of the dirty and heavy work in front of her. It was because Zhou Lin had deliberately exposed her without any shame. Yang Qiqi felt she was not inferior to AI Bing, even better than AI Bing by 2 sizes. Even CEO Chao was infatuated with her. How could someone like Zhou Lin, a mere loser, ignore her? High standards? If he really had high standards, he wouldn't have been interested in AI Bing. She knew how Zhou Lin had treated AI Bing back then, following her like a dog, saying heartfelt things, never leaving her side, no matter how AI Bing treated him. Wasn't all just to get AI Bing's body? Now, with her own great body, all she had to do was nod, and she could be had. What was with the pretentiousness? Duman, Stinkyman. The more she thought about it, the angrier Yang Qiqi became. She even briefly considered destroying everything she could see in the tool room, thinking that Zhou Lin and his family would surely not survive. He, along with his parents and sister, would struggle helplessly in the freezing temperatures and eventually die. Just thinking about it made her happy. But it was just a thought. In the end, Yang Qiqi still didn't have the courage to do it. Not only because Zhou Lin had warned her that it might lead to her own freezing to death first, but more importantly, she still had hope in her heart. That hope being Chao Bowen, CEO Chao. There would always be an opportunity. Like all those who were internally timid, Yang Qiqi ultimately convinced herself. She had read books and knew of the idiom lying on a bed of firewood and tasting bitterness. Although she had a warm sleeping bag, living in a room with chickens and ducks meant her ears were constantly filled with the sounds of poultry, and her nose was always filled with indescribable smells. What was the difference from lying on a bed of firewood and tasting bitterness? Suddenly, Yang Qiqi thought about what Tang Yili was doing and his brother named Sun Qinghao. What a useless brother. She had seen through at first glance, just a drinking buddy, and he even had inappropriate thoughts about both AI being in her. He must be starving by now, Yang Qiqi thought. Even if he hadn't starved to death, he would soon freeze to death, or maybe he already had. If she knew that Tang Yili and Sun Qinghao were happily slurping a bowl of hot instant noodles, she wondered what she would think. After eating, you guys should go to the garage. In the property office, a large iron stove had appeared at some point, with a long chimney extending out from the air conditioning hole. Flames flickered in the furnace, keeping the entire room warm. Xiaohang sat on the sofa with a thick notebook in hand, sketching occasionally under the light of an emergency lamp. Everything seemed to be within his expectations. The communication disruption and drop in temperature had even left the wealthy owners too intimidated to bother him. The generators and fuel used for emergency elevator and lighting in various buildings had been collected by him into an empty room below the property office. Even though there were quite a few, Xiaohang still did not allow anyone to use them. People must have a sense of crisis. If the disaster cannot be alleviated in a short time, who will repair the generators? And who can bring in a large amount of gasoline? These are non-renewable resources. Do not waste them lightly in times of emergency. What is the fear of being a bit cold? This stove made by Old Zhou works very well. There are so many green plants in the community, and those wooden pavilions are all fuel. Aren't they? If it really comes down to it. Wooden furniture is also fuel. Besides cutting costs, the more important thing was to increase income. The situation outside was temporarily unclear, but there were quite a few cars in the underground garage. With cars come gasoline, and not many of the owners living in this community were frugal. Should they wait for those owners to remember and take the gasoline back themselves? Tang Yili, Sun Qinghao, and a few others recruited by Xiaohang, after eating and drinking their fill, took their tools and followed several security guards with flashlights into the underground garage. The once brightly lit garage was now pitch black, truly unable to see one's hand in front of one's face. However, due to being deep underground, it was actually warmer here than outside. Let's get to work. 3 people in a group, try not to damage the cars. The manager said these cars might come in handy in the future. Chapter 31. Sun Qinghao's ambition, the heavy snow, fell all night. Not only in Jiazhou City, but across the whole world, almost every place was blanketed in snow. The snowflakes were larger than goose feathers, covering the entire world overnight. In slightly elevated areas, some families were buried in their cold dreams, struggling to break free only to freeze to death in the snow and cold wind. Those who truly fell asleep might have had a bit of luck. The Lanshan community was located at a high altitude, as it was a wealthy area that emphasized a clear view from above. Otherwise, Zhou Lin would not have agreed to move here. The Zhou family's place in the suburbs would have been buried under 4 to 5 meters of snow by now. In fact, being buried deeply had its advantages. Due to gravity, the lower layers of snow would quickly turn to ice, forming an unbreakable layer. In a sense, it was a form of protection. Just think of the ancient corpses found in icebergs. After thousands of years, they still look as they did at the moment of death. The sun would not rise again, and without the changes in external light to judge time, the power outage and low temperatures rendered most electronic devices useless. Even mechanical or quartz clocks. Most would fail or be failing due to the cold. Only specially designed timing devices for harsh environments could operate normally. Tang Ili and Sun Chenghao struggled to carry an oil barrel, panting as they followed the security guard leading the way. Almost all the cars in the underground garage had been visited, reminiscent of the good old days. The results were glorious, and, after checking, Xiaohang rewarded everyone with a box of instant noodles. Instant noodles again. Sun Qinghao whispered to Tang Ili, "Old Tang, eating instant noodles all the time isn't a solution. We can't keep working for others." Despite Tang Ili's muscular physique from long-term training, he didn't have much brains. He could be described as simple-minded, or more bluntly, foolish. The ancients often said that those with strong bodies and simple minds were not without reason. Exceptions were rare, and Tang Ili was just a normal product. In contrast, Sun Qinghao was much smarter. After all, he didn't consume protein powder. Not long after arriving, Sun Qinghao had roughly figured out Xiaohang's intentions, being a 1,000-year-old spirit. What was he talking about with Zhuangzi? He wanted to use Sun Qinghao, but he should consider his own weight. Outside, there was a disaster, but Sun Qinghao wasn't too worried. Being a local, he knew exactly where food could be found and where oil supplies were. However, Sun Qinghao was also concerned that in this chaotic world, if he went out for a zero-cost purchase, he would definitely run into competitors. At that time, with his meager strength, he would just be delivering vegetables to others. If he could team up with Tang Ili, it would be different. He would use his brain while Tang Ili used his strength. Perfect match. At a critical moment, he could also use him as a shield. It's so cold outside. Tang Ili completely missed Sun Qinghao's intentions, shrinking his neck. People who train long-term have very low body fat. While they look good, they can't withstand much consumption. More muscles mean that even sitting still, their bodies continuously burn calories, and the only source of calories is food. In peacetime, eating is certainly not a problem. Having money is enough. But now, from childhood to adulthood, Tang Ili was not someone good at thinking. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become a fitness coach. So if Sun Qinghao started talking about prospects and power, Tang Ili wouldn't understand at all, which made Sun Qinghao somewhat anxious. To save on heating costs, as people gradually gathered in the room, Sun Qinghao dared not speak anymore. If this were to reach Xiaohang's ears, it could lead to serious consequences. In peacetime, it's common for a few people to die, not to mention now. Sun Qinghao felt that someone like Xiaohang could definitely do something like that. So far, Xiaohang was satisfied with the performance of his subordinates. There was nearly 2,000 liters of gasoline. At this time, there was no need to worry about the grade. Combined with several large oil barrels prepared in advance under the property management, if used sparingly, he felt it could last for a year or two. Didn't those apocalypse novels say that the weather in the apocalypse would alternate? Cold followed by hot, hot followed by cold. Xiaohang also thought that the weather couldn't stay cold forever. Everything should balance out. The current problem was that food was insufficient, and they needed to go out to find some. Additionally, the entrance and exit of the community must be kept clean, so they needed to clear the snow. The property management office was on the 3rd floor, but the snow outside the window was already nearly level with the ground. If the snow here in Lanshan could be this deep, what about other places? Not to mention that some supermarkets were originally underground. They were probably buried under 10 to 20 meters of snow, making it very troublesome to find supplies inside. However, Xiaohang thought to himself that this was actually a good thing, as it wouldn't be easily taken away by others. Glancing at Tang Ili and the others, Xiaohang opened his notebook to write. He believed that everything should be planned, and good ideas needed to be recorded in time to avoid forgetting them. In this regard, Xiaohang was somewhat similar to Zhou Li. Just now, Zhou Lin had gone to the platform to pick up 2 eggs, 1 duck egg, and a small bowl of quail eggs. Zhou Li had even recorded this with her phone. Is it necessary? Zhou Lin couldn't help but ask. Zhou Li Nuda. Without accumulating small steps, one cannot reach 1,000 miles. By keeping records, I can estimate the egg production. A 1,000-mile dam can be destroyed by an anthole. I can't let that woman steal any. Aside from shouting 666, Zhou Lin really didn't know what else to say. That woman? Wu Shui walked over and casually asked, but then quickly ignored it. I received messages from my parents. The genuine happiness on her face made Wu Shui, who was barefaced, look radiant. Last night, or rather while Wu Shui was asleep, her phone received several messages, most of which were from her parents. How are they? Zhou Lin asked. They said they are safe now and have been selected for a program called the Olympus Human Apocalypse Rescue Plan. By the time they messaged me, they were already in an underground shelter and had been assigned a private small room. However, both of them need to work for the shelter. Thus, those who possess real skills and knowledge will never be overlooked, no matter the time. If Wu Shui and her parents were just wealthy merchants or politicians, they surely wouldn't gain the attention of the Olympus program and might even be excluded in the first round of selections, leading to a dire outcome. Upon receiving Wu Shui's message, her parents' first reaction was that their daughter must have been protected by the state. Although she hadn't graduated yet, Wu Shui's abilities were quite impressive, and being young was a significant value in itself. When they learned that Wu Shui had not gone to the state shelter, her parents were extremely surprised and even advised her to think carefully. From any angle, individuals could not compare to the state. So, Sister Shui, are you planning to leave? People naturally seek higher ground, and while I think that's not wrong, I still feel my home might suit you better. Zhou looked at Wu Shui with pity, her eyes turning red. Chapter 32 The Wisdom of Women. Wu Shui certainly did not want to leave, even if her parents thought that the shelter would definitely be better than the Zhou family. It was because they did not know the extent to which the Zhou family had prepared for this disaster. At least Wu Shui felt that she was freer here. Upon hearing Wu Shui say she wouldn't leave, Zhou immediately smiled again, changing her expression faster than flipping a book. I'm going to work out. There wasn't much for Zhou to do right now. Since he had already entered the ranks of evolvers, he couldn't waste this precious opportunity. Moreover, Zhou wanted both his parents and Zhou to have abilities and become evolvers. In his previous life, the way to obtain abilities was heavily reliant on luck. But strength was also very important. Those ability orbs that fell from the sky were not suitable for everyone, or rather, there was a matching process involved. Some lucky people would pick them up, and before they even realized what they were, they would have already fused with the ability orbs, while others would try countless times and still fail to fuse with any orb. The patterns were impossible to summarize. No one knew. Therefore, to ensure that his parents and Zhou became ability users, the safest way was to obtain enough ability orbs or more opportunities to try. The sooner the better. The earlier one gained abilities, the easier was to become a high-level ability user. This was why Yang Qiqi seemed important. At least so far, she was the only lead Zhou knew of. By the late stages of the apocalypse, ability orbs had become a form of wealth. But this wealth was limited to the upper echelons of society and was unimaginable for ordinary people. If the apocalypse progressed like in his previous life, then Zhou, who now possessed abilities and was starting to evolve, was destined to become part of the future elite. Although the elite enjoyed unimaginable resources during the apocalypse, they also faced immeasurable risks. Resources were always limited, and in a resource-scarce apocalypse, everyone wanted to possess more, and the only way to achieve this was through plunder. Stealing from others was always faster and richer than collecting oneself. The elite, like ordinary people, were constantly plundering from each other. If one did not have sufficiently powerful strength, the more one possessed, the more hungry wolves would come. Symbiosis. Beginner 742-1000. Currently symbiotic transport. Laifu. Large water transport. Available symbiotic transport quantity. 0 storage space. 1-1. Zhou discovered that there seemed to be a magical connection between abilities and evolution. If previously using abilities a certain number of times would increase experience points by a little, after evolution, each use could increase it by 2 points. It was still unknown whether the degree of physical evolution would affect the experience points for abilities, but for now, this had significantly improved efficiency. Zhou calculated that perhaps in 4 or 5 days he could reach the intermediate level. Would the symbiosis at the intermediate level change, and how would it change? Zhou hoped that after upgrading his abilities, the number of symbioses would increase. Although the Laifu had enough space and ample resources, it was currently impossible to utilize it effectively. Even though the heavy snow outside was substantial, it was still not enough to completely bury an aircraft carrier. If someone saw it, even if the country didn't come looking for the aircraft carrier, he wouldn't be able to explain how it ended up in Jiazhu. If others found out he possessed abilities, even if the national research institutions wouldn't do anything, There would always be greedy people trying to control him and uncover the secrets of abilities and evolution. If he were alone like in his previous life, Zhou might not worry too much. If push came to shove, he could find a deserted area to hide in, and at that time, it wouldn't be clear who was the hunter and who was the prey. He was no soft persimmon. But now, Zhou couldn't let his parents and little sister live in danger. As for his parents, Zhou, although smart, what good was just being smart in the apocalypse? Strength was needed, real strength that could disregard some crises. Thinking of this, Zhou truly wished he could torture Yang Qiqi into revealing information right now. But he also knew that this wouldn't help, as Yang Qiqi still didn't know Chao Bowen. What could she possibly know? Keeping her around was just a hope. A hope that fate would somehow bring her together with Chao Bowen. Still need to work out. Are we starting to work out now? Wu Shui followed Zhou into the gym. Seeing her eager eyes filled with curiosity, Zhou couldn't help but feel his heart race. Today too? Wu Shui nodded, smiling a bit awkwardly. Scientific research, don't misunderstand. What else could Zhou say? It was all Zhou Li's fault. However, Zhou wouldn't take the blame. In fact, when Wu Shui came out of the gym, Zhou couldn't help but tease her. Sister Shui, your attempts to cover up are so obvious, why bother? Wu Shui was taken aback. Zhou's idiomatic expression was a bit muddled, but was it muddled or not? Have you read novels? People like my brother would rather mistakenly kill 1,000 than let one go. Saying this, Zhou even made a chopping gesture with her hand. What? Wu Shui was even more confused. So Zhou meant to slice Zhou directly? The conditions didn't allow for that. Sister Shui, you're wrong. If there are difficulties, face them head on. If there are no difficulties, create some. Do you understand? Focus on a main point. Go for it. Lily, where are you going with this? Wu Shui finally understood, stamping her foot. I don't have that kind of thought. Sister Shui, no sister-in-law. You just secretly wiped your drool. 13 years old. Wu Shui finally believed that intelligence could lead to precocity. Covering Zhou Li's mouth with a small notebook, Wu Shui whispered, let me teach you an idiom, joy at the sight of a hunt. That was my professional habit. Zhou Li broke free, whispering, got it, sister-in-law. You are female, profession, rogue. Zhou, who was crazily exercising in the gym, had no idea that his precious sister had secretly reached an agreement with Wu Shui. After some initial negotiations, the two girls moved their battlefield to Zhou Li's bedroom and began detailed analysis. Zhou Li believed that the harsh environment would last for a long time, and the inherent order of human society, even the national system, might struggle to persist. The future world would inevitably be one where the strong dominated. Wu Shui agreed with this. Zhou Lin's demonstrated strong physical qualities would attract admiration from the opposite sex even more in harsher environments. Wu Shui believed that this admiration was ingrained in human genes, aimed at better procreation. So this isn't love, Wu Shui stated calmly. So what? Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Do you plan to give my brother to other women, like the one in the tool room? Zhou Li asked. Lily, do people like us yearn for love? Wu Shui crossed her arms. You're right. Becoming your sister-in-law is my best solution at the moment. Zhou Li laughed. Although the two were discussing in a very academic manner, in reality, they were simply coveting Zhou Lin's body. Speaking of which, if Zhou Lin weren't her brother, she wouldn't be able to resist either. The reason Zhou Li chose to support Wu Shui was due to comprehensive considerations, whether in personality, ability, knowledge, wisdom, or even looks. Wu Shui was outstanding, making her the best match for Zhou Lin. Among all the considerations, Zhou Li did not think about Zhou Lin's feelings. It wasn't that she didn't respect him, but because she felt Zhou Lin had no reason to disagree. Quietly, things were settled. Zhou Li took advantage of the moment and ran to Zhou Kaijun and his wife, discussing what she and Wu Shui had talked about. The two elders had no objections. Zhou Kaijun's forehead injury hadn't even been stitched yet. Anyone who dared to say something bad about Wu Shui would face Qing Yali's wrath first. After dinner, Zhou Lin felt that the atmosphere at the dining table was a bit off. Did I eat a bit too much? Chapter 33, Collective Action. Being able to eat is a blessing. Qing Yali's face was beaming with joy, looking at her son and then at Wu Shui. Her thoughts were obvious even to a fool. Zhou Li was smiling like a cat that had stolen fish. Even a black dog under the table was shaking its head. Perhaps it was Zhou Lin's illusion. In short, everything was filled with the scent of conspiracy. "Son, come here, Mom wants to ask you." Cheng Yali had just started speaking when the alarm rang, signaling that someone was outside. That blind fool. Annoyed, Cheng Yali stood up, kicked the chair aside, and was about to go open the door. Zhou Lin quickly followed. "Who is it?" The thick blast-proof door couldn't stop Cheng Yali's lion-like roar, and Xiao Hang was startled, quickly announcing his identity. "Property manager? Didn't I pay the property fee?" Cheng Yali shouted through the blast-proof door. "It's not about the property fee. I'm here to discuss something with you." What was he saying? There was no sound at all. Cheng Yali asked Zhou Lin, "Let me handle it." Seeing that there was only Xiao Hang outside, and he was empty-handed, Zhou Lin decided to open the door and talk. A big man with no dignity, useless. Cheng Yali pouted, but didn't leave, worried that her son might be bullied. Opening the locked blast-proof door was quite troublesome, but fortunately, Xiao Hang was very patient. When he saw the door panel that was at least 20 centimeters thick, his eyes lit up. "Our property company is specifically here to serve the owners. After our statistics, we found that many owners are running low on food and heating supplies. To ensure the safety of all owners, we painstakingly found a large supermarket not far away." As Xiao Hang spoke, he complained inwardly. Although Zhou Lin had closed the security door when he came out, Xiao Hang could still feel the temperature difference in the corridor. Even the blast-proof door wouldn't let him in. He was freezing. Such atrocious behavior must be noted down, and this family's supplies seemed to be quite ample, perhaps a good fat sheep. "Shall we go collect supplies together?" Zhou Lin squinted, instinct telling him that this property manager was likely an old fox, but he didn't oppose the idea of collectively going for a zero-cost shopping spree. Who would refuse more supplies? Besides, he had the Leifaheo, a large warehouse that couldn't be filled up, and even if Xiao Hang didn't come, he intended to go out for a stroll. Although the permanent population of Jiazhou City was not large, it was a significant transportation hub in the southwest of the Xia country. Just the logistics park on the west side of the city probably held an unknown amount of daily necessities. If you are willing to participate, please register first. Once the action time is confirmed, I will arrange for someone to notify you. "Okay, just register me," Zhou Lin said. He was not at ease with the other family members going out. The scariest thing outside was not the weather, but people. Cheng Yali didn't quite understand. She thought the supplies were sufficient and there was no need to take risks. It was not just dark outside, although it hadn't snowed much. Who knew what the thick layer of snow concealed? Moreover, it was only minus 30 degrees outside. If one dressed too lightly, they might get frostbite in just a few minutes. "We still have to go," Zhou Lin explained. Although the density ratio of Lanshan community is low, there are still 200 to 300 households. If we act too unusually, it will arouse suspicion and we could become targets of envy. Seeing Wu Shui eager to try, Zhou Lin quickly waved his hand and said, "I can go alone. You all are not suitable." In this way, Zhou Lin managed to convince everyone. After returning to the room, Zhou Lin prepared a set of gear for himself. The polar combat suit from Leifaheo came with a bulletproof helmet and goggles. Had a heating function, adjustable temperature, could withstand temperatures as low as minus 50 degrees, and was lightweight, allowing for easy movement. A pair of snow boots was essential for snow operations. He also had a concealed handgun and a magazine filled with bullets, mainly for emergencies. Additionally, he modified a large suitcase to serve as a sled. The rest was just waiting. Xiao Hang didn't personally notify every household. Most owners were contacted by ordinary security personnel. Even so, it took nearly 6 hours to gather the owner's intentions to participate, and the statistics were quite good, with basically every household having someone participating. A few families with someone at home who were unwilling to go out to collect supplies were specifically noted down by Xiao Hang. These families would be closely monitored in the future, either because they had ample supplies or were troublemakers. Power to the elevator would start at 11:30, and at that time, the owners participating in the supply collection would gather outside the property office, dressed warmly and preferably bringing their own carrying tools, departing promptly at noon, without waiting for latecomers. Although the sun was not visible, it hadn't disappeared. The temperature would be slightly higher at noon compared to other times, which Xiao Hang had painstakingly calculated. He had put a lot of thought into controlling Lanshan. "I'm leaving. Don't open the door while I'm gone." Little sister, pay attention to that woman. If she misbehaves, you. Zhou Lin was dressed like a cotton ball, which was entirely unnecessary, but there was a kind of cold called Mom, thinks you're cold. Thankfully, the property management was willing to power the elevator. Otherwise, dressed like this and dragging a modified sled, Zhou Lin really wouldn't know how to get downstairs. As the elevator descended, owners occasionally entered, all strangers to Zhou Lin. Even if he knew them, he might not recognize them, as everyone was bundled up tightly, and he could only distinguish gender and age from their body shapes or voices. To Zhou Lin's surprise, there were indeed women coming out, and quite a few of them. Whether it was because there were no men at home or for other reasons was unknown. When Zhou Lin followed others to the property management office, quite a few people had already gathered there, but almost no one was speaking. Today, Xiaohang was dressed in a flashy red winter coat, wearing a blue winter hat. In a moment, our security will lead everyone to the location of that supermarket. But currently, the supermarket is buried under heavy snow, and there may be ice underneath. So we need everyone to work together to clear the snow to enter. A couple of days ago, government officials came by. Currently, our shelter is full, so the government has authorized our community owners to go out and look for supplies, which is not considered illegal. Please be sure to pay attention to safety. If you encounter other teams collecting supplies, please strictly follow our security's orders. In these special times, we must unite and face outward, even if conflicts arise. Do not be afraid. As long as we are justified, the government will not punish us for it. Xiaohang had some eloquence. At least his words were recognized by most of the owners present. Zhou Lin remained silent in the crowd, but someone actively approached him. Hey, your sled is made quite well. I have a suitcase about that size at home. Could you help me modify it when we get back? Although Zhou Lin couldn't clearly see the appearance of the woman who initiated the conversation, her voice sounded pleasant, and her words were articulate. If she were a novice, she would probably have agreed without hesitation. Chapter 34. Neighbors from the next building. Zhou Lin's home is in Building 8, the best building, and the woman he is talking to is from Building 7, next door. Coincidentally, this woman named Huang Minjing also lives on the 17th floor. But the 17th floor of Building 7 has two households, unlike Zhou Lin's, which is a single household. I saw the house on your rooftop platform, and there are lights. Huang Minjing leaned close to Zhou Lin's ear and whispered, although Zhou Lin never thought the existence of the tool room could be hidden from everyone. Perhaps only Huang Minjing could see the light coming from the tool room. What do you mean? A threat? Zhou Lin remained silent, just looking at Huang Minjing. I just wanted to express a bit of envy. Huang Minjing didn't seem nervous at all. The more friends, the more paths, don't you think? Let's go. Everyone follow along. Xiaohang's voice interrupted the conversation between Zhou Lin and Huang Minjing. Zhou Lin started walking, and surprisingly, Huang Minjing followed closely behind. Actually, I know your mom. This statement from Huang Minjing made Zhou Lin's mind automatically add the phrase, I can still be born. Cheng Yali is 57 this year. So how old is Huang Minjing? Don't believe me? I also know that not long ago, your mom bought a large amount of convenience food. Guess who she bought it from? At this point, Zhou Lin understood. Huang Minjing or her family must be in the convenience food business. And perhaps they are agents for certain brands in Jiazhou. Zhou Lin had always feared encountering this situation. Others might not know how many supplies the Zhou family had. But those who sold supplies to Cheng Yali definitely knew. Although he paid the price of a warehouse for it, in special circumstances, this method of concealment was useless because people would only believe what they wanted to believe. Just like Huang Minjing. If she believed that Cheng Yali had hidden the convenience food she purchased, then no matter how Zhou Lin explained, she would only think he was lying to her. This is troublesome. Let's talk later. Perhaps not wanting to attract too much attention, Huang Minjing ended the conversation, and Zhou Lin let out a slight sigh of relief, walking while pondering how to deal with things in the future. The large supermarket that Xiaohang mentioned is actually well known among the homeowners. It is a local chain not far from the community, quite large in scale, and the quality of goods is also good. The most important point is that this supermarket is not underground, but on the street level with 2 stories. Compared to the underground levels, it is easier to dig here. Normally, it would take just over 10 minutes to walk, but this time it took a full half hour. To avoid drawing attention, the security guards didn't allow everyone to turn on their lights. making it impossible to see if anyone was watching from the dark. Upon arriving at the site, the security guards began assigning tasks. Men like Zhou Lin were naturally the main force for digging, and everyone was assigned tools, which were probably for the community's landscaping: shovels, hoes, iron spades. In short, all usable tools were put to use. Since the supermarket was a standalone 3-story building, there was no need to dig too deep. When the first window was exposed, a security guard stepped forward to break it, crouched down, and turned on a flashlight to observe. After deeming it safe, they began to assign personnel. Not everyone could go inside. 1/3 of the people were assigned to guard outside. The room where the window was located was obviously an office, and stepping outside led to a corridor with rooms on both sides bearing different signs. Once inside, the security guards no longer stopped everyone from turning on their lights, and it was necessary to do so as it was much darker inside than outside. A security guard lit a candle, claiming it could measure whether the oxygen content was sufficient. There were signs of rummaging everywhere, indicating that someone had already been there, which made everyone a bit anxious, fearing they might have made a wasted trip. Fortunately, this supermarket was large, occupying 2 full floors, with products covering all aspects of daily necessities. Due to its size, in order to improve efficiency, the security guards allowed everyone to form their own teams. The second floor focused on daily supplies, while the first floor was primarily food, which was the main objective of this operation. However, Zhou Lin didn't rush to go down to the first floor. When he was the only one left, he took out his night vision goggles and put them on. Although the night vision goggles had issues like color distortion compared to the flashlight's illumination range, they were undoubtedly much more convenient. He could see that many counters on the second floor had been broken, but not much had actually been taken away. Zhou Lin casually collected some clothes, then wandered to the daily chemical products area, making sure no one was around before starting to gather as much as he could. Shampoo, shower gel, mosquito repellent, soap, toothpaste, toothbrushes. Although the warehouse of Le Faheo didn't lack these supplies, as the saying goes. Who would complain about having too much stock? Even if his family couldn't use them in the future, they could still be used for barter. As he collected and walked, he occasionally tossed some items into the sled behind him. When he reached the women's product counter, Zhou Lin inexplicably stopped. He didn't need to worry about what Xingyali and Zhou Li needed. With Zhou Li's meticulousness and Xingyali's generosity, he had no idea how much they had stockpiled. Right now, he was mainly considering Wu Shui. What size should she be? Xingyali's definitely wouldn't fit, and Zhou Li's would be too small. After thinking for a while, Zhou Lin decided it was better to collect a few anyway and let Zhou Li inquire when they got back. Continuing to wander, Zhou Lin found himself in the kitchen supplies area. Knives, cutting boards, various tools, garbage bins, garbage bags, brooms, mops, everything he could think of or not think of, even things he didn't know the use for, he didn't let pass. After all, he didn't plan to come back a second time. And if others noticed that this side was empty, they would surely think someone had moved everything away. Just look at the sled behind Zhou Lin. It was pitifully light. Not everything was worth collecting. However, for example, the craft supplies counter was filled with various decorations, which were completely useless. Art is something only appreciated when one is well fed. In the future, even the most beautiful artwork would be worth less than an expired sausage. Having wandered around the second floor, Zhou Lin dragged his half-full sled to the first floor. At this point, he had already taken off the night vision goggles. The dark store was filled with flickering beams of light, and everywhere he looked was a mess. Many counters were completely empty, while the area for fruits and vegetables was covered with ice shavings and debris. To Zhou Lin's surprise, there was still a small pile of bagged rice, estimating around 70 or 80 bags. Homeowners were moving back and forth, some using their own tools, and others directly utilizing supermarket carts. In short, everyone was very enthusiastic. The meat counter was likely the first to be cleared out, looking as clean as if a dog had licked it, and the household goods counter was similar, with not a single egg left. The seasoning counter was somewhat more abundant, perhaps because everyone prioritized moving grains first. After all, taste is less important than filling the stomach. And when necessary, a bowl of plain rice is an exquisite delicacy. Anyway, before this operation, Xiaohang had already stated that regardless of how many supplies were found, they would be distributed according to the labor contribution of each homeowner, meaning that everyone who participated in the collection would get a share. Thus, Zhou Lin began tossing oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea into the sled, secretly putting some into his own space as well. Just before 4 o'clock, the security guard announced that all staple foods had been moved out, and it was time for everyone to return. Chapter 35 News of Dehydrated Vegetables. The first collective action of the owners and Lanshan community was quite successful. After returning to the community, they initially counted the supplies and found that they had brought back over 80 bags of rice, including more than 20 bags that were large packages from the supermarket, weighing 200 pounds each. Perhaps because they were too heavy, this rice had remained in the supermarket. In total, there were several tons of rice, and each person participating in this action could receive 100 pounds. No one objected to the distribution plan proposed by Shihuang. 100 pounds of rice was enough for a family to last 1 or 2 months, and there was also flour and various grains, with each person able to get over 10 pounds. For a family of 3, this would easily last for a month or so. In addition to the food, there were also many snacks and daily necessities, but the group felt most regretful about the almost complete lack of fruits and vegetables. Not eating fruits and vegetables for a long time not only leads to a decline in immunity, but also easily triggers various diseases. Although various technologies and methods could supplement this, it still fell short, and not every household was prepared. While waiting for the supplies to be distributed, Huang Minjing approached Zhou Lin and whispered, "Do you still have dehydrated vegetables at home?" "No," Zhou Lin replied without hesitation, thinking Huang Minjing was probing for information, unaware that he was mistaken. "I know there's a warehouse of dehydrated vegetables at the logistics park. That batch was originally meant to be shipped abroad, but hasn't been sent out yet," Huang Minjing said quietly. She also understood that there was a shortage of resources, and she mentioned it to Zhou Lin partly because of Cheng Yali and partly due to the foresight shown by Zhou's family. Although it was usually not far from here to the logistics park, getting there now was not easy. There might not be any vehicles capable of traversing the snowy ground in all of Jiazhou City. Zhou Lin also reflected on this, wondering why he hadn't thought of it earlier. But thinking further, it was impossible to buy a sled in the southern part of the summer country. Even if he wanted to prepare, he couldn't. Seeing that Zhou Lin remained silent, Huang Minjing assumed he didn't believe her and said, "I'll go find your mom." Without the context, Zhou Lin felt that Huang Minjing sounded like she was scolding him. Once the supplies were distributed, Shihuang ordered the generator to be started to power the elevator and reminded everyone to go home quickly since fuel was limited. At this point, some owners suggested going out to get fuel. There was a gas station not far away, and there were professionals among the owners who understood this area. With sufficient fuel, not to mention heating for every household, at least the lighting issue could be uniformly resolved. Many were worried that if they continued to stumble around in the dark, their eyesight might deteriorate. For Shihuang, the owner's suggestion was a pleasant surprise. In the team he managed, there really wasn't anyone who knew about the gas station. "Let's discuss this. If other owners have similar suggestions, they can move their things back first, and then come down. We'll work together." The success of today's operation, combined with the deliberately crafted image, helped Shihuang establish a relatively positive image in the minds of many owners. So quite a few of them expressed that they would come down shortly to participate in the discussion. "Aren't you going to participate?" Huang Minjing asked. Thinking of what Huang Minjing had said earlier, Zhou Lin inexplicably replied, "I'm still a child." Huang Minjing was momentarily taken aback, but eventually couldn't hold back and burst into laughter, dragging a sled full of supplies into the elevator to go upstairs and home. Cheng Yali paid no attention to the supplies, only concerned about whether anyone was injured or frozen. "You two take a look. If there's anything you can use, just take it." In the elevator, Zhou Lin took out some supplies specifically prepared for Wu Shui and placed them in the sled. To avoid awkwardness, he deliberately pulled Cheng Yali aside and asked her if she knew Huang Minjing. "Boss Huang, have you met her?" Zhou Lin nodded. "I almost forgot. Her family lives in our community." "Which building are they in?" "Next door, across from us." Zhou Lin pointed in the direction of Building 7. "Not only did she remember that you bought a lot of instant food, but she also saw the lights in our tool room." "Oh, what should we do then?" "So, how about we sneak over tonight and take care of it?" Zhou Lin's mouth twitched, staring at Cheng Yali, unsure of what to say. Just kidding, just kidding. As long as my son comes back safely, I feel good." After all, we have enough food and clothing at home, and with electricity and heating, what's 3 months? Boss Wong is a good person. She shouldn't say anything reckless. But her mom is hard to say. I could tell when we played cards together that she has a poor poker face. You play cards with Huang Minjing's mom? How old is she that you still play with her? Huh? Cheng Yali was stunned for a moment, then laughed heartily. You're mistaken. Boss Wong's mom is from the same generation as me. Boss Wong is very young, not yet 30. Only then did Zhou Lin realize he had jumped to conclusions, misled by Huang Minjing's initial words. Boss Wong is impressive. Her father passed away 5 years ago. Cheng Yali talked for half an hour about Huang Minjing's rise to success, then expressed her dissatisfaction with her son, saying, at 25 or 26, if it weren't for the rebirth, he would be a complete waste, not even having a wife, with no other choice. Zhou Lin quickly mentioned that Huang Minjing might come and would probably talk about the dehydrated vegetables in that warehouse at the logistics park. There is indeed a company in the logistics park that specializes in exports. I even visited their planning site. They don't use pesticides or fertilizers at all, and it's said to be supplied to the island country. At that time, I couldn't accept it and asked why the islanders could have such green vegetables, but we in the summer country couldn't buy them. Guess what the company said? They said it's mainly because it's expensive. If there really is a warehouse of dehydrated vegetables, I want to go get some. They deserve it. Mom, you must not agree casually. We don't have any transportation. While Zhou Lin and Cheng Yali were discussing in the room, Wu Shui and Zhou Li were busy cleaning the supplies around the sled. The rice and staple foods were placed aside first, while Zhou Li put all the snacks in the living room under the coffee table and in the snack cabinet. Then she noticed a lot of women's intimate clothing. With Zhou Li's mindset, she laughed after glancing at the sizes of those clothes. Sister-in-law, if you want people not to know, you must not do anything yourself. You can take these. Don't you and Annie want them? Actually, Wu Shui was particularly lacking in this kind of clothing right now. But it was always good to prepare more, as it might not be easy to find when she wanted it in the future. Sigh, a little horse with a big saddle. My brother probably has no place for me in his heart anymore. The peach blossoms don't know where they went. Yet the human face still smiles in the spring breeze. Wu Shui's face darkened. Shaoli, it seems you got it wrong. Really? But I see spring breeze on your face, she teased. Ah, don't hit me. I'll leave first. Brother, help me, help me. Sister-in-law is going to beat me up. Their playful banter made the atmosphere at home even more harmonious, especially for Cheng Yali, who couldn't help but nudge Zhou Lin with her elbow. When are you planning to move into a room and sleep? Chapter 36. The isolated mother and daughter, Huang Minjing's home was far less warm than Zhou Lin's. In the living room, there was a grand-looking fireplace burning large chunks of wood, but upon closer inspection, there was hardly any furniture left in sight. A thick leather mat was laid in front of the fireplace, where Huang Minjing's mother lay, her eyelids drooping, unable to get up even with the sound of the door opening, only managing to greet weakly. Mom, there's food now. Wait a moment, I'll make you some porridge. There was no one else in the house. After Huang Minjing's father passed away 5 years ago, her mother was so devastated that she lost all interest in managing the factory, leaving all the burdens on Huang Minjing, who was still pursuing her master's degree at the time. In the end, Huang Minjing juggled work and study, exhausting herself to the point of almost breaking down. After completing her master's defense, she devoted herself entirely to the factory, sometimes living and eating there, not only stabilizing the faltering factory, but also expanding it, eventually becoming the leading brand in convenient food across Bashu. With her career reaching such a level, personal issues were repeatedly put aside. Busy schedules were one reason, and concerns about the other party's motives were another. Fortunately, Huang Minjing's mother was relatively open-minded and didn't constantly bother her about these matters. However, no one expected the apocalypse to arrive. Just a few days into the eternal night, both mother and daughter deeply felt the pain of being without a man in the house. With no food left, they dared not open the door to ask for more. And when there was no firewood, Huang Minjing had no choice but to chop up the expensive furniture in the house. Luckily, her father had been particularly fond of wooden furniture, allowing the fireplace in the living room to burn until now. Even so, the wooden sofa, dining table, bookshelf, desk, chairs in the living room, and even the reclining chair on the balcony and the solid wood bed in the bedroom were all burned up, leaving only the hardwood floor to pry up next. The rice porridge mixed with millet and corn fragments wafted a delicious aroma, and the two of them finished a large pot, snuggling by the fireplace with satisfied smiles. Mom, today I ran into Boss Cheng's son. That Boss Cheng? The one who often plays cards with you? Her family has a farm, and you used to love her grain-fed chickens and eggs. Have you forgotten? Huang Minjing's mother squinted. Recalling, what? Are you interested in her son? That won't do. There's a generation gap. What are you thinking? Huang Minjing rolled her eyes at her mother. There's something I've never told you. I always felt that Boss Cheng's family probably knew this would happen. Do you know how much stock she took from me a while ago? How much? All kinds and flavors. She ordered a total of 300,000 worth of goods. Her family doesn't even have a sales business. 300,000, if it's just for their own consumption, they wouldn't finish it in 3 to 5 years. Even though the convenience food produced at Huang Minjing's factory varies in price, how expensive can the ex-factory price be? 300,000 worth of goods filled an entire truck, delivered directly to Zhou's warehouse in the logistics park. But that warehouse was burned down, right? Huang Minjing's mother remembered that she had tried to call Yali to comfort her after hearing the news, but she couldn't get through. I don't believe it. Huang Minjing shook her head. If it weren't for the subsequent disaster, she might not have doubted it, but from the moment she saw Zhou Lin, she felt that the big fire at the warehouse must have been a setup by the Zhou family. In fact, anyone with a brain would think like Huang Minjing if they connected Zhou Saijuan's closure of the farm and Yali's crazy purchasing spree. No one could predict how the future would unfold, but Huang Minjing was certain that unless the disaster passed, it would be impossible for just the two of them to go far. Today, the community property management could still organize everyone to go out and collect supplies. But what about next time? How many supermarkets nearby could they raid? If there was no organized collective action, what would they do when the food, water, and heating at home ran out? Would she dare to go out alone? Moreover, the disaster had just begun. Today, Huang Minjing also heard someone say that the government does not expect the situation to improve in the short term, and the shelters established by the state are already full. Having experienced brutal business battles, Huang Minjing knew that when one is powerless, they must ally with the strong. Yali had a decent character, which could be seen at the card table, and her husband Zhou was also a good man. Their son would surely not be too much of a jerk. If you want to test the waters, I won't oppose it. Huang Minjing's mother nodded, but you mustn't casually reveal where we hid that last batch of goods. Of course not. Huang Minjing smiled. Jiaying Company has a batch of dehydrated vegetables for the island country that hadn't been shipped out before the disaster, still sitting in the logistics park warehouse. This batch of dehydrated vegetables can not only be used to test Zhou Lin, but is also a very important resource for the future, even rivaling staple foods. With a plan in place, Huang Minjing couldn't even afford to rest. After settling her mother, she hurried downstairs to Zhou's house. When she arrived, Zhou Lin was sweating it out in the gym, so she had to leave the reception to Yali. Due to their previous relationship, Huang Minjing was able to enter the house directly, and the first thing she felt was warmth. There were no heating devices visible in the living room, nor any signs of smoke, indicating that the Zhou family had a complete heating system that was still functioning normally. Huang Minjing immediately thought of the tool room on the rooftop platform. The Zhou family must have stockpiled a large amount of coal. My son just mentioned Boss Huang to me. Yali's ability to handle people was beyond doubt, except for those she didn't like. The two women chatted for a while about trivial matters, and Wu Shui, with keen insight, brought over tea and then quietly excused herself. Let's not call each other boss anymore. We are all refugees now, Huang Minjing said with a smile, then got straight to the point, expressing her desire to cooperate. I really can't make that decision. Once a child grows up, they no longer listen to their parents. Zhou Lin, come here. Zhou Lin appeared in the living room, dressed in sportswear and holding a towel. He was somewhat surprised to see Huang Minjing, thinking it was careless of him. Had he known Boss Huang was so young, he would have changed clothes first. It wasn't to attract Huang Minjing's attention, but he simply felt it was a bit impolite. Are you still working out? Huang Minjing asked, surprised. What kind of family is this, still daring to exercise? Is food free? Just passing the time. Zhou Lin wiped his sweat and sat down next to Yali. Mom, have you two reached an agreement? What can we agree on? You weren't here. How can we talk? Boss Wong's meaning is that we might not be able to move all that warehouse of dehydrated vegetables ourselves. She doesn't have anyone she can trust in this community, so she wants you to think about whether to discuss it with the property management. After all, many hands make light work. Property management? Zhou Lin thought of Xiao Hang, not yet aware that Tang Yili and Sun Qinghao were also in the property management team. Just that they hadn't shown up last time. I disagree. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Lin said, Chapter 37 Prophecy Why? Huang Minjing did not get agitated because Zhou Lin disagreed with cooperating with the property management. Instead, she calmly waited for a reason. I don't trust them. Zhou Lin was very direct, stating that cooperation requires efficiency. If Huang Minjing couldn't even trust him on this point, then there was no need for both sides to continue the conversation. Cheng Yali, who was standing by, remained silent, tacitly agreeing with Zhou Lin's approach. Huang Minjing fell in a deep thought. It wasn't doubt about Zhou Lin, but rather a reflection on whether there was information she was unaware of that made Zhou Lin have a completely different view of the property, which seemed quite good. As an entrepreneur, being overly obstinate is not acceptable, especially in the face of a lack of information. One cannot draw conclusions lightly, or it could lead to failure. In the past, during peaceful times, failure would at most mean losing money, but now failure could mean losing one's life. Can you explain the reason? Zhou Lin shook his head. If Huang Minjing had agreed without hesitation, he would have given her more trust. However, once Huang Minjing asked this question, Zhou Lin knew that their cooperation might end here, unless Huang Minjing's actual performance could change his view in the future. That would be difficult. It's a gut feeling. Zhou Lin's face lost its smile and became somewhat serious as he said, If you decide to involve the property management, then I choose to withdraw from this matter. Zhou Lin's straightforwardness took Huang Minjing by surprise, leaving her at a loss for words. In the end, she looked to Qing Yali for help. All right, this hasn't been decided yet. By the way, walkie-talkie, son, don't you have a walkie-talkie? Give one to Boss Huang, so we can negotiate later. It's freezing outside, and without power, it's dangerous for Boss Huang to go back and forth. Zhou Lin certainly wouldn't treat a mere walkie-talkie as a treasure. Moreover, military products are reliable in terms of performance and function. As long as the main unit is in Zhou Lin's hands, he could control when Huang Minjing could use it and what she could or couldn't hear. At this moment, no one expected that this item would soon come in handy. After Huang Minjing left, Cheng Yali asked Zhou Lin if he had discovered any problems with the property management. Zhou Lin couldn't provide a specific answer, so he called out, Xiaoli, you come here. Zhou Li walked out of the room, rolled her eyes at Zhou Lin, and then said, different races have different hearts. The property management and the owners never interact. Girl, can't you speak properly? If you weren't my own, I would have wanted to smack you, Cheng Yali thought, knowing that Zhou Li didn't have much education and was being pretentious. Those who believe me shall have eternal life. Eternal life. Eternal life. I command you to have eternal life. In Cheng Yali's view, there was no gender bias. She was always a fair person. Whether it was Zhou Lin or Zhou Li, when the slap came down, it was absolutely the same, without distinction. Zhou Li was hit and ran away, covering her head, while still shouting that Cheng Yali was lacking in martial ethics, warning her to be careful. Wu Shui, watching from the side, covered her mouth to suppress her laughter. Shaking his head, Zhou Lin returned to the gym to continue exercising. He hadn't even warmed up when suddenly he heard Huang Minjing's cries. Help, murder! Help! Wu Shui was the first to hear it and quickly rushed toward the gym, almost colliding with Zhou Lin, who was rushing out. It's Boss Huang. I'll go take a look. Zhou Lin quickly put on his polar combat gear and dashed out. At that moment, Cheng Yali's head popped out from upstairs, shouting loudly, Be careful, take a weapon. Even in a panic, Zhou Lin remembered to glance at the surveillance camera before opening the door to ensure there was no one hiding outside. Better safe than sorry. People's hearts are hard to read. In the apocalypse, being cautious was never too much. The elevator was out of power, so Huang Minjing must have taken the stairs. Zhou Lin estimated her speed and figured she would be down by now, though other possibilities couldn't be ruled out. Leaping down the stairs, Zhou Lin felt as if he wasn't descending but jumping off a building. He could practically skip 2 steps per flight, and his body showed no discomfort at all. Before becoming an evolved human, he would have feared twisting an ankle or worse with every step. 10th floor, 7th floor, 3rd floor. When Zhou Lin jumped to the second floor, he heard voices. More precisely, a woman was shouting, mixed with two men's deep voices. Let go of me. I'm the owner. Security, where is the security? We are the security. What's wrong with the owner? It's your luck that we notice you. Who the hell would care in this weather? Were the security guards so rampant? If Zhou Lin hadn't heard it with his own ears, he would have found it hard to believe. He knew the apocalypse was coming and social order would eventually collapse. But this was happening too quickly, wasn't it? Turning off his flashlight and putting on night vision goggles, Zhou Lin slowly walked out of the stairwell and saw 3 figures entangled. A flashlight rolled on the ground beside them, presumably dropped by Huang Minjing, while another flashlight was still in one of the men's hands. In the almost pitch-black hallway, the dim flashlight didn't provide much light, unless the beam swept directly across. The 3 men would not see Zhou Lin at all. Considering the current situation, Zhou Lin chose not to reveal his identity. He pulled out a baton to test it, and then struck fiercely at the flashlight in the man's hand. Bang! Accompanied by the man's scream, the flashlight shattered. The light suddenly extinguished, and the surroundings became even darker. Zhou Lin didn't hesitate, quickly picking up Huang Minjing's flashlight and turning it off, leaving only him able to see. The 2 startled men panicked and no longer cared about Huang Minjing, threatening loudly while feeling their way toward the stairs, thinking Zhou Lin was just as blind as Huang Minjing. In contrast, Huang Minjing remained much calmer. After regaining her freedom, she took a step back and crouched down, curling her body into a ball. In the pitch darkness, her self-protective behavior was undoubtedly the right move, because by taking up less space, the possibility of being hit by indiscriminate attacks was reduced. Ignoring the 2 crazy security guards, Zhou Lin quietly approached Huang Minjing and whispered, "Boss Huang, don't speak. Come with me." Hearing the voice, Huang Minjing instinctively looked up, but unfortunately, it was still pitch black. However, she recognized Zhou Lin's voice and immediately felt relieved. Zhou Lin took Huang Minjing's right hand and helped her up, then slowly walked down the stairs. The light in the lobby downstairs was much better, allowing Huang Minjing to see Zhou Lin's silhouette. "Thank you. It seems you were right. I was naive. No need to be polite. It's too cold outside. Let's head to the garage." "Is it dangerous in the garage?" Huang Minjing asked, tightly gripping Zhou Lin's hand. "I'll take you back." Unsure if there were property management people in the underground garage, Zhou Lin still didn't turn on the flashlight. With him guiding and reminding her, Huang Minjing found it easy to walk. Although the temperature in the garage was slightly higher, the air was murky, and it was even darker than outside. Even with a flashlight, Huang Minjing wouldn't have dared to go down alone. "It feels like I've descended into hell," Huang Minjing said. Chapter 38. Saving people to hell is empty. Before turning on the flashlight, Zhou Lin first put away the night vision goggles. He initially thought it would take some time to adapt, but he found it was not as he imagined. For Huang Minjing, perhaps only the area illuminated by the flashlight was bright, but Zhou Lin could see a large range around the beam. Even the shadowy corners were clear to him. Did evolution enhance his senses as well? Zhou Lin planned to test if he could see in complete darkness later. It wasn't far from the underground garage to Building 7, just a matter of a few minutes. But to avoid any accidents, Zhou Lin insisted on escorting Huang Minjing upstairs. "Thank you so much," Huang Minjing said, adjusting her torn clothing. The temperature in the corridor was much lower due to the chimney effect. "Don't you have warmer clothes?" Zhou Lin asked. Huang Minjing forced a miserable smile and shook her head. She wasn't short on money, but not being an outdoor enthusiast or a climber, how could she have prepared specialized cold weather gear? A fur coat was more about fashion than functionality, and even if modified, it was inconvenient for movement. "I'll check at home and prepare something suitable for you. We should act quickly," Zhou Lin said. He didn't ask Huang Minjing if she still wanted to consider involving the property management. Wise people often don't need to say too much. If Huang Minjing were the type to persist, Zhou Lin wouldn't have come down to save her at all. "Is 10 o'clock tomorrow okay?" Huang Minjing bit her lip. "I'll have the intercom, so you won't need to come up to meet me." "Where shall we meet?" "Right at the entrance of your building." "Okay. Are we there? Should we go in and rest for a bit?" "No need." Zhou Lin refused Huang Minjing's invitation and returned the flashlight. "How will you leave without a flashlight?" "I have one," Zhou Lin said, turning into the corridor. The darkness instantly swallowed his voice. Huang Minjing didn't see any light, but she could hear Zhou Lin's determined footsteps fading away. Sure enough, he could see. A smile appeared on Zhou Lin's face in the dark. Evolution had indeed enhanced his senses. At least in terms of vision, he dared to say he was now on par with felines. Although the images were blurry, they were enough for Zhou Lin to navigate downstairs without stumbling. One could imagine that if he encountered an enemy in such an environment, Zhou Lin would be virtually invincible unless the opponent also had similarly sharp senses or night vision, which was basically impossible. When Zhou Lin happily returned home, Tang Yili and Sun Qinghao were complaining to each other. Sun Qinghao was holding his left hand with his right, showing that his left hand was deformed, with fingers twisted to varying degrees, red and purple. What were you doing back then? Didn't you notice someone was coming? I'm not a dog with ears. Didn't you hear it either? Tang Yili initially felt a bit guilty, but after being nagged by Sun Qinghao, he got annoyed. Why should I pamper you? I'm not a woman. I just wanted to catch that woman first. Sun Qinghao glared. It's your own fault. You get distracted by a woman. Damn. If you weren't trying to take advantage of her, would you have gotten beaten up? You totally asked for it. Am I the only one trying to take advantage? Aren't you? I was just joking. You were the one who went up to entangle her first, still wanting to use a pack of instant noodles to sleep with her. How could you even think of that? What's wrong with a pack of instant noodles? I was offering her a pack out of respect. Do you believe I could make a day out of a pack of instant noodles? Forget it. No more arguing. Let's find a doctor first and see if my hand can be treated. Damn, I can't feel it. We can only go to the boss. Behave a bit better then. Tang Yili and Sun Qinghao had been friends for many years, so arguing was normal, but it was hard for Tang Yili to just abandon him. Doctor? Xiaohang glanced at Sun Qinghao's hand and couldn't help but ask how it happened. Sorry, I can't tell the truth. Sun Qinghao and Tang Yili had agreed to say it was injured while closing a door. How could you hurt yourself like this? Are you out of your mind? If previously, Xiaohang had to disguise himself a bit in front of them, now he had basically laid his cards on the table. All the polite manners and elegance were gone. He was a rough man who would pressure them. Don't listen? No food, no shelter. However, even a piece of toilet paper has its use, but if it gets torn, while it won't be completely useless, one wouldn't dare use it to wipe. To keep this piece of toilet paper useful, Xiaohang opened his notebook. As a property manager, how could he not understand his client base? He had basically recorded the background and professions of every owner and their main family members in his notebook. There are a total of 8 owners in our community related to this. Forget about Building 8, it's hard to deal with. You should try Apartment 301 in Building 2. Both of them are doctors. The male owner runs a therapy clinic, and business should be good. Just don't know how capable he is. We'll treat a dead horse as a living one. Remember to bring some food or supplies as gifts. And go to Captain Zhang's place to collect them. This is a one-time exception. With the carrot and stick approach, Xiaohang was quite adept. And while Sun Qinghao felt he saw through it, he found it inconvenient to call him out. Tang Yili, on the other hand, was extremely grateful, almost wanting to bow to Xiaohang, especially when he heard they wouldn't have to pay for the gifts. At this moment, which landlord has extra food? Moonlight? Sunlight? No. Tang Yili was a standard light, every meal type. When Zhou Lin returned home, he inevitably had to explain a lot. He had already simplified it as much as possible. Yet it still left Sheng Yali astonished, who immediately turned to use the intercom to comfort Huang Minjing. While it was called comforting, she actually just wanted to hear Huang Minjing praise Zhou Lin. After all, having a son was about making oneself proud. Otherwise, it would be better to just give birth to a placenta and flush it down the toilet. Sister-in-law, now you believe it, right? Believe in me and you will have eternal life. Owners will never be slaves. Being called sister-in-law in front of Zhou Lin made Wu Shui a bit embarrassed. She secretly glanced at Zhou Lin and found he had no reaction, which made her unable to stand it anymore. She stepped forward and grabbed Zhou Lin's arm. Huh? What huh? Go for a checkup. Seeing Zhou Lin being dragged away by Wu Shui, Zhou rolled her eyes and called over Black Dog. Confused, Black Dog thought there was something to eat, only to be fitted with a camera around his neck by Zhou Li. Go, if you don't enter the tiger's den. How will you get the tiger cub? Get all on tape. The prodigal son returns. At first, Black Dog was indifferent, until Zhou Li took out a piece of beef jerky. Beef jerky? Even a proud black dog couldn't resist such temptation and eventually compromised under the little mistress's sweet words. Sneaking over to the gym's entrance, sticking half his head in. Wow, how are you so good? Your heart rate dropped again after the same exercise intensity. Thicker. 1 more centimeter thicker. If this goes on, won't you turn into Guadastan? TSK. So hard, who can stand this? Perhaps every seemingly quiet little fairy hides a devil inside. Zhou Lin didn't know what Shui was thinking. He just knew he couldn't think of anything right now. Chapter 39. The logistics park is a great snow plain for people living in the apocalypse. There is good news today. The snow has stopped. Although the temperature hasn't risen. The cessation of snow means that many people don't have to worry about waking up to find their houses buried under snow, or potentially dying in their sleep from lack of oxygen. Zhou Lin, ready once again, set out. He had just contacted Huang Minjing, who was also prepared. Dehydrated vegetables may not be very important right now, but as time goes on, their significance will become increasingly apparent. After passing through the underground garage, Zhou Lin took out his sled. The elevator was not working again today, and he wouldn't foolishly carry a suitcase half his height up the stairs. He had on his cold-resistant clothing and snow boots. In the empty foyer, Zhou Lin opened the sled and took out the supplies he had prepared for Huang Minjing. He was truly grateful. Huang Minjing was a bit excited. Although they were only partners, women are often emotional and can easily become moved by timely assistance, leading to promises of repay in this life or the next, such as becoming a servant or offering their bodies. As they exited the foyer, the security guard saw them on their way to the community gate and immediately notified Xiaohang. What is the name of that Zhou kid? Xiaohang thought for a moment. Are they going to collect supplies? Forget it. Let us see if they can come back first. The community gate was locked, but there was a small iron gate that could be opened from the inside. As Zhou Lin passed through the small gate, he suddenly looked back. Although everything around was dim, he had a feeling that someone was watching him from the darkness. It should be Xiaohang or the property management staff. Zhou Lin didn't think much of it. He just didn't want to expose too much too soon. However, if anyone provoked him or his family, just like those people who had blocked his way last time, he wouldn't hold back. Huang Minjing could only see a limited range. Zhou Lin disagreed with using a flashlight or emergency lights, as it would easily expose them. How can we walk if we can't see anything? You sit on it. Zhou Lin pointed to the sled on the ground. He had estimated the distance between the two places, Huang Minjing's speed and stamina, and come to a frustrating conclusion. Without considering the time spent in the warehouse, it would take at least 12 hours. This was unacceptable for Zhou Lin, so the best way was for him to drag Huang Minjing along. With his current strength and stamina, he could shorten the time to 8 hours. Later, Zhou Lin thought of using skis. As a southerner, he hadn't known how to ski before. It was only after the apocalypse in his previous life that he desperately learned it to survive. With skis on, his speed naturally increased significantly. But only someone like Zhou Lin, who had both strength and enough skill, could ski while dragging a simple sled and move quickly. During the day, the faint light filtering through the dust clouds was not enough for ordinary people to see, but Zhou Lin could basically see a range of about 100 meters. Not to mention skiing, this visibility was enough for driving. The reason he didn't accelerate to his physical limit was that the wind was too strong. Zhou Lin could manage while in motion, but Huang Minjing in the sled could not. She was almost buried in the sled and was still shivering from the cold. Stop. Let's take a break. Half an hour later, Huang Minjing shouted with a trembling voice. She felt that if they didn't stop to warm up, she might freeze stiff before they reached the logistics park. We got about a third of the way. As Zhou Lin spoke, a long white mist escaped from his mouth, like a winding jade dragon gradually disappearing into the cold air. Really fast. Aren't you tired? Huang Minjing asked. Not bad, Zhou Lin replied, stuffing a chocolate bar into his mouth. The biggest similarity between evolvers and superpowered individuals is that they can eat when they are inactive and not using their powers. It's fine, but as soon as they start moving or using their abilities, they become like food destruction machines, sometimes not stopping to eat at all. So sometimes Zhou Lin thought, not letting everyone become an evolver or a superpowered individual might be a form of protection for this world. After all, there aren't that many resources for evolvers and superpowered individuals to consume. From the map, Zhou Lin's current location should be a commercial center. The iconic two buildings were less than 50 meters away from him. Since they were commercial office buildings, it was likely that the people inside had evacuated after the disaster struck. Zhou Lin hadn't seen any lights behind the glass. Suddenly, Zhou Lin thought of the official shelters. In his previous life, he hadn't been in Jiazhu, so he didn't know the specific locations of the official shelters. However, as a local, he could roughly guess a few possible locations, as those places were famous for being civil defense constructions in earlier years. And two of those places had even been developed into underground shopping malls. Besides these large shelters, hospitals and state-owned factories also had their own civil defense constructions in earlier years. As long as they hadn't been demolished or filled in, they could still be used as shelters, since their original purpose was to withstand potential nuclear warfare. If they could withstand such disasters as nuclear annihilation, then low temperatures were certainly not a problem. In the later stages, the real reason for the large population decline was still resources. Therefore, this trip to the logistics park was not just for those dehydrated vegetables. Zhou Lin had his own plans as well. However, he would definitely have to avoid Huang Minjing when the time came. The matter of the space was tightly kept by the four members of the Zhou family. Not only Huang Minjing, but even Wu Shui didn't know. Perhaps only when superpowered individuals began to appear would others be qualified to know this biggest secret. Come on, I think I can go again. The two continued on their way, stopping once more to let Huang Minjing catch her breath. By noon, Zhou Lin saw the row of flagpoles at the entrance of the logistics park. The more than 30-meter-high flagpoles had less than two-thirds exposed to the air. The flags that once flew there were surely long gone, but the poles still stood strong, seemingly there to signify the existence of the logistics park. However, apart from these flagpoles, Zhou Lin's field of vision was filled with a vast expanse of white snow, resembling the northern scenery in poetry. It sounded beautiful and romantic, but neither of them had the mood to appreciate it at that moment. Let me think about the approximate location. How deep do you think it is below? After stopping the sled in front of the flagpole, Huang Minjing stood up and turned on her flashlight. More than 10 meters. All the warehouses in the logistics park are about 9 meters high. I'm really curious. How did you see all the way here? Huang Minjing had been curious about this for a long time and couldn't hold back any longer. Maybe it's because I particularly like eating fish. Zhou Lin answered without hesitation. Who would believe that? It doesn't matter. At least I believe it. After all, he couldn't let Huang Minjing slice him up just because of that. Let us check the map. A few minutes later, Zhou Lin didn't think Huang Minjing would be able to find the exact location of the dehydrated warehouse in the vast snowfield. He didn't want her to randomly point somewhere and waste their energy and time. Chapter 40, The Benefit of the Eternal Night, is that as long as there is no light, it can be basically confirmed that there will be no one nearby. Even if there are people, they cannot see what you are doing unless someone has night vision capabilities like Zhou Lin. With the help of the map and military compass, Zhou Lin and Huang Minjing finally locked onto an area. If nothing unexpected happens, digging down should lead to the warehouse storing dehydrated vegetables. Let us get started. Time is limited, and we each have our tasks. The two had discussed on the way here. Zhou Lin would be responsible for digging out the warehouse, while Huang Minjing was in charge of preparing a temporary shelter, which was essentially a snow house. Normally, a warehouse of dehydrated vegetables would contain at least dozens or hundreds of tons. Even with 10 or 20 people, it would be impossible to move it all at once. Additionally, regardless of whether it continues to snow in the future, at least before the snow completely melts, every time they move the dehydrated vegetables, they would need to go through the process of digging a hole and then filling it back in. Otherwise, there is a risk of exposing the warehouse. A relatively fixed resting point could not only be used for resting, but also for storing supplies. Zhou Lin took out 2 shovels from the sled and handed one to Huang Minjing, and they started working. Although the intensity of their labor was vastly different, by the time Zhou Lin had dug to the roof of the warehouse, Huang Minjing had only managed to dig a shallow hole, not deep enough to bury her calves. "Hurry up," Zhou Lin said lightly. In the apocalypse, there is no mercy for the tender-hearted. Only when one is well-fed can they think of other things. Those who are cold and hungry will desperately fight to survive. Anyone who slows them down will be ruthlessly abandoned. Huang Minjing also felt embarrassed, but the snow on the ground had already frozen hard. With Zhou Lin's current physical condition, This amount of exercise didn't require any rest, and he quickly dug out the ventilation window under the roof of the warehouse. I'll go down and take a look. After a brief greeting, Zhou Lin broke the glass and crawled into the pitch-black warehouse. Huang Minjing stood guard at the window, anxiously waiting. Inside the warehouse, it was nearly pitch dark, and Zhou Lin had to turn on his flashlight for illumination. What luck! Upon landing, Zhou Lin saw neatly stacked sealed boxes inside the warehouse, all marked with characters from the island nation, along with various vegetable illustrations. It should be correct. Each box of dehydrated vegetables weighed 30 kilograms, and if calculated based on a standard consumption of 100 grams per meal, it would be enough for one person to eat for half a year. The entire warehouse contained at least tens of thousands of boxes of dehydrated vegetables. Unfortunately, since he came with Huang Minjing this time, he couldn't take everything back to the Fuhua warehouse. Zhou Lin took around 2,000 boxes. Leaving a small part of the warehouse empty should not raise Huang Minjing's suspicions. Come in, it's safe. Seeing the boxes of dehydrated vegetables, Huang Minjing was so excited that tears streamed down her face. It took her a long time to calm down and ask Zhou Lin how to get them back. What else can we do? It's not like we can let Zhou Lin take out the Conqueror to load them, right? You go up and continue. This time we'll take 10 boxes back to divide. Zhou Lin said. Huang Minjing thought for a moment and didn't have a better plan. The journey might not easily expose them, but once inside the community, it would be hard to say. If they encountered the property staff, who would trust them again? Anyone who did would be blacklisted by her. 10 boxes of dehydrated vegetables were still a bit much for the modified sled, to the point that Huang Minjing had to sit on top of the dehydrated vegetables, watching Zhou Lin, who was striding ahead on the snowboards. Huang Minjing's mood was quite complex. When they stopped to rest along the way, Huang Minjing was particularly attentive to Zhou Lin, offering him food and water, almost to the point of chewing it up and feeding it to him. Boss Huang, there's no need to be so polite. Zhou Lin found it a bit hard to accept. What do you mean by Boss Huang? If you don't mind, just call me Sister Huang, or you can call me by my name directly. Zhou Lin understood a bit and hurriedly said, That's enough. Let us go, or we want to make it back tonight. All right, I'll trouble you then. Come to my house tomorrow. I'll cook for you. No need. It's not a hassle. Zhou Lin exerted himself to drag the sled, and once the speed picked up, Huang Minjing didn't dare to speak up anymore. It was too cold. As they passed by a building, suddenly several beams of light focused on Zhou Lin and the sled. Oh no! Zhou Lin immediately discarded the snow barrier and quickly drew out his gun. The next moment, he saw 7 or 8 figures rushing out from the building, each holding weapons. Though the lighting was poor, Zhou Lin could see clearly enough. They were wielding baseball bats, kitchen knives, and things like watermelon knives. Don't move. Leave the stuff behind. We don't want to kill anyone. Don't resist. Perhaps because the apocalypse had just begun, these robbers still had some bottom line. But it could also be that this was just their pretense. Who could guarantee that they wouldn't kill if they gave up resistance? Huang Minjing was so nervous she couldn't even speak. She had never encountered anything like this in her life and had no idea what to do. Seeing that the other side wasn't armed, Zhou Lin also put his handgun back and directly approached the man in front, who was holding a watermelon knife high. Narrow your eyes. Throw a punch. His fist, the size of a sand bowl, created a sonic boom as it smashed into the man's solar plexus. There was no thought of holding back. Even in peacetime, Zhou Lin would do this. Several layers of cotton coats and cold-resistant clothing couldn't completely dissipate the force of this punch. Even through the thick fabric, a clear sound of bones breaking could be heard. The watermelon knife man opened his mouth as if wanting to say something, but his eyes instantly became bloodshot and bulged, gradually losing their luster. As he fell to the ground, the 5 men behind him immediately halted. They were just ordinary people, when faced with a punch that was only seen in movies. Who could muster the courage to attack Zhou Lin? People are inherently inclined to seek benefits and avoid harm. Gulp. Someone swallowed hard and slowly began to retreat. There was no negotiation. It was too cold, and speaking was a waste of heat. After confirming that Zhou Lin had no intention of pursuing them, the 5 men retreated and finally turned to run. Is it over? Are they dead? As the gathered beams of flashlight disappeared, Huang Minjing finally dared to turn on her flashlight, shining it on the man on the ground whose face was already covered in white frost, unable to believe her eyes. Let us go. Zhou Lin shook his head as he put his snowboards back on. If it weren't for Huang Minjing being a burden, he would have definitely followed those people into the building. Not to kill. He wasn't that cold-blooded and brutal. He just wanted to figure out how they discovered him and Huang Minjing. If this question wasn't resolved, the next time they encountered this group, they might use ranged weapons. Firearms, crossbows, or even slingshots, who could say? But it would definitely happen, even though Zhou Lin had just given them a warning. Between starving to death and taking a desperate gamble, even Zhou Lin himself would choose the latter, unless these people were not allowed to see him. To achieve this goal, he had to first understand how they did it. Dragging the sled, they continued on their way. As they approached the entrance of the community, Huang Minjing jumped off the sled to open the door. "Don't turn on the light. I'll do it," Zhou Lin suddenly said. "Why? Is it still not safe, even when we're at the community?" Chapter 41. Ability upgrade indeed. They went out to gather supplies. At the property management office by the window, Xiaohang used a device to see through layers of darkness and spotted Zhou Lin and Huang Minjing just entering. How did those two end up together? Xiaohang muttered to himself, and Huang Xiefeng, who was dressed in a security uniform, standing beside him, quickly asked if he should arrange for someone to ask them. "Ask what?" Xiaohang put down the night vision goggles and fiddled with them, saying, "This thing is pretty good. Go ask that kid if he has any more." "None left," Huang Xiefeng replied. "That kid is almost starving. Whatever he says is what he says. He even gave me photos of a female owner he secretly took." "Photos? Great. Let me see first which building." Xiaohang squinted his eyes, showing interest. As for Zhou Lin and Huang Minjing going out to gather supplies, Xiaohang wasn't in a hurry. How much could that sled carry? It wouldn't last long. As long as they kept a close watch when they went out next time, they could arrange for someone to follow them and take care of everything. "Let me help you take it up." Zhou Lin and Huang Minjing arrived at the entrance of Building 7, sharing 10 packs of dehydrated vegetables equally. Huang Minjing originally only wanted 3 packs, but Zhou Lin couldn't bear it and insisted on splitting them. Considering Huang Minjing's strength and the time it might waste, Zhou Lin handed her a metal baton to guard the sled. When Huang Minjing saw Zhou Lin lift 5 boxes of dehydrated vegetables at once, she couldn't help but swallow. Who says women can't be greedy? She was really craving it right now, especially since Zhou Lin came back down in less than 5 minutes, which shocked Huang Minjing. "Are you even human?" Zhou Lin replied. "Keep exercising, and you'll be fine. Trust science." In reality, he and T really carried 5 boxes of dehydrated vegetables up 17 floors. Why would he be a fool when they're a warehouse? If it weren't for the old lady opening the door slowly, Zhou Lin could have come down even earlier, dragging the sled back to Building 8. Zhou Lin confirmed there was no one around before putting the sled away. He walked up the stairs leisurely, only taking it out when he reached his door, knocking before entering. When the 4 people at home saw 5 boxes of dehydrated vegetables, none of them had any special expressions. So far, the Zhou family lacked nothing in food and drink. As Cheng Yali put it, they hadn't tasted the hardships of the apocalypse. Even Yang Chi-Chi in the tool room, although she mostly ate the leftovers of the Zhou family, actually ate better in terms of food variety than most people struggling in the apocalypse. Perhaps because they had been living comfortably for too long, Yang Chi-Chi felt no gratitude towards Zhou Lin and his family. Instead, her hatred grew more and more, constantly thinking about delivering a fatal blow to Zhou Lin's family. "I'll go rest for a bit." Zhou Lin greeted them, casually rubbed Black Dog's head, and hurried back to his room. He wasn't actually tired. The real reason was that his ability was about to upgrade. Symbiosis. Beginner 999-1000, currently symbiotic transport. Laifu, large waterborne transport. Available symbiotic transport slots. 0 storage space. 1-1. Since he hadn't experienced it before, Zhou Lin didn't know what an ability upgrade would be like. To avoid any accidents, he locked the door, sat cross-legged in the center of the room, and after adjusting his breathing and heartbeat, he slowly began to store the pile of supplies he had taken out earlier from light to heavy. 1, 2, 3. When he had stored about 50 kilograms of supplies, Zhou Lin felt he lost control of his body, as if his soul had completely detached from his body. After a few seconds or maybe minutes, he felt his body returning, or was an illusion. Symbiosis. Intermediate 1000-10,000. Currently symbiotic transport. Lifu, large waterborne transport. Available symbiotic transport slots. 1 storage space. 1 2-strength symbiosis. 2. 5 minutes 24 hours evolution level 1. 2. 5. 2,514 10,000. The changes after the ability upgrade mainly included an additional slot for symbiotic transport and storage space, a new value called evolution level, and gaining an active skill called strength symbiosis. His body could reach the strength of the symbiotic transport, but it could only be used once a day, currently lasting for 2.5 minutes, the same as the evolution level value. Zhou Lin wasn't surprised by the appearance of evolution level. He knew from his previous life that ability users would definitely become evolvers. But ordinary evolvers shouldn't be able to intuitively feel their own evolution level. This should be a privilege for ability users. As for the skill, strength symbiosis, the duration might be directly related to evolution level. As long as the level of the symbiosis skill didn't change, the higher the evolution level, the longer the duration of strength symbiosis. After thinking about it, Zhou Lin felt it made sense. If he regarded strength symbiosis as a powerful move, its power and duration would depend on his basic qualities, right? In other words, he currently had 2.5 minutes to transform into a steel body. Forget about guns. Even a rocket launcher might not be able to harm him, though 2.5 minutes might not seem long, unless in specific environments. It was enough for Zhou Lin to escape from any crisis. If he couldn't fight, didn't he know how to run? Overall, he was very satisfied with the changes after this upgrade, especially with the appearance of evolution level, which allowed him to see the results of his hard work more intuitively. As for that evolution level, Zhou Lin was even more excited. After level 1, there would definitely be level 2, level 3, which motivated him greatly, making him eager to train right away. So hungry. Once the excitement passed, Zhou Lin finally felt all his cells screaming for food. He looked at his hands and found they were just skin and bones. Could it be that all the muscles and fat in his body had been consumed during the upgrade? With no time to ponder what he had become, or whether he would scare everyone when he went out later, Zhou Lin's only thought now was to eat. As soon as he focused his mind, a pile of hamburgers appeared in front of him. Swallowing, Zhou Lin grabbed one, tore off the packaging, and stuffed it into his mouth. Driven by intense hunger, Zhou Lin transformed into a merciless food-crushing machine, devouring hamburger after hamburger. Only when he nearly choked did he sip some cola. The hamburgers on the Lifu were bigger and thicker than ever. Logically, 3 or 5 should be enough to burst someone of Zhou Lin's size, but in reality, he ate at least 70 or 80 without feeling his belly bulging. Instead, his skin and bones condition began to improve, as if the meat inside the hamburgers was slowly filling him up. He didn't know how many he had eaten, but Zhou Lin finally felt he wasn't starving anymore, and by then, his body had basically returned to normal, even looking taller and more robust than before. The muscle lines were hidden under resilient skin, looking better and more pleasing than the purely muscular type. Getting up to look in the mirror, Zhou Lin nodded in satisfaction. The only thing he might have to worry about was Wu Shui's health check. While Zhou Lin was upgrading in his room, a convoy appeared at the main entrance of Lanshan community, with dozens of bright searchlights illuminating the courtyard, attracting nearly all the awake residents to the windows. Sheng Yali, Zhou Li, and Wu Shui didn't need to say anything. Even Zhou Chaojun, who was recuperating and hadn't moved much, came to peek through the specially reserved open window to see who was arriving with such a dramatic display. Chapter 42 Government Convoy. The sudden arrival of the convoy startled the entire community. Xiao Hang felt a bit nervous. Everyone, don't panic. We are from the government's Post-Disaster Reconstruction Command. The command is jointly led by the government and the station military, consisting of soldiers and personnel from relevant local departments. I am Su Yuanji, the director of the Greenery Street office. Is anyone familiar with me? It turned out to be government officials. The consistent trust the people of Xiagua have in the government relieved most of the residents, while only those like Xiao Hang, who harbored ulterior motives, felt tense. A dozen soldiers dressed in snow camouflage and fully armed jumped out of the snow vehicle and entered the community, followed by 2 plainclothes individuals. Thanks to the spotlight, most people in the community could see them. I am Su Yuanji. Is manager Xiao Hang here? Director Su, it really is you. Xiao Hang ran over to shake hands with Su Yuanji. It's cold outside. Let's talk in the lobby. Lao Huang, go turn on the electricity. Didn't you see, Director? Su has arrived. A few minutes later, the lights in the property management office lobby came on, and the heating started working, gradually raising the temperature. Su Yuanji and Wu Jiankai had three main purposes for this outing. First, to show those outside the shelter that the country and government still exist and social order remains. Do not entertain thoughts of lawlessness. Second, the government judged that the disaster situation would not end in the short term, so the shelter needs to expand and increase its functions and talents. Third, to collect supplies. Little Xiao, our time is tight and tasks are heavy. We must inform every resident in the community about these 3 points. The shelter welcomes them to sign up actively. Anyone who meets the requirements should be prepared. We will arrange a convoy to pick them up tomorrow. This communicator is given to you. Soon the state will distribute them in bulk, and everyone can purchase one. Xiaohang took the seemingly brick-sized device with a smile, nodding repeatedly to reassure Su Yuanji, promising to complete the task. Outside, the loudspeaker had broadcast the notice and specific requirements for talent selection at the shelter 3 times. The community owners were already aware of Su Yuanji's purpose without stepping outside, but it was uncertain if anyone was tempted. In any case, the Zhou family of 4 would not be tempted, and Wu Shui was equally uninterested. So it's a recruitment for the shelter. They are only looking for skilled and manual labor, but now having a full meal might tempt many people, Zhou Kaijun said. Not necessarily, Zhou Li shook her head. People are selfish. The shelter is not a paradise. There are many who appear loyal, but are not. Well, the other 3 didn't quite understand what Zhou Li was trying to say, but everyone was used to it. At this moment, Zhou Lin finally came out. He had just discovered that with the upgrade of his abilities in physical evolution, his resistance to cold seemed to have improved significantly, but to avoid surprising others too much, he had reluctantly put on a coat. Xing Yali exclaimed that getting a cold would be terrible. Isn't there a doctor? It's really not cold. Wu Shui tilted her head, repeatedly sizing up Zhou Lin. I think you seem a bit different. Really? Maybe it's because I've been exercising recently. Zhou Lin denied it outright. Zhou Kaijun and Xing Yali exchanged glances, then changed the subject. Su Yuanji led the convoy away, and the community fell back into silence and darkness, as if many sighs could be heard. When would this kind of life come to an end? The lights in the property management office had not gone out yet, and Xiaohang was studying the communication device. This thing looked full of Russian style, probably hastily put together. A composite product that could be seen as an ordinary smartphone combined with a satellite communication module and a large power bank. Perhaps to save power. Its functions were quite simple, only allowing calls, text messages, and a basic chat software that could send text messages for one-on-one private chats, as well as sections for the shelter, regional, and national levels. However, accessing the national section required permission, and after registering, Xiaohang found he could not use the national section yet. But looking at the streams of information in the shelter and regional sections, Xiaohang felt a sense of returning to civilization and almost shed tears. Tell the brothers, let's have a good meal today, and then go door to notify and encourage our community owners to sign up for the shelter? Huang Xiefeng asked. Xiaohang tilted his head to glance at Huang Xiefeng. Are you stupid? Of course. Encourage them to stay and be self-reliant. And those troublesome families on the top floors of building 8 and 7 with the surname Huang, make sure they don't leave. So Huang Xiefeng could only act as the deputy captain of the security team, his ideological awareness completely out of sync, even asking why they had to keep those 2 families. Are you stupid? Oh, forget I asked. Don't you remember that they once went out alone and brought back a truckload of supplies? Do you think it's easy to find a truckload of supplies outside now? Xiaohang tapped Huang Xiefeng on the head. Stop dawdling. Hurry up. I want to see which owners want to leave. This is my territory. They can't just leave. As a reader who had gone through countless apocalypse novels, Xiaohang always felt he had the demeanor of a protagonist, and Lanshan was his foundation for takeoff. Whether it was supplies or people, they were all his. The recent loudspeaker announcements from the shelter convoy indeed stirred some owners' hearts. In a few days or a week or so, most owners could grit their teeth and accept it. But what if it continued? Even the government had started expanding the shelter. This indicated the government did not believe the disaster situation would improve. Smart people should follow the government's lead, not try to stand out. As for how good the shelter was, it couldn't be worse than starving, right? It couldn't be so bad that they would freeze to death, could it? And if they died, someone would bury them, right? For example, Huang Minjing's mother thought they should go to the shelter. Huang Minjing was also swayed and ultimately contacted Chengyali. However, Chengyali was unwilling to express her views on this issue. If you talk about buying clothes, bags, or even cars and houses, opinions on right or wrong don't matter much. It's just money. But for life and death decisions, it's best to make your own choices. Sister Cheng, are you planning to go to the shelter? Since Chengyali wouldn't say, Huang Minjing tried a different approach. When Chengyali firmly said no, Huang Minjing understood. Then we want to go either, Sister Cheng. From now on, my mom and I will stick with you. What are you talking about? Chengyali, holding the walkie-talkie, was completely stunned. What do you mean by sticking with her? What use is that? No, Sister Cheng, I have a batch of instant food stored in a very safe place, about 50 tons. Forget about whether to stick together or not. Let's just help each other out. If you need anything urgently, just tell me. Chengyali changed her tone. Do you have any extra coal or charcoal? I'm burning the floorboards. Chapter 43. Racing against time. Does she want coal? What will she exchange for it? Chengyali talked about the 50 tons of instant food inventory, but she also admitted that Huang Minjing might be lying. However, the temptation of 50 tons of instant food is indeed great. According to Zhou Lin's account of the apocalypse process, the future value of these 50 tons of instant food is immeasurable. She was just saying it. Even if she had it, she wouldn't easily give it to us. Zhou Lin shook his head. After several interactions with Huang Minjing, he realized this woman was not simple. How could a simple person manage a nearly bankrupt food factory to flourish in just 3 to 5 years? She knew about my large coal purchases. In fact, it wasn't just coal. At that time, Chengyali had no time to plan. There were too many things to procure. For the sake of efficiency and cost, she couldn't afford to care about many things, even knowing it would bring hidden dangers, but there was no better way. Zhou Lin pinched the bridge of his nose and decided to go out for a while. What are you going out for? It's so cold and dangerous outside. We don't lack anything. Just because we don't lack now doesn't mean we won't in the future, Zhou Lin interrupted Chengyali. Seeing her attempts to stop him were in vain, Chengyali darkened her face and went to find Zhou Li and Wu Shui, planning to give Zhou Lin a lesson. Little did she know she was already a step too late. Without any encumbrances, Zhou Lin didn't need to prepare anything to go out. It was pitch dark outside. Who could see him leave? Quick, tell the boss, that man from Building 8 has gone out again. Xiao Hang, who was sleeping soundly, was called up. However, when he got the night vision goggles, Zhou Lin had already walked out of the community gate. Damn, Xiao Hang slapped his thigh hard. Didn't we tell you to secure the gate? No way. When the people from the shelter arrive tomorrow, we will seal the gate. Boss, sealing the gate doesn't mean much. The snow in many places in the community is higher than the walls. Walking through the snow is not as convenient as using the main entrance. Xiao Hang glared at the security guard who spoke, then shoved the night vision goggles back. You will watch for another 8 hours before your shift. Outside the community, without buildings blocking the way, the cold wind was noticeably harsher. Zhou Lin looked back at the community, the silhouettes of the buildings, with few windows showing light. In the eternal darkness of the long night, those bright lights from just 10 days ago seemed like a distant memory. Perhaps it would be difficult for humanity to recreate that brilliance, even if the eternal night passed. The world would still not be gentle with humanity. That's why I need more supplies. After giving himself a pep talk, Zhou Lin propped up his snowboards and glided towards the logistics park. Buried under heavy snow, the once visible roads and rivers had disappeared. Fortunately, with the upgrade of his abilities, his night vision seemed to have improved as well. In the past, he could barely see over 100 meters. Now he could see clearly within 200 meters, and even outlines beyond that. Just this ability was enough to keep Zhou Lin in an undefeated position. After all, compared to him, others were almost blind. Even Su Ziyuan's team, relying on high-powered searchlights, probably couldn't see as clearly as Zhou Lin. To ensure safety, the convoy had to strictly follow the new satellite navigation. Otherwise, there was a constant risk of vehicle destruction and loss of life. Because it was not easy to go out, Every time Su Ziyuan and others passed through a community that might have people or supplies, the vehicles would stop to find people or collect supplies. Currently, the shelter was almost lacking in everything. In other words, any supplies related to life or valuable items. The truly high-value targets, such as granaries and supply warehouses, were completed by more elite and professional teams. These teams were usually composed of pure military personnel, led by experienced reconnaissance soldiers and mountain special forces. Zhou Lin was just a few hundred meters away from the logistics park when he saw such a large convoy. Could it be too late? Seeing the bright logistics park, Zhou Lin couldn't help but feel anxious. He estimated that the authorities would not abandon the logistics park, but he didn't expect them to arrive so quickly. Although the logistics park was important, it should still be ranked after the grain and oil warehouses and large supermarkets. His thinking wasn't wrong. He just underestimated the number of troops stationed here. Despite the seemingly low administrative level of Jiazhou City, it was a serious military stronghold, with several army brigades stationed in the vicinity, totaling nearly 100,000 troops when combined with other branches. Furthermore, in the last decade, Xia country's military budget had been sufficient. Even the army had various equipment, and when disaster struck, local troops almost immediately engaged in support. The Jiazhou Disaster Command Center was able to arrange dozens of convoys to act independently. Some seemingly impossible things were different when the government was involved. The inventory list of the logistics park during the disaster was now in the hands of Colonel Wang Pingping, the head of the convoy. Haven't we found the 38 tons of dehydrated vegetables yet? Excavation operations had already started for half an hour, and several key warehouses were in the hands of each participating excavator. However, not having staff in the logistics park was the biggest mistake of this operation, mainly because no one thought the snow accumulation here would be so severe before departure, and lacking tall buildings for reference made it very difficult to find the exact location. If it weren't for various coincidences stacking up, Zhou Lin might not have seen even a hair of the dehydrated vegetables. Now, he was able to quietly approach the dehydrated vegetable warehouse and open the passage he had deliberately left last time, without Huang Minjing as a burden. Zhou Lin could recklessly load box after box of dehydrated vegetables into the LIFO number. The neatly stacked, dehydrated vegetables disappeared piece by piece in less than 10 minutes. The entire warehouse was as clean as if it had been licked by a dog. Even with his upgraded abilities and evolved physique, after collecting the entire warehouse, Zhou Lin felt weak all over and dizzy. He hadn't calculated how many vegetables he had collected, only knowing it was time to leave. Just 2 minutes after he crawled out, several beams of light converged on the location of the vegetable warehouse. Soon, work vehicles arrived, and within 2 or 3 minutes, they organized a working area. Hearing that the dehydrated vegetable warehouse had been found, Wang Pingping couldn't help but come over personally. However, when he saw the breathable window that Zhou Lin had smashed open, he had a bad premonition. In order to empty the warehouse, the convoy would have to dig out the warehouse door, but Wang Pingping couldn't wait. He ordered people to go in through the air vent first. Soon, the person who went in came out, and the news they brought back nearly made Wang Pingping drop his hat. Who was it? Who got there a step earlier? He couldn't figure it out. The warehouse door was clearly locked. Could it be that the 30 or 40 tons of dehydrated vegetables were all taken out box by box through that air vent? How much time would that take? And how many people would be needed? Thinking this, Wang Pingping's face suddenly became serious. It wasn't because he felt sorry for the tens of tons of dehydrated vegetables, but because he thought of something far more serious than the dehydrated vegetables. You all continue. He waved his hand and jogged towards the command vehicle. He needed to report the situation here to his superiors immediately. Chapter 44 Second Symbiosis. Outside the logistics park, Zhou Lin, hiding in the darkness, felt a bit regretful. He had originally regarded the logistics park as his private property, just not in a hurry to collect it. But he didn't expect that one slow step would lead to more delays. Forget it. After all, they need to support hundreds of thousands of people. And I don't necessarily need these supplies. Patting his backside, Zhou Lin put on his snowboards again and set off for the next target. At this moment, he was still unaware that Wang Pingping had identified the person stealing dehydrated vegetables as the #1 enemy and reported it to the Disaster Relief Command Center currently representing the government of Jiazhou City. In his report to the command center, Wang Pingping bluntly stated that a vicious gang had emerged in the city, and their existence could threaten social order and the lives of hundreds of thousands of people, calling for a heavy-handed crackdown and severe punishment. After upgrading his abilities, Zhou Lin had been contemplating what kind of vehicle to symbiotically create. The first thing that came to mind was the ready-made aircraft from the Lai Fu ship. He considered fighter jets, transport planes, and helicopters. However, after repeated contemplation, he felt they were unsuitable, since the eternal night freeze to his death in his last life. Airplanes were not appropriate transportation tools given the overall environment. Ground transportation tools were what Zhou Lin needed most right now. The Conqueror in the warehouse could be considered an all-around champion. If he had no other choice, it would definitely be it. Measuring over 11 meters long, 2, 55 meters wide, and 3, 95 meters high, with a curb weight of 23,000 kilograms, it boasted a maximum power of 425 kilowatts, maximum horsepower of 578, and maximum torque of 2,800 Nm, with a 600-liter main fuel tank and an auxiliary tank that could be added at any time. It could hold over 1,000 liters of fuel in total. It had 3 interaxle differential locks and 4 interwheel differential locks, totaling 7 differential locks. The cargo body used a broken bridge thermal insulation sandwich structure to ensure high strength, hardness, thermal insulation, heat preservation, and noise reduction. The 3-point floating balance sub-beam system guaranteed the stability and comfort of the cabin while driving. It was equipped with a reversing camera, an 8-channel monitoring system, waterproof and sandproof storage compartments, a built-in 500-pound rear winch, a shovel, and sand rescue boards. The roof had 12 solar panels, standard solar chargers, a high-power mixed power supply system, and an 8 kilowatts ultra-quiet water-cooled diesel generator with a lithium iron phosphate battery pack providing 21.6 kilowatt hours of energy. The internal usable area was 20 square meters, and with the terrace, it could reach 25.5 square meters, featuring a dual kitchen design for indoor and outdoor use. It had a large-capacity refrigerator, an induction cooker, an oil fume extractor, a microwave oven, a coffee machine, and all conceivable kitchen appliances, while the bathroom was as well equipped as a 5-star hotel, with an 800-liter water tank, a fully automatic diesel hot water boiler, 3 sets of DC variable frequency single cold air conditioning units, and 2 sets of 4 kilowatts diesel warm air boiler heating systems, along with a pollen filtration and exhaust system. It ensured a spring-like environment inside the vehicle throughout the seasons, unaffected by the weather. It could be said that aside from being expensive, this vehicle was undoubtedly the best choice for civilians to cope with the apocalypse. In peacetime, Zhou Lin couldn't even have imagined owning such a vehicle. It wasn't he that the Conqueror was the only choice for RVs. In fact, the recent RV craze in Xia country had led many automotive modification manufacturers to see opportunities, producing not only a batch of urban RVs, but also many excellent products based on heavy truck platforms. In Zhou Lin's plan, the house in Lanshan was only suitable for living in the early stages of the apocalypse. After 2 months of extreme cold, there would be a period of relatively comfortable temperatures, but the melting snow would lead to surface water flooding. Simply put, a flood. Not everywhere would have floods, but Jiazhou City would definitely experience it. By then, areas currently buried under heavy snow would likely be inundated again, and some shelter entrances and exits would be submerged underwater. If not handled in time, it could even lead to flooding inside the shelters, which was why Zhou Lin was resolutely avoiding them. Many people believed that after the flood, there would be high temperatures and outbreaks of disease, but that was not the case. The large amounts of surface water would cause many places on Earth to become marshlands, and as temperatures rose, evaporating water vapor would quickly form cumulonimbus clouds that would rain down. Therefore, after the flood, there would be a long period of mixed weather with strong convective conditions bringing heavy rain, thunderstorms, hail, and hurricanes, with temperatures fluctuating between minus and 40 degrees, which was worse than simply experiencing high or low temperatures. Additionally, the northern coastal areas of Xia country would face severe nuclear contamination during the eternal night freeze. The nuclear facilities on the island nation, shattered by volcanic eruptions and earthquakes, were in a frozen state. Once thawed, frequent rains and floods would wash out nuclear materials and waste, contaminating the entire island nation while spreading to neighboring countries and regions along ocean currents and precipitation. The intense nuclear radiation would not only harm humans, but also lead to massive deaths and mutations among living organisms. Ultimately, these nuclear materials and waste would spread across the globe, with consequences that were hard to estimate. However, the island nation's government did not survive even the first wave of the eternal night freeze. Of its 200 million citizens, fewer than 30 million had a chance to see the light of day again. By the time the severe consequences of nuclear contamination arrived, most of those 30 million would have perished due to their own actions, leaving only a minuscule number who truly escaped the homeland, estimated to be no more than 1 million. Yet the island nation's people did not perish. They not only had a significant number of immigrants in Xia country, but also forcibly occupied an area in Hezhou, attempting to rebuild their homeland. As for the final situation, Zhou Lin was unaware, but it was said that the mutated creatures in Hezhou and Yangzhou were particularly fierce. So it was likely that the islanders were facing great challenges as well. As he moved forward and reminisced, Zhou Lin realized he had arrived at his destination, Jiazhou Automobile City. Similar to the logistics park, it was also covered in snow, and the once sprawling 4S dealerships were buried beneath the thick white blanket. Zhou Lin was not there to look for a vehicle. Among civilian vehicles, the Conqueror could be considered the top-tier existence in Xia country. Especially in a small city like Jiazhou, it was nearly impossible to find a more formidable vehicle. However, Zhou Lin felt that the Conqueror T was not yet in its most perfect state. If he were to symbiotically use it frequently, he would need to modify, maintain, and repair it multiple times. Even if he could make any modifications and repairs within the storage space after symbiosis, parts and materials could not simply be conjured from thin air. There were some vehicle parts on the Lai Fu ship, but they might not be suitable for the Conqueror, which was why Zhou Lin came to check it out. After finding a good spot and starting to dig, Zhou Lin soon spotted a familiar domestic brand logo. Although it wasn't exactly what he wanted, since he was already there, he thought it was worth digging in to see. Half an hour later, Zhou Lin finally entered the original exhibition hall. Turning on the portable lighting, the entire exhibition hall came into view. The original glass curtain walls were shattered all over the ground, and most of the display vehicles were frozen, likely making them difficult to use normally. There were no traces of human activity, indicating that everyone had evacuated before the disaster fully struck. After some thought, Zhou Lin decided to move all the vehicles in the exhibition hall onto the deck of the Lai Fu ship, then turned and entered the maintenance workshop in the back. There were still quite a few vehicles waiting or undergoing repairs, but unfortunately, they would never see their owners again, and Zhou Lin did not find them appealing. He was only there to collect new parts and repair tools from the warehouse. 15 minutes later, Zhou Lin stopped, panting. He felt this approach was inefficient. He couldn't keep running back and forth every day, could he? Chapter 45 Yang Chi is causing trouble. Beep beep beep. The alarm made Zhou Li, who was sitting on the sofa reading, look up. The monitor showed the night vision footage outside the elevator lobby, where someone was knocking on the blast door. Mom and Dad, it looks like it's the property management staff. Outside the blast door, Huang Xiefeng frowned. He had come personally to inquire about the Zhou family's stance, because Xiao Heng had specifically instructed him to do so. Is it the property management? What do you want? Zhou Saijuan's voice came through the surveillance camera. Huang Xiefeng shone his flashlight at the camera, his impatience growing stronger. You won't even open the door? You don't trust the property management at all? This is what rich people are like. They really deserve to go to hell. You all heard about the recruitment for the shelter, right? Is your family going to sign up? Huang Xiefeng asked loudly. We're not participating, Zhou Kaijun replied straightforwardly. Oh, okay. Huang Xiefeng nodded, then added, I've heard that the owner of Unit 2 on the 16th floor is also from your family. What does she think? I'm not participating either, Wu Shui said. Huang Xiefeng nodded. All right, we got it. More than 10 minutes later, Huang Xiefeng, out of breath, appeared outside Huang Minjing's store. Who? Security team leader Huang Xiefeng. Although he announced his identity, Huang Minjing had no intention of opening the door. What's the matter? There is. Huang Xiefeng was a bit annoyed. He had thought he could see Huang Minjing up close. He had been paying attention to this young, beautiful, and wealthy executive for a long time. There were no men in her house, only an old lady. Huang Xiefeng knew all of this clearly. We're not participating, thank you. Huang Minjing said. By the way, if you need any help, feel free to contact me, Huang Xiefeng said. Thank you for your kindness, but not for now. Huang Xiefeng, rejected, was extremely angry. If it weren't for a shred of rationality still left in him, he would have wanted to break down the door. No, at least not now. Although dissatisfied, the result was still acceptable. Huang Xiefeng didn't care whether the Zhou family stayed or not. As long as Huang Minjing didn't leave, he still had a chance. No one could compete with him, that's what he thought. Hearing footsteps moving away outside, Huang Minjing patted her chest and hurriedly contacted Chengyali. None of the property management staff are good people. I noticed that Huang Xiefeng was looking at me strangely. With your looks, any man would take a second glance, Chengyali joked. After a few pleasantries, Huang Minjing brought up the deal they discussed last time. Sister Cheng, without coal, I'm afraid my mom won't be able to handle it. We can talk, but Zhou Lin has gone out. Gone out? Huang Minjing was slightly taken aback, thinking Zhou Lin wouldn't go alone to move dehydrated vegetables, right? But even if he did, what could she do? Confront Zhou Lin? No, that would only result in losing the Zhou family as an ally without any benefits. Is your son really not coming back tonight? Zhou Kaijun asked. Yes. He said he wants to collect some useful things, and the time is uncertain. Zhou Lin decided not to come back because he didn't want to waste time on the road. But this lazy decision almost made him regret it for life. The next day, around noon, the lights outside the community came on again. Having received notice, Xiaoheng quickly sent someone to greet them. 2 hours earlier, Xiaoheng had received news of Su Ziyuan's return. A total of more than 80 people from Lanshan community signed up to go to the shelter. After preliminary screening, Su Ziyuan had passed 42 people, with another 20 pending. The selected 42 individuals actually came from 16 households, mostly those without elderly or young children, while the 20 pending individuals needed to undergo a second round of interviews. Su Ziyuan did not come. Today, it was Wu Jiankai leading the team. Originally, none of this had anything to do with the Zhou family, but just when the team members were helping those 16 households move their things, a cry for help suddenly came from the rooftop of Building 8. It was Yang Qiqi. She had heard the team's announcement clearly from the tool room yesterday. If it weren't for what was said in the announcement, Yang Qiqi wouldn't have dared to resist easily. After all, she couldn't guarantee her survival outside the tool room. But heaven was watching. The government actually sent people, and they were recruiting. Yang Qiqi knew this would be her best opportunity. If she missed it, she might be doomed for life. In her excitement, she wanted to shout, but soon realized her voice couldn't carry out at all. Even if it could, the people below wouldn't be able to hear. Fortunately, the government people would come again the next day, which gave Yang Qiqi a chance. Just as Zhou Lin was away in the automotive city, taking advantage of the night when everyone should be asleep, Yang Qiqi used a screwdriver to forcibly remove a piece of the tool room's wall panel. When she heard movement downstairs, she wrapped herself in a sleeping bag, crashed through the wall panel, and rushed to the platform edge, calling out loudly, "What's going on?" Wu Jiansai's expression changed drastically as he stared at Xiaoheng. "I don't know either. It seems to be a voice from the rooftop of Building 8. You guys, go check it out." As a government official representing the shelter, he couldn't ignore something like this. When the decision is not made, it will cause more chaos. I said that women should be killed. The Zhou family. Zhou kept shaking her head while watching the surveillance. She actually didn't care what Yang Qiqi was doing. The key was that the wall panel of the tool room was damaged, the insulation effect drastically reduced, and the vegetables and chickens, ducks, and geese they had worked hard to cultivate might be ruined. "I'm going to kill her," Cheng Yali said angrily as she pulled out a gun. Wu Shui, watching from the side, was wide-eyed, never expecting that the Zhou family even had such a thing. "What kind of family is this?" "Mom, I advise you to stay calm," Zhou said. "You and Dad should work together to bring that woman down." Seeing Cheng Yali and Zhou Kaijun go upstairs, Zhou began to call Zhou Lin. "It was my oversight." After a moment of silence, Zhou Lin said, "I'm setting off now. Don't open the door before I arrive." "Brother, wishing for something you can't have is useless. I will handle it." Just as Zhou finished speaking, the monitor emitted an alarm, and the area outside the blast door was brightly lit. A group led by Wu Jiankai had already arrived. I represent the Post-Disaster Command Center to order you to open the door immediately, or you will bear the consequences. Wu Jiankai stood before the blast door, his expression very grim. He had seen many rich people, but those who built their doors like bank vaults must have a lot of guilty secrets. Do you have a search warrant? Zhou Li asked through the camera. Wu Jiankai was slightly taken aback. A search warrant? What is going on that requires this? This was true, but he really couldn't say that. Otherwise, it would be slapping himself in the face. There's a woman calling on your platform. It's an emergency. For the safety of the people's lives, I now request you to open the passage to the platform. Wu Jiankai was quick on his feet, saying it was about saving lives without a search warrant. In urgent situations, the firefighters break down doors to save people. And who would mention a search warrant in such cases? Oh, that woman on the platform? She's my brother's girlfriend. They had a quarrel. Although he didn't dare to expect much, what if Wu Jiankai and the others wanted to avoid trouble? In fact, seeing the Zhou family's attitude so strong, Wu Jiankai did have some thoughts of slipping away. But just as he was about to speak, someone suddenly stood up in the property management group. She's lying. I know who the person on the platform is. Chapter 46. Symbiosis. Lu Xiaofeng. Who are you? Wu Jiankai frowned, looking at Tang Yili, who was standing behind Xiaohang. My name is Tang Yili. The one who just shouted for help is my girlfriend, AI Bing. In fact, I'm not a resident of this community. I came here to save my girlfriend. If you don't believe me, you can ask Manager Xiao. Despite Tang Yili's tall and muscular appearance, his eyes turned red as he spoke, showcasing his acting skills, which even moved Wu Jiankai. He turned to the camera and said, "Did you hear that? Someone is claiming you are illegally detaining a woman. Open the door immediately so we can verify." Inside, Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali were somewhat panicked. Although they had a big business, they were essentially honest and good-natured, primarily out of deep-rooted fear of the government. Wu Shui remained silent, simply watching Zhou Li, who still showed no signs of tension on her face. AI Bing. We don't know anyone named AI Bing. My brother's ex-girlfriend is named Yang Chi-Chi. We don't know any AI Bing. The young girl said. Wu Jiankai, realizing Zhou Li was quite young, replied, "Let your elders talk to me. There's nothing to say. Zhou Li Kudli Rapadia. This is our family matter. My brother was about to marry her, but she suddenly asked for 1 million, which led to the breakup. It has nothing to do with outsiders. That Tang guy, don't slander us. Wait until my brother comes back and see how he deals with you. Was it really a mistake? Girlfriend? 1 million? Wu Jiankai frowned. He was starting to believe Zhou Li's words. After all, how much malice could a young girl have, especially one who couldn't even properly use idioms and sayings? Are there no adults in your family? Wu Jiankai asked Xiaohang. I remember there are, Xiaohang replied. Wu Jiankai glared at Xiaohang and then said loudly, "How about this, whether it's Yang Chi-Chi or AI Bing? Let her out first. We'll discuss everything else later." Cutting the grass without removing the roots allows it to grow back with the spring breeze. Don't talk to me about later. My brother isn't here, so just take her away, and we'll owe each other nothing, saving my family some food. Outside, Wu Jiankai and the others exchanged glances, none daring to claim they understood what Zhou Li wanted to express. But regardless, rescuing the person first was the right thing to do. Stay away, further away. Once Wu Jiankai and the others were far enough away, Zhou Li signaled for Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali to escort Yang Chi-Chi out. You're a smart woman. You've seen our family's situation. If my brother gets arrested because of AI Bing, the government might confiscate this place, and you want to have a way back. You and my brother don't have a deep grudge. We've actually been fair to you these days. It's a choice between walking down a dark path or leaving a way out for yourself. Think about it. After Zhou Li's words hit the mark, Wu Shui opened the blast door a crack, and Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali suddenly pushed Yang Chi-Chi out. Bang! The blast door closed again, and Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali let out a heavy sigh. However, they couldn't feel happy just yet. Who could guarantee that letting Yang Chi-Chi go wouldn't cause trouble? The more you advance, the more trouble you'll encounter. Zhou Li sighed like an adult. Turning to Wu Shui. Sister-in-law, do you want to separate for a while? Wu Shui shook her head. She couldn't bear to share joys, but not sorrows. Especially since she didn't know Yang Chi-Chi's situation. Outside, Yang Qiqi still couldn't believe she was really released. When she learned Wu Jiancai's identity, she immediately burst into tears, and those unaware of the situation would think she had suffered greatly at the Zhou family's hands. Yang Qiqi, where's AI Bing? Dan Yi Li Sao Det? What is going on? Originally, Wu Jiancai was furious, but when he saw Yang Qiqi's condition, he couldn't help but feel suspicious. No matter how distressed Yang Qiqi seemed, it didn't change the fact that she was neatly dressed and moving normally. Not to mention, she even looked a bit rosy. Aside from being a bit dirty and smelling strong, there was hardly any difference from someone living before the apocalypse. If this was how someone abused looked, who knows how many people outside were willing to be mistreated. Don't lie. Everyone can confront you. Seeing Yang Qiqi's eyes darting around, Wu Jiancai immediately scolded. He was busy. He didn't have time to deal with petty emotional stories. Just tell me what your relationship is with this family. Yang Qiqi swallowed hard. She wanted to say she didn't know the Zhou family, but such a lie wouldn't hold up under scrutiny. And upon observing Wu Jiancai and the others, she suddenly remembered Zhou Li's words. I'm just an ordinary friend of Zhou Lin. He AI Bing, yes. AI Bing left. Zhou Lin actually wanted me to marry him, but of course, I refused. I just used the betrothal gift to stall his family. Who knew he would try to force me? When I refused, he locked me on the rooftop and didn't give me food. Wanted to freeze me to death. You represent the government and the military. You should arrest them. During special times, whether to arrest or not is not up to you, Wu Jiancai said sternly. Let us do this. You seem fine. We'll discuss the specifics later. We have things to do. Ignoring Yang Qiqi's fake emotional pleas, Wu Jiancai turned and left. What do you mean you didn't get food and were frozen? Yang Qiqi should see what those outside enduring hunger look like. She should take a good look in the mirror before lying. Inside, Zhou Li watched as Wu Jiancai and the others left, finally showing a hint of a smile. Brother, it's calm for now, but that woman definitely won let it go easily. You need to prepare early. Got it. I'll return as soon as possible. Zhou Kaijun and Chun Yali went upstairs to repair the tool room. Now that Yang Qiqi was gone, these matters would likely fall on Zhou Kaijun. In a heavy truck repair shop in the automobile city, Zhou Lin sat cross-legged on the ground, his brows tightly furrowed. The 12-meter-long Conqueror was not far in front of him. Countless auto parts and various raw materials were categorized around him. Just a few hours ago, Zhou Lin had completed the symbiosis with the Conqueror and named it Lu Xiaofeng. Symbiosis, Intermediate 1257 10,000, currently symbiotic vehicles. Laifu, large water surface vehicle. Lu Xiaofeng, medium ground vehicle. Number of vehicles that can be symbiotic, 0. Storage space, 1-2. Strength symbiosis, 2. 8 minutes 24 hours. Evolution level, I-2. 2,845 10,000. After symbiosis with the Conqueror, Zhou Lin might understand it better than anyone else in the world, so he quickly formulated a modification plan. First was through performance. Although the Conqueror had a heavy truck chassis, it was not designed for unpaved roads, and after the disasters of the apocalypse, finding an intact road was not easy. To make Lu Xiaofeng truly speed across the land like the wind, modifications to the chassis and suspension were necessary. While raising the chassis, he planned to replace it with longer and tougher suspension. Zhou Lin had considered modifying it for the current snowy conditions, but upon further thought, it actually wasn't necessary. There was no need for the whole family to go out, and it was highly unlikely that Lu Xiaofeng would be used. Moreover, given Lu Xiaofeng's weight, without a clear route, it could easily get stuck, becoming a burden instead. It might even be faster for everyone to wear a pair of skis. Therefore, modifying it for snow tracks was unnecessary. Instead, making the chassis and body waterproof was Zhou Lin's second focus for modification. Next is the strength of the vehicle body and its bulletproof capability. Currently, the situation in the country is relatively safe, but it won't remain that way forever. Once the snow melts, many places with stockpiled firearms will attract those with ill intentions, and the number of firearms and ammunition circulating among the public will increase. Fortunately, the windows of the Lu Xiaofeng vehicle are originally bulletproof, so Zhou Lin only needs to address the bulletproof issues in the cabin and other areas. The solutions and materials aren't particularly difficult. The real challenge is Chapter 47, The transformation begins after Zhou Lin conquered the symbiotic T-type RV and renamed it the Lu Xiaofeng. He began the transformation work in the automotive city. He abandoned the track modifications suitable for snowy conditions and chose to strengthen the chassis and suspension to ensure the RV's passability. Additionally, bulletproof capability was also crucial. It needed to ensure that ordinary bullets could not easily penetrate the vehicle's body. Besides that, Zhou Lin required the body to have a high level of sealing and even possess short-term swimming capability to adapt to various harsh road conditions in the apocalypse. This was the most challenging part of the entire transformation. The symbiosis superpower allowed Zhou Lin to complete modifications to the symbiotic vehicle in the storage space with just his thoughts. The apparent prerequisite was sufficient materials and components. In reality, there is also an invisible condition regarding Zhou Lin's physical strength and energy. Previously, Zhou Lin had not made any substantial modifications to the Lifu, only moving some objects which consumed little energy. When he began transforming the Lu Xiaofeng, he realized that modifications were by no means an easy task. For example, when modifying the suspension with ample materials and components, a single modification could be completed in just a few seconds with a flash of thought. However, after completing the modification, Zhou Lin consumed an entire 10-person portion of hamburgers and took half an hour to recover. If the modification work were done entirely by hand, Zhou Lin calculated that it would take about 5 man-hours, so everything was an equivalent exchange. The superpower merely helped Zhou Lin achieve his goals in the simplest way while still adhering to the most basic laws of energy. If there was anything about the superpower that defied basic laws, it was perhaps that humanity had yet to discover those laws. The modifications to the chassis and suspension took a total of 3 hours, with 2 hours and 55 minutes spent eating and recovering energy. At this efficiency, Zhou Lin estimated that it would take at least another 2 days to complete all the modifications. That was already quite fast. If these modifications were to be completed in reality, a month might not be enough. The best defense is offense. So, in Zhou Lin's transformation plan, the Lu Xiaofeng must also have strong attack capabilities. For instance, the original lift platform on the roof was transformed into a turret that could rotate 360 degrees and elevate 85 degrees, equipped with a Vulcan cannon taken from the Lifu. Additionally, he modified both the front and rear of the vehicle to include concealed rocket launcher mounts, also sourced from the Lifu's maintenance warehouse. There were multiple firing windows on the front, rear, and body of the vehicle, ensuring that personnel inside could aim and shoot without dead angles while guaranteeing their safety. Moreover, Zhou Lin needed to create a drone platform at the rear of the vehicle for launching and retrieving drones, ensuring the Lu Xiaofeng's reconnaissance capabilities. Finally, he had to electrify the vehicle, including infrared night vision cameras, among other things. Zhou Kaijun and the others were unaware of the superpowers, but they kept in touch via walkie-talkies and weren't too worried about Zhou Lin's safety. Rather, it was Yang Qiqi who was uncertain about what trouble might arise. In fact, after watching Yang Qiqi's performance, Wu Jiankai had basically accepted Zhou Li's explanation. Since it was a young person's emotional conflict, he had no intention of intervening further. He asked Xiao Hang to gather those who needed a second interview to expedite the remaining work. Among everyone, the most unhappy was Tang Yili. Bing, why don't you speak? I clearly saw her go in with you. How would I know? Didn't Ti say she quarreled with Zhou Lin and left? Yang Qiqi was also conflicted. The facts proved that Zhou Li wasn't lying. Just look at what kind of lives Tang Yili and Sun Qinghao were living. CEO Chao could not be reached again, and even if he sent someone over, they wouldn't be able to find her. Yang Qiqi felt she needed to think more about herself. Unfortunately, Wu Jiankai had just ignored her and even disagreed with her going to the shelter, claiming it didn't meet the criteria. She really wanted to ask Wu Jiankai, am I not eligible because I'm so beautiful? Is the shelter for selecting a concubine? If she went to the shelter, Yang Qiqi would definitely reveal that Zhou Lin killed AI Bing, but now, she was a bit worried. You guys wouldn't sleep in the hallway, would you? Let's go to where you live first. Feeling frustrated, Yang Qiqi followed Tang Yili back to where they were staying, and her mood worsened upon seeing the environment. This is where we live. Wrapped in the security uniform that Tang Yili gave her, Yang Qiqi nearly cried out loud. What kind of place is this? There's no light, no heating, only a bit of warmth coming from the stove in the hall. The windows are sealed shut for warmth, and the small room even has 2 bunk beds. The air is so foul it feels worse than Zhou Lin's tool room. At that moment, the first thought in Yang Qiqi's mind was to go back to Zhou Lin's house. Although living with chickens, ducks, and geese and having to take care of the plants was tough, there was light, warmth, and fresh vegetables and live animals. Just thinking about it made her feel nostalgic. She even thought that in a while, she might be able to harvest those vegetables and sneak a few leaves of lettuce. It would definitely taste great. What's wrong? Tang Ili asked, sitting on his bed, using a hand-crank flashlight for dim light. Nothing. Yang Qiqi shook her head. Dan Ili, what's it about I being? In this environment, you won't be able to find her. You need to think more about yourself. The current environment was hard for Yang Qiqi to accept, and as the air grew increasingly foul, she felt a sense of suffocation. How about Dan Ili Bao Set? Should we go to Sun Qinghao's house? My house has no electricity, no water, and no food either. If you want to leave, I can give you the keys. Sun Qinghao had no objections. He wouldn't leave as long as Huang Minjing was still there. He wanted revenge. Fine, he just craves Huang Minjing, especially after the last time. The more he can't have it, the more he wants it. Let me think. Yang Qiqi felt a bit chaotic. She knew that what Tang Ili said was true, but she didn't want to stay here. Go back to the Zhou family, continue sleeping on the platform and feeding chickens and planting vegetables? No. Why not change to a different method? Thinking of this, Yang Qiqi's eyes lit up. She suddenly stood up, glancing at Tang Ili and Sun Qinghao. The Zhou family has everything. They even have surplus food to raise chickens and rabbits and grow vegetables. Impossible. Tang Ili exclaimed in surprise, actually shouting. I also think it's impossible, Sun Qinghao said. Yang Qiqi had no choice but to explain what she knew to the two of them. After listening, Tang Ili and Sun Qinghao were silent for a long time, mainly because they couldn't believe it. How could there be such a heavenly existence in the apocalypse? But Yang Qiqi really had no reason to lie, and besides, there was no hint of her being hungry or cold. So, Sun Qinghao's eyes flashed with madness. As long as we go and take that house, all of this will belong to us? Exactly. Yang Qiqi nodded. They also have a beautiful woman and a little girl. By then, they will all belong to you. A beautiful woman? Sun Qinghao suddenly stood up. Is she as beautiful as you? Well, that should depend on personal opinion. You would definitely think she's prettier than me. Then what are we waiting for? Let's rob it. I'm going to rob it. Tang Ili pounded his chest. Let's go now. Sun Qinghao waved his injured hand, excitedly saying, Calm down. Yang Qiqi rolled her eyes. Did you not see that door at the entrance? Are you going to use your head to open it? How do we open it? Sun Qinghao frowned and asked. Chapter 48. Both sides suffer. Narcissistic people often feel that everyone around them is foolish. Yang Qiqi is quite narcissistic, from her appearance to her inner self. She has always believed that the phrase beautiful and wise was invented specifically for her. We need to be clever. Clever? How? Definitely not today. You guys go help me find something to eat first. I'll take a nap and talk after I'm rested. Yang Qiqi thought her idea was brilliant and would surely succeed. At that time, she could enjoy delicious food and drinks. And the key point was that she could torment Zhou Lin. That's right. Not only did she want Zhou Lin to experience what she had been through lately, but she also wanted him to bring her a toilet and wipe her, but every day. When a woman gets crazy, nothing is impossible. Far away in the Auto City, Zhou Lin also considered whether Yang Qiqi would seek revenge, but he quickly had to set that thought aside. Continuous transformation was truly torturous by the end. He felt completely numb, needing one cigarette after another and cup after cup of coffee just to stay awake. Torture, extremely torturous and painfully intense. But soon Zhou Lin began to savor it. Simply because symbiosis, intermediate 1621 10,000, current symbiotic vehicles, Lifu, large waterborne vehicle, Luxiafeng, medium ground vehicle, available symbiotic vehicle count, 0 storage space, 1-2 strength symbiosis, 3, 1 minutes 24 hours evolution degree level I, 3, 1, 3182 10000. Not only had his supernatural experience increased by 300. But his evolution degree had also increased significantly. It was a double benefit, and the efficiency was so high. If he could keep it up, wouldn't his experience points soar? However, thinking about the food and supplies he had consumed over the past couple of days, it was no wonder that the evolvers he knew in his previous life progressed slowly. They couldn't even fill their bellies, let alone evolve. Only with the supplies from a carrier could Zhou Lin dare to be so reckless. As the materials and components around him gradually disappeared, Lux Xiafeng's transformation was nearing completion. The Zhou family had finally settled down for a night, and before they could even eat breakfast, the surveillance alerted them that someone was outside. Cheng Yali's anger surged when she saw the notification. That shameless person dared to come back. Didn't she know when to quit? Who is it? Zhou Kaijun asked. Who else could it be? Where's my knife? Cheng Yali said, storming towards the door with a kitchen knife in hand, leaving Zhou Li stunned. What do you want? Outside the door stood Yang Qiqi, still in the same clothes she wore yesterday, shivering pitifully. Auntie, I'm sorry. Tears streamed down her dirty face, splattering on the ground. Don't call me Annie. I can't take it. And get lost. Get away from me now. Cheng Yali raised the knife, forcing Yang Qiqi to take a step back. Annie, listen to me. I didn't say anything, really, no matter what they asked me. I didn't say anything. You have to believe me. Belief Yang Qiqi? Because of AI Bing. How could Cheng Yali possibly believe her? She would rather trust a dog than Yang Qiqi. Just when Cheng Yali was about to say something, two figures suddenly rushed out from the stairwell, one with crossed arms and the other wrapping around her waist. Sun Qinghao, who was trying to hug her, didn't succeed and instead went for Cheng Yali's neck. The sudden change caught Cheng Yali off guard. It was only when Yang Qiqi snatched the kitchen knife from her that she regretted opening the door, thinking of her husband and daughter still inside. Cheng Yali quickly turned around and shouted, Lock the door. Old Zhou, lock the door. Hurry, go inside. Yang Qiqi shouted loudly. At this moment, Zhou Kaijun and the others inside the house also reacted. But how could they lock Cheng Yali outside? It was too late to go upstairs to get a gun. Zhou Kaijun instead picked up a folding chair and rushed outside, only to bump head-on into Tang Yili. Old guy. Seeing the folding chair raised by Zhou Kaijun, Tang Yili wasn't intimidated at all. He threw a punch at Zhou Kaijun's chest. Despite being a fitness coach with some strength, Zhou Kaijun couldn't withstand the blow and stumbled back with a cry. Wu Shui, who originally wanted to help, had to stop to support Zhou Kaijun. In an instant, chaos erupted both inside and outside the house. Between the two doors, Sun Qinghao was choking Cheng Yali, while Yang Qiqi hesitated with the kitchen knife. Wanted to strike, but unsure. Inside, Tang Yili threatened Zhou Kaijun and Wu Shui. It must be said that Wu Shui, originally very pretty, looked even more outstanding in this apocalyptic setting, making her appear like a heavenly being compared to the dirty Yang Qiqi. Tang Yili was even reluctant to strike for fear of hurting Wu Shui, feeling pity. Damn it, I can't let Sun Qinghao get an advantage. Tang Yili thought. Old lady, if you move again, I'll cut you. Yang Qiqi finally pressed the kitchen knife against Cheng Yali's neck, allowing the exhausted Sun Qinghao to catch his breath. Just when Yang Qiqi thought the situation was under control, a dark shadow suddenly rushed into the corridor, pouncing at her with lightning speed. Yang Qiqi screamed, instinctively swinging the kitchen knife at the shadow. Ow! The shadow collided with the knife, but its momentum didn't wane as it knocked Yang Qiqi down, landing itself on the ground. It was the black dog that Zhou Li had just called over. At this moment, it had a fresh wound on its head, blood seeping out slowly. Seeing the black dog injured, Cheng Yali roared like a mountain crashing down, knocking Sun Qinghao against the wall before turning to take on Yang Qiqi. By this time, Yang Qiqi had just sat up, holding the kitchen knife in a standoff with the black dog. Black dog, go help Dad. Cheng Yali, with bloodshot eyes, was determined to fight Yang Qiqi today. Perhaps due to the pressure from the black dog, or Cheng Yali's predatory gaze, Yang Qiqi couldn't hold on anymore and shouted, Tang Yili, save me. Hearing the shout, Tang Yili hesitated, mainly because he was reluctant to leave Wu Shui. However, when the black dog charged him barking, Tang Yili couldn't afford to wait any longer. Without Sun Qinghao and Yang Qiqi's help, he didn't dare to confront a dog head-on, especially with 3 people around. Bursting out of the house, Tang Ili ignored Sun Qinghao and directly threw 2 punches at Qingyali. If it weren't for the black dog and Zhou Kaijun, he would have even considered using the kitchen knife from Yang Qiqi to counterattack. In the narrow corridor, injured Qingyali, Zhou Kaijun, Wu Shui, and the black dog faced off against the pale Yang Qiqi, Tang Ili, and Sun Qinghao. Oh, the black dog had also bitten Sun Qinghao earlier. So now Sun Qinghao was practically useless. Don't come over, we're leaving. Yang Qiqi assessed the situation and realized that she couldn't achieve her goal today. With the useless Sun Qinghao dragging her down, she could only retreat. It was not a crime of war. It was all that damn dog's fault. Qingyali and the others didn't dare to pursue. Old Zhou had been punched in the chest and didn't know if his bones were broken. Qingyali wasn't much better off. She could only say that her fat helped absorb a lot of the damage. Otherwise, Tang Ili's punches wouldn't have been light. And the black dog, blood smeared over its eyes, was barely holding on. It was uncertain whether it was in life-threatening danger. Close the door, close the door. Qingyali urged Wu Shui to shut the door, gritting her teeth as she supported Zhou Kaijun back inside. The black dog was still reluctant to leave, sitting at the door and baring its teeth at the outside. Black dog, come here, let me take a look. Holding the dog's head with both hands. Wu Shui's tears streamed down in succession. Zhou, you better come back quickly. Things have gotten troublesome. In the living room, Zhou said into the intercom. Chapter 49, Great Joy Wait for Me. Strictly speaking, Lu Xiaofeng's transformation was not completely finished, but when Zhou heard that his parents and Haizi were injured, he dared not wait any longer. Bursting out of the snow, Zhou strapped on his snowboard and rushed back, feeling extremely anxious. It was his fault. He should have killed Yang Qiqi and AI Bing, those bitches, and used them as fertilizer back then. Otherwise, there wouldn't be today's trouble. Fortunately, his parents should be fine. Otherwise, Zhou would never forgive himself. It took Zhou almost 5 hours to get there, but it took him less than 3 hours to return. Besides anxiety, there was also the reason of his body's evolution level increasing. Usually, Zhou would put away his snowboard outside the community. But this time he didn't care about anything and slid straight to the bottom of Building 8 before stopping. Woof! Haizi, pitiful and comical with a bandaged head, met Zhou, habitually nudging his calf with his head, accidentally hitting his wound and yelping in pain. Good boy. Zhou patted Haizi's back and glared at Zhou Li, who was opening the door. Why aren't you shooting? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Zhou Li shrugged, completely indifferent to Zhou anger. Don't yell. It'll be more troublesome if you shoot. Zhou Kaijun was sitting on the sofa. Although his face looked bad, after Wu Shui's examination, there was nothing serious. Qingyali's situation was similar. One could only say that Yang Qiqi and the other 2 lacked experience. Otherwise, the outcome today would have been completely different. I was careless. Qingyali said. Everyone should pay attention in the future. The door must not be opened. Wu Shui nodded. Don't worry, Uncle and Aunt are fine, just Haizi. Woof. As if understanding Wu Shui's words, Haizi proudly raised his tail, circling around the living room, as if to say he was okay. It must hurt a lot. Wu Shui looked at Haizi, a hint of pity in her eyes. Fortunately, you're here. Zhou smiled at Wu Shui. Then his expression turned cold. The 3 of them came together. Who else is there besides Tang Ili? Zhou Kaijun and the others didn't know Sun Qinghao's name, but if they met again, they would definitely recognize him. Are you going to look for them? Qingyali shook her head. No, the government people were here yesterday. If you kill or hurt someone, they will definitely report it to the government, and you'll be caught. Suppressing his anger, Zhou said, We can't let it go like this. We can't kill them, but we can at least beat them up. However, Qingyali firmly disagreed with Zhou going. She didn't know Zhou was already an evolved one and was afraid he would be at a disadvantage. Zhou Kaijun and Wu Shui also opposed it, thinking that with the current situation, it's better to avoid trouble. Unable to insist further, Zhou had no choice but to temporarily set the matter aside. He went upstairs to get a gun, a magazine, and bullets, placing them in front of Wu Shui. If something like this happens again, don't hesitate, just shoot. But Wu Shui felt a bit flustered. Not to mention whether she could shoot someone, she had never even touched a real gun or thought about it before. No buts, Zhou said sternly. No matter how big the trouble is, it's not as important as your safety. Even if something happens, I can handle it. Don't listen to him. Sheng Yali came over and put the gun in Wu Shue's hand. But he's right, if your life is in danger. Don't think too much. Holding the gun, Wu Shui knew this was the greatest trust the Zhou family had in her. With red eyes, she nodded, "Okay, Aunt. Why are you still calling me Aunt? Forget it. I'll 1T force you. Just let it be natural." Sheng Yali smiled, and Zhou Kaijun also nodded slightly. Although they hadn't known Wu Shui for long, their experiences during this time were enough for them to accept her. In special times, special treatment. The best way to help Wu Shui fully integrate into this small group was for her to be with Zhou Lin. This was also the clever idea Zhou Li had from the beginning. With no parents around, being the only child, having no other close relatives, possessing the most important medical skills in chaotic times, and with her originally outstanding appearance, what better daughter-in-law could one find at her suitable age? Such a blatant expression made Wu Shui lower her head. She actually didn't oppose it. She just felt it was a bit sudden. To say how deep her feelings for Zhou Lin were, it was hard to say, but in this world, is emotion really that important? Just look at Yang Chi-Chi and the other residents in the community and think about what those apocalyptic novels described. From any angle, being with Zhou Lin was her best solution at the moment. But such matters shouldn't be initiated by women. Shouldn't Zhou Lin be the one to bring it up first? Yet, Zhou Lin was just like a wooden block. Even Sheng Yali couldn't stand it anymore and directly twisted Zhou Lin's ear. "You child, say something." Zhou Lin was still thinking about how to deal with Yang Chi-Chi and Tang Ili when the pain in his ear completely interrupted his thoughts. "What did you say?" "Shui Shui will be your girlfriend. Do you have any objections?" "Oh, no, right? Then it's settled." Sheng Yali didn't even give Zhou Lin time to respond. "Mom, you want to get married directly? Great. If your dad and I have no objections." "Shui Shui, you don't mind, right?" "Aunt, isn't this a bit too hasty?" Wu Shui was somewhat dumbfounded. Sheng Yali was really not playing by the rules. Besides, it was the end of the world. Did getting married even matter? Like this, you can send a message to your parents, right? "Come on, let's go upstairs and talk." Sheng Yali released Zhou Lin and pulled Wu Shui to the second floor. "Bro, think about others. You need to prepare early." Zhou Li leaned beside Zhou Lin and whispered, "Prepare? Do you mean to hold a banquet?" Zhou Li rolled her eyes. "What kind of brain do you have? Are we talking about getting married?" "I'm talking about that bitch. Kid shouldn't swear. Green tea is fine. Formalism is to be avoided. It kills people. That green tea, definitely 1T, let it go easily." Zhou Lin nodded. Zhou Li was right. "So what are your thoughts?" "I just simulated it." Zhou Li said, "Openly building the road while secretly crossing the river. She might disclose our family situation. And then? You can't carve rotten wood. Do you need to ask?" "It's a big trouble." Zhou Li shook her head. "Don't you understand being the target of public criticism? That idiom is used quite well." Zhou Lin smiled. "What if being the target of public criticism? If it really comes to a head, if they dare to come, I dare to kill." "I agree." Zhou Li raised her small hand, but mom and sis-in-law might soften their hearts. People are divided into groups. We need to be prepared early. "How to prepare?" Zhou Li shook her phone. "I prepared 20 cruel apocalyptic novels. I'll send them to them shortly. I will reflect on myself daily after reading them." Zhou Lin gave Zhou Li a thumbs up, slowly nodding. "You're awesome. Whoever raises the problem solves it. This task is yours. What about you?" "Me?" Zhou Lin smiled coldly, glancing at Zhou Kaijun, who was dozing off. "Of course, I'll go collect some interest first," although Cheng Yali and Zhou Kaijun strongly opposed it. Zhou Lin still couldn't swallow this anger. Besides, Tang Ili had already shown up. He certainly couldn't let him run away with Yang Chi-Chi. Chapter 50, just earning some interest, son. Cheng Hao felt very unlucky. Why was it always him who got hurt? His hand hadn't even healed yet. And now, the thickest part of his flesh had been bitten by a dog. The key was that the doctor in Building 2 didn't have rabies vaccine. What if? Didn't that mean he was doomed? The more he thought about it, the worse he felt, especially when he saw Tang Ili and Yang Chi-Chi exchanging glances. Although he could tell that Yang Chi-Chi was just a green tea type, purely using Tang Ili, what about him? If he kept being this unlucky, he might not even be able to ask Fifth Miss for help. So Sun Qinghao was secretly furious and gradually turned his dissatisfaction towards Tang Ili and Yang Chi-Chi. This time he had acted a bit hastily. He should have brought a weapon. Yang Qiqi was still summarizing the situation, completely unaware that if she had just taken a kitchen knife and given Chengyali a few cuts before rushing inside, well, Zhou Li would definitely have fired a gun, and none of the three of them would have escaped. But if they went again, they wouldn't open the door anymore. Tang Iliwa's tea, just all muscle. It's fine, let us find someone who can pick locks. However, Yang Qiqi's idea was bound to come to nothing. People who made a living by picking locks couldn't possibly live in Lanshan. Moreover, Zhou Lin quietly went downstairs and directly found Xiaohang. Dan Yili, I don't know, he is not one of our property management people. In the property management office, Xiaohang directly denied any connection to Tang Yili. But he still advised Zhou Lin that it was better to avoid trouble. Since Wu Jiankai hadn't mentioned it, it meant that the Zhou family's illegal detention of Yang Qiqi had passed, and besides, he knew AI Bing had entered the community. But no one had seen AI Bing leave. So why should Zhou Lin go looking for trouble? Did he want to send someone back again? The government wouldn't ignore that. They'd break down his door, and could he still resist? Seeing that Xiaohang didn't look like he was lying. Zhou Lin then said that Yang Qiqi had come to his house with Tang Yili and another man while he was away, injuring Zhou Kaijun and his wife, and even wounding his dog. You have a dog? Xiaohang shook his head. I didn't know about that. I don't know where they are now. I will find them. And then what? Calm down, or when the government people come again, I doubt anyone can save you. Xiaohang said this, but he actually hoped that Zhou Lin would have a conflict with Tang Yili and Sun Qinghao. If one or two of them died, that would be perfect. At that point, not only would the Zhou family's supplies belong to him, but also that woman named Wu Shui on the 16th floor. All of it would be his. Regarding women, Xiaohang's thoughts weren't too strong. After all, he had read a lot of online novels, and women only got in the way. Moreover, as long as he held the power, he could have as many as he wanted. The Zhou family's supplies were undoubtedly plentiful. Just look at Yang Qiqi, and there was still the dog. If he could get those supplies into his hands, they would definitely serve a greater purpose. Thinking of this, Xiaohang looked down on Zhou Lin, who only knew how to be sneaky every day and didn't think to use the supplies to gather people. Perhaps he even needed to temporarily submit to Zhou Lin. Since Yang Qiqi and the others were not around, Zhou Lin didn't want to waste time. He could see that Xiaohang was not a good person. But as long as he didn't provoke him, it was best to ignore him for now. Originally, the occupancy rate of the community hadn't reached 100%, and with the apocalypse coming, some owners hadn't returned, and another batch had left yesterday. Now there were many empty houses in the community. Yang Qiqi and the three of them were also afraid that the Zhou family would come looking for trouble. So they didn't return to the dormitory arranged by the property management, but instead found a house where the owner had just moved out not long ago. And Pride opened the window to get in. They used the remaining wooden furniture in the house to start a fire. And only then did the chill on their bodies gradually dissipate. Tang Yili also helped treat Sun Qinghao's injury a bit, but whether it had any effect was uncertain. In any case, at the current temperature, the likelihood of infection was low. Lying by the fire, Sun Qinghao felt his stomach rumbling with hunger. Old Tang, do we have anything to eat? No. As Tang Yili spoke, he secretly handed the last bag of cookies in his pocket to Yang Qiqi. Receiving the cookies discreetly, Yang Qiqi stood up and made an excuse to go to the bathroom. But before leaving, she gave Tang Yili a hard kiss on the cheek, which delighted him. Old Tang, listen to me. Having a woman like Yang Qiqi around is a hassle. I don't like to hear that. Yang Qiqi is so weak. How could she be a hassle? Tang Yili shook his head. I actually think what he said makes sense. Zhou Lin's voice suddenly rang out, startling Tang Yili, who jumped up and looked around. Who? Come out. The fire wasn't bright enough. Apart from the living room, the rest of the places were dark, severely affecting Tang Yili and Sun Qinghao's line of sight. In fact, Zhou Lin had entered through the pried-open window and with the infrared night vision goggles. It was difficult to find where Tang Yili and the others were hiding, as long as he looked for where the three of them were gathered. That was probably it. Moreover, aside from the first and second floors, which had become low floors due to the snow accumulation, they couldn't enter any higher buildings. Sun Qinghao finally turned on the flashlight, the beam sweeping over to reveal Zhou Lin's figure. You are Zhou Lin? Tang Yili. Oh, Tang Yili, long time no see. You've seen me? Tang Ili frowned. He didn't remember. Not only have I seen you, Zhou Lin thought in the last life. We even lived in the same apartment and even slept in the same bed. Ugh, thinking about it now makes me feel sick. Are you here for revenge? Seeing that Zhou Lin was alone and empty-handed, Tang Ili instead felt calm. He didn't think he would lose in a fist fight, at least from his physique. He was much stronger than Zhou Lin. It used to be, and in the last life as well, but in this life Tang Ili, am still Tang Ili. But Zhou Lin is no longer that Zhou Lin. Evolution level 3. 1, which meant Zhou Lin's physical qualities were 3. 1 times that of an ordinary person. Although this 3. 1 times reflects overall quality, it wasn't something Tang Ili could contend with. Clearly, Tang Ili moved first. But Sun Qinghao felt that Zhou Lin's movements were faster. As it turned out, Sun Qinghao was right. Before Tang Ili's fist could even reach where Zhou Lin's head was, he had already been struck on the right thigh by Zhou Lin's swift kick. Amid the dull thud, Tang Ili's scream mixed in. He almost fell to the ground in response. Who would have thought that Zhou Lin's casual kick felt like being hit by a small car? He simply couldn't withstand it. Broken, Tang Ili, holding his thigh, fell to the ground, tears and snot streaming down his face. He was a strong person to begin with, and under the dual effects of pain and fear, he instantly broke down. What's your name? Zhou Lin turned to Sun Qinghao, who was lying still. Big brother, my surname is Sun Qinghao. I'm just an ordinary friend of theirs. I admit I've been to your house, but I really didn't hurt anyone in your family. And I was bitten by your dog. Zhou Lin didn't speak. He was recalling whether he had heard the name Sun Qinghao in his past life. What happened to your hand? Zhou Lin asked casually. I fell, Sun Qinghao said, looking down. Knowing the situation, Zhou Lin didn't expose him. Walked over to Tang Ili and stepped on the spot where Zhou Lin had kicked him. Where's that bastard? Don't say you weren't with them. Chapter 51. Don't mess with me in the apocalypse. Not only order collapses, but also humanity. The largest shelter in Jia City is located in the center of the old town. A massive underground facility built during the founding of the Summer Nation to guard against war. Every young person who enters here finds it incredible how such a grand project could be completed in that barren era. A construction company CEO, who had never been here before, sighed after taking a look around, saying that if this facility were to be built now, it would cost at least 78 billion. Sometimes, the true wealth of a country or a nation may not be measured by the GDP or the number of skyscrapers, but rather by whether officials have awareness and whether the people have faith. Unfortunately, in recent years, while the economy of the Summer Nation has developed, some things have gradually been lost. In a room serving as a conference room in the core area of the underground facility, Wang Pingping was reporting on the logistics park situation to the attendees. The goals had mostly been achieved, but someone had gotten ahead with the dehydrated vegetables. 38 tons of dehydrated vegetables, enough for all of us to eat for a month. Will the disaster end in a month? Comrade Wang Pingping, please calm down. At the head of the table was Zhu Guanghan, who was formerly the second in command of Jiazhou City and is now the head of the shelter. At 56 years old, Zhu Guanghan was at a peak of leadership experience. When the disaster struck, the Jiazhou City supervisor was in the provincial capital for a meeting and couldn't return in time. As the city lord and deputy supervisor, Zhu Guanghan naturally became the commander of the post-disaster command center and the head of the shelter. Sitting next to Zhu Guanghan was Zhao Xinxiao, a middle-aged man in a major general's uniform, the commander of the Jiazhou City garrison and now the deputy commander. Wang Pingping was Zhao Xinxiao's former subordinate. You say we have an extremely vicious criminal gang in Jiazhou City that threatens the safety of hundreds of thousands of citizens. And the evidence is 38 tons of dehydrated vegetables being transported away? Zhu Guanghan frowned. Commander, if it were just for personal satisfaction, 1 or 2 boxes of dehydrated vegetables could last for months. If they weren't seeking greater benefits, why would they go to such lengths to take away all 38 tons? I believe these people either want to profit from the disaster or want to use these supplies to recruit troops. In chaotic times, there are always some who think they can become the next Zhu Yuanzhang. Either way, it's a heinous crime. Zhao Xinxiao waved his hand. Sit down. Seeing that Zhu Guanghan had no intention of speaking, he continued. I want to hide it from everyone. The disaster will not end in a short time. Therefore, Our main task now is to focus our efforts on expanding and building the shelter. While protecting the shelter, we must also do our best to assist those citizens who have not entered the shelter to get through this difficult time. 38 tons of dehydrated vegetables. Not too much, not too little, but it's not enough to warrant a major uproar. We don't have that time or energy. Comrade Wang Pingping, you need to keep up the effort. All external supplies are precious to us right now. The next step is to organize and order you to lead a team to Jiazhou Auto City to try to bring back all the vehicles, materials, parts, and even usable machinery. Yes, Wang Pingping stood at attention, saluted Zhao Xinxiao, and promised to complete the task. Individuals like Su Ziyuan and Wu Jiankai had not yet qualified to attend this meeting, so they sat not far outside the conference room, waiting for new orders. There has been an issue at Lanshan community. Bored, Wu Jiankai thought of Yang Qiqi and told Su Ziyuan as a casual matter. The Zhou family? The one involved in farming? Su Ziyuan, the street office director, immediately thought of Zhou Kaijun and Sheng Yali. You say their family seems to have ample supplies. Could it be the livestock from their farm? Is the scale very large? Wu Jiankai asked. If I remember correctly, Zhou's farm has had hundreds of pigs and thousands of chickens at its peak. If Zhou's family slaughtered all those animals and hid them, how long could they last? How long? Wu Jiankai chuckled bitterly. That's hard to calculate. Until death? Should we report this upward? Let's go. This matter must be reported. Su Ziyuan pulled Wu Jiankai up and walked side by side towards the conference room. Zhou Lin still didn't know that someone was eyeing his family's wealth. He dragged Yang Qiqi, who was hidden in the bathroom, out and threw her by the fire. Trying to trick my mom into opening the door. Yang Qiqi, do you think I'd dare to kill you? Then go ahead and kill me. Yang Qiqi raised her head, genuinely believing that Zhou Lin wouldn't dare to kill her. At least not now. Just because the government is still here, she was personally rescued from the Zhou family by Wu Jiankai. If Zhou Lin killed her today, where would Wu Jiankai put his face? At that time, Zhou Lin would definitely be severely punished according to the law, possibly even executed on the spot. Beside them, Tang Ili stifled his screams, admiring Yang Qiqi's toughness but hating Zhou Lin to the bone. If given a chance, he would definitely crush Zhou Lin to ashes. Looks like you really aren't afraid of death. Zhou Lin slapped Yang Qiqi hard, the force so great that it nearly broke her cervical vertebra. Yang Qiqi, thrown to the ground, couldn't even scream, and as she opened her mouth, 2 of her front teeth flew out with blood. When CEO Chao arrives, you'll be in for it. The slapped face swelled visibly, like dough left in a greenhouse overnight. Sun Qinghao was scared to death, lying there motionless, pretending to be dead. That slap was just to collect some interest. After speaking, Zhou Lin walked over to Tang Ili and, under his terrified gaze, stomped down hard. Crack! Tang Ili's left hand, which hadn't been retracted in time, was brutally stomped under Zhou Lin's foot. Almost no bones left intact. It can be said that even if he were sent to the best hospital in the world now, he would absolutely not be cured. The immense pain made Tang Ili throw his head back and howl, his neck veins popping, his mouth torn from being overly stretched, blood streaming down. That last kick was to collect interest for my dad, and now it's for my mom. Tang Ili, you better stay alive, because I still have to settle the score with you. Sun Qinghao didn't dare to speak. Yang Qiqi was in too much pain to say anything, and Tang Ili had completely lost his strength to talk. The room fell silent, with only heavy breathing sounds. A few beams of light came from afar, and Xiaohang arrived with people. The originally aggressive Huang Xiefeng gasped in shock upon seeing the miserable state of Yang Qiqi and Tang Ili, silently retreating to Xiaohang's side. Zhou Lin, is what you're doing excessive? Do you really think that with the apocalypse upon us, there's no law? Manager Xiao, Zhou Lin replied calmly. These 3 injure my family's dog and hurt my parents today. Why didn't you stand up for the law then? You also know that the apocalypse has come. In fact, there's nothing wrong with the apocalypse, right? I see you're quite suited for it. Here is a piece of advice. Don't mess with me. Zhou Lin left, completely ignoring Xiaohang and his group. Boss, he is too arrogant. We need to deal with him, Huang Xiefeng said indignantly, watching Zhou Lin walk away. Chapter 52. Sending coals in the snow upon returning home, Zhou Lin was inevitably scolded by Cheng Yali for a while. The dog, Hei Zai, seemed to sense the smell of an enemy and curiously circled around Zhou Lin, occasionally whimpering as if asking whether Zhou Lin went to take revenge. Rubbing the dog's shin, Zhou Lin returned to his room upstairs, took a refreshing hot shower, and finally relaxed completely. When he came out of the bathroom, he was startled by Wu Shui in the room. Instinctively grabbing the towel wrapped around his waist, he stammered, "W, what are you doing here?" Wu Shui was initially a bit embarrassed, but when she saw Zhou Lin's expression, she almost burst into laughter. "Annie, let me in." Zhou Lin frowned, wondering what his mom was up to. Even if everyone had no objections, shouldn't feelings be cultivated? "When you went out, Annie talked to my parents, and they had no objections." "Your parents have never met me, and they have no objections?" Zhou Lin couldn't believe it. Were they really that open-minded? In fact, Zhou Lin was overthinking it. If it were peacetime, given the Zhou family situation, Wu Shui's parents wouldn't even consider agreeing. Someone like her, who was obsessed with studying, would only be attracted to someone with better academic abilities. But what was the situation now? As high IQ talents, Wu Shui's parents saw things more clearly than ordinary people. Having resources and capabilities meant a longer life, and the Zhou family happened to meet both criteria. Even though they were abroad and involved in the Olympus project, it didn't guarantee safety, so Wu Shui's parents naturally had a plan for their daughter's future. What could be a better choice than the Zhou family? Even if there were alternatives, if they offended the Zhou family, could Wu Shui escape? Of course. A crucial reason was that Wu Shui herself showed no intention of opposing this. Annie said, "She won't take care of your daily life anymore. It's all up to me. I'm going to get some clothes." Daily life? Zhou Lin thought. If I hadn't seen how you just swallowed your saliva, I might have believed you. Sure enough, you're just after my body. Because Cheng Yali was injured and Wu Shui had no culinary skills, Zhou Lin ended up in the kitchen. Had he known, he wouldn't have taken a shower. After a comfortable meal, Zhou Lin lay leisurely on the sofa, immersing his consciousness in the storage space to continue modifying the Lu Xiaofeng ship. After all, he had already stuffed all the necessary materials and parts into the cargo hold of the Lu Xiaofeng. Due to his hasty departure, there were still a few shops in the auto city he hadn't visited, and Zhou Lin planned to go back when he had a chance. "Did you find them?" Cheng Yali asked, lying on another sofa, her large frame practically covering the entire sofa, while Zhou Kaijun was icing the area where she had been hit. "Found them, and broke one of Tang Yili's hands and feet. Why are you so impulsive?" Cheng Yali frowned, still worried about causing trouble. What if the government came knocking? Were they really going to confront them? "I know what I'm doing." Just then, Huang Minjing's call rang out. "It can't be that something happened again, right?" Zhou Lin frowned as he answered, only to hear Huang Minjing's crying voice. "Sister Cheng, is Zhou Lin not back yet? My stove is about to go out. Should I come over now?" "I'm back." Zhou Lin glanced at Cheng Yali. "Wait a moment. I'll bring some coal over. Be careful, and don't cause any trouble again. Right now, all we hope for is to stay safe." "You're right, Mom." Suddenly, Zhou Li, who was playing on her phone, looked up and said, "But that's impossible. You know, when the tree wants to be still, the wind doesn't stop. I'm leaving." Taking advantage of Wu Shui still being in the kitchen, Zhou Lin decided to hurry out to avoid pretending to go upstairs to get coal, which would be quite tiring. After deliberately dawdling for a few minutes, Zhou Lin knocked on Huang Minjing's front door, with his sled parked at his feet, filled with coal. Seeing Huang Minjing's tear-streaked face, Zhou Lin didn't enter the house. It was better to keep some distance to avoid future awkwardness. He didn't mention anything about fast food, as a sled full of coal wouldn't last long anyway. As long as Huang Minjing was smart enough, she wouldn't go back on her word. Instead, Huang Minjing was quite surprised. When she opened the door, she was ready to accept any conditions Zhou Lin might propose. As a businesswoman, she naturally knew that free things are the most expensive. However, for the sake of her mother, she could only silently accept. "You just gave it to her without mentioning fast food?" Cheng Yali frowned. Not that she was concerned about the coal. "Let me make it clear. I only recognize Wu Shui as my daughter-in-law. Other women, no matter who they are, have to stand aside." Hearing this, Wu Shui, who had just finished tidying up the kitchen, blushed. "What are you thinking?" Zhou Lin shook his head. "Since we're cooperating, it's not wrong to show sincerity. I'm going to check the tool room." Without Yang Kiki as the handyman, many things had to be done personally, which was quite tedious. Not tiring, but time-consuming. The vegetables in the hydroponic tubes were growing rapidly under constant temperature, light, and ample nutrients, especially the lettuce and Shanghai greens, which could be harvested in 2 or 3 days. There were also plenty of chicken and duck eggs. In comparison, geese were the least cost-effective. They grew slowly, laid fewer eggs, and took up space while eating more and producing more waste. If it weren't for breeding purposes, I'd have cooked you already. Wong wong. Heizai barked a couple of times, as if agreeing. After all, the only ones in the tool room that dared to challenge it were those 2 geese. Hearing Heizai's barks, the geese flapped their wings and began to thrash around, revealing their combative side. In contrast, the rabbit hutch was much quieter, especially the largest female rabbit, which used to run around wildly whenever Zhou Lin visited, but was now completely still. She gave birth. Zhou Lin lifted one of the female rabbit's hind legs and counted, wow, 12 adorable little ones. When they heard that the rabbit had given birth, the 3 women downstairs rushed up to see, which frightened the mother rabbit so much that she almost dropped her babies and ran away. A good omen. Our family is double blessed. Sheng Yali's loud voice made the tool room buzz. In the apocalypse, this was indeed a piece of good news. Those vibrant green vegetables gave everyone hope. Although hydroponics relied purely on chemical fertilizers, who cared about that now? Do you think if we continue to expand, we could grow various vegetables to satisfy our family? Wu Shui asked Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin had actually considered this. For example, when conditions were right in the future, they could completely set up a warehouse inside the Leifahua ship filled with hydroponic equipment or adopt a more environmentally friendly method of aquaponics. What is aquaponics? Wu Shui asked curiously. In simple terms, it's using the water from fish farming to grow vegetables, and then sending the clean water back to the fish after the plants have absorbed the nutrients. Theoretically, this way, you can raise delicious fish and grow completely organic vegetables. So, when can we try it? Chapter 53 Fish and Vegetables. Fish and Water. Zhou Lin never expected that when Wu Shui said, let's try, she wasn't referring to testing fish-vegetable symbiosis, but rather fish and water. Is it not a good feeling? Leaning on Zhou Lin's arm, Wu Shui slightly furrowed her brows, her face still showing a hint of redness, her skin glowing with an unprecedented moisture under the light. Initially, it was indeed a bit difficult, but Zhou Lin was undoubtedly a good teacher. Once she got the hang of it, she began to savor the experience. Honestly, it was wonderful. Good. Zhou Lin retracted his arm, allowing Wu Shui to snuggle closer, but he felt there was no need for it. Even if, we won't treat you as an outsider. Not entirely. Wu Shui whispered, in chaotic times, a woman like me, who is powerless, can only rely on men to survive. Rather than facing an uncertain death someday, or being forced into something, it's better to actively accept someone I like. That's right. I simply crave your body. Do you like me? Even the smartest women can occasionally reveal their true nature. Yes. Zhou Lin kissed Wu Shui's forehead. Sleep now. You're tired too. Zhou Lin turned off the light and lay down. The next day, when the 2 came out of the room, they saw Chang Yali sitting on the sofa with a smile like an ant. Aunt? Still calling me aunt? You child, here, the red envelope is ready. Your dad hasn't gotten up yet, so I'm representing him. Mom. Wu Shui bit her lip, shyly accepting the red envelope. Why don't I have one? Zhou Lin asked. A lump of coal. Do you want it? Dare to ask for a red envelope, and I'll ask you for alimony instead. All right, family status -1. Wow, Mom, such a big gold bar. As soon as Wu Shui took the red envelope, she felt it wasn't like money. Besides, nowadays, paper money is too hard to even use for wiping. So, if it's used as a red envelope, it's just for celebration. Of course, Cheng Yali wouldn't do such a thing and directly stuffed a 300-gram gold bar into the red envelope. How does our family still have this? Zhou Lin was also taken aback. He thought they had spent all their money before the apocalypse. You don't understand a thing. Shui Shui, come here. If he dares to bully you in the future, just tell your mother, and I'll make sure to deal with him. Compared to the increasingly chaotic outside world, Zhou Lin and Wu Shui's official union brought a joyful atmosphere to the Zhou family for several days. As newlyweds, Zhou Lin was too lazy to go out to gather supplies. He deliberately cherished his time with Wu Shui while leisurely continuing to modify the Lu Xiaofeng. However, This peaceful life was shattered 5 days later by the sound of surveillance alarm. The monitor showed a group of people, including Su Ziyuan and Wu Jiankai. What are they doing here? Qingyali felt a bit nervous. What's the matter? Zhou Lin asked through the camera. I am Su Ziyuan. Is Zhou Kaijun or comrade Qingyali there? We want to understand something. Looking for me? Qingyali breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they weren't here to arrest Zhou Lin, it was fine. Perhaps due to her consistent trust in the government, Qingyali was about to open the door. But Zhou Lin quickly pulled her back and gestured for Zhou Kaijun not to speak. My parents are sick. If you have something to say, just tell me directly. Is that how you want to say it? Su Ziyuan's expression changed slightly. Zhou Lin's attitude made him feel embarrassed. It's not very convenient with old and young at home. Why don't you come in alone? Zhou Lin, right? We should have arrested you for the last incident. I advise you to behave. Wu Jiankai couldn't help but say. If you say it like that, it's pointless. Zhou Lin said unhurriedly. Either don't say anything, or do as I say. You. Wu Jiankai wanted to say something else, but Su Ziyuan stopped him. Today they were not here to argue with Zhou Lin, nor were they here for that AI Bing matter. All right, I'll go in alone. Su Ziyuan initially thought Zhou Lin meant to invite him in, only to realize there was still a security door in between. He and T come last time when they rescued Yang Qiqi, so seeing the two security doors surprised him. You guys can't be well prepared, right? No, we're just habitually cautious. Zhou Lin set up a small tea table in the corridor with two small stools, and even placed a tea tray on it. The steaming teapot emitted a fragrant aroma, tempting the tea lover in Su Ziyuan. Tea leaves are also a luxury these days, even the most ordinary ones. For someone in Su Ziyuan's current position, having a cup of hot tea is quite difficult. Good tea. Your family's life seems to be more than what a division commander can match. Zhou Lin didn't respond to this, but refilled Su Ziyuan's cup, waiting for him to continue. I don't mean anything else. Just wanted to ask about the livestock at your farm. I heard that a few days before the natural disaster, your parents dismissed the workers. Closing the farm was planned long ago. I came back this time to take them to Shenzhen. There are more opportunities there. This was the excuse Zhou Kaijun's family had prepared in advance to deal with situations like this. It is known that in Xia country, the government can investigate anything they want without much difficulty. Su Ziyuan shook his head. All right, let's not talk about that. Those livestock didn't all die in the snowstorm, did they? They were all killed. A portion was sold, and the rest was frozen. Good. Su Ziyuan slammed his thigh. How much did you freeze? Where is it? Zhou Lin looked at Su Ziyuan with the eyes of an idiot and remained silent. Ahem, resources are scarce right now, and the tens of thousands of people in the shelter need this batch of meat. Su Ziyuan tried to persuade Zhou Lin with a sense of urgency. But when he saw Zhou Lin's indifferent expression, he knew this approach wouldn't work. How about this? What do you want in order to be willing to release this batch of meat? Zhou Lin took a sip from his teacup, Director Su. You also know that our family lacks nothing else, just a bit of security. Security? Su Ziyuan turned to look at the two security doors in front and back. You have more than enough security. Not enough. Zhou Lin shook his head and recounted the incident when Yang Qiqi brought Tang Ili and Sun Qinghao to injure Zhou Kaijun and Qingyali. Indeed, even today, the couple still can't get out of bed, and they might not make it in a few days. Such a thing happened? What kind of security do you want? Su Ziyuan felt something was off. Then he saw Zhou Lin make a gesture. Impossible. Su Ziyuan almost stood up and was on the verge of flipping the table. In Xia country, this matter is taboo. Special circumstances require special handling. We are all good citizens, and we are only doing this for self-protection. Sigh. If anything happens to my parents, my sister, and I might not be able to bear such a blow, we might just jump off someday. Su Ziyuan's expression turned grim. Before coming, he had thought Zhou Kaijun and Qingyali might ask for a lot, but he never expected Zhou Lin's audacity to be so great. Strictly speaking, what Zhou Lin wanted wasn't worth much, but it was extraordinarily expensive because what Zhou Lin wanted was a privilege. I don't believe that there's none outside. Director Su, if you can guarantee that there's absolutely none in the civilian sector, I'd have no problem giving you that batch of meat. Chapter 54. A perfect match at the Disaster Command Center in Jiaqing. Su Ziyuan was not responsible for security matters, but that didn't mean he was unaware of the situation. It had been half a month since the natural disaster struck. Although that wasn't a long time, human society was incredibly fragile. The order of daily life had completely collapsed, and the political order was barely holding on, limited to areas where state power still existed. Although the Xia country had strict gun control, it wasn't too difficult to obtain firearms in the apocalypse. Branches of the police department, security companies of banks and financial institutions, and even some special enterprises had ready access to guns and ammunition, provided one knew the exact locations and had the ability to break in. How many firearms and ammunition had currently flowed from these official institutions into the hands of civilians? There was no way to provide specific statistics, but it could certainly be said that there were quite a few. Zhou Lin's idea of trading pork for a gun to protect himself seemed reasonable. However, the problem was that Su Ziyuan had no authority to make decisions on this matter. Not even Zhu Guanghan could. In the Xia country, the separation of military and political powers was a convention that could not be changed even in the apocalypse. I'll wait for your news. Zhou Lin stood up to see him off. I can't guarantee anything, and as for the amount of meat, we'll have to wait until my dad wakes up to know, Su Ziyuan replied. There was nothing more to say. He couldn't just hold a gun to Zhou Lin's head to make him comply. Ungrateful. They can't seriously think they can stay here indefinitely, can they? In the end, they'll still have to go to the shelter. By offering it now, they might even get a good spot. But later on, when Su Ziyuan came out with a grim expression, Wu Jinkai thought things had collapsed and was furious. Su Ziyuan waved his hand, suggesting they talk later. Is that it? You're just leaving? Wu Jinkai felt anxious. In this environment, going out was not easy, and the fuel consumption alone was painful. But Su Ziyuan had already left, and no amount of protest from Wu Jinkai would make the soldiers blow up the blast door. There is still some left in the cold storage, maybe around 1,000 pounds. Luckily, it's low temperature, otherwise it might have gone bad. After listening to Zhou Lin's account, Zhou Chaojun and Qing Yali had no objections. The amount of firearms and ammunition was not the key. The important thing was that they could be presented openly with official endorsement. I can't guarantee anything either. Maybe they'll think of other ways. After all, it's still too early. The apocalypse had only been around for half a month, and many still held hope, wishing for the disaster to pass quickly. As time went on, the desperate would lose all restraint, and order would collapse further. By then, guns wouldn't matter anymore. The news of the Zhou family stockpile of frozen meat somehow spread throughout the neighborhood. Even a hiding Yang Qiqi and her companions knew about it. I knew it. I knew it. Although Yang Qiqi's face had swollen down, the absence of 2 molars made her face look somewhat odd and asymmetrical. Tang Ili lay on the ground, having lost a lot of weight from pain and hunger, looking like a different person. In the past 2 days, his most frequent remark was about going home. Surprisingly, the one in the best condition among the 3 was Sun Chenghao, simply because he always stole some food on his way back after going out to look for Xiaohang. What's the use of knowing? Sun Chenghao said. Are you planning to rob someone? Touching my sore, but I can still picture Black Dog. Don't drag me into this. Can't you see old Tang is already useless? Useless. Yang Qiqi snorted lightly, thinking Tang Ili was asleep and couldn't he hear her. In fact, Tang Ili was not asleep. He turned his head and silently gritted his teeth. I'm going out for a bit. Yang Qiqi switched on her flashlight and walked to the property management office, but was stopped by Huang Xiefeng. He usually stood guard there when nothing was happening. I want to see manager Xiao, Yang Qiqi said. Wait, he's busy. Busy with what? Yang Qiqi had already heard the sound. After a moment, a heavily wrapped woman emerged, her head and face hidden under a thick hat, but just the sight of her long legs was enough to stun Yang Qiqi. The woman hurried past, her head down. Is there something? Yang Qiqi unconsciously leaned toward the heater, stopping when she found the most comfortable position. I have something to discuss with you. Saohang Thou Wen. He had just eaten and felt a bit full, entering what could be called a sage state. If Yang Qiqi intended to use her looks to entice him now, she was mistaken. His standards were quite high. I know where there's a large amount of supplies, even live poultry. Really? Xiaohang's eyes brightened instantly. My request is simple. 1/3. I want 1/3, and you must ensure my safety here. Yang Qiqi initially wanted to combine forces with Xiaohang, but the earlier woman had awakened her to reality. 1/5. Xiaohang thought for a moment. At least 1/4. Just 1/5. Otherwise, I can still find out the information myself. Seeing the fierce light in Xiao Hang's eyes, Yang Qiqi swallowed hard and compromised. The Zhou family. Turns out they are that wealthy. You can go now. Once I have the supplies, I will notify you. No, I'm staying here. Yang Qiqi didn't want to leave. This place was warm and clean, and she was even willing to keep Xiao Hang company. But she was indeed thinking too much. In the end, Xiao Hang didn't drive Yang Qiqi away, but he also wouldn't support her for free. Whether she was useful was one thing. Whether she was willing to work was another. Siefeng, come in for a moment. To avoid complications, Xiao Hang turned around and called Huang Siefeng in for a discussion. But immediate action was not feasible because Su Ziyuan had said he would return. The Zhou family's entrance is a bit troublesome. See if you can find a locksmith or someone handy. As a property management company, they had connections with several locksmiths, and Huang Siefeng happened to know one who lived nearby and could contact. Besides that, Xiao Hang also asked him to find a cutting machine. Seeing Xiao Hang value Yang Qiqi so much made her happy. She had not intended to collaborate with him, but Tang Yili and Sun Qinghao were too useless. That's right. Yang Qiqi never thought the previous failure had anything to do with her. It was all the fault of those two men. That's why she sought out Xiao Hang. As for whether Zhou Lin or the Zhou family was at fault, there was certainly some blame. Firstly, Zhou Lin not trying to win her over after AI Bing's death was his biggest mistake. A simp should have the awareness of a simp. Who wouldn't he want to please someone? At least she wasn't the type to be like AI Bing. This is the logic of Yang Qiqi, and also the logic of many women like her. Who says women lack logic? When they get ruthless, they're no worse than men. Yang Qiqi inherently looked down on Zhou Lin, thinking him indecisive and incapable even of killing. Yes, Yang Qiqi believed this. If she knew that the only reason she was still alive today was that Zhou Lin wanted to contact Chao Bowen through her, she wouldn't know what to think. But now, Zhou Lin had already decided to give up. At present, it seemed that Yang Qiqi held no weight in Chao Bowen's heart. Otherwise, he would have contacted her long ago. Originally, he held no deep grudge against Yang Qiqi. If she could behave properly and smoothly bring in Chao Bowen, Zhou Lin wouldn't mind having one more person in the family. But now, Zhou Lin had already sentenced Yang Qiqi and Tang Yili to death in his heart. Even what Yang Qiqi was doing now was within Zhou Lin's expectations. Otherwise, how could he propose such exchange conditions to Su Ziyuan? Now it was just a matter of whether the command center would agree. Chapter 55, No More Trading Later Impossible. Absolument impossible. Wang Pingping strongly opposed it. Firearms must never be distributed to civilians. Nowadays, in this good May, there are already gangs that prioritize money over lives. If these people get their hands on guns, how chaotic would it become? Not to mention the common people, even the military might be attacked. Yi Xinxiao also opposed this in his heart. But Zhu Guanghan had not yet expressed his opinion, so he did not dare to speak out. Letting Wang Pingping shout is fine. This is the political wisdom of Xia country for thousands of years. However, we really need that batch of frozen meat. Su Ziyuan said softly. A pistol with dozens of bullets, I think it's not a big deal. Zhu Guanghan stubbed the cigarette that was about to burn his fingers into the ashtray. Lao Yi, what do you say? Actually, guns are not the problem. As expected of a professional soldier, he pointed out the key issue in one sentence. Without bullets, a gun is less useful than a knife or even a firewood stick. Wang Pingping still wanted to say something, but Yi Xinxiao shot him a glance, and he fell silent. The key is the number of bullets. It is our tradition not to take a single needle or thread from the common people. We cannot neglect this just because of a disaster. I think trading 10 gene of pork for one bullet is reasonable. I personally think Lao Ye's suggestion is very reasonable. What do you all think? Zhu Guanghan was the first to agree, and what else could the others say? With the organization's decision, Su Ziyuan went to Lanshan community again. Still only qualified to talk between the two doors, but at least he could drink hot tea, so it wasn't a loss. I didn't expect the government to be so stingy. Zhou Lin laughed, trading 10 gene of frozen meat for one bullet. According to current prices, that's more precious than gold. However, Su Ziyuan had his reasoning. The government does not encourage private fights. Many disputes among the people can often be resolved by just showing a gun. Zhou's family does not need to pile up bullets for self-defense. Guns must never be fired unless absolutely necessary. And even if they are fired, it should be for warning purposes as much as possible. So, the bullet I exchanged for 10 gene of frozen meat can only be used to shoot in the air? Director Su, do you think this is reasonable? I think it's very reasonable. Sometimes the point is not from 1 to infinity, but from 0 to 1. The price is non-negotiable. In the end, Zhou Lin wrote down the location of the cold storage and the quantity of frozen meat inside on a piece of paper. The gun can be given to you first. The bullets will be delivered after we verify. Su Ziyuan placed a Type 92 pistol on the table, looking unused. The gun oil still uncleaned. Zhou Lin couldn't be bothered about the trading method. A disaster command center like this wouldn't default on its debts. As for the frozen meat in the cold storage, it was originally leftover from back then, only about 1,000 gene in total. 100 bullets is nothing for Zhou Lin. Why have you never asked us why we have guns? Zhou Lin lay on the bed, watching Wu Shui pack her clothes. Although there wasn't much to bring when going out, she still had to change and wash. Some things, if you always dig deep, you might get annoyed at some point. Even if you don't get annoyed, you will always be wary of me. In the past, if life was unbearable, you could still get a divorce. Now, there's no such option, right? As expected of someone clear-headed in the world, Zhou Lin was left speechless, feeling a bit uncomfortable inside. You've been monitoring my body data lately. Is there any conclusion? Yes. Wu Shui closed the wardrobe, sat down beside Zhou Lin, and asked, "Want to hear it?" Of course. So far, if what I learned before ISNT wrong, it means you're the one who is wrong. What do you mean? Zhou Lin sat up and asked. Wu Shui pinched Zhou Lin's abdominal muscles. Although there wasn't much difference on the surface, humans couldn't have such data. However, my worldview prevents me from accepting supernatural claims. So you are wrong. Your existence is the greatest insult to modern medicine. After saying this seriously, Wu Shui couldn't hold back her laughter. Look at your gloomy face. Don't worry, even though you're stronger than a human, such things have appeared in the apocalypse. What can I accept? Besides, no woman would dislike her husband being strong, unless her husband is abusive. Will you abuse me? It's hard to say. Zhou Lin suddenly sprang up and then pinned Wu Shui down. Today I'll let you experience it. Evolution degree. Exceeding 3 means Zhou Lin's physical quality is 3 times that of a normal person. Earlier, when I said no woman would dislike her husband being strong, she would soon realize she was wrong. Happiness is one thing, but after happiness, Wu Shui became worried again. However, this was not something she could easily discuss with Zhou Lin. She had to find her mother-in-law, Cheng Yali. Don't worry, our family's conditions are completely fine. In the past, when I was with old Zhou, we were busy with our careers. Now we're getting idle to the point of getting sick. But Wu Shui was still worried. Given the current conditions, a natural birth is fine. But what if a cesarean is needed? Can she perform the surgery on herself? Besides, the family's supplies are always limited. Eating away at resources will eventually lead to depletion. At that time, would the child have to suffer with us? Eating away at resources? Cheng Yali paused slightly, then said softly, I can't guarantee other things, but you can rest assured about food and supplies. Don't say 1 or 2. Even if you give birth to 10 or 8, there will still be enough. 10 or 8. Wu Shui gasped, wondering how much stock the Zhou family had hidden. A few tons or dozens of tons. It can't be hundreds of tons, right? Besides, there is no way so many supplies would fit in this house. She often goes to the tool room. Could they be hidden elsewhere? Even so, Wu Shui's concerns remained unaddressed, just temporarily buried in her heart. A couple of days later, Su Ziyuan made a special trip to deliver bullets while also expressing gratitude to the Zhou family. In addition to over 200 gene of frozen pork, they also found over 100 chickens in the cold storage. So, 100 chickens for 20 bullets? Zhou Lin laughed. To be precise, it's 10 bullets, and the other 10 are a bonus. Su Ziyuan said, How generous. Please thank the commander on my behalf. I am very satisfied with this transaction. Su Ziyuan smiled slightly, just about to speak when Zhou Lin added, No more trading in the future. Su Ziyuan awkwardly took his leave. Not even having a sip of tea. Will you offend him like this? What if he makes things difficult for us? Cheng Yali was a bit worried, and Wu Shui also felt that since it was official, there was no need to sour the relationship. But Zhou Lin didn't think so. This is the apocalypse. The apocalypse. Kindness and cowardice are original sins. If you are not strong, You will become the meat in someone else's mouth. Real meat. Wu Shui was a bit scared, trembling as she said, "It can't be that cruel. How can people eat?" "Sister-in-law, you have a naive view. What my brother said is not wrong. The most ruthless thing in the world is humans." Zhou Li raised her phone. Someone had already admitted on the forum. Admit? Admit what? Eating people? Wu Shui's face instantly turned pale, and she ran toward the bathroom. "Brother, this is a heavy responsibility." Zhou Li pointed at Wu Shui's back. To this, Zhou Lin could only shrug and then follow her. On the other side, Xiao Heng judged that Su Ziyuan probably wouldn't come for a while. "It's a pity about that frozen meat. If you had told me earlier, it would have been better. At that time, I was still locked on the rooftop." Yang Qiqi pouted and said, "Are you going to act? Once Wang Xiefeng brings back the lockpick, we'll act." Chapter 56, I also have parents. The eternal night has no sun. The daytime is a pitch black, and the night is even darker. Many people suffer from disrupted biological clocks because of this, but Zhou Lin's family is doing fine. With heating and lighting, Wu Shui, as the family health doctor, insists that everyone live according to a normal schedule, which is more beneficial for health. After midnight, while everyone else was asleep, Zhou Lin was still on the sofa, scrolling through his phone. The Doomsday Human Alliance forum has seen an increasing number of new members recently, and various sections have become lively. A few days ago, a regional section was launched, and Zhou Lin was browsing the Bashu section of Xia Country. The total number of posts was less than 2,000, with over 500 new posts today, most of which were looking for people or supplies, while some exceedingly bored individuals were analyzing this and that. Zhou Lin wasn't interested in the posts about finding people, but he was quite intrigued by several supply exchange posts. Once valuable antiques, gemstones, and luxury goods were now bowing their high heads before food and medicine. A carat diamond ring for 10 pounds of rice. A painting that was auctioned for over $1 million exchanged for 100 pounds of staple food, and bags worth tens of thousands traded for a few buns and bread. If only transportation were convenient. Otherwise, he could exchange some. He thought, once the eternal night passes, it won't matter. While Zhou Lin was lost in thought, the monitor suddenly emitted a beeping alarm. Someone was at the blast door. At this time, a thief. He quickly turned off the alarm to avoid disturbing others and, grumbling, pulled up the surveillance footage, then was surprised to see who it was. Sun Qinghao was sneaking at the door, not even using a flashlight, just knocking lightly and heavily. If it weren't for the camera, no one would have heard him. After checking the camera to confirm that only Sun Qinghao was there, Zhou Lin went to open the door. "What are you doing here?" "Big brother, I have important information. I have major intel." Sun Qinghao turned to glance at the dark corridor. "Can I come and talk?" "Important information?" Zhou Lin frowned and let Sun Qinghao into the corridor. "Take your time." The small tea table hadn't been moved yet. This corridor was almost becoming the Zhou family's living room, specifically used to receive outsiders. "Big brother, that property manager, Manager Xiao, is in cahoots with Yang Qiqi. They want to rob you." "Rob me?" "It might be in the next couple of days," Sun Qinghao said. Zhou Lin laughed. "Aren't you one of them? Why did you suddenly remember to tip me off? After reflecting for the past few days, I feel like you're more like the protagonist in a novel." "The protagonist in a novel?" Zhou Lin was amused and asked how Sun Qinghao came to that conclusion. "Mainly because that AI Bing and Yang Qiqi are typical green tea bitches. Generally, anyone who desperately flatters a green tea character is a villain, while the one repeatedly targeted by the green tea is often the protagonist." "Brother, do you think I'm right?" "Just because of that." "Hey." Sun Qinghao rubbed his hands and pointed to the blast door behind him. "Isn't it obvious?" Sure enough, none of the living were simple. Sun Qinghao had clearly started to suspect the Zhou family's preparations. This suspicion didn't mean he wanted to do anything. He just simply wanted to cling to a strong back. "Wait here." Zhou Lin went inside to grab a pack of food, intending to send Sun Qinghao away. But surprisingly, Sun Qinghao didn't take it and looked at Zhou Lin with a pitiful expression. "I've been living for a lifetime and know that I haven't contributed much to society. But my parents are still alive. If given the chance, I want to go back, even if I can't help them with anything, just to be together as a family." "Leave together in an orderly manner?" Zhou Lin's words left Sun Qinghao speechless, tears welling in his eyes, unsure whether to cry or not. "How about I give you a hand-crank flashlight? As long as you have hands, you won't run out of power, right? Aren't you going to find your parents?" "Actually, they are divorced." Sun Qinghao wiped his face and smiled awkwardly. I could tell. Not everyone could see that. Zhou Lin nodded seriously. I don't lack food. I have other necessities too, but I'm not a good person. I don't have morals and I don't have sympathy or pity, so I understand. Sun Qinghao picked up the pack of food from the small tea table. Brother, from now on, you are my brother, and I will be your undercover agent infiltrating the enemy. Not that exaggerated. I mean, Yang Qiqi and the others aren't even qualified to be my enemies. They're just a few little cockroaches, mostly annoying. Got it. Brother, from now on, I'll be your cockroach killer. One pill kills a whole nest. Sun Qinghao left. Whether he could kill a whole nest, Zhou Lin couldn't guarantee. He was a true scoundrel, likely due to an unhappy childhood and having no real abilities. His biggest contribution to society being just a number. But was there any difference between the pre-rebirth Zhou Lin and Sun Qinghao? No. Sun Qinghao was a number, and so was Zhou Lin. In fact, over 95% of people in this world were merely numbers. Someone like Wu Shui might barely not count. But so what? Zhou Lin felt that even if he didn't awaken any abilities after rebirth, nor evolved, he would still strive to live on. Sometimes, living on ISNT entirely for oneself. Newborns have no survival ability, and by the time they are capable of contemplating this issue, they have already incurred a huge debt that must be repaid. Sometimes, Zhou Lin would think perhaps his rebirth was to repay that debt. After all, in his previous life, he hadn't taken good care of his parents and even knew nothing about their lives or deaths. So in that sense, it was understandable for him to collect debts from people like AI Bing and Tang Yili. What I owe in my past life, I will repay with interest. What I was owed in my past life, I will have them pay in full. As for Xiaohang, he could only blame himself for harboring inappropriate thoughts. Perhaps Xiaohang didn't think he had done anything wrong. Just like Sun Qinghao said, everyone wants to live, and he was no exception. It's just that he had more ideas than Sun Qinghao. Not only did he want to survive, but he wanted to live more comfortably and more impressively. So he chose to cooperate with Yang Qiqi. The locksmith arrived, and Huang Xiefeng only had to pay with a bag of bread to bring him over from the neighboring community. He looked like a very honest person. After all, if he looked like a thief at first glance, the police station probably wouldn't issue him a locksmith license. However, even the most honest people might take risks in the face of hunger and death. Moreover, it was just opening a door. This door can't be opened. Upon seeing Zhou Lin's blast door for the first time, the locksmith began shaking his head. How do you know it can't be opened if you haven't even tried? Huang Xiefeng slapped the back of the locksmith's head, making a crisp sound. Big brother, you told me this was a security door. Is this a security door? The locksmith held his head with one hand and pointed at the blast door with the other. If it's not a security door, then what is it? This is called a blast door. It's designed to withstand violence, not explosions. As long as I poke at the locks will all be secured. You can't open it even with explosives. It's no different from a bank vault. Damn. Huang Xiefeng turned to look at Xiaohang. Boss, what do we do now? Chapter 57. Zhou Lin stick a private residence using a bank vault-style door? One can only say, the rich deserve to die. With so much money, why not donate it? How are thieves and locksmiths supposed to survive? Xiaohang really wanted to drag Zhou Lin out and ask him what the hell he was thinking. He waved his hand to let the locksmith leave, gritting his teeth, and got ready to act. The oxyacetylene flame can reach temperatures of up to 3,000 degrees, and common metals are no match for it. There is no need for a third party to operate the oxyacetylene flame. Huang Xiefeng can handle it, as he has worked in a factory before. The purple-white flame was particularly glaring in the dim corridor, and Yang Qiqi felt tears welling up. Her vision blurred and sparkling with nothing visible. She quickly stepped back, turned her head away from the flame, and her eyes felt a bit better. In a darker area, Sun Qinghao hid in the shadows, silently clenching his fists. Although he was a rogue, who said that rogues lack the ability to distinguish right from wrong. In fact, rogues prefer good people because good people are easier to bully. That's why Sun Qinghao didn't approach. He wanted to keep his distance from Xiaohang and the others, especially that woman, Yang Qiqi. Generally speaking, green tea bitches not only meet a miserable end, but also drag down those around them. Since he had already internally regarded Zhou Lin as the main character, Sun Qinghao felt he had to maintain his position, Constantly jumping around would make it easy to fall and be crushed. Seeing Huang Xiefeng slowly approach the explosion-proof door, Sun Qinghao felt a bit worried. Could it really end like this? The end of the show? They actually brought this thing? Inside, Zhou Lin's family was already up. When they saw the bright flames on the screen, Zhou Lin felt a bit troubled. It wasn't that he couldn't handle it. Defeating them was simple. But the aftermath would be troublesome. Especially that Xiao Hang. During peacetime, he was just a property manager, not a significant figure. But now it seemed the authorities somewhat acknowledged his management position, as Su Ziyuan had contacted Xiao Hang several times during his visits. It wasn't that all property managers could gain official attention. It was mainly due to Xiao Hang's demonstrated worthiness of such attention. He was a talent. I'll go take a look. Zhou Lin changed his clothes and walked out. At this moment, Huang Xiefeng had adjusted the oxyacetylene flame to its highest temperature and was getting ready to approach the explosion-proof door. The door opened. Yang Qiqi let out a low gasp. Huang Xiefeng stopped. Xiao Hang narrowed his eyes, and Sun Qinghao's eyes widened in disbelief. They really weren't afraid of death. Zhou Lin's gaze jumped from Huang Xiefeng to Xiao Hang. Manager Xiao, what does this mean? Cough, cough. Xiao Hang cleared his throat. He had already considered this situation. So he stepped forward. It's nothing much. I just heard that your family has a lot of supplies and would like to ask you to share them. Let's enjoy together. Share with whom? You or her? Zhou Lin smiled, then revealed the stick behind him. It was a rubber baton used by the police for beating, which generally wouldn't kill unless it hit the head, but could still cause severe injuries depending on the wielder's intent. Throwing aside the spray gun, Huang Xiefeng revealed a similar baton from his lower back, grinning at Zhou Lin. Kid, want to make a move? You're still too green. Xiao Hang didn't just bring Huang Xiefeng as a security guard. Besides the useless Sun Qinghao, there were also two tall, strong guys who, compared to Huang Xiefeng, still had a bit of shame. Stealing from oneself crossed their moral bottom line. However, often, a bottom line is like underwear. When the benefits are substantial enough, they can be discarded easily. Rush in. After considering, Xiao Hang decided to end this quickly. After all, this was the top floor. As long as he didn't cause a city-wide uproar, he could enjoy himself. Unless that bitch Yang Qiqi was lying. But even if the Zhou family didn't have that many supplies, there's still Wu Shui, right? Huang Xiefeng was shouting, but didn't actually rush in. He was waiting for the other two security guards. He thought that rich people like Zhou Lin wouldn't easily make a move, which only showed he truly cared about Tang Ili. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so naive. Fool! Zhou Lin walked out from the explosion-proof door and raised his hand to hit Huang Xiefeng on the head. A real expert wouldn't do this. It was too easy to be blocked, wasting energy. Huang Xiefeng reacted well, raising his hand to block. He thought he could stop it. What he didn't expect was that Zhou Lin's strength would be so great that he couldn't add force in time, only feeling a buzz in his head before passing out. Perhaps it was because Huang Xiefeng fell too quickly. The two security guards on the side hadn't even had time to act before they stood at attention, staring at Zhou Lin, who was calmly putting away his stick and swallowing nervously. You two, come at me together? No, no. The two security guards waved their hands repeatedly. What a joke. Huang Xiefeng's baton was bent at a 90-degree angle. It was a steel-core rubber baton, and it just broke like that. Moreover, Huang Xiefeng was still lying there. It was a lesson learned. Damn. The two guards' cowardice made Xiao Hang curse under his breath, feeling they were unreliable. He had yet realized the gap between him and Zhou Lin. He simply thought Huang Xiefeng was careless and didn't dodge. If Huang Xiefeng had used a knife, it would have been different. After all, ordinary people react differently to a baton and a knife. Since Huang Xiefeng had fallen and the two guys were hesitating, Xiao Hang decided to step up himself. He had a knife, a semi-military dagger, with a blade over 20 centimeters long and a shiny edge. Whether it was effective was uncertain, but it was intimidating enough, definitely scary enough to make one bleed. If you don't want me to stab you with a few holes, kneel down. Xiao Hang waved the knife a few times, feigning a fierce expression. Zhou Lin raised his baton. He had just used a bit too much strength, and the stick had deformed slightly. Come on, let us see if I don't beat you until your mother doesn't recognize you. Damn. Usually, Xiao Hang was calm, but now he was really getting worked up, knowing Zhou Lin was tough, yet still charging in. A knife is more dangerous than a baton. That's ordinary thinking. For a true expert, the level of threat is often directly related to length. Otherwise, there wouldn't be the saying, an inch long, an inch strong. This saying doesn't specify whether it's a baton or a knife. The evolution Zhou Lin experienced brought him not only strength, but also significant changes in speed and accuracy. It seemed he casually swung the baton. Yet it struck precisely at Xiaohang's wrist holding the knife. And this was only because Zhou Lin didn't want to kill Xiaohang. Otherwise, he was confident he could knock him away before the knife even touched him. Crack! As the sound echoed, Xiaohang let out a cry and dropped the knife, clutching his wrist with his left hand, hopping backward, jumping continuously. It hurt, that goes without saying, but more importantly, he was scared. He was afraid Zhou Lin would pursue him relentlessly and not show mercy. Bitch, stop! Zhou Lin ignored Xiaohang, keeping his eyes on Yang Qiqi in the corner. Seeing that Yang Qiqi was planning to escape, Zhou Lin shouted while swinging his stick toward her. He really aimed to hit her. The horizontally flying stick whistled through the air, and when Yang Qiqi heard the sound and turned back to look. Chapter 58, A Good Dog. When Yang Qiqi turned around upon hearing the sound of wind breaking, it was already too late. Zhou Lin's stick was not only thick and heavy, but also fast. A sharp pain shot through her waist, causing Yang Qiqi to lose her balance and fall in a dramatic manner. If she hadn't managed to support herself with her hands in time, she might have broken her jaw. Did I let you go? Zhou Lin said, stepping on Yang Qiqi's waist. Is living with food and drink not good enough? You have to seek death? I'm wrong, Zhou Lin. I'm sorry, please forgive me. Yang Qiqi turned her head with great difficulty, but still couldn't see Zhou Lin's face. She didn't dare to struggle, only able to cry incessantly. This is the nature of women, made of water. Tears come easily, whether good or bad. But Zhou Lin was immune. In a world like this, a person who had gone through it all wouldn't be swayed by tears, let alone blood. So, Yang Qiqi felt her waist hurting even more, as if her kidneys were about to be crushed. Spare me, please. 2 security guards ran away. It was too cruel, even hitting a woman. Xiaohang wanted to run too, but Zhou Lin snorted coldly, and he didn't dare move, standing obediently against the wall like he was in the general manager's office. As for Sun Qinghao, Zhou Lin had just given him a look, indicating he shouldn't show his face. I'm willing to be your servant. Really, I won't cause trouble anymore. I promise. Yang Qiqi continued to plead. You come here. Zhou Lin pointed at Xiaohang. Is there anything I can help you with? Xiaohang straightened up again, putting on an appearance of sincerely serving the owner. Yes, I really dislike this woman. What do you think we should do? She is not a resident of our community. I can just kick her out. Hearing this, Yang Qiqi felt a surge of joy inside. Anything was fine as long as she could survive. She truly sensed Zhou Lin's murderous intent, sending chills down her spine. Kicked out? No, a woman like her should have her legs broken before being kicked out. Xiao, you really are cruel, Yang Qiqi said, but was met with a kick to the face from Xiaohang, who was eager to convey goodwill to Zhou Lin. Allyship? Screw allyship. Better a dead friend than a living enemy. Promising future. Zhou Lin patted Xiaohang on the shoulder. Where? Xiaohang forced a smile. I'll go call someone right now. Call who? You came up with the idea. You do it. Otherwise, how can I see your sincerity? Oh, and what about that Tang Yili? He's dying. Xiaohang pointed at Yang Qiqi. This woman said she went to see him last night. So you think that Tang Yili was killed by this woman? Yes, she was the one who harmed him. Xiaohang replied immediately. Zhou Lin nodded. Then what are you waiting for? Do you need me to teach you? As he spoke, Zhou Lin pulled out a phone. Good. When Xiaohang saw the phone's flash go off, he knew what was coming. Despite feeling unwilling, he could only pick up the stick from the ground with his left hand and grit his teeth, aiming it at Yang Qiqi's legs. Xiaohang, you bastard! Zhou Lin, may you die a horrible death. Yang Qiqi did not want her legs broken. What was the difference between that and dying? But Zhou Lin's foot on her waist was as heavy as Mount Tai, making it impossible for her to escape. Xiaohang swung the stick with all his might, but it was aimed at Zhou Lin's face. He wasn't concerned about Yang Qiqi. He just couldn't bear being under someone else's roof. As long as Zhou Lin was alive, Xiaohang couldn't rise up. He couldn't even control a small community. So how could he talk about rising in a chaotic world? So, Xiao Heng decided to take a gamble. Winning would mean he had conquered Lanshan community. Losing would just mean a beating. He thought Zhou Lin wanted him to act out of concern for being held accountable by the government. Smack! Zhou Lin easily caught the stick's tip. Manager, Xiao. What you're doing puts me in a difficult position. Xiao Heng pulled on the stick with all his strength, but it didn't budge. I was wrong. Xiao Heng took a step back, bowing like a Japanese person, his face full of sincerity. So? Zhou Lin smiled, still not lifting his foot, but slowly pulled a gun from his waistband. Bang! Without any explanation, the flame that shot from the gun and the deafening sound of gunfire said it all. The bullet ricocheted off the corridor walls, sparking. Do you think you can report me to the government? Have you ever thought about what benefits Director Su gave me to take away that more than 1,000 pounds of frozen meat? Watching the still smoking gun, Xiao Heng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. I understand now. From now on, you have the final say in this community. I'm just a dog under your feet. Woof woof, please make way. I'll break this woman's legs right now. Yang Qiqi didn't dare struggle anymore. She never expected Zhou Lin would have a gun, and that it was given to him by the government. A gun that could be taken out openly represented power in Xia country. For ordinary people, it was supreme power. I can give you a chance. Tang Ili can die. She caused his death, but she can't die yet. You have to make her suffer more than death. Zhou Lin whispered in Xiao Heng's ear. Either you run far away, or you behave like a good dog. I actually like raising dogs. As long as you obey, I can throw you meat, bones, and leftover food. Do you understand? Understood. Master. Xiao Heng's expression turned solemn, like a German shepherd among dogs. Leave everything to me. You will definitely be satisfied. No. Folin. Spirme. I could be your dog. Really, any kind of dog. Before Yang Qiqi could finish her sentence, Xiao Heng made his move. This time, he truly dared not have any crooked thoughts. The stick struck hard against Yang Qiqi's thigh. Her fair and delicate skin couldn't withstand it, and it burst open immediately, causing her to faint from the pain. Stop! Zhou Lin saw the blood seeping through Yang Qiqi's cotton pants and quickly ordered Xiao Heng to stop. You're going to make her unable to last a few days. Let me handle it. Yes, trouble for the master. Putting away his phone, Zhou Lin lightly tapped Yang Qiqi's leg, being careful not to accidentally cause an open fracture, which would make her die faster. Hearing the crisp sound of bones cracking, Xiao Heng couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Now he realized how terrifying Zhou Lin was, even without a gun. Killing him might not be harder than squashing a fly. So what was he thinking just now? Drag her away. I'll give you some anti-inflammatory medicine later. If her wound gets infected, feed it to her. And that guy, hurry up and get him out of my sight. Yes, annoying. Good master, right away. Xiao Heng couldn't handle Huang Xiefeng and Yang Qiqi by himself, but the two security guards hadn't actually run far. They returned obediently after a few shouts. 10 minutes later, the corridor was clean again. Zhou Lin nodded in satisfaction and asked Xiao Heng to wait at the door. I'm a man of my word. You lack for food, but this. Thank you, master. Xiao Heng beamed with joy, holding a whole pack of cigarettes, although they weren't premium ones. Having some to smoke was better than nothing. After sending Xiao Heng into the house, Zhou Chaojun and the others gathered around. They had just watched the whole live show, and now Wu Shui's face was pale, clearly frightened. Chapter 59. Going out to practice, shooting, what if Xiao Heng turns against us? This is what Qing Yali and Wu Shui are worried about. Zhou Kaijun and Zhou Li have no such doubts. He wouldn't dare, Zhou Kaijun said. Better to mistakenly kill 1,000 than to let one escape. Brother, be more decisive next time. Dragging things out is not the way of a good cook. Qing Yali could hardly stand it and gave Zhou Li a slap on the back of the head. What are you talking about? Always with the killing and fighting? Aren't you still a girl? Mom, a saint is not to be trifled with. Reading 100 times, the meaning will become clear. You should read more apocalyptic novels. Zhou Kaijun stepped forward to hold Qing Yali back. The kid is right. You need to adapt slowly. You just know how to talk. Why didn't you go out just now? How can you let your son take risks like this? Qing Yali was pulled away by Zhou Kaijun, and Zhou Li went upstairs, still half asleep. Only Wu Shui remained, unsure of what to say and feeling a bit helpless. She knew Zhou Lin had done nothing wrong, but she just couldn't convince herself. That woman Yang Qiqi deserved to die, but just think, if we didn't have the blast-proof door, no guns. And I didn't have the power I do now. Wu Shui was a smart person and quickly began to tremble slightly. You're right. She stepped forward to hug Zhou Lin, placing her smoke-scented palm on her lips. When will you teach me to shoot? I'm afraid I won't hit the target. Anytime, but we need to change locations. Most of the time in the eternal night, it is very quiet, quiet like heaven, without the cries of the sinners. Even practicing shooting in the tool room, the sound could carry for miles. A few times is fine, but how can you practice shooting well with just a few? So it's best to go out and practice. Zhou Lin thought that the last car city was pretty good. He could also collect some materials while he was at it. There is no need for that. The next day, Cheng Yali heard this and strongly opposed it. But Wu Shui really wanted to go out for some fresh air. The laborer controls others, while the one who thinks controls the laborer. I'm not going. Zhou said. Still the familiar sled and skis. After the two went downstairs, Zhou Lin stopped by the property office. The master has arrived. Xiao Hang looked delighted, showing no hint of insincerity, even with other security guards in the room. Don't worry, master. That woman is still alive. Xiao Hang pointed to the stove, where the filthy Yang Chi-Chi was curled up on a blanket that was unrecognizable in color, glaring at Wu Shui beside Zhou Lin with hatred. This woman must have replaced her in Zhou Lin's heart. Otherwise, how could Zhou Lin treat her like this? If looks could kill, Wu Shui should be riddled with holes, wishing for death but unable to escape. Well done. Zhou Lin tossed a box of erguo he had prepared onto the sofa and shared it. But don't get drunk. Thank you, master. Don't you all thank the master together? Thank you, master. Among those who thanked loudly was Huang Xiefeng, whose head was wrapped in bandages. I have to say this kid has a strong life. Zhou Lin thought that one blow would send Huang Xiefeng to practice a new number, but unexpectedly, he managed to survive. It doesn't matter. As the sled passed through the community gate, Zhou Lin looked around and saw many traces at the entrance. Although messy, he could roughly distinguish what kind of vehicles had left them, due to the high speed, strong wind, and low temperature. Wu Shui didn't say a word during the journey. She didn't even know how long it would take. Last time when he came out with Huang Minjing, Zhou Lin hadn't prepared a heater for her or thick fur blankets. With these windproof and warm items, Zhou Lin could rush straight to the car city. Hey, it hadn't snowed much in the past few days, so Zhou Lin felt something was off from a distance. It wasn't like this when he left last time. The originally flat snowfield was gone, and there were pits dug everywhere, with slanted ramps allowing vehicles to reach the bottom of the pits. Someone had been here, and it was a large group. Just by thinking with his knees, he knew that currently the only ones in Zhou City with such power could only be the government. Damn, we're late. The same thing was said by Wang Pingping. When the people below reported that many off-road vehicles and parts were missing from the car city, Wang Pingping immediately thought of the previous experience. They must capture this lawless gang and execute them all. When leaving, Wang Pingping originally thought about leaving a few spies in case that gang came back. However, in the end, he gave up. It was too cold for people to stay here. Leaving anyone would be sending them to their death. Zhou Lin took Wu Shui around, confirming that there were no activities before sneaking into a showroom. Damn, the showroom was cleaner than if a dog had licked it. Even the tables and chairs had been taken away, leaving nothing behind. Come on. Suppressing his anger, Zhou Lin began to teach Wu Shui how to use a gun. The consumption of bullets was not a concern. He carefully collected every spent shell casing. If it weren't for the difficulty of digging out the bullet heads, he would let those go either. The thick layer of snow was the best target. Using a portable LED light to create a halo saved the trouble of changing targets. The only thing to worry about was the LED light itself. I can't take it anymore. I can't feel my hands. No matter how little the recoil of the pistol, firing 3 to 5 magazines in a row was still unbearable. But Wu Shui's talent for shooting surprised even Zhou Lin. It's actually very simple. 3 points in a line. The key is to keep your hands steady and your heart calm as a surgeon. These are basic skills. Zhou Lin didn't believe Wu Shui's words. What surgeon could go from first contact to hitting the target with just 2 or 3 magazines? She must have been a sharpshooter in her past life. In any case, Zhou Lin couldn't reach that level before evolving. You take a break. I'll leave the gun and bullets here, keep the walkie-talkie on, and I'll go nearby to see if there is anything to bring back. In such a large car city, it couldn't have been completely cleaned out. With a gun in hand, Wu Shui wasn't too worried. nodding to reassure Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin climbed up the snow pit. He didn't go looking for those already dug out areas, but slowly searched the snowfield based on memory. Hard work pays off. Soon he dug out a consignment store that hadn't been found, although it wasn't as high-end as the Four Sons. A capable consignment store had a wide variety of products and high discounts, and could even get some rare brands and models, even some models not released in Xia country. Generally speaking, only capable people could run a consignment store. The store Zhou Lin found was quite large, and the various vehicles parked in the showroom alone were worth 20 to 30 million. Luck. The reason this consignment store was able to survive was that its location was relatively remote. Zhou Lin discovered it by chance. Non-standard luxury pickup trucks, Raptors, Kidao, and Tianfeng were all there, with the summer country's most popular Raptor being the main one, totaling 12 vehicles in the showroom and garage. He took them all. 5 parallel import luxury off-road vehicles, with the most expensive being the Kinlan full-size model. He took that too. Zhou Lin didn't miss any other vehicles that caught his eye, treating them as parts reserves. At this moment, Zhou Lin still didn't know that the real treasures weren't in the showroom or garage. Chapter 60 Unexpected Surprise. The gains from the exhibition hall and garage made Zhou Lin beam with joy. Although the delay was a bit long, it was still early for dinner. Occasionally chatting with Wu Shui over the intercom, Zhou Lin wasn't worried about any accidents on her end. The eternal night was the best cover. Unless someone had Zhou Lin's night vision ability, they would be exposed by the lights from far away. In the general manager's office, the Four Sun store might just have a general manager who is a high-level worker, but the dealership might not be the same. Zhou Lin wasn't particularly interested in wandering around, but he noticed that door. The same type of explosion-proof door was indeed suspicious. Standing outside the door and thinking for a moment, Zhou Lin took out a small piece of explosives from the live phone number. He didn't have the ability to open the door, and even ordinary explosives might not handle it. Instead, the wall was weaker, being just a layer of red bricks. How strong could it be? The thick layer of snow served as the best sound insulation material. Fortunately, luck was on his side. Apart from blowing a large hole in the wall, there were no other consequences. Zhou Lin, did you hear that? Don't be scared, I set off a firecracker. Wu Shui fell silent. A firecracker? What firecracker is there without any festival? Unable to ask, and even less able to be angry, Wu Shui had to load a full magazine into her gun. However, her right hand hadn't recovered yet. Her fingers, palm, wrist, and even her entire arm were sore. Practicing under such conditions was not only meaningless but also risky. The left hand could also be used, in the spirit of venting her emotions. Wu Shui didn't care where the bullets went and fired randomly. However, after emptying one magazine, Wu Shui was stunned. Why did it seem like she was more accurate than when using her right hand? Indeed, most real surgeons have both hands equally agile. But is performing surgery the same as shooting? Wu Shui decided to try again. After all, Zhou Lin had left her several large boxes of bullets. It might take a whole day to finish them. Hearing the faint gunfire, Zhou Lin smiled, surprised to find that Wu Shui was actually a violent person too. This office was quite spacious. Entering through the blown-out wall, Zhou Lin glanced around. From the decor and furniture, it was clear that this general manager was no ordinary person. Just that ebony tea table alone was worth a 7-figure sum. Good stuff, I'll take it. The desks and chairs were also definitely not cheap. But Zhou Lin wasn't interested in industrial products. He went straight to the large desk and quickly opened each drawer. Precious cigars, a high-end lighter, exquisitely crafted office supplies, and a string of patinaed Z beads. He took it all. A few sets of keys. He ignored all the paper documents. Is this it? It shouldn't be. It felt like something was missing. What exactly was missing? Sitting on the chair and turning left and right, suddenly a flash of inspiration struck him. A safe. It was unacceptable that such a luxurious office had no safe. Fortunately, once he had the idea, finding it was easy. The small cabinet tight against the wall beside the large desk had seemed a bit odd earlier, and when he turned it, it turned out to be the outer door of a safe. Damn! Seeing the metal that was similar in color to the explosion-proof door, Zhou Lin knew he was in trouble. Without discussing whether it had a self-destruct feature, this thing couldn't possibly have explosives, could it? However, Zhou Lin quickly thought of a solution. Using his immense strength, he pried the safe off the wall with several steel bars. then moved a water jet cutter from the live Fu number S maintenance warehouse. A water jet cutter is a tool that relies on high-pressure jets of fine water mixed with diamond particles for cutting. The fine water jet resembled a crystal-clear, cylindrical saw blade, slowly cutting through the half-height safe. Half an hour later, the entire back of the safe was cut open, crashing to the ground. Aside from some paper documents that should have been very important, the safe contained 5,100-gram gold bars, 3 very unusual men's watches. Zhou Lin thought that was all until he discovered a metallic box glowing white. He initially thought it was some kind of jewelry, but when he opened it, Zhou Lin's face changed instantly. A power sphere? How could this be? Wasn't it still about 5 years before the first power sphere appeared? Why would the owner of a car dealership in Jiazhou have a power sphere? Pure white, it looked somewhat like a colorless power sphere quietly lying in the velvet center. Unfamiliar people might mistake it for a large, round, white pearl. But Zhou Lin wouldn't be mistaken. If he couldn't figure it out, he decided to put away for now. The power sphere's abilities couldn't be discerned without contact and fusion. Moreover, Zhou Lin wasn't sure what would happen if he touched the power sphere now. What if the timing wasn't right, and touching it could be fatal? It wasn't out of the question. But in any case, it was a good item, and if he wanted to use it as insurance, he could wait until 5 years later to give it a try with his family. Noticing the time was getting late, Zhou Lin hurried to find Wu Shui. The gunfire continued. When he saw Wu Shui shooting with her left hand and hitting the target every time, Zhou Lin was dumbfounded. Were you a sharpshooter delayed by medicine? No, you're the real-life version of the two-gun old lady. What old lady? Wu Shui pouted, fortunately not pointing the gun at Zhou Lin. Are you coming back? Did you find anything good? Not much. Do these count as good things? Zhou Lin tossed the gold bars onto the ground, the golden shine almost blinding Wu Shui's eyes. In fact, these 50 gold bars weren't much. Before the apocalypse, they were worth only 1 or 2 luxury SUVs. But Wu Shui's eyes couldn't help but sparkle. Wow, I want them. Put them away. Gold isn't useless in the apocalypse, as many novels suggest. In fact, it's quite the opposite. According to Zhou Lin's plans, he intended to visit the gold shops in the city, but he needed to wait a while. He just had to make sure to go before the eternal night ended and the snow melted. Back home, Wu Shui couldn't wait to share with Zhou Li. Even her swollen wrist was a badge of honor. During dinner, Wu Shui took out the gold bars and placed them on the coffee table. This is today's unexpected find, Mom. You keep it? Qingyali had a smile on her face. In the past 2 days, Wu Shui had finally changed her tone, and she was now hoping for a grandson. Gold? How can gold be more important than a grandson? Put away, what do I need this for? Qingyali waved her hand, then glared at Zhou Lin. Don't you know your wife needs to take care of her health? Out all day, and her wrist is injured. If you do this again, believe it or not, I'll break your legs. I want to go, I want to go. Zhou Lin waved his hand. Next time, you take Lily with you. She is always playing on her phone and doesn't read enough. Zhou Li rolled her eyes, too lazy to argue with Qingyali. The difference in their IQs was too great, leaving them with no common language. Dad, are you going out to practice shooting? Huh? Is there a share for me? I thought you forgot about me. Zhou Kaijun laughed. How could I? Zhou Lin awkwardly smiled. I want to practice shooting, but I don't want to ask if you're interested in feed. Chapter 61. The advancing neighbors, though humans possess the smartest brains in the animal kingdom, the vast majority are still limited by their own perceptions. If it weren't for Zhou Kaijun mentioning it, Zhou Lin would never have thought of stockpiling feed. Is feed unimportant? Of course not. Normally, people think of feed as something for livestock, not for humans. But in fact, it can be consumed. At worst, it may cause some adverse reactions, but it's certainly better than starving to death. Dad, why didn't you say so earlier? I just thought of it too. I wonder if the government will take it away. That shouldn't be the case. I still see many large supermarkets in the city buried in snow, Zhou Lin said. Just give me the locations, and I'll go check it out myself. Okay. Zhou Kaijun didn't insist. His health had never been great, and with age, going out would not only be unhelpful, but could also become a burden for Zhou Lin. Honey, huh? Zhou Lin was taken aback. What? Give me the gun again. You call me a double gun old lady. And what if someone causes trouble when you're not around? Sure. Zhou Lin thought this request was worth calling her honey and agreed. However, he didn't expect that what Wu Shui casually mentioned would happen so quickly. It had been over 20 days since eternal night fell. One-third of the population in Jiazhou City had gone to official shelters, a quarter had gone to rural relatives, and the remaining people were struggling to survive. Xiao Hang originally wanted to organize a second collective effort to gather supplies, but the security guard who went out to scout was nearly beaten to death, which caused the plan to fall through. However, the residents of Lanshan community not going out didn't mean that outsiders wouldn't have ideas, especially after all the nearby areas had been searched. Somehow, the well-known wealthy district of Lanshan was rumored to be stocked with a large amount of supplies, rich beyond belief. When Zhou Lin last went out, he sensed something was off, but he never expected things to develop so rapidly. Coincidentally, less than 2 hours after Zhou Lin left, scattered lights appeared at the entrance of Lanshan community. Are they from the shelter? Director Su didn't notify us. When Xiao Hang walked to the window, the scattered lights had already entered the community, and there were quite a few shadowy figures. Boss, it's bad. The security guard at the gate rushed in, shouting, "Robbery! They're here to rob us." Robbing us? Xiao Hang was stunned, thinking, well, I haven't even gone out to rob yet, and now I'm being robbed at my doorstep? Grab your weapons. Let us kill them. After the disaster struck, the property management only had a total of 16 security guards, and with the people Xiao Hang had recruited, there were barely 30. Fortunately, they were all men and relatively young, so their combat ability was decent. About 30 people, including Xiao Hang and Sun Qinghao, rushed into the community courtyard like a swarm, charging toward the scattered lights. There was no need to ask questions. Xiao Hang, holding a long knife, struck the first person he encountered straight in the forehead. Kill them. Fight them to death. It was unclear who shouted first, but the originally scattered lights gradually converged, and during this time, many lights fell to the ground, either extinguished or trampled into the snow. In an instant, both sides had casualties, and the sounds of shouting and screaming startled everyone in the community. Some bold residents peeked out from their windows, while the timid hurried to lock the doors and barricade them with furniture. It's chaotic downstairs. Wu Shui heard the commotion, but couldn't see clearly. Use this. Zhou handed her a night vision device. If Wu Shui had known much about these things, she would have been astonished by the high-end active-duty equipment from the United States. With Zhou's help, Wu Shui put on the night vision device, and the low light and distance adjustments allowed her to see the situation below clearly. Someone is fighting with Xiao Hang and the others. They're not from our community. Oh no, they can't hold on. Wu Shui was like a live broadcaster, and Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali listened with great tension. While Zhou seemed indifferent and casually said, "Maybe someone will come soon." Just as her words fell, a buzzing alarm went off. Outside the blast-proof door, a panting Sun Qinghao was shouting Zhou Lin's name. "I'll go take a look." Cheng Yali went to open the door, followed by Zhou Kaijun. "Uncle, Auntie, is my brother Zhou not here? Hurry, we can't hold on downstairs. There are too many outsiders." Sun Qinghao had blood flowing from his head, his mouth was cut, and there were several places on his body that had been slashed, but he hadn't been injured badly because he was wearing thick clothing. "Forget it. I'll go take a look." Zhou Kaijun thought for a moment and said, "No way, I'll go." Cheng Yali insisted. "I should go. My shooting skills are good." Wu Shui said, "Sister-in-law should go. Dad, you watch over things and Mom stay home to protect me." Among the four, Zhou Li was the calmest and quickly devised the most favorable plan. Cheng Yali wanted to argue, but at this point, her loud voice was ineffective. Before Zhou Kaijun and Wu Shui went out, Zhou Li whispered a few words in Wu Shui's ear, and when Black Dog wanted to follow them out, he was grabbed by Cheng Yali. Seeing Wu Shui and Sun Qinghao as surprise, Zhou Li said, "Sister-in-law, you don't need to go down, right?" "I'm not going. I'm counting on you," Wu Shui coldly replied. "Hurry up." As the group went downstairs, the situation below changed again. One could only say that Xiao Hang and the others had done their best. It wasn't that they weren't trying hard, but the enemy was too fierce. Not only were they all injured, but several people had already been scattered. Some didn't know if they had run away or been knocked down. In desperation, Xiao Hang and the others fought while retreating, and it was unclear what he was thinking as they retreated step by step to the entrance of Building 8. "Close the door. Close the door." Xiao Hang was covered in blood, both his and others, with a wound on his forehead, and his clothes were full of marks from fists and feet, as well as cuts and tears, showing how intense the battle was. The last security guard who came and managed to close the glass door, but how could tempered glass withstand the frenzied assault of iron rods and knives? With a few bangs, it shattered into pieces. Damn it, let us fight. Shihuang gritted his teeth, ready to lead the charge, when suddenly a gunshot rang out from behind. A gun. They have guns. Shihuang initially thought it was Zhou Lin who had arrived, but when he turned around, he only saw Zhou Kaijun's serious face and Wu Shui wearing the night vision device. Why did she come down? Shihuang glanced at Sun Qinghao and was about to speak when he noticed Wu Shui was holding a gun and the muzzle was still smoking. So it was Wu Shui who fired the shot? That woman. Just one gun. What is there to be afraid of? Charge in. One gun can't kill many people. Grab her gun. The opposing side's restlessness made Shihuang tense again. Now was it even about whether they could fight back? Shihuang couldn't help but curse Sun Qinghao and the Zhou family, wondering how they could let Wu Shui face the enemy with a gun. They could have given it to Zhou Kaijun instead. However, instead of retreating, Wu Shui stepped forward again, giving one last warning: withdraw from the community now. Chapter 62. Wu Shui went crazy. What's so scary about a gun? Just one gun. Who are you scaring? Exactly. Nice figure. Let's rob together. Go. One must admit that people are easily driven by collective emotions. Normally, if someone sees a real gun, they would instinctively be afraid. But at this moment, due to the influence of collective emotion, they not only ignored the threat of bullets, but even contemplated taking advantage of Wu Shui. Seeing the other party getting agitated, Shihuang thought to himself that it was bad and turned to Wu Shui, saying, "Give me the gun and hurry back to lock the door." His idea wasn't wrong. Even Sun Qinghao was nodding in agreement. However, the next moment, Wu Shui pointed the gun at Shihuang and said, "Get out of the way. You." Shihuang had to take a step back, thinking to himself that she could act tough. But he couldn't wait to see how she would die. And when Zhou Lin returned, he couldn't be blamed. Seeing Wu Shui and Shihuang at odds, those at the door suddenly felt an opportunity had arrived, and with a shout, they rushed towards Wu Shui. Bang, bang, bang. Nobody expected Wu Shui would shoot without hesitation. Even more unexpectedly, Wu Shui had a gun in her right hand and another in her left, not only shooting with both hands but also displaying remarkable marksmanship. Almost every bullet hit its target, either the arms or legs. The thick cotton clothes could withstand blades, but not bullets. By the time Wu Shui emptied 2 magazines, there were almost no people left standing at the door. Gulp. Watching Wu Shui skillfully reload, Shihuang turned pale. He never imagined that this seemingly delicate woman was not only skilled with a gun, but also showed no hesitation in killing. Originally having some other thoughts, Shihuang was now completely extinguished. After reloading, Wu Shui didn't even glance at the fallen people, walking straight past them. The most unexpected thing was that just as she was about to walk out the door, she suddenly stopped and shot at the person lying on the ground. Damn, that guy hadn't been shot. He was just pretending to be dead on the ground. Who knew he would be exposed by Wu Shui? Although it wasn't fatal, it was truly agonizing. After being shot, he realized that everything portrayed in movies was fake. Getting shot and still managing to fight back was nonsense. It hurt so much he was foaming at the mouth. The gunfire also alarmed those outside. Some smart ones had already turned to run, but there were always those who weren't afraid of trouble. The night vision goggles gave Wu Shui a significant advantage. Although she didn't recognize anyone in the community, she could judge from their movements. Anyone charging at her with a weapon was an enemy. There was no need to hesitate about enemies. Just pull the trigger. It was no different from practicing at the car factory. At most, just adding some prediction. It wouldn't miss by much, and if it did, it was just bad luck for the opponent. By the time another magazine was emptied, no one dared to run this way anymore. Sister-in-law is mighty. Shihuang, with fear on his face, slowly walked to Wu Shui's side and said cautiously, "Throw these people at the community gate. Life and death are fated. Then get some people to block the community gate with snow blocks, and the surrounding walls need to be raised higher, finally freezing them with water to reinforce. You don't need me to teach you this, right?" No need. Shihuang straightened his chest. "Sister-in-law, you can rest assured, I guarantee I will complete the task. Come back for some rice later. If there are any injured, whether you carry them up or back them up, I can treat them." After speaking, Wu Shui didn't take off the night vision goggles and turned to leave. Zhou Kaijun smiled at Xiao Hang. Good job, young man, you worked hard. It's no trouble, old man. Being praised by Zhou Kaijun excited Xiao Hang. Sister-in-law is so cool. At home, after hearing Zhou Kaijun's account, Cheng Yali turned pale. While Jolie was very excited, I want to go next time. You go to hell. Cheng Yali shouted, with your little frame, you could get trampled to death. Believe it? Oof. Jolie rolled her eyes and then smiled at Wu Shui. Sister-in-law, I didn't say anything wrong, did I? Yeah, earlier downstairs. Wu Shui was a bit nervous at first. After all, she was aiming at living people, not dead targets. Fortunately, she remembered Zhou Li's instructions before leaving and switched the night vision mode to infrared mode. The people in her line of sight turned into moving red shadows, and her senses immediately felt better. Just as Zhou Li said, it was like playing a game, and it ended. To avoid stimulating herself, Wu Shui switched the mode only after going upstairs. Throughout, she hadn't seen a single face nor a drop of real blood. Although it felt a bit like burying her head in the sand, it truly minimized the psychological impact. Additionally, since Wu Shui was originally a doctor and had dissected who knows how many bodies, her resistance in this aspect was actually much stronger than Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali. The next day, when Zhou Lin returned, the community had basically been cleaned up. He took a look at Xiao Hang and confirmed that Yang Qiqi was still alive. Zhou Li had basically provided real-time updates yesterday. So Zhou Lin wasn't panicking as he smoothly received hundreds of tons of finished feed and over 200 tons of raw material from the small feed factory into the Lifu number. Then released the Lu Xiaofeng number, had a good meal inside, and slept well before returning leisurely. Here, take this. Seeing Xiao Hang's blood-stained face, Zhou Lin tossed him a walkie-talkie. In case of similar situations in the future, you can call me directly. Okay, master. Don't call me master, otherwise people might think I have some weird fetishes. Zhou Lin always felt that the title master was a bit strange until he remembered the now non-existent island country, which made him feel disgusted. Okay, boss. Please convey our gratitude to sister-in-law. Thank you, sister-in-law, for your miraculous hands. Got it. Zhou Lin waved his hand and glanced at Yang Qiqi, who was lying by the stove like a vegetable without any reaction. She is stable. What about Tang Yili? Boss. Tang Yili is dead. Sun Qinghao approached and said in a low voice. As Tang Yili's friend, he was the only one who cared about Tang Yili's condition. Tang Yili died of starvation, or rather, he suffered from hunger and pain, dying from the heavy torment. Sun Qinghao didn't care about him. Yang Qiqi was in no position to help herself, and the incapacitated Tang Yili could only be tortured to death by hunger and thirst. He got what he deserved. Originally, Zhou Lin thought that a fitness coach like Tang Yili should last longer, but who knew he would die in just a few days, which made Zhou Lin feel quite regretful, and he reminded Xiao Hang again not to let Yang Qiqi die. Boss, I'll have Sun Qinghao take care of her closely. I guarantee she won't die, and it might even lead to casualties. Then I don't care. Zhou Lin said, let's go upstairs. I will definitely not be stingy with your rewards. 200 pounds of rice isn't much, but it's not little either. If saved, it could last 20 to 30 people for half a month. The security guards led by Xiao Hang were very excited and continuously thanked Zhou Lin. The ice wall is still not high enough. Hurry up and reinforce it, guard the gate well, and call for help if anything happens. At first, Zhou Lin spared Xiao Hang's life simply because he was too lazy to command those security guards. And now it seemed that the decision made back then was indeed correct. The bloody battle at Lanshan community quickly spread, and even those in the official shelter heard about it. Weren't we told not to shoot randomly? Wang Pingping was furious. Look at the chaos that has been caused. Over 40 people were shot, over 40. The impact is too severe. I think the guns must be confiscated and severe punishments must be imposed. Chapter 63, the military's perspective. Living conditions in the shelter have become increasingly difficult. There's almost no food coming in, and the result of relying solely on what is available is unsustainable for everyone. Even though we send teams out daily to gather supplies, the food returned is dwindling day by day, with some groups even returning empty-handed. Jiazhou City has no oil refinery, and with long-distance transportation nearly cut off. Gasoline is also a non-renewable resource. Using a little means losing a little, especially for those vehicles modified with tracks. None are fuel efficient. All the available gas stations have been drained, and the stock of fuel remains a concern. Given the current situation, we can last at most another month. The eternal night has descended for a month now, and the cities that humanity once took pride in are on the brink of complete collapse. After continuous renovations and expansions, the shelter now has a batch of hydroponic equipment, utilizing LED lights for illumination and liquid fertilizer for growth. The first batch of vegetables has sprouted, although they are still far from maturity. This at least proves that this path is feasible. The issue facing the shelter's leaders is the lack of liquid fertilizer. Initially, no one had thought about agricultural production in the shelter, so no one stockpiled chemical fertilizers. If traditional agriculture were employed, there would be no concern over organic fertilizer for such a large population in the shelter, but organic fertilizer cannot be used as a hydroponic material. Even with several agricultural and chemical experts in the shelter, they cannot solve this century-old problem. Therefore, finding fertilizer has become urgent. However, Jiazhou City also lacks a fertilizer factory. The only hope lies with the fertilizer merchants on the outskirts of the city. For this reason, Wang Pingping had to personally make a trip. He managed to bring back the fertilizer, but while the convoy passed the auto city, he impulsively wanted to search the area further, only to discover signs of recent activity. This store, upon seeing the walls damaged by Zhou Lin's explosives and the cut-open safe, Wang Pingping's expression changed immediately. He wasn't concerned about the treasures inside the safe, but rather the explosives and tools used to cut the safe. These are not things ordinary people would possess. He promptly called over several criminal investigation personnel. Wang Pingping could not leave. His duty compelled him to clarify this matter, especially the source of the explosives. Soon, criminal investigators and military explosives experts arrived and quickly analyzed the situation, coming to a conclusion. Look at this. This is not ordinary explosives. At least in our country, they have never been sold to civilians. Where do they come from? Also, the water jet cutter used to slice this safe is not civilian equipment either. Furthermore, the police estimated that there was only one person at the scene. With such a heavy safe and equally heavy cutting equipment, I can't imagine how they managed it. Are they superhuman? Zhu Guanghan's expression was equally grave. As the current leader of Jiazhou City, especially during such a critical time, who would want to encounter such a situation? There must be something strange in the city. Wang Pingping continued to express his views. In short, he believed that if these uncertainties and unstable factors could not be eliminated, and if the world could not return to normal in the short term, they would become hidden dangers for the shelter, threatening the safety of hundreds of thousands of lives in the future. As a soldier of the people, Wang Pingping could not allow such things to happen. As they discussed, they also mentioned the Lanshan community. Last time, Wang Pingping had clearly stated that the person who fired the gun should be apprehended, regardless of whether it was Zhou Lin or not. But Zhu Guanghan disagreed, saying there's still over 1,000 pounds of frozen meat left to eat. Do we really need to arrest someone now? Besides, there is a reason for the incident. The Lanshan community was merely defending themselves. If we were to arrest someone because of this, would that mean everyone involved in that brawl should be detained? Not to mention whether this would win public support. We can't just let those arrested starve, right? Keeping them would incur significant expenses. Even landlords have no surplus grain. How about we just give a warning? I heard the one who fired was a girl, and her shooting skills were quite good. She didn't hit any vital spots. She should not be the type to be cruel-hearted. A cornered rabbit will bite, and we can understand that. Yixin Xiao spoke up, and Wang Pingping was unwilling to argue further, though he did not entirely agree with the commander's viewpoint. What do you mean? Not cruel-hearted? That might be said in peacetime, but can we say the same now? Those hit by the bullets in their limbs, even if they didn't die on the spot, how many of them can survive? Without doctors to treat their wounds, lacking sufficient medication, and even nutritional support, what use are they besides becoming a burden? Thus, Wang Pingping felt that the girl who fired the gun was extremely vicious, not only killing but also striking at the heart. In fact, Wang Pingping was misjudging Wu Shui. She had not thought that much. It was only before going downstairs that Zhou Li had specifically reminded her. To this day, she still feels Zhou Li's reminder was good. Otherwise, in a moment of excitement, she might have killed someone, giving no chance for those people to reform. Well, those people did indeed reform. Repracticing their skills could be seen as a form of reform. Ultimately, Zhu Guanghan and Yi Xinxiao asked Wang Pingping to talk to Zhou Lin. On one hand, it was a warning. On the other, they wanted to see if Zhou Lin could offer some compensation, given that so many people were injured. Boss, military personnel have arrived. Xiaoheng diligently fulfilled his duties and immediately notified Zhou Lin upon seeing the military vehicle. At that moment, Zhou Lin and Wu Shui were busy in the tool room. The rabbit had given birth again, and Wu Shui was thrilled because she would soon be able to enjoy delicious rabbit heads. As for whether the little bunnies were cute, considering Wu Shui's profession, it was clear she had dissected countless frogs, white mice, and white rabbits. Cuteness was far less important than taste. Typically, a female rabbit gives birth to 4 or 5 kids, but the one Zhou Lin raised had given birth to 8, adding to the 12 from the previous round. Wow, the rabbit family is thriving. What a heroic mother. Zhou Lin smiled as he added some hay for the rabbit. After giving birth, the mother rabbit's appetite increased significantly. Not only was she eating more, but she was also producing more waste. Daily cleaning was essential for the health of the rabbits. However, the enclosed environment of the tool room was quite unpleasant. This shows that Yang Chi-Chi must have suffered quite a bit initially. Maybe we should find someone to help. Zhou Lin suggested to Wu Shui. I might often be out, and the rest are either elders or women. It feels unfair to them. Who can we trust? Wu Shui shook her head. It's good to have someone, but the problem is, are there even that many trustworthy people? What about Sun Qinghao? I can modify this place so that it can't be accessed from the tool room. That way, even if he tries to cause trouble, it won't work. Besides, we still have guns at home. He probably wouldn't dare. Best to discuss it with my parents. All right, we can bring it up at dinner. By the way, how are your parents doing? I mean my in-laws. They seem to be fine for now, with enough to eat and drink. My dad mentioned he might participate in some research project recently. Is research still possible in a shelter? Wu Shui, being young and having spent most of her time in an ivory tower, hadn't considered many things. Olympus Han, Chapter 64. You are not worthy the Olympus Project, which gathered the strength of many developed countries, not only included several shelters, but also collaborated with many research institutes. In the early days of the apocalypse, it accommodated more than 25% of the European continent's population. Later, it began to expand and renovate until over 90% of the shelters on the continent had joined the Olympus Project by the time superhumans and evolved beings emerged. Except for Mao Country. In Zhou Lin's memory, it seemed that Mao Country did not have any famous Doomsday plans, but until the time he died in his last life. Mao Country did not perish due to the apocalypse. It merely remained in a relatively closed state, with the outside world unaware of its situation. However, Zhou Lin vaguely remembered that about 7 years into the apocalypse, 30,000 evolved beings and superhumans from the European continent entered Mao Country, attempting to plunder its population and resources. In the end, it was said that this group, flying the flag of the Olympian gods, was completely wiped out on Mao Country's land. Afterward, Olympus inquired with Mao Country, but received no response, and even when they threatened with nuclear bombs, there was still no result. Ultimately, it was unclear whether Olympus launched a nuclear bomb, but Mao Country became a forbidden zone, and no one wanted to risk their lives for nothing. Zhou Lin had not yet had the chance to discuss the Olympus matter with Wu Shui when he was interrupted by Xiaoheng's call. Military personnel? I see. Zhou Lin initially thought it wouldn't be too much of a concern for him, but soon Xiaoheng called him again, saying the military was specifically looking for him. Related to the recent brawl. I'll go. I was the one who fired the gun, Wu Shui said. Don't make a fuss. Stay home and behave. No one is allowed to go out after I leave. Zhou Lin blocked the door, not permitting any disobedience regarding this matter. After all, he was not an ordinary person now. Symbiosis, Intermediate 21-2010,000. Currently symbiotic vehicles. Laifu, large water transport vehicle. Xiaofeng, medium ground transport vehicle. Available symbiotic vehicles. 0 storage space. 1-2 strength symbiosis. 4. 5 minutes 24 hours evolution level 1. 4. 5 4,512 10,000. His overall physical quality had reached more than 4 times that of an ordinary person. Coupled with the various weapons and equipment on the Laifu, One could say that as long as Zhou Lin wanted, he could single-handedly wage a local war. Perhaps even more exaggerated than a local war. So no matter why the military was looking for him or how they would treat him, Zhou Lin was not afraid. Downstairs, Xiaohang found a clean place to receive Wang Pingping. At this moment, he still did not know Wang Pingping's name. He only felt that this middle-aged military man's aura was very powerful, definitely someone he couldn't provoke. Xiaohang even considered which side he would stand on if a conflict arose between Wang Pingping and Zhou Lin. The outcome was obvious. How could an arm twist a thigh, let alone a hair? Are you Zhou Lin? Wang Pingping said with a serious face, sitting confidently, while several fully armed soldiers stood behind him with helmets and masks, showing no expressions, which made the atmosphere feel oppressive. I am. What is the matter? Even with powers by his side, as a citizen of Xia country, Zhou Lin still felt a bit numb in his limbs, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under Wang Pingping's hawk-like gaze, as if a heavy stone pressed on his chest, making it hard to breathe. My name is Wang Pingping, representing. Regarding the last brawl, you fired your gun, causing over 40 casualties. I believe it was self-defense. If they hadn't attacked our community with weapons, hitting people indiscriminately and pressing forward, we wouldn't have fired to repel them. Moreover, we only fire to drive them back and prevent those criminals from continuing to harm other citizens. Nonsense. Wang Pingping slammed the table. That's why I said firearms shouldn't be handed down to civilians. There are too many self-righteous people like you. Do you know what consequences firing a gun carelessly can lead to? The only consequence is protecting citizens like us, who abide by the law, strive for survival, and not only do not trouble the country, but also work hard to contribute to it. Gradually adapting, Zhou Lin dared to confront Wang Pingping head-on. It seems you won't shed tears until you see the Yellow River. Then come with me to the shelter, and we can talk slowly. You want to arrest me? Zhou Lin's face changed slightly. So you also burn bridges after crossing them, repaying kindness with enmity. Wang Pingping's face showed some discomfort. After all, he had eaten that batch of frozen meat too. Although it was a fair trade, when did I say I would arrest you? Do you have a problem with your ears? If it's not an arrest, then can I refuse to go? Zhou Lin shrugged. Wang Pingping did not expect Zhou Lin to be so difficult, like a slippery fish, and what frustrated him the most was Zhou Lin's fearless attitude. Don't forget, Xia country is still here, the Xia country government is still here, and we are still here. Unless you leave Xia country, you will always be a citizen of Xia country and need to abide by its laws and social morals. Commander Wang, I think you might have misunderstood something. Whether I've broken the law shouldn't be judged by the military. As for social morals, even if I admit I lack morals, does that mean I should be shot? Wang Pingping was indeed somewhat unable to contain himself, but before coming out, Yi Xinxiao specifically instructed not to escalate the situation into armed confrontation. From the current situation, it was clear that Zhou Lin was not an enemy of the state, and the military had no grounds to take action against him. So Wang Pingping thought that if things didn't go well, he could just get Zhou Lin into the shelter first, lock him in a dark room for a few days, and then any troublesome matters would be resolved. As long as they obtained Zhou Lin's confession of wrongdoing, the rest would be easy. But now, Zhou Lin's completely uncooperative attitude made Wang Pingping very awkward. Take action to arrest him? This would go against the commander's orders. Don't take action? It seemed he couldn't talk Zhou Lin down either. It seems you are determined to oppose the government? Wang Pingping sneered. Do you know that your actions could lead to the entire Lanshan community being excluded from the rescue list? What rescue list? Xiaohang, who had been listening, suddenly spoke up. Oh, you still don't know? The shelter now has the ability to grow fresh vegetables. The next step will be to expand production, and, at that time, apart from internal consumption, there might also be external trade. Fresh vegetables? Xiaohang's eyes lit up. This could be a hard currency apart from food. After all, long-term lack of vegetables could cause problems for even the healthiest individuals due to vitamin deficiency. The shelter will only trade with communities that have passed the review. And communities like yours. Wang Pingping glanced deeply at Zhou Lin. I don't think you qualify to be a trading partner with the shelter. I would like to ask Commander Wang, when did our Xia country start practicing collective punishment again? Leaving aside whether I personally have violated the law. Even if you think I have violated it, do you also want to punish others? If you really have such an idea, Then I feel a bit sorry for the military uniform on you because you are not worthy. Chapter 65 agreement reached. Wang Pingping was furious, suddenly standing up and pulling out his gun, but he never expected that Zhou Lin was even faster. Before the gun could be aimed, Zhou Lin's figure flickered and appeared behind Wang Pingping, grabbing his right hand that held the gun and twisting it forcefully, pressing the gun's muzzle against Wang Pingping's temple. Don't move. Let go of the officer. Put down the gun. Several soldiers were a beat slow in their actions. By the time they reacted, Zhou Lin had completely controlled Wang Pingping. As a commanding officer in charge of leading battles, Wang Pingping felt like he wanted to die at that moment. Shoot! If you dare shoot! In a fit of rage, Wang Pingping shouted. He also tried to struggle, but found he could not shake Zhou Lin at all, like an ant trying to move a mountain. This result left Wang Pingping extremely frustrated, and he couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. He had risen through the ranks for being a soldier, once holding the title of King of Soldiers for many years. Although he had become somewhat lazy in recent years, his foundation should still be much stronger than that of Zhou Lin, a young man. Why was he so strong? This indicated that Zhou Lin's identity was likely not simple, and he would need to dig deeper into it later. Who knows? Zhou Lin could never have imagined that a simple instinctive action of his would lead Wang Pingping to such rich associations. Officer Wang, if you don't draw your gun, we can still be friends. All right, you let me go first, Wang Pingping said, his face flushed. Sure, Zhou Lin was not afraid of Wang Pingping turning against him. He respected soldiers. Wang Pingping and the few soldiers could tell from his accent that he was not from Jiazhua, nor even from Bashu. When disaster struck, didn't their families suffer too? Didn't they need them? However, because they wore military uniforms, they had to adhere to the code of conduct of a soldier and fulfill their sacred mission. Zhou Lin questioned himself whether he could do what they were doing. Put down your guns. Now free, Wang Pingping glared at his subordinates and then turned to Zhou Lin. Your skills are impressive. I didn't even have time to react. Are you interested in joining the army? Me? Join the army? Zhou Lin shook his head. Forget it. My personality doesn't suit it. Wang Pingping moved his neck and glared at Zhou Lin. I won't hold you responsible, but you've injured over 40 people. How do you plan to compensate? Compensate? It seemed that this was Wang Pingping's true purpose for coming. What do you want? Zhou Lin pondered for a moment and asked. Anything is fine. Food, meat, fruits and vegetables, anything useful, Wang Pingping replied. Zhou Lin actually didn't lack supplies. In some sense, he was even wealthier than the shelter. However, wealth should not be flaunted. So Zhou Lin remained silent. He would not speak unless Wang Pingping did. Do you have food? Wang Pingping couldn't hold back and asked. Zhou Lin shook his head. Frozen meat? Dehydrated vegetables and fruits? Warm clothing? Feed? Yes, how much do you need? What? Wang Pingping thought he had misheard. Who in their right mind would stockpile feed? Oh, Zhou's family had made their fortune in farming. That made sense, but how could he have forgotten this detail? Do you have 5 tons? Wang Pingping asked tentatively. More than that. At most 1 ton of high-protein pig feed, which is edible for humans. Zhou Lin replied. 3 tons. None, absolutely none. So you use 2 tons of feed to deal with a general? Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali and the others were somewhat skeptical. 2 tons of feed didn't seem worth much to them. During normal operations at a farm, those pigs that couldn't be fed would be thrown away in minutes. Times have changed. With a 35 protein content, it's a good thing, Zhou Lin pouted. He felt he was at a loss. He would have to make another trip back to the countryside. How tiring. Dad, that Wang Pingping revealed an important piece of information. What news? The shelter is doing soilless cultivation. Do we have a fertilizer factory in Jiazhua? No, Zhou Kaijun replied firmly. I don't know much about fertilizers, and besides, we don't need to compete with the shelter, do we? It's not about competing with them. We need fertilizers too. Zhou Lin was thinking ahead. From the onset of eternal night until 5 years later, the climate would not be suitable for the production of vegetables and fruits. When he risked his life to seize the blessing ship, Zhou Lin had the idea of doing soilless cultivation on it. Once the snow melted and the overall environment stabilized, he could find a suitable place to release the blessing ship, turning it into a base for the family. It was just that by then. Zhou Lin turned to look at Wu Shui, who was reading a book. As expected of a top student, even in such circumstances, she was still studying professional books, occasionally gesturing and muttering to herself. It was good, The stronger Wu Shui's medical skills became, the higher her value would be in the future. Zhou Lin would not be waiting for the right price. That was a fact. Outside, Sun Qinghao anxiously rubbed his hands. He didn't knock, but smiled at the camera. If no one at Zhou Lin's home noticed, he would definitely wait. He couldn't easily disturb the boss. It was cold, but he wouldn't freeze to death. If we talk about humanity's adaptability to the environment, it's actually quite strong. The current outdoor temperature has been fluctuating around -30 degrees, but aside from that initial wave, very few people are freezing to death now, especially young people under 30, teenagers, as long as they have no underlying health issues. Most likely have adapted to this low temperature. If it weren't for eternal night, they might have even started normal outdoor activities. The temperature in the north is even lower. In places like the desert river in summer country, nighttime temperatures can even reach -70 degrees, but it's just like that. Some strong individuals have even gone out onto the ice to fish. Sun Qinghao did not wait long before the explosion-proof door opened. Entering Zhou's house for the first time, Sun Qinghao was nervous, carefully greeting everyone. Each person was a Big Shots associate, deserving of his respect. From now on, you'll stay in the tool room. It's a pastoral life of growing vegetables and raising chickens. Are you happy? Zhou Lin patted Sun Qinghao's shoulder and smiled. Thank you, boss. This is simply what I've always dreamed of. Sun Qinghao didn't lie. Although the smell in the tool room was unpleasant, the security dormitory was not much better. Remember, you'll be provided with meals and housing, but there's no salary. Don't go to the labor department to report me in the future. The boss is joking. After Zhou Lin finished explaining the precautions, Sun Qinghao officially started his job. Finally, I don't have to clean rabbit droppings anymore. This is great. Zhou Li licked an ice cream cone, revealing her little tiger teeth. Wu Shui was also quite happy. The two sisters-in-law had very similar opinions. It wasn't that they were averse to hard work, but they simply didn't want to work in the tool room, which would delay their studies. Recently, Zhou Li was self-studying knowledge about electricity and communication. She knew Zhou Lin planned to set up a base in the future, and, as the second in command of the base, she needed real skills to earn respect. Everyone still needs to be cautious, especially you two young ladies. You're not allowed to go upstairs without permission. If you need anything, have him leave at the door, and we'll go get it. Got it, Dad. Zhou Li and Wu Shui answered in unison. Huang Minjing, why is she here again? Looking at the figure that appeared on the monitor, Zhou Lin frowned. Chapter 66, in military uniform, Huang Minjing arrived, and Cheng Yali was definitely going to give her a warm welcome. However, the more enthusiastic Cheng Yali was, the more pronounced the embarrassment in Huang Minjing's eyes became. Once, the assets Huang Minjing controlled were more than 10 times that of the Zhou family, but now, not to make Sister Cheng laugh, but there's no coal at home now, and not much food either. Huang Minjing said this while still considering her pride. There were indeed dehydrated vegetables left, but one can't live on vegetables alone. Even if she could hold out, she couldn't let the elderly go hungry. About the batch of instant food mentioned last time, wasn't it agreed to be a 60-40 split? Zhou Lindao thought Huang Minjing had regretted it. Huang Minjing did want to backtrack, but not because she felt shortchanged. Rather, she was willing to actively give up 10%, with both families splitting the profits evenly. 50 packs, boxes, per case of instant food, 2,000 cases. Meant Zhou Lin could get 1,000 cases of instant food, 50,000 packs, boxes in total. In 2 years, a pack could be traded for a woman to take home, a genuine hard currency. If you're willing, I'd like to take 500 cases from my 1,000 to trade with you for coal and other food. Other food? Coal is useful, but it's not as important as everyone thinks. And at most 2 months, the temperature will warm up and the consumption of coal will drop significantly. Later, there will be people mining coal in open-pit mines for sale, and once industrial use is gone, the mining volume will be sufficient. As for other food, it's not that there isn't any, but the key is that too much can't be taken out. After all, the house is only so big, and even if every room is piled to the ceiling, the total amount is still limited. Staple foods, meats, and even seasonings can be included. Huang Minjing unconsciously licked her lips, indicating she hadn't eaten anything truly flavorful in a long time. Let's talk about the exchange later. When do you plan to go? The sooner the better. It would be best if you could give me some coal and food first. Don't worry. No one knows where that batch of instant food is except me. Huang Minjing hurriedly explained, fearing Zhou Lin wouldn't believe her. I'll send the coal and food to you shortly. Just give me the address for the instant food. There are more people out now, and there are official teams collecting supplies, which is troublesome. All right, the address is... The two garages are connected, and no one usually goes over there. Huang Minjing almost hesitated for a moment before revealing the location of the 50 tons of instant food, which surprised Zhou Lin. At this point, staying alive is more important than anything else. I don't want to watch my mom starve to death. Huang Minjing raised her hand to wipe away her tear stains, took a deep breath, and forced a smile. Although she wasn't wearing makeup, her bare face was more beautiful than many celebrities before the apocalypse. However, this bit of beauty couldn't distract Zhou Lin. Someone who had lived through 10 years of the apocalypse could easily overlook a woman's appearance. A vase is only for holding flowers. If there are no flowers, who needs a vase? Zhou Lin didn't rush to send supplies to Huang Minjing. He exercised at home for about 3 hours and only dragged the sled out after having a big meal. Wu Shui had seen the sled and couldn't take it back to the Leifa number. 2 tons of coal, 500 pounds of rice, 100 pounds of flour, and 200 pounds of frozen meat. Watching Zhou Lin move things in batch after batch, Huang Minjing was utterly stunned. Is there no one next door? Zhou Lin asked. With his current physical fitness, it wasn't easy for him to sweat. There were people, but last time the government shelter came to recruit, they happened to meet the criteria and moved out. That's good. Zhou Lin was worried that with so much material piled at the door, if someone next door secretly looked through the peephole and saw it, they might come to Huang Minjing after he left, which would be troublesome. With this batch of supplies, it should be enough to last until the end of the winter night. The winter night is a term used by the summer country government, and the public is gradually getting used to saying it this way. Are you leaving already? Is there anything else? A hint of embarrassment flowed through Huang Minjing's eyes. It's nothing. I just wanted to ask if you want to come in for a glass of water. It's quite cold. It's always been cold. I'm used to it. Zhou Lin tightened his cold-proof clothing, leaving. If you need anything, call me, and lock the door. Closing the door, Huang Minjing let out a long sigh. Call only if there's something. I'm getting older after all. What am I thinking? She smiled self-deprecatingly, then perked up again. It was time to add coal to the stove. Today, the room temperature had to be raised above 15 degrees so that her mom wouldn't cough. Right? She would stew some meat, add dehydrated vegetables, and cook a big pot of white rice. In the apocalypse, being able to eat these things is already something to be grateful for. Unlike Zhou Lin's family, well, that's not comparable. But no matter how bitter or difficult, the country hasn't given up on its efforts. The Jiazhou shelter received a batch of supplies sent from the provincial capital today, and it was surprisingly delivered by airship. Low temperatures and poor air can severely affect airplane engines, but airships are different. As long as the gas bag doesn't burst, the fans powered by electricity can work normally, propelling the airship forward. However, currently, only the provincial capital of Bashu has thought of and started to practice using airships for long-distance transport. Other places temporarily lack the capability or simply don't have the ability to manufacture such ancient flying machines. Zhu Guanghan stood in the cold wind, his eyebrows and eyelashes covered in frost, forcing him to squint his eyes, yet he was still reluctant to return to the shelter to warm up. What is hope? This is hope. A long plume of white breath was emitted from his mouth, quickly blown away by the cold wind. But it ultimately left a trace of existence in the world, just like every person striving to survive. At the very least, heaven and earth know he has been here. Yi Xinxiao's physical fitness was clearly higher than Zhu Guanghan's, so there was no frost on her face. Unexpectedly, the most received item in the first batch of supplies was actually radios, which reportedly consume very little power. A single AA battery can last for several months. Why hadn't anyone heard of this before? Even if it existed before, would you know how to use it? Zhu Guanghan replied. True, just like this thing. It's long been outdated. Perhaps only our country has it. Why send thousands of radios instead of transporting food? There are also national-level considerations. In the face of natural disasters, high technology can't function. Yet radios, which were usually only fiddled with by the elderly, have many advantages that high-tech communication products lack. Power saving is one. They have strong signal reception capabilities, and the resources required to maintain radio stations are relatively minimal. Lastly, Radios are low-tech, durable, easy to repair, and have a high reuse rate. Arrange for manpower to distribute them immediately. Keeping 1,000 units at the shelter is enough. Try to distribute the rest to every community, ensuring that at least one radio is available in every residential building. Zhu Guanghan instructed the mid-level management personnel around him. The airship, having unloaded its cargo, began to slowly ascend, and Yixin Xiao and the other soldiers raised their hands in salute. Although their ranks were much higher than those of the soldiers on the airship, just for the fact that those soldiers flew over without fear of death, they deserved a solemn military salute from leaders like Yixin Xiao. It is recognition, and more so, the romance of soldiers. I hope they can return safely. They definitely will. Wang Pingping's eyes were red. He saw his past self in those soldiers. No, it should be said that as long as one puts on that military uniform, there is only a sacred sense of mission in one's heart. No matter how many mountains and rivers or dangers like mountains of knives and seas of fire, one must go forward without hesitation. If the elderly and sick suffered the most in the first few days after the disaster struck, now the ones sacrificing the most every day are the soldiers. Wherever there is a need, soldiers should be there. In the summer country, that military uniform represents not only honor, but also contributions and sacrifices that ordinary people can hardly imagine. Chapter 67. Son Chenghao misses home, that Zhou Lin. I find him very unusual. Back at the shelter, Wang Pingping couldn't wait to report to Yixin Xiao. Besides the two of them, there was only Yixin Xiao's bodyguard in the room, so Wang Pingping spoke without any reservations. His physical fitness is much better than yours? Yixin Xiao was somewhat surprised. He knew Wang Pingping's level, and it was impossible for an ordinary person to be like that. Also, I suspect he has access to a large amount of resources. So after returning, I asked someone to check his information, and the results were very strange. You suspect he has more than 2 tons of fertilizer? It should be far more than that. This person is extremely cunning. Commander, do you think it's possible that he isn't a normal person at all? Yixin Xiao narrowed his tiger-like eyes and said directly, Commander, have you read those apocalyptic novels? Yixin Xiao shook his head. He didn't have that kind of time. However, he had heard the kids at home mention them during mealtime. But aren't novels just nonsense? What does Wang Pingping mean by this? I investigated the Zhou family. Their behavior before the disaster was extremely abnormal, as if they had foreseen the impending disaster. Could it be that someone in their family has some special ability? If there is such a person in the Zhou family, I believe it must be Zhou Lin, unless there is more than one. Since you think it's possible, dig deeper. But don't tell Zhu Guanghan and the others for now. Wang Pingping nodded. There are some things only we in the military know. I can give you a hint here. This disaster may last for several years, or even longer. Our military's next task is to ensure the survival of human civilization. At least our Xia country civilization must be passed down. Therefore, when necessary. Though Yixin Xiao didn't finish his sentence, Wang Pingping roughly understood. A hint of reluctance flashed in his eyes, but he remained silent. Yixin Xiao patted Wang Pingping on the shoulder. We are soldiers. While harboring great righteousness, we must also strictly execute orders. Additionally, I'll tell you another piece of news. It's not confirmed yet, but some research institutions believe that with environmental changes, humans may also undergo mutations, and among them, those with good physical fitness like you and who are younger have the highest chances. As for me, I'm getting old. Mutation? Evolution? Wang Pingping's heart stirred. Commander, do you think Zhou Lin could be one? Regardless of whether he is or not, don't tell anyone else. If it's confirmed, report it. Don't do anything unnecessary. Don't forget, besides natural disasters, we also have to guard against man-made disasters. Anyone who can sit in a commanding position can't be simple-minded. Don't be fooled by Yixin Xiao's age. He was actually very clear-headed. His judgment of the current disaster was much more pessimistic than Zhu Guanghan's. Zhu Guanghan was undoubtedly an idealist. It was precisely because he maintained an optimistic view of the disaster that he could tirelessly keep busy. But perhaps it would be this optimism that would eventually bring him down. Optimism isn't a bad thing, at least in this already terrible world. It makes life a bit easier, just like Sun Qinghao, who has many things to do every day, but can always find reasons to keep living. Even if it's just chatting with chickens, ducks, and geese, he can talk for an hour or two. It seems you're doing well. You've done well with the work too. Arrange these foods yourself, and let me know when you need more. Currently, the only person who would come to the tool room was Zhou Lin. He wasn't specifically there to see Sun Qinghao. The generator needed refueling. So he brought up 2 barrels of oil from the Fuhua and threw some instant food to Sun Qinghao, along with a box of dehydrated vegetables. Thank you, big guy. Thank you. Sun Qinghao excitedly received the items and quickly organized them. Now he regarded the tool room as his home, even more so than his real home, as he never bothered to tidy up at home. After filling the generator with oil, Zhou Lin took a look around the tool room. Some vegetables on the hydroponic rack had already begun to be harvested, and Sun Qinghao was replanting seedlings to ensure the equipment wasn't idle. The little rabbits born a few days ago had grown quickly. They no longer looked like naked little mice. Their eyes had opened, and their ears had grown, all moving happily. The chickens, ducks, and geese were still the same. Due to limited space, Zhou Lin temporarily had no plans for hatching. When the base of the Fuhua was officially in use, he planned to use an entire floor for planting and raising animals. So he would need to carefully plan how to bring sunlight into the lower deck while ensuring temperature isolation as much as possible. There were less than 2 months left until the winter night. It was said that in some places, a little light could be seen at noon, which was good news. Some optimists were already celebrating, claiming that the cold night was about to pass, and dawn was near. The first half of the statement was not wrong, but dawn might not necessarily be beautiful, because the plants and animals that died during the winter night would not thrive again just because dawn arrived. What killed them could be the winter night, and it could also be the sun, which symbolizes light. Perhaps the world itself has a compensatory mechanism. After a long period of freezing, it needs a longer period of high temperatures to make up for it. Balance might not be wrong. The only mistake is that most of the organisms dependent on this world are too fragile. If possible, Sun Qinghao smiled. I want to see if I can contact my parents. Big guy, what do you think? Sure. Zhou Lin thought for a moment and agreed to bring him a phone that could send and receive messages, which was essentially a stripped-down version of the one Wu Shui used. It was clear that Sun Qinghao was a smart person, and besides, he didn't have any deep enmity with Zhou Lin and the Zhou family. A person like him wouldn't likely risk his life for revenge against Tang Yili, so it was highly probable he wouldn't play any tricks. Today, Zhou Lin was supposed to deliver feed to Wang Pingping. He didn't plan to go directly to the shelter, as that was their territory, and who knows if Wang Pingping would set up a banquet to trap him. Finding a relatively central location, he placed the bags of fertilizer in an empty room and then sent Wang Pingping a location message. Soon, 5 tracked military vehicles arrived. Wang Pingping got out of the car, greeted Zhou Lin, and had his men start moving the fertilizer. This time we're even. If you want something next time, just trade it for bullets or guns. You really have guts to mention bullets to me. Wang Pingping laughed and scolded him. After a few interactions, he was basically sure that Zhou Lin could not be considered a bad person, though he wasn't exactly a good person either. But in the adult world, it's not always black and white. Besides guns and ammunition, what else do you have that you could trade with me? Zhou Lin smiled, knowing that Wang Pingping would have some doubts, as many things in Xia country couldn't be hidden. But what good is suspicion? You can't just arrest him for dissection because of doubts, right? Moreover, Wang Pingping might not even be able to catch him. Don't dream. The government won't allow firearms and ammunition to flow into civilian hands. You're already an exception. Just as Wang Pingping was halfway through his sentence, his expression suddenly changed. Chapter 68 has been exposed. Don't ask. I won't answer even if you do. Before Wang Pingping could speak, Zhou Lin had already cut him off. He had been wondering whether the problem was with Su Ziyuan or Wang Pingping. But now it seemed it was probably because they had too many forgetful people in their ranks. Wang Pingping's lips moved, ultimately turning into a long sigh. He recalled the information the commander had revealed. If things truly developed to that point, would it even matter whether the common people had firearms and ammunition? Moreover, Wang Pingping still had a suspicion that the mutated creatures from those apocalyptic novels might actually appear. Recently, when he had the time, Wang Pingping would catch up on those novels, and the more he read, the more he felt that art truly comes from reality. But unfortunately, this reality was too cruel. Just the two of us here. Can you say something real? Huh? Seeing Wang Pingping act all buddy-buddy, Zhou Lin was momentarily taken aback and took half a step back. What? Our relationship isn't that close. I told you not to ask. I'm not asking about the bullets. I'm just asking. Did you only become stronger after the apocalypse? Stronger? What do you mean stronger? I've always been like this. Zhou Lin managed his expression well, or at least he thought so. But what kind of person was Wang Pingping? He had led thousands of soldiers, and Zhou Lin's little act couldn't fool him. It seems I wasn't wrong. Wang Pingping said seriously, although you're not a soldier, I don't feel you're a bad person. I hope you use your abilities well. People don't act for themselves and get punished by heaven and earth, but don't kill innocents indiscriminately. Wild beasts hunt only out of hunger. Don't be worse than beasts. I don't know what you're talking about. I only know that good people don't live long. Zhou Lin shook his head. He couldn't admit anything, nor dared to. They say the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. But Zhou Lin was unwilling to be the one to bear that responsibility. People don't act for themselves and get punished by heaven and earth, Wang Pingping said, and Zhou Lin just followed suit. The fertilizer loading was complete, and Wang Pingping was about to leave. Perhaps we will meet again soon. I hope not. By the way, do you need a radio? No need. Someone came to distribute radios in Lanshan community yesterday. They're free, but the first batch was limited, only 20 units for the whole community, basically one for each unit. For ordinary people, it could still be useful. The central and provincial radio stations broadcast 24 hours a day. There are disaster alerts, missing person notices, emergency measures, survival skills, and occasionally language comedy programs. Late at night, you can even listen to movies and TV shows. It's quite rich. But Zhou Lin's family had no use for it. Zhou Li had prepared a lot, and Zhou Lin didn't need national-level information right now. As for Zhou Kai-jun and Cheng Yali, besides exercising vigorously, they were just binge-watching shows at home. In Zhou Caijuan's words, aside from lacking sunlight and freedom, their lives were even more comfortable than before. As the car drove away, Wang Pingping took a long look at Zhou Lin. For some reason, that glance made Zhou Lin feel as if he was being seen through completely. How much did Wang Pingping really know? Did he know alone, or did higher-ups already know? Zhou Lin felt a bit nervous. It seemed he needed to be even more low-key in the future. After seeing Wang Pingping's convoy disappear, Zhou Lin turned and left. He needed to get that 50 tons of instant food. Huang Minjing had a house in the suburbs. It wasn't a villa area, slightly lower in grade. But the environment was good, with each household having 2 or 3 floors of stacked buildings, lower units with front and back gardens, and upper units with terraces. Even the underground garages were separated by iron gates, with each household using their own. After buying the house, Huang Minjing had never gotten around to renovating it. She was too busy and didn't think it was necessary to disturb her mother, so she left it as is. Who would have thought that the apocalypse would come so suddenly? In the end, that batch of goods was left behind by Huang Minjing with a give-it-a-try mentality, all locked up in the garage under her name. The location of the community was a bit far, but for Zhou Lin, who was on skis, it was still acceptable. He arrived in just over an hour. The completely open gate had almost no lights. How many people were left in this community? It's hard to say, but definitely fewer than in Lanshan. In the dark, Zhou Lin moved leisurely, eventually finding the number Huang Minjing had mentioned. This was the place. Zhou Lin reached out to touch the huge brass padlock. With 2 fingers, he pulled it, and the parking garage opened, revealing 3 small trucks inside. These small trucks were clearly overloaded. When Huang Minjing drove them in, there wouldn't have been any road authorities or even a few traffic police around. A small truck rated for less than 5 tons was carrying 3 times that weight, a burden it shouldn't have to bear, causing the truck to deform slightly. Luck. It wasn't difficult to enter this garage. Even without Zhou Lin's physical ability, a crowbar could achieve the same purpose. It could only be said that either the number of people in this community had indeed decreased, or no one felt that cars had any use in this situation. Since cars were useless, who would care about the garage where they were parked? There were just too many. Zhou Lin had to switch back to his eating mode. He was eating while collecting, and even during breaks, he was still eating. When he first came to the Laifu, the finished burgers and ingredients were so abundant that Zhou Lin questioned his life. But now he felt there were too few. Who would believe that he could eat 10 burgers at once? As his evolutionary level increased, Zhou Lin felt he could single-handedly finish all the burgers on the Laifu. Eating burgers and drinking cola, whatever was high in calories, he ate it. Anyway, there wouldn't be any experts popping up to say that this was unhealthy now. People who were eating fast food, isn't it absurd to talk about health? After wiping his mouth with a napkin, Zhou Lin, feeling a bit dizzy, went back into the Laifu. Once all the instant food was collected, Zhou Lin directly took out the modified Luxiafeng. There was no time to go back tonight. He couldn't possibly sleep in an empty garage or in a small truck with no comfort, could he? The 12-meter-long vehicle had everything a home should have, not just convenience. Enjoying the warm air, sipping tea, he could also watch a movie to pass the time. The only regret Zhou Lin had was that there was no space for exercise in the Luxiafeng. Sleeping. Checking the time, it was about right. Zhou Lin set up his sleeping area, washed up, and then happily crawled into bed. It was simply comfortable. However, before Zhou Lin could actually fall asleep, the beeping alarm of the Luxiafeng alerted him that someone was approaching outside the vehicle. The infrared surveillance camera clearly captured a figure. A resident of the community? Even in this cold, they were still out collecting supplies? It would be best not to come looking for trouble, otherwise. However, things did not go as he wished. Zhou Lin didn't want to seek trouble, but trouble came knocking on his door. Bang, bang, bang. The visitor was quite rude, directly knocking on the door of the Luxiafeng. Chapter 69, Relatives Swish. The lights suddenly turned on, the intense brightness causing the person at the door to instinctively step back, as if wanting to hide in the darkness. Looking at the footage on the monitor, Zhou Lin frowned. If he wasn't mistaken, he recognized his cousin-in-law, Yang Min normally. There weren't many relatives who interacted with Cheng Yali, but her cousin Cheng Dong, who ran a renovation company, was one of them. During holidays, the two families would occasionally meet and have a meal together. Cheng Dong's renovation business was doing well, which allowed him to afford a house in this neighborhood. But why did Yang Min look somewhat terrified? After dimming the lights, Zhou Lin got out of the car. At this moment, Yang Min had not left. Instead, she was huddled in the corner, hugging her arms. She was wearing very little clothing, hardly enough to withstand the biting cold. Cousin-in-law, it's me, Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin? Zhou Lin? The dazed Yang Min seemed to regain her strength upon hearing Zhou Lin's voice. She stumbled towards him, crying, "Quick, go help your uncle. Help Cheng Dong. Was something wrong?" However, Yang Min's current state was clearly abnormal, and Zhou Lin noticed she had obvious injuries on her face. Her hair was a mess, and her clothes were all disheveled, completely different from her usual polished appearance. "Aunt, take it slow." The beam of the flashlight was limited, but Yang Min seemed to ignore the darkness as she dragged Zhou Lin along at a frantic pace. Several times, if it weren't for Zhou Lin's quick reactions, she would have fallen. Even so, Yang Min refused to slow down, repeatedly mumbling, "Hurry, hurry, or we'll be too late." It took about 10 minutes to walk from the underground parking lot to Cheng Dong and Yang Min's home, but with Yang Min's frantic pulling, they arrived in just 4 or 5 minutes. Cheng Dong's home was a duplex, and standing outside, Zhou Lin could see flickering lights through the glass window. Someone inside was shining a flashlight. As they got closer, Zhou Lin could hear voices coming from inside. The accent of the speakers was clearly not from Cheng Dong, and there were at least 3 people talking. Yang Min seemed to have forgotten about Zhou Lin and rushed straight to the door, pushing it open forcefully and shouting, "Husband, where are you? That woman is back. Just in time, grab her. Xiao Duan, you guys go catch her. This family stuff is really too much." As the voices rose, Zhou Lin saw 2 figures rush from inside towards Yang Min, like hungry wolves. Zhou Lin didn't say a word while charging forward. He pulled out a military dagger from his pocket. The back of the blade had serrations, long and wide. This dagger seemed to belong to some American soldier on the ship, completely different from their standard-issue bayonets. Zhou Lin wasn't sure about its quality, but it was good enough. Seeing someone rushing towards her, Yang Min instinctively stopped. She wanted to retreat, but couldn't control her body. "Huh." The person in front nearly grabbed Yang Min's chest, just a hair's breadth away. His laughter was already escaping his throat, but the subsequent sounds were abruptly cut off by the blade. In the dim light, Zhou Lin stood like a deity, blocking the man from reaching Yang Min. No one could see how he appeared. They only noticed a flash of silver light. "Xiao Duan." Everyone reacted differently, but Zhou Lin didn't care. He retracted the dagger, glancing at the blood-stained serrations, and continued to maintain his reverse grip as he swung the dagger out. Xiao Duan, with his throat torn open, lost his strength. Blood spraying from the wound as he collapsed weakly. The man beside Xiao Duan finally reacted. He wanted to run, but Zhou Lin's blade was faster. intentionally holding the dagger in reverse, using the serrations as the cutting edge, with power several times beyond that of an ordinary person. The damage caused by the serrations was far more terrifying than a regular blade. With one slash, the man's right shoulder was cleaved open like it had been struck by an axe, leaving a deep gash that reached his lung. If the light had been bright enough, one could see the right lung still expanding, the thick trachea cut open, and a major artery gushing blood. The man fell to the ground, continuing to scream in agony, while Yang Min seemed to ignore the brutality before her, darting past Zhou Lin into the living room, shouting for her husband again. Damn, someone in the bedroom cursed. Perhaps that person inside still didn't know what was happening, only hearing the commotion outside, and thinking Xiao Duan and another lackey couldn't handle Yang Min. You idiots, gag her. Do you want to track the whole neighborhood? You, who the hell are you? I was about to ask you the same thing. Zhou Lin spoke while tightening his grip on the man's neck. The man's ordinary features belied his age of less than 40, with cunning glints in his eyes. I'm Zhang Xiaoyi. Spare me, please. As long as Zhang Jiaoyi wasn't blind or deaf, he should be able to see Zhou Lin's strength. Xiao Duan was already motionless, his body surrounded by blood. Lao Lin was still on the ground, twitching and making weak noises, likely not far from death. Zhang Jiaoyi couldn't understand how Zhou Lin had appeared. Could it be that the woman had gone out to get help? What a stroke of bad luck, Zhang Jiaoyi thought. Husband, what happened to you? Wake up, husband. From a dining room came Yang Min's cries. Zhou Lin dragged Zhang Jiaoyi towards the sound and saw Cheng Dong lying on the ground, with a deep indentation on his forehead, his face covered in filthy blood, eyes wide open in death. Perhaps sensing Zhou Lin's attention was diverted, Zhang Jiaoyi seized the rare opportunity. With a shake of his right hand, a 20-centimeter-long knife slipped out. With the blade in hand, Zhang Jiaoyi's expression turned fierce, gripping the handle tightly as he stabbed toward Zhou Lin's neck from the side. It was clear he was experienced. An ordinary person would have no idea that stabbing this spot was the most effective and least strenuous. Bang! The tip of the knife did not pierce Zhou Lin. Instead, he slammed Zhang Jiaoyi hard against the wall. Zhang Jiaoyi was no lightweight, at least 150 to 160 pounds, but in Zhou Lin's hands, he was like a beer bottle. The only difference being that a beer bottle would shatter, while Zhang Jiaoyi still looked intact, though seemingly intact. The pain radiating from his back and the numbness below his waist made Zhang Jiaoyi struggle madly. He wanted to get up, to escape, but his legs wouldn't obey his brain's commands, remaining still like two wooden stakes. Cheng Dong was dead. It was probably Zhang Jiaoyi and his two companions who did it. Perhaps they intended to harm Yang Min, but ended up letting her escape. Panicked and flustered, Yang Min had no idea how she ended up in the underground parking lot. She likely heard the commotion from the loofing number and then encountered Zhou Lin. That was basically the situation. As for why Zhang Jiaoyi and his companions were at Cheng Dong's house, it was obvious they were there to rob. They would take whatever they could, and they certainly wouldn't spare the woman. So they all deserved to die. Ain't you? Zhou Lin wanted to comfort Yang Min, reminding her that the dead cannot be brought back to life, and those who live must summon the courage to continue on. Thankfully, Yang Min had stopped crying. She seemed to have accepted her fate. Your knife. Looks quite nice. Yang Min reached out, grabbing hold of a portion of the knife's handle. Chapter 70. It turns out love really came. The dagger, held in Yang Min's hand, seemed somewhat uncoordinated. Her hands were too small, yet she gripped it tightly, so tightly that Zhou Lin could see the veins popping out. In fact, Zhou Lin had guessed what Yang Min wanted to do even before he handed her the dagger. What better way to vent hatred than to take revenge personally? There was no reason to refuse. All Zhou Lin needed to do was prevent Zhang Jiaoyi from struggling in his last moments. It turned out he was right. When Yang Min crouched down, Zhang Jiaoyi still tried to strangle her. Without hesitation, Yang Min plunged the dagger down fiercely, hitting Zhang Jiaoyi right in the shoulder blade. Zhou Lin paused because Zhang Jiaoyi's hand retracted before it even touched Yang Min. This was instinct. After pulling out the dagger, Yang Min stabbed down again, this time into Zhang Jiaoyi's abdomen. This time, Zhang Jiaoyi couldn't hold on any longer and began to scream and plead for mercy. Zhou Lin pulled out a cigarette and lit it. He usually didn't smoke, but he wanted to now, given the scene in front of him. One stab, then another. Zhang Jiaoyi's voice gradually faded, and and the smell of blood in the air became thick like glue. Even the cigarette in Zhou Lin's hand felt like it was suffocating. Hee. Yang Min finally stopped stabbing. By now, she was splattered with blood all over, on her face, body, and hair. The gradually congealing blood made her look more ferocious, and her originally delicate features appeared somewhat distorted, like Comrade Woman. Zhou Lin, their essay safe beside the bed in the upstairs bedroom. The password is... Go open it and help me take out all the gold bars inside. Now. Zhou Lin furrowed his brow. Yang Min looked at him and actually smiled. Yeah, let us take it and go to your house. Okay. Zhou Lin scratched his head. It was definitely inappropriate for Yang Min to stay here any longer. First, she would be scared after so many people died, and second, no one would take care of her. No one wanted something like this to happen. Cheng Yali would be very sad. But in the apocalypse, many people die every day, whether from natural disasters or man-made disasters. Zhang Jiaoyi and the others probably hadn't had the chance to search upstairs yet. Everything looked tidy, showing that Yang Min was a woman who knew how to manage a household. The master bedroom was easy to find. Opening the nightstand revealed the safe. It wasn't large, but it was certainly enough for storing some valuables. After entering the password and opening the safe, Zhou Lin found some paper documents, important certificates, a jewelry box, and a few small gold bars. That made sense. Cheng Dong was exactly wealthy enough to save up for a 100-gram gold bar. After pocketing 5 gold bars, Zhou Lin turned to go downstairs, but as he reached the stairway, he sensed something was off. With his current hearing in such a quiet environment, there were no breathing sounds. Yang Min, didn't he leave, did she? Rushing down to the dining room, Zhou Lin saw Yang Min collapse beside Cheng Dong. The dagger was plunged into her heart, the 30-centimeter blade buried to the hilt. What kind of determination and strength did it take to do that? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Zhou Lin would never have believed that such a delicate woman could be so ruthless as to kill herself. Yet Yang Min's face showed no sign of pain. She leaned against Cheng Dong, her lips curled into a hint of happiness. So, it turns out there is love in this world. Zhou Lin wiped away the tears that had accumulated in the corners of his eyes without him realizing it. Yes, there is love, but it just needs the right person to encounter it. Perhaps Cheng Dong didn't want Yang Min to accompany him, which was why he fought so hard against Zhang Jiaoyi and the others, allowing Yang Min to escape. If she hadn't met Zhou Lin, perhaps Yang Min wouldn't have sought death. With her personality, she would have found a way to take revenge. As long as she hadn't avenged herself, she would live on, even if it meant being a walking corpse. It was Zhou Lin who fulfilled her wish, allowing her to take her enemy's life. So, there was no need for it anymore. Perhaps if they had a child, the outcome would have been different. Who knows? Zhou Lin suppressed his emotions and went upstairs to find a few bed sheets. Even if he didn't believe in ghosts or gods, he should at least give his uncle and aunt a proper resting place. Just leaving like this might get him killed by Cheng Yali. Thinking of Cheng Yali, Zhou Lin took out the walkie-talkie and walked to the window. Dong Dong and Min Min both. Cheng Yali shuddered, and large tears rolled down her cheeks, startling Zhou Kaijun beside her. Just as he was about to comfort her, he was glared at by Cheng Yali, causing him to retreat repeatedly. Dong Dong and Min Min are dead. What? Zhou Kaijun exclaimed. Cheng Dong? Dead? Who did it? Min Min is dead too. Cheng Yali cried out in anguish, her voice echoing like a tiger's roar, causing Wu Shui, who was in the living room downstairs, to stand up, while Zhou Li remained calmly reading her book. Lili. Mom, time will show a person's heart. Sister-in-law, you will get used to it. Zhou Li replied without looking up. Wu Shui had no choice but to sit down again, picking up the ancient Chinese medicine book in her hands. A few days ago, she had discussed with Zhou Lin that after the complete collapse of the modern industrial system, Western medicine would become increasingly useless, while traditional Chinese medicine, which utilized natural remedies and techniques, would be more suitable for this apocalypse. By the banks of the spring river surrounding Jiazhou City, a pile of roaring flames tore through the darkness. The biting cold wind made the flames rise higher. Zhou Lin watched as Cheng Dong and Yang Min gradually melted away, ultimately leaving behind a handful of ashes. Walking across the frozen spring river led to Yinshao Mountain. At the top of the mountain was an unknown Taoist temple. Zhou Lin didn't plan to send Cheng Dong and Yang Min's ashes into the temple, but intended to place them in a box and bury them beneath the largest pine tree outside the temple. From a feng shui perspective, this should be a good spot, high up with a wide view. Zhou Lin asked Cheng Yali, and she had no objections. He didn't expect that the first meeting with relatives after the apocalypse would turn into a permanent goodbye. Zhou Lin felt terrible. He had originally planned to go home, but ended up going to Cheng Dong and Yang Min's house instead, intending to clean up a bit and at least throw out Zhang Jiaoyi and the others' bodies. However, to his surprise, the bodies on the ground were gone. The dark brown blood had frozen into layers of ice at the entrance, in the dining room, everywhere. Zhang Jiaoyi and the others couldn't have crawled away on their own. This wasn't a zombie movie. On the frozen bloodstains were many chaotic footprints. Someone had entered the house, moved the bodies away, and turned the house upside down, especially in the kitchen, where the cabinet doors were either wide open or slightly ajar. And even the seasonings had not been spared. Were they neighbors from the community or outsiders? Or perhaps? Zhou Lin thought for a moment and pulled out a UV flashlight. Once he turned it on, the blood-stained footprints became apparent. Following the footprints, Zhou Lin walked to another house. Standing at the stairs, Zhou Lin could already hear voices coming from upstairs. It seemed that people were gathered there, but he didn't know what they wanted the bodies for. Was it to eat them? That shouldn't be the case. It wasn't yet that desperate. Zhou Lin didn't take the stairs, but instead used his strong physical fitness to climb directly up the outer wall to the third floor. Through the double-layered hollow glass window and thick curtains, Zhou Lin heard many people talking. Prizing open the window and lifting the curtain, the scene before Zhou Lin left him astonished. Chapter 71. The Mysterious Organization Madness. The temperature in the room wasn't high, but the men and women present were only wearing shorts. The bodies of Zhang Jiaoyi and two others were laid in the center of the room, surrounded by lit candles. The naked men and women knelt around the bodies in circles, each half closing their eyes and chanting a language that Zhou Lin couldn't hear, resembling people in a trance. They didn't even notice Zhou Lin's entrance. Zhou Lin initially wanted to leave, not wanting to deal with a group of madmen. However, as he turned to leave, he saw another room lit with candles. On the wall facing the door hung a white cloth with a strange pattern on it. The pattern seemed to be related to a hexagram, but after several modifications, it resembled some kind of snowflake design. This isn't. A flash of realization struck Zhou Lin. Isn't this the mark of that legendary mysterious organization? Before overhearing AI Bing and Chao Bowen's conversation, Zhou Lin was actually aware of this organization. It had been semi-public for about 7 or 8 years since the apocalypse began. It was said that they had many powerful evolved beings and ability users, and their leader was referred to as the Zhongzhu, whose strength was said to be godlike. Regardless of whether the Zhongzhu was powerful or not, the strength of that organization was evident, even daring to confront government-led shelters, expedition teams, and law enforcement in certain areas. Many people said that the organization was filled with fearless madmen, a claim Zhou Lin had previously doubted. So this is the embryonic form of that mysterious organization? The origin? Then who is the Zhongzhu? Among the madmen in the living room, there were no special individuals or clear hierarchies. Zhou Lin felt that they were likely just ordinary followers, and he decided to check the room. Compared to the brightness of the living room, the room was somewhat dim. Before he reached the door, Zhou Lin heard the breathing of two people inside. One breath was light, while the other was heavy, one slow and the other fast. After taking another step, Zhou Lin heard a heartbeat that sounded normal, but when he reached the door, he still couldn't hear the other person's heartbeat. Something's off. Just as Zhou Lin prepared to enter the room, not only did one breathing sound disappear, but even the originally normal heartbeat suddenly became frantic. Discovered? Zhou Lin didn't dare hesitate and rushed into the room. On the large bed against the wall, a man and a woman were separating. The frantic heartbeat was coming from the man, matching the fear on his face. The woman, appearing to be in her 20s or 30s, was examining Zhou Lin with a scrutinizing gaze. "Who are you?" The woman's voice was pleasant, even more attractive than her appearance. "You should leave." Zhou Lin didn't respond, but pointed at the flustered young man. "Go, it's fine." The man, wrapped in a blanket, took small steps past Zhou Lin, surprisingly leaving a trail of fragrance. It seems you're not here to join us. So how did you find your way here? The woman casually stood up, seemingly unconcerned about being seen by Zhou Lin. She lit a cigarette and took a deep puff. At that moment, Zhou Lin could hear her heartbeat, which, like her breathing, was slow but filled with a sense of power. This was not the heartbeat and breathing of an ordinary person. Zhou Lin was shocked. He estimated that even if this woman wasn't an ability user, she was definitely an evolved being. So was the information from his previous life wrong? Or was it the result of a butterfly effect? Lan Yi, let's get acquainted? I don't want to know you. Zhou Lin pointed to the living room, thinking that the leader of that group of madmen couldn't be any better. Lan Yi exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. So you think I'm a bad woman? Oh, and about what you just saw. Well, since you don't want to just go, I won't keep you. What's your ability? Zhou Lin suddenly asked. What are you talking about? Lan Yi's voice turned sharp, and Zhou Lin felt as if someone had stabbed his head with a needle, causing him to involuntarily step back 2 paces. Ability user. Mental attack. 2 thoughts flashed through Zhou Lin's mind. Although his head was still throbbing, he relaxed. Lan Yi shouldn't be able to harm him. Her abilities would at most make him uncomfortable, and as long as his will was strong enough, he would be fine. Seeing Zhou Lin only retreating 2 steps and not collapsing in pain as she imagined, Lan Yi was somewhat flustered. Impossible. Why was her ability ineffective? Why didn't Zhou Lin submit to her power like those outside? The reason was simple. Lan Yi's ability was still at a basic level, so it couldn't harm Zhou Lin, who was already at an intermediate level. If it weren't for a mental type ability, the level suppression might not be so obvious. It could only be said that Lan Yi was unlucky. Her abilities should be effective on others. Upgrading abilities requires repeated use, and using abilities consumes energy, which can only be obtained through food, in accordance with the law of conservation of energy in the material world. The problem was that food was scarce in the apocalypse. Lan Yi used her abilities to mold herself into a god in the spiritual world of those outside, hoping they would help her gather food. She originally planned to upgrade her abilities to intermediate level within 6 months and then continue to the next level depending on the situation. She never expected to encounter Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin, with his previous life experiences, understood the situation, while Lan Yi did not have such luck. The failure of her abilities left her panicking, and in a moment of confusion, she grabbed a knife hidden under the blanket. Kill! It seemed that Lan Yi had killed before. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had that expression. Unfortunately, her physical strength was no match for Zhou Lin, and she was easily caught by him as he grasped her hand holding the knife. As Zhou Lin slowly tightened his grip, the pain Lan Yi felt intensified. Her right hand felt as if it would break, or was about to lose sensation. However, Lan Yi had no intention of giving up. She suddenly raised her left foot and aimed her toes at Zhou Lin's neck. It seemed she had trained, as her movement was standard and swift. It was just a bit provocative without clothes. Smack! Zhou Lin accurately caught Lan Yi's ankle with his right hand, then shook both hands and threw her towards a window. Lan Yi cried out in the air, thinking she would surely crash into the window glass. However, in the next moment, Zhou Lin appeared at the window faster than she did, smashing the glass with his fist and then turning to catch her midair. Not in a princess carry, but just as he had before, grabbing one of her hands and one of her feet. The frigid wind, at 30 to 40 degrees below zero, rushed in, almost instantly covering Lan Yi's hair with a layer of frost. Her originally fair face suddenly turned pale, and her pores contracted under the stimulation of a low temperature, causing her hairs to stand on end, with goosebumps popping up in some areas. Cold, cold, cold. Lan Yi's upper teeth clattered against her lower teeth, her eyes full of pleading. At that moment, the people in the living room finally reacted, rushing in like madmen. But they were too late. Zhou Lin, holding Lan Yi, jumped directly from the 3rd-floor window. Chapter 72. She turned out not to be the leader boom. Zhou Lin jumped down from the building with Lan Yi in his arms, the swirling wind lifting the snow on the ground. Even so, Zhou Lin's feet sank almost to his knees. Lan Yi, being carried by him, fared even worse. Her skin had developed a faint purple hue all over, a symptom of broken capillaries due to the low temperature. At this moment, Lan Yi could no longer speak, only gritting her teeth to prevent her jaws from chattering. Upstairs, Those crazies wanted to chase after Zhou Lin, but none of them were properly dressed. The cold wind made them sway and shiver, and their original fervor quickly cooled in the rapidly dropping temperature. Some of the more determined ones even began to waver in their admiration for Lan Yeye. Zhou Lin didn't want to kill Lan Yeye. He still wanted to find out how her ability came about and whether that mysterious organization had indeed had the ability spheres for a long time, as Chao Bowen said. Oh, now that he had this lead with Lan Yeye, Yang Chi-Chi was of no use at all. In his previous life, everyone said the ability spheres fell from the sky, and Zhou Lin believed it without a doubt. However, now, counting Lan Yeye, Zhou Lin had seen at least 3 ability spheres. It seemed that even if the ability spheres did fall from the sky, they definitely did not appear 5 years after the apocalypse. After running for a while, darkness completely swallowed Zhou Lin and Lan Yeye. Even if those crazies managed to put on their clothes and chase after them, they would not be able to catch up. Zhou Lin released Lu Xiaofeng's number and dove into it while carrying Lan Yeye. In a comfortable temperature, Lan Yeye gradually regained consciousness. She had just been frozen and fainted. Looking at the incredibly luxurious environment, Lan Yeye thought she was dreaming. If you use your ability on me again, I'll throw you out, Zhou Lin said, while sipping hot tea and eating snacks. Where is this? Lan Yeye asked, slightly fearful. She tried not to look at Zhou Lin, but couldn't help stealing glances to gauge his reaction. Normal people fear death, and Lan Yeye was no exception. When she realized her invincible ability was ineffective against Zhou Lin, she had already stopped daring to act recklessly. Speak. How did the ability spheres come about? Zhou Lin placed a steaming cup of milk in front of Lan Yeye. Say it, and I'll let you drink. Is a cup of milk enough to threaten me? Lan Yeye's lips curled in disdain, but her stomach betrayed her with a growl. And I'll add a big burger from the United States. Oomph. Lan Yeye turned her head away, acting as if she wouldn't bow down for mere grains of rice. 2 bags of chicken feet and a self-heating hot pot. Deal. I want to eat the self-heating hot pot first. Is it spicy? Sure enough, no woman could resist the temptation of Sichuan hot pot. I'm a 3. While devouring the self-heating pot, Lan Yeye opened up, as if recounting events that happened to someone else. She spoke blandly about her rich life experiences. Lan Yeye was actually 35 this year, and no matter how she dressed, Zhou Lin felt it didn't suit her. It was undeniable that she had been favored by fate. Her features might not stand out individually, but together they had a special charm, complemented by her curvy figure and snow-white, delicate skin, particularly attracting middle-aged and powerful men. At 18, she was taken from a hotel lobby by a 50-year-old man to a small villa, and at 21, that man introduced her to his influential patron. This back and forth made Lan Yeye a common secret among the powerful men in the provincial capital of Sichuan. In Lan Yeye's words, she had come to Jiazhua to unwind. Who would have thought the apocalypse would occur? As for her ability, it came from a pearl bracelet given to her by someone else. Lan Yeye said that before the apocalypse, the bracelet was nothing special until one winter night when she accidentally discovered that one pearl in the bracelet was particularly bright. At that moment, perhaps out of hunger or a fit of emotion, she simply wanted to bite that pearl into pieces. However, when she swallowed it, something miraculous happened. Actually, it's not that useful. Lan Yeye had already finished 2 self-heating pots. Both ability users and evolved beings had large appetites, so Lan Yeye still looked at Zhou Lin eagerly. Wanting more? There are no more self-heating pots. Zhou Lin pushed a chicken leg burger in front of Lan Yeye. Eat, and eat enough to be ready for the journey. Thud! The delicious burger landed on the table, and Lan Yeye looked terrified. Why you want to kill me? I do have that thought. You not only know too much, but you could also pose a threat to me. If I let you go, you might gather a large group of people to come back for revenge. Zhou Lin shook his head. That won't happen. Actually, I never had any ambitions. I just want enough to eat. Lan Yeye hurriedly replied. Staring at Lan Yeye, Zhou Lin fell into deep thought. Mental-type abilities are not very threatening to ability users, but they are a weapon when used on ordinary people with weak willpower and non-ability evolved beings. From this perspective, Lan Yeye is still useful. The key is whether he can control her. That pattern on your room's wall, did you design it? It's quite beautiful. Pattern? Lan Yeye furrowed her brow and pondered. Are you talking about the design on that white cloth? I didn't design it. It was done by him. Him? Yeah, the owner of the house and also my last. Lan Yi stopped mid-sentence and winked at Zhou Lin. Where did he go? Don't tell me he was the one in your bed just now. How could that be? Lan Yi wrinkled her nose. A 35-year-old woman making such a gesture would seem pretentious, but Lan Yi did it with an innocent charm. He left shortly after the disasters began, saying he had important matters to attend to, and told me to stay in the house and wait for him, saying he would come back for me soon. He didn't even leave enough food for me. How could I wait for him? Should I turn into a zombie and wait for him? According to Lan Yi, she shouldn't be the head of that mysterious organization, and that man likely wasn't the leader either. Zhou Lin couldn't determine if Lan Yi was telling the truth. If she wasn't lying, then that mysterious organization was quite frightening. By the way, the pearl bracelet was given to me by him. Perhaps sensing Zhou Lin's murderous intent had lessened, or perhaps just wanting to be a glutton. Lan Yi resumed, eating the burger while talking. What's his name? You probably won't know him. Actually, many men around me are not well known outside, but their strength is remarkable. I'm not talking about that aspect. Stop rambling, or you won't be allowed to eat. Don't. His name is Chao Boating. Chao as in Chow Chow, Bo as in scholarly, and Ting as in courtyard. I don't really know what he specifically does, but he's definitely not from Jiazhua, nor is he from Sichuan. He's very rich and talented, at least speaks 6 languages. For bite to eat, Lan Yi spilled everything she knew about Chao Boating. However, Zhou Lin absorbed very little of it. At this moment, another name and face emerged in his mind. Gao Baoin, deputy commander of the Ningnan shelter, one of AI Bing's past dogs. Chao Boating, Chao Bowen, just one character apart. Could it be? If he had been worried that Lan Yi might not provide any truly useful clues, it seemed he could rest assured now. Yang Qiqi was completely useless. Chapter 73. Taking in the appearance of Lan Yi made Zhou Lin realize 3 things. The ability orb he obtained from the Auto City could be taken out before the 5-year wait. The mysterious organization did not just emerge after the apocalypse, and they might still have ability orbs, and he should be able to find Chao Bowen, as long as he first finds Chao Boating. It must be said that fate is indeed wonderful. If Huang Minjing had willingly traded her hidden fast food for Zhou Lin, he would never have encountered Yang Min, who had escaped from home. Nor would he have killed Zhang Jiaoyi and the others, and definitely Wen Ti have met Lan Yi because of their bodies. Without meeting Lan Yi, he wouldn't be able to ascertain whether the ability orb could be used, nor would he connect it to Chao Bowen. Recalling Chao Bowen's secretive actions at the Ningnan shelter, they were remarkably similar to those of the mysterious organization, indicating that Chao Bowen was likely an undercover agent placed by the mysterious organization within the government of Xia country. He and Chao Boating might very well be brothers or cousins. Zhou Lin did not know the ultimate goal of the mysterious organization. In his previous life, he was not qualified to understand such matters. However, he was aware that the organization had committed many evil deeds, and there were rumors that they hunted ability users and evolved beings for live experiments. If this rumor is true, then regardless of the nature of the mysterious organization, it must be inherently evil. If there were no intersections between the 2 sides, Zhou Lin might not interfere. But since Chao Bowen was most likely a member of that organization, it doomed Zhou Lin and the mysterious organization to never coexist peacefully. As an undercover agent, Chao Bowen was able to secure the position of deputy commander at the Ningnan shelter, which could not be attributed to being just an ordinary member of the mysterious organization. If he were to die at Zhou Lin's hands in the future, how could the mysterious organization let it go? Zhou Lin would never let Chao Bowen off the hook, which meant that a confrontation with the mysterious organization was inevitable. Perhaps this news should be disclosed to the state, using the power of the nation to eliminate the mysterious organization in its infancy. But the problem was how to convey this message to the state. Assuming the state currently did not even know about ability users and evolved beings, which was highly probable, how could Zhou Lin prove this to the state? With himself? Absolutely not. The uncontrollable factors were too numerous, and the risks were too great. Zhou Lin would not take such a risk. Well, Zhou Lin decided to find an opportunity to discuss it with Zhou Li. That girl was smarter than him. The real issue now was Lan Yi. It was clear as day that this woman was not simple. Killing her would certainly be convenient. but she might be the only ability user or evolved being in the world besides Zhou Lin, which would be too regrettable. You said you wouldn't kill me. Perhaps sensing Zhou Lin's murderous intent, Lan Yi looked at him with a pitiful expression, her red lips and eyelashes trembling slightly, and there was a hint of tears in her eyes. No wonder she was favored by many powerful figures. Lan Yi's acting skills at this moment could be considered Oscar level, combined with an innate charm. Zhou Lin was certain he wouldn't be able to withstand it without 10 years of apocalypse experience. Although Lan Yi did not speak, her gaze seemed to seduce him, telling Zhou Lin that he could do anything he wanted. Even if she might resist, she would definitely not escape his grasp. If you want to live, just keep it to yourself. It's useless to me. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Zhou Lin pinched the bridge of his nose hard and got out of the car. Why get out of the car? It's so cold outside. Fortunately, Zhou Lin did not intend to freeze Lan Yi to death and gave her a set of warm clothing. It must be said that this woman was born to be a clothing rack. Even the bulky winter coat could be worn with a sense of fashion. Just after getting out of the car, before Lan Yi could adapt to the temperature outside, Zhou Lin knocked her unconscious with a chop. He couldn't let Lan Yi see him storing away the Lu Xiaofeng number. Abilities should not be easily revealed. Once researched thoroughly by enemies, it could easily turn into a death sentence for the ability user. When Lan Yi was awakened by Zhou Lin using a snowball, they were already standing outside the entrance of the Lanshan community. Zhou Lin planned to temporarily settle Lan Yi in Wu Shui's house, but it needed some modifications first. Come with me, and you're not allowed to speak without my permission. Zhou Lin gave Lan Yi a warning. However, when Lan Yi appeared at the Zhou family home, the expressions on Zhou Kaijun and others' faces varied. Who is she? Is she your enemy again? Cheng Yali circled around Lan Yi, her instincts telling her that Lan Yi was not to be underestimated. Wu Shui had a tense expression, her eyes fixed on Zhou Lin. If Lan Yi had any connection with Zhou Lin, Wu Shui would choose to sever ties with him. She could not accept Zhou Lin having other women around. At least not right now. How should I put it? You can consider her an important person, but she is also my captive. Shue, I plan to modify your house a bit to keep her locked up for now. All right. Although Wu Shui felt unhappy, as long as there was no crossing of the line, she could still support Zhou Lin unconditionally. The modification was not complicated. First, the main entrance of Wu Shui's house was welded shut. Then a circular hole was opened in the corner of the living room, and an iron door that could only be locked from Zhou Lin's side was welded in place. Finally, a room was chosen as Lan Yi's bedroom, and heating arrangements were made for her. It seemed simple, but was not easy. Zhou Lin divided the work slightly. Heavy lifting was handled by him, while Zhou Kaijun and his wife were responsible for the more technical aspects, such as welding, wiring, and cutting grooves. Fortunately, without daytime, it was equivalent to having no night. As long as the neighbors did not complain about the noise, they could finish the work in one go. The finishing work was left for Zhou Li to complete, mainly installing cameras to monitor Lan Yi's every move. Lan Yi had no objections to this. In the face of an apocalyptic environment that was more torturous than death, and lacking the courage to end her own life, she could naturally accept anything to survive. What did it matter if there was surveillance, no privacy, and no freedom? After over 30 hours of busy work, Zhou Lin finally slept for more than 10 hours before feeling refreshed again. He initially planned to send some fast food to Huang Minjing. 500 boxes would definitely not fit in her house, so he could only give it to her in batches. Moreover, after the winter night passed, the top floor of Lanshan would no longer be suitable for living. If Huang Minjing and her daughter were still alive by then, they would definitely have to move. The woman downstairs wants to see you, and she seems anxious, Wu Shui said while bringing Zhou Lin breakfast. She wants to see me? When did this happen? She started gesturing in front of the camera 2 hours ago, but wouldn't he tell me? It can't be. Wu Shui's eyes were filled with uncertainty. Zhou Lin shook his head, saying, wait until I finish eating, and then we'll go together. Wu Shui's expression finally shifted from gloomy to bright. She knew that her jealousy might have been a bit excessive, but isn't that human nature? Just like Zhou Lin wouldn't accept her being involved with other men. That would definitely not be okay. Opening the iron door between the two houses, Zhou Lin and Wu Shui descended the stairs, and Lan Yi rushed up with a panicked expression. Chapter 74. The unconventional effects of psychic powers, it was clear that Lan Yi was indeed nervous. Even more so than when she was initially caught by Zhou Lin, or even when he had threatened to kill her. What was going on? Just talk. Don't get physical. Zhou Lin took a step back, cleverly avoiding Lan Yi's attempt to grab him. Wu Shui snorted coldly and positioned herself in front of Zhou Lin, directly facing Lan Yi. Don't get me wrong, Lan Yi waved her hand. I feel very uneasy. Huh? Both Zhou Lin and Wu Shui were puzzled. What did she mean by feeling uneasy? In this apocalypse, who the hell felt good? That's not what I meant. Zhou Lin, are you sure you want to know? Lan Yi glanced at Wu Shui, which ignited Wu Shui's anger. What secret do you two have that I can't know? Seeing the look on Wu Shui's face, Zhou Lin realized that they wouldn't get past this today. He also guessed that what Lan Yi wanted to say might be related to psychic powers. Go ahead, he said, rubbing his temples. Last night, shortly after I fell asleep, I had a dream. A dream? Do we really need to discuss dreams? Zhou Lin's expression changed slightly. Of course, ordinary people dream, and even abilities users and evolved individuals are no exception. However, there is a type of abilities user, psychic abilities users, who either do not dream or do not dream easily. Perhaps this was related to their abilities. It is said that any dream they have is usually a premonition of things to come. What did you dream about? Ignoring Wu Xue's surprise, Zhou Lin asked in a low voice. An earthquake. Lan Yi trembled. A massive earthquake. Where? Here. I even saw this building swaying in the earthquake, and huge cracks appeared in the ground. Some buildings were swallowed whole. Did you see any places that were safe? Zhou Lin didn't foolishly ask Lan Yi if she knew the exact time the earthquake would occur. Usually, one cannot determine time in dreams. There were. Lan Yi's eyes widened as if recalling something, and she described the safe areas around Jiazhou City that she saw in the dream. However, upon hearing her description, Zhou Lin was stunned. Wasn't that just the area around the Zhou family's breeding farm? So all this time, they were going to move back there? In his previous life, Zhou Lin had never heard of Jiazhou or the entire Basha region being affected by a massive earthquake. At that time, he was with AI Bing and Tang Ili, desperately searching for food in the deep market, exhausted every day but never able to fill his stomach, without the ability to communicate with others and know official news. How could he possibly know what was happening thousands of kilometers away? So, did his parents and younger sister die at the beginning of the apocalypse or during the impending earthquake? Or perhaps it was due to the subsequent floods, plagues, or heat waves. Thinking of this, Zhou Lin couldn't help but slap himself. What a bastard. He would go and kill young Kiki in a bit. What are you two talking about? Wu Shui's intuition told her that Lan Yi was not joking with Zhou Lin. But how could a dream be considered prophecy? Looking at Zhou Lin's expression, it seemed he believed it. Had he been bewitched by this woman Lan Yi? Can I attack her once? Lan Yi suddenly asked. No. Zhou Lin shook his head. Who knew if Lan Yi was just trying to prove the existence of psychic powers to Wu Shui, or if she was secretly setting something in Wu Shui's mind. He couldn't feel it or check it. However, Zhou Lin had a better way to prove it. He took Lan Yi and Wu Shui directly downstairs to the property management office. Recently, Xiao Hang had been living a somewhat comfortable life. He hardly had to worry about supplies. As long as he did what Zhou Lin instructed, he could have anything he wanted. So much so that Xiao Hang had begun to seriously doubt whether he was the protagonist. He occasionally thought that perhaps Zhou Lin was the real protagonist. With so many supplies definitely stored in Zhou Lin's dimensional space, Xiao Hang felt he could solidify the notion that Zhou Lin definitely had a dimensional space. But he had no idea if there was any light, spring water, or soil inside that could support living creatures. Wasn't that how novels described it? Boss, you're here. In front of Zhou Lin, Xiao Hang became noticeably more obsequious, almost as if he were about to kneel. Zhou Lin frowned, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Where's that woman? She's here, alive and well, eating 4 meals a day. 4 meals? Wu Shui was a bit displeased. She didn't even have that treatment. Why did she? The boss specifically instructed that she can't miss a single meal. Xiao Hang counted on his fingers. 3 meals at fixed times in the morning and noon, and 1 meal in the evening, a total of 4 meals. Get lost. Okay, boss. In the corner, Yang Kiki had actually heard Zhou Lin's voice a long time ago. But now she was genuinely scared. 4 meals a day, and although they were just bamboo sticks that wouldn't kill her, They were painful enough for her to wish for death. The key was that Shihuang, that bastard, even applied medicine to her wounds, but never waited for them to heal completely. The feeling of being hit with bamboo sticks on freshly grown, tender skin was worse than being skinned alive. Just let me die. Yang Kiki turned her head to the wall, avoiding Zhou Lin's gaze. Okay. Wait, what did you say? You want to kill me? Yang Kiki suddenly turned her head, her filthy face filled with shock. Zhou Lin really intended to kill her, but Yang Kiki didn't want to die. Even though every time she was beaten, she wished she could die immediately. Once the worst pain passed, she would want to survive. Living meant there was hope, right? Even if someone helped her take revenge in the future, what would it mean if she were already dead? Please, don't kill me. Don't kill me. Zhou Lin didn't care about Yang Kiki's struggles and had Shihuang find a few people to carry Yang Kiki to an empty room. Let's begin. After sending away the unrelated people, Zhou Lin pointed at Yang Kiki, who was writhing on the ground like a maggot, desperately seeking survival. Wu Shui initially thought Zhou Lin wanted Lan Yi to take action to kill, yet Lan Yi just stood there, motionless, staring intently at Yang Kiki. Suddenly, Yang Kiki stopped moving. Then, they saw Lan Yi stagger slightly, as if she had suddenly lost strength. Immediately after, Yang Kiki crawled toward Zhou Lin, murmuring, "Give me a knife, a knife." Zhou Lin supported the nearly falling Lan Yi with his left hand and pulled out a small fruit knife with his right hand. What? What did you do to her? Wu Shui's face turned pale, tightly clutching Zhou Lin's right arm, speaking to Lan Yi. Her will to survive is quite strong. She almost succeeded. I'm so hungry. Food, quick, give me food. As Zhou Lin pulled out a chocolate candy bar and handed it to Lan Yi. Yang Kiki stabbed the fruit knife, which was only the length of a finger, into her neck. The process was slow, allowing one to feel the conflict in her consciousness. But in the end, it was still driven in. The fruit knife was not very sharp. After piercing the skin, it was difficult to push further in, and blood began to spill. Wu Shui slowly clenched her fists. Your wife is timid. After finishing a chocolate candy bar, Lanya visibly regained some strength, even having the energy to tease Wu Shui. Wu Shui shot her a glare, but still didn't loosen her fists. Not everyone is as cold-blooded as you. Yeah. I've killed more lives with my hands and belly than all of humanity's total since the dawn of time. Humph, men. Don't disturb my mood. Zhou Lin stared at Yang Kiki, as if he saw the end of a dream. He had actually thought of using various methods to kill Yang Kiki in a sufficiently cruel and bloody way. However, for someone who eats 4 meals a day, perhaps there was no particularly cruel method left. So, let her kill herself then, clearly not wanting to die, but unable to control her body. The final stretch must be very painful. Forget it. Let it be like this. Revenge is certainly important, but those who are alive matter more, whether they are family or enemies. Chapter 75. The earthquake is coming in the Zhou family. Everyone was gathered around the dining table. 4 pairs of eyes were fixed on Zhou Lin. I have a space. Shue, you came late. Wu Shui nodded in understanding. She was capable of putting herself in others' shoes. To be precise, my space is actually a type of supernatural ability. Lan Yi was the first person with supernatural powers I encountered, possessing a mental type ability that can to some extent control the thoughts and actions of ordinary people. After roughly explaining what supernatural abilities are, Zhou Lin finally mentioned the earthquake. This is considered a special ability of the mental type, where the dreams are uncontrollable, but the success rate is over 90%. Lan Yi had a dream last night. After hearing Zhou Lin recount the dream, Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali turned pale. An earthquake. An earthquake that could destroy Lanshan community. Does that mean they have no way out? If they don't have a place to shelter in the icy and snowy conditions, what is the difference between that and waiting for death? The only consolation is that Zhou Lin has a space. At least they could take all the supplies and won't lack food and necessities. She said that the breeding farm is safe, but it is already buried in snow. Should we go dig out the house now? Cheng Yali asked. Zhou Lin nodded. Generally speaking, the duration of dreams for mental-type supernatural beings cannot be completely determined. Lan Yi only said she felt something would happen soon, and Zhou Lin was nervous because the dreams still depicted heavy snow, and there were less than 2 months left until the end of winter. So if a major earthquake is to happen, it must be within these 2 months, just when everyone thought Zhou Lin was done speaking. They saw him take out a very exquisite metal box. Supernatural pearl. Whether it can be fused with it and what abilities will be gained after fusion is uncertain. You can all try, starting with. Lily, you go first. The younger you are, the higher the chance of successful fusion. Unfortunately, in this apocalyptic world, there are too few people willing and able to have children. I don't want to. Surprisingly, Jolie was unwilling to be the first to try, stating she didn't like the uncontrollable. Zhou gave Jolie a deep look, then placed the supernatural pearl back on the table. Shue, you try. Zhou Kaijun and Qing Yali said simultaneously. Me? Wu Shui felt surprised and particularly touched. Although she studied science and was a staunch atheist, it did not affect her understanding of the value of this supernatural pearl. Zhou Kaijun and his wife actually gave her such an opportunity, expressing their trust and affection for her. Dad, Mom, thank you. Time was pressing, so Wu Shui didn't hold back. With tears in her eyes, she thanked Zhou Kaijun and his wife, and then followed what Zhou Lin had just said, picking up the supernatural pearl that looked like a glowing white pearl. Zhou Lin, try putting it in your mouth. The method to activate the supernatural pearl is not uniform. Lan Ye accidentally activated hers by putting it in her mouth, and Zhou Lin thought Wu Shui could try that too. Wu Shui complied, but the supernatural pearl still did not respond. Zhou Lin slowly shook his head, indicating that Wu Shui was not destined to have this ability. Wu Shui sensibly took the supernatural pearl to clean it before handing it over to Qing Yali. It's okay. There will be more opportunities in the future. I promise you will definitely become a supernatural being. Zhou Lin comforted Wu Shui as he embraced her. Before he could finish speaking, he heard Zhou Kaijun exclaim, Wife, you. A strong light burst forth from Qing Yali's hands, as if she was holding not a pearl, but a sun. Activated? It really activated? The commotion was too loud. If the living room windows weren't sealed, people outside might think it was daytime. Fortunately, this bright light, although intense, did not harm people's eyes, and it disappeared after just 2 or 3 seconds. The supernatural pearl in Qing Yali's hand vanished, but she remained in a dazed state. Wife, are you okay? At Zhou Lin's signal, Zhou Kaijun dared to reach out and pat Qing Yali's shoulder. Qing Yali jolted, as if waking from a dream. Then her face filled with excitement as she shouted in a deafening voice, Son, it worked. It worked. Not only the others. Even Zhou Lin felt overwhelmed, his eardrums trembling. Would Qing Yali's activated supernatural ability be related to sound? Sound wave enhancement. Son, my supernatural ability can. Don't say it. Zhou Lin interrupted. Do not disclose the specific abilities and uses of your supernatural powers to anyone. He glanced at Wu Shui and Zhou Li. Knowing there are ways within supernatural abilities to compel someone to tell the truth, so it wasn't that he didn't trust them, but he didn't want to put them in danger. Zhou Li shrugged and said, Mom, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Speak a little softer in the future. I'm going deaf. Mom, you need to strengthen your training in the future because supernatural beings are inherently evolved beings. Once you become an evolved being, your physical quality will increase. Regular exercise not only speeds up the enhancement of your physical quality, but can also influence the upgrade of your supernatural ability to a certain extent. Just know this. Don't tell anyone else, especially. Zhou Lin pointed downstairs, as Lan Ye clearly still didn't know this point. Unfortunately, my supernatural ability is of no use against earthquakes. Son, when should we start moving? With a supernatural ability and the potential to become an evolved being with physical qualities surpassing ordinary people, Qing Yali felt a surge of confidence about the future. In the absence of knowing the exact timing of the earthquake, the sooner they moved, the better. After discussing their respective tasks, the family each took action. You said supernatural beings are inherently evolved beings, but not all evolved beings are supernatural beings. So, ordinary people can also become evolved beings, right? So even if I don't have supernatural powers, I can still become an evolved being like you? In the room, Wu Shui asked Zhou Lin while packing. Now Zhou Lin no longer needed to hide, directly stuffing the boxes Wu Shui had prepared into the Leilafu. It was much more convenient. Yes, but ordinary people need to reach a certain threshold of physical quality to become evolved beings. I don't know the specifics, or they must undergo some significant stimulus, meaning either their mental or physical state must break through a certain threshold before they can become evolved beings. I understand. Don't worry. I will work hard. Wu Shui clenched her fist. Zhou Lin rubbed Wu Shui's cheek. It's okay. I won't let anyone hurt you. But we are facing not only man-made disasters, but also natural disasters. What if the earthquake comes right now? Just as Zhou Lin was about to tell Wu Shui not to jinx it, he felt the ground start to shake. An earthquake. Lan Yi's dream came true so quickly. Zhou Lin pulled Wu Shui into his arms and rushed outside. Lily. The staircase leading to the second floor creaked ominously, as if it could be torn apart by the tremors at any moment. Everything in front of them was shaking, and the hard floor actually undulated like waves. Most of the unsecured items were thrown down, crashing onto the floor with clattering sounds or shattering into pieces. Cheng Yali's voice rang out from upstairs, overpowering everything else. Zhou Lin, Lily, where are you? Come on, Mom, quickly. In a master bedroom on the second floor, Cheng Yali held her small-statured husband tightly, with a thick pillow propped on her head as if it were a pillar, determined to protect her family even if the sky were to fall. Chapter 76 Tent, Living the Earthquake, came quickly and left just as fast. Before Zhou Lin could find Zhou Li, the shaking stopped. Is it over? Wu Shui asked. Still shaken. It should be. Zhou Lin didn't dare to finish his sentence. Who knew if there would be more tremors? The immediate priority was to evacuate. They abandoned everything that wasn't crucial, and under Zhou Lin's urging, Cheng Yali and the others quickly made their way downstairs. In the tool room, Sun Qinghao looked at Zhou Lin with tears in his eyes. The earthquake had nearly scared him to death, and although it had stopped now, the boiler pipes were damaged. The generator had shut down, and even the liquid cultivation pipes were swaying dangerously, leaking liquid fertilizer everywhere. Take your things and go downstairs to find my dad. Zhou Lin decided to give him another chance, acknowledging his efforts. A few minutes later, Zhou Lin waved his hand, temporarily moving the entire tool room onto the deck of the Le Faheo, leaving only a large cage wrapped in thick blankets for poultry, to prevent them from freezing to death. This was the only option. If they suffocated in the end, it would be their bad luck. After tidying up the tool room, Zhou Lin went to find Lan Yi and pulled her out from under the bed. Is this the scene you dreamed about? Lan Yi shook her head. No, it's far from it. Damn. Zhou Lin cursed under his breath and dragged Lan Yi downstairs. By now, a large crowd had gathered downstairs. As long as they could still walk, no one dared to stay upstairs. Who knew if another earthquake would come? In fact, there had been minor aftershocks the whole time, but no one had noticed. Then came a stronger aftershock, plunging everyone back into the fear dominated by the earthquake. Zhou Lin. As soon as the aftershock stopped, Huang Minjing dragged her elderly mother out from the crowded group. Sister Cheng, Minjing, are you all right? Cheng Yali was very warm to acquaintances, quickly helping Huang Minjing's mother, who was also a card friend, and they had become closer in the apocalypse. We can't stay here, right? I just saw cracks in the ceiling. Although Huang Minjing was panicking, she still maintained her composure and whispered in Zhou Lin's ear. Zhou Lin didn't respond, which was taken as an acknowledgement. What are your plans next? Zhou Lin hesitated. He didn't want to let just anyone join them. But the situation of Huang Minjing and her mother was a bit special. Son, come here. Cheng Yali waved, and after Zhou Lin approached, the two whispered. Minjing, if you don't mind, you can come with us, but I need to clarify some things, Cheng Yali said. Sister Cheng, you say it. I can agree to any request. Huang Minjing was a smart person, and her experiences during this time made her firmly believe that only by following Zhou Lin would they have a better life. Cheng Yali acted as a bridge between them, so Huang Minjing showed enough respect and trust towards her. Seeing the crowd growing, Zhou Lin waved, let's walk and talk. Without snowmobile tools, Zhou Lin had Huang Minjing's mother and the unathletic Lan Yi sit in the sled, then pretended to go to the basement to fetch some skis. To his surprise, Wu Shui could ski, and Zhou Li was even more impressive. Under Wu Shui's guidance, she was able to maneuver freely after just a few tries, living up to her genius title. As an entrepreneur, Huang Minjing had also learned to ski, followed by Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali. It must be said that given Cheng Yali's physique, she could only find a doorboard to sit on with Zhou Kaijun. Big brother, are you leaving? Xiao Hang chased after them, looking eager. Yeah, our roof is cracked. Zhou Lin didn't want to waste time. Their group had basically not brought any supplies. If someone went back upstairs and found it empty, it was better to leave sooner. Big brother, can I go with you? It's not convenient for me over there. How about this? If the time is right later, I'll contact you and you can come over. But, no buts. Zhou Lin glanced around and whispered, remember, don't stay in the house if nothing's wrong. Bring enough food and water with you. If, contact me via the walkie-talkie. Big brother, make sure to find me when you get everything sorted out. Xiao Hang had no choice but to reluctantly say goodbye to Zhou Lin. On the snowy ground, the group slowly advanced. Because of the sled and the cumbersome doorboard. The biggest advantage of the skis was that they made it easier for Zhou Lin and the others to move forward without getting stuck in the snow. The usual 20-minute journey from the city to the farm took them a full 4 hours. I'll set up 2 tents first, then I'll dig. In a place where no one could see, Zhou Lin took out the tents and set them up to settle everyone down. Once everyone was asleep from exhaustion, Zhou Lin took a machine from the warehouse to dig through several meters of snow. How long could it be done by hand? But just as he was about to start digging, a figure suddenly pushed aside the 3 layers of tent flaps and walked out. Are you stupid, brother? You should wait before acting. Zhou yawned with too little. Eye boogers still in the corners of her eyes. What do you mean? Ugh, brother. Your brain really is clueless. Haven't you thought that being buried under the snow right now is actually pretty good for us? Good? Zhou Li's words struck Zhou Lin like a bolt of lightning, opening his mind. Wasn't that right? The major earthquake that Lan Yi dreamed about hadn't come yet, and being buried under the snow meant being protected. If the earthquake came, and they were lucky, they might not suffer too much damage. But digging it out could be risky. They could end up collapsing the structure. So Zhou Li's suggestion was to wait until the earthquake was over before digging, which made more sense. The problem was, when would that major earthquake come? No one could be sure. If they didn't dig out the house, where would they live next? All crowded in a tent? Right, the Luxia Fengo. Zhou Lin decided to be straightforward and released the Luxia Fengo, which was likely located in the front yard of the original house. This way, even if the earthquake caused the snow to collapse, it wouldn't crush the house. Wow. After circling around the 12-meter-long Luxia Fengo, Zhou Lin nodded in satisfaction. It's mine now. Zhou Lin ignored her and released a camper van modified from a large bus, which had a size and interior space that was not inferior to the Luxia Fengo. Since you're up, let's help each other out. Relying solely on the camper van's insulation could resist the cold, but maintaining indoor temperature would consume a lot of energy. Since they didn't need to move, Zhou Lin's idea was to set up an additional layer of tent outside the camper van. When the others woke up and saw the tents and the camper van inside, they were all stunned. Honey, this. I dug it out from the yard last night. Don't worry, it's all usable. With 2 camper vans and a large tent, Cheng Yali took Wu Shui, Zhou Li, and Huang Minjing to live in the Luxia Fengo. Zhou Kaijun, Zhou Lin, Sun Chenghao, and Lan Yi stayed in the camper van. I won't do it. Among everyone, only Lan Yi had objections. Zhou Lin glanced over, oh, then I'll switch you to another place. Chapter 77 Mysterious Message. Blue Yi initially thought that Zhou Lin was captivated by her. However, when Zhou Lin took her to a place away from the RV, picked up a shovel, and began digging in the snow, she understood. No need. I think your arrangements are quite good. Not wronged. Zhou Lin continued to dig. Not wronged. Really not wronged. I already said I'm not wronged. Why are you still digging? Zhou Lin smiled. If I don't dig a big hole, how will we handle the waste later? Especially with a major earthquake coming. Who can guarantee that we won't end up falling in? Wouldn't that be disgusting? Blue Yi felt particularly wronged because Zhou Lin actually made her dig the hole together. I haven't done this kind of rough work since I turned 18. So what? Zhou Lin put down the shovel and looked at the sky. Can you see clearly? Where? Blue Yi looked around. Don't look over there by the tent. Except for the area with lights. Huh? Then how can I see clearly? Although I've dressed up as a cat, I'm not a cat. No night vision? Zhou Lin nodded and fell silent. After checking that the snow pit was deep enough, Zhou Lin laid down a thick anti-seepage membrane and took Blue Yi back to the tent. Considering the possibility of an earthquake at any moment, there were only a few small camping stoves inside the tent, which actually provided decent warmth, but firewood had to be added every 3 or 4 hours. When Zhou Lin started to rest, the official shelter in the city was still in chaos. With a magnitude of 6.5, the highest aftershock was 5. Zhu Guanghan, with a bandage wrapped around his head, was reading the latest documents by the light of a gas lamp. He wasn't very lucky. when the earthquake struck. It knocked down the light fixture from the ceiling and hit his head. Fortunately, the light tube didn't break, or it would have been even more troublesome. Old Yi, what's the casualty situation? Yi Xiao, with icicles in his hair, lifted the curtain and walked in, his face heavy. Several work sites that were being excavated collapsed. At least a few hundred people are buried underneath. Wang Pingping is leading a team to dig, hoping to rescue a few more. Zhu Guanghan sighed deeply. Apart from the people buried in the collapse, there were also many injured in the shelter. The key issue was the severe shortage of medical personnel and supplies. Many injured couldn't receive treatment at all. Fortunately, the temperature was low now, making infections less likely. Otherwise, it would be worse. Commander, the provincial government has sent an urgent telegram. Another urgent telegram. And Zhu Guanghan was anxious to know if it was good news or bad news. He took it with trepidation, and tears welled up in his eyes. Jiazhou City reached a magnitude of 6.5 at the epicenter. The epicenter? It's devastating. The provincial government says the casualty count could exceed 5 digits. The most critical thing is that now, apart from themselves, no one can help. Disasters are not terrifying. No one can decide where natural disasters will occur. But in Xia country, when the people in disaster areas see those green figures, they will feel at ease, they will feel warm. However, now, winter nights have cut off the roads. Volcanic ash prevents planes from taking off. And even if they want to provide support, they can't just run there, can they? Before Zhu Guanghan finished speaking, Yi Xiao's bodyguard entered again. Commander, urgent orders. Read it. Yi Xiao lit a cigarette, seeming to have guessed something already. Your department must quickly compile the local casualty situation and required rescue efforts. If there is surplus capacity, report immediately, and the command will arrange support to the epicenter. After the bodyguard finished reading, before Yi Xiao could respond, Zhu Guanghan couldn't help but exclaim, "What? We are also a disaster area. How can we? Besides, how will you get there? Run over? Old Zhu, disasters have severity, and matters have urgency. What's wrong with running? Our predecessors measured the grasslands and crossed snow-capped mountains on foot. The people's army is for the people, as long as the people need. Reply, we can send half our personnel to the epicenter. Please instruct us." Old Yu. Zhu Guanghan stamped his foot, knowing that nothing he said would change anything. Although he was given the position of commander, Yi Xiao was only the deputy commander, and Zhu Guanghan had no say in military matters. What about half of your people? What will we do for the follow-up work here? Zhu Guanghan muttered. Yi Xiao replied calmly, we can take it slow, be a little colder, suffer a little hunger. It's just a bit of hardship, not life-threatening. But over there, a minute late could mean several lives. Old Zhu, how would you decide? Zhu Guanghan waved his hand, just sighing repeatedly. It's not easy. None of this is easy. Wang Pingping will stay to help you. I will personally lead the team over. Yi Xiao stood up, hands on his knees, and started to leave. Before Zhu Guanghan could react, Wang Pingping entered, lifting the curtain. Commander, Chief, I just received a message that I think you might want to hear. Go ahead. No matter how urgent it was, Yi Xiao could still wait a few minutes. Wang Pingping took out a special phone and began to play a recording. As soon as it started, a synthesized voice was heard. Shelter Command, I have a message. Whether you believe it or not, you'd better believe it. Don't doubt it. The apocalypse has descended, and anything can happen. What I'm about to say is very important. Those who receive this message must ensure it reaches your commander, or you will be a sinner against the nation and the people. The voice started with flattery, and Zhu Guanghan was somewhat dismissive, but Yi Xiao just smiled, signaling Zhu Guanghan to keep listening. This is just the beginning. There will be a larger earthquake within a period of time, a super earthquake. 80% of the buildings in Jiazhou City will be destroyed. If preparations are not made, many people will die. Try to collect supplies from the buildings. After the earthquake, you won't be able to dig them out. That's all I have to say. You can wait yourselves. No need to thank me. The recording ended. Zhu Guanghan scoffed, so naive. The country can't predict earthquakes. How can he spread panic? Besides, there just was an earthquake. Didn't they say that once the energy is released, it's over? How could there be one after another, each larger than the last? Old Yi, I think it's unnecessary to pay him any mind. Yi Xiao didn't respond immediately, but stared at Wang Pingping. Why do you think it's necessary for us to listen? He knew Wang Pingping's character. Unless this recording had something special, Wang Pingping wouldn't have cared to bring it over. The recording itself isn't anything special. It's been randomly synthesized. And with our current equipment, we can't restore it. But there's one thing that surprised me. Xiaowang, what are you hinting at? Hurry up and say it. Everyone is busy. Zhu Guanghan was somewhat displeased. Commander, it involves some military secrets. Wang Pingping hesitated, and only after Yi Xinxiao nodded did he continue. Do you remember the incident before the natural disaster when the beautiful country's carrier ship Tefu was hijacked? What does the Tefu have to do with this recording? Zhu Guanghan asked. Yi Xinxiao seemed to think of something and whispered, this recording was sent by the Tefu? No. Wang Pingping shook his head. But our electronic warfare experts received the identification code of the beautiful country's Tefu carrier ship simultaneously while receiving this recording. The two were completely synchronized. Identification code? How is that possible? We're in Bashu. The usually composed Yi Xinxiao finally lost his composure at this moment. Chapter 78, A Pair of Little Rivals. Do you think the command center will believe it? Zhou Lin and Zhou Li were sitting by the stove. The breeze doesn't know characters. Don't disturb me while I read. Zhou Li glared at Zhou Lin impatiently. The matter had already been resolved. Whether they believed it or not was up to them. This is called doing one's best and leaving the rest to fate. Zhou Lin was just an ordinary person, neither a god nor a Buddha. Was it necessary to worry so much? So many lives. When it came to revenge, Zhou Lin was never ambiguous, and he could be ruthless against those who weren't his kind. But when it came to innocent compatriots, Zhou Lin simply couldn't be as indifferent as Zhou Li. What is a person? What is a life? Seeing the mountain is not seeing the mountain. Little sister, I didn't provoke you. Not far away, Lan Yiye, who was helping Cheng Yali pick vegetables, glanced at Zhou Li from the corner of her eye. She must have misheard. Zhou Li said mountain, not three, mainly because of the Sichuan accent. Humph, a line of white egrets flying in the blue sky, a half-wit in front of me. Lanya, don't think that just because you're an ability user, you can act arrogantly in front of me. Little girl. Lanya was also fired up, suddenly standing up. If it weren't for your brother and your mom protecting you, I could make you socially dead in a minute. Do you believe it? When the two started to quarrel, at first, Cheng Yali and Zhou Lin didn't pay much attention. Neither of them expected Lan Yiye to explode in front of Zhou Li like a firecracker. Zhou Li coldly laughed and told Lan Yiye to come at her. Lan Yiye really unleashed her powers against Zhou Li. It wasn't until the powers were released that she suddenly realized. If something happened to Zhou Li, wouldn't Zhou Lin tear her apart? Lan Yiye, are you crazy? When Zhou Lin spoke, he was still beside Zhou Li, but by the time he finished his sentence, his palm was less than a centimeter from Lan Yiye's face. It was still a distance of over 10 meters, yet Zhou Lin didn't even take a second. Before his hand could land, a strong gust of wind blew away Lan Yiye's hairpin, her long black hair flying wildly. Is that it? Zhou Lin paused, turned around, and quickly looked Zhou Li up and down. Are you sure you're okay? No, it can't be. Lan Yiye couldn't believe it. She had definitely gone all out in her anger just now. Even an evolved person might have been affected. How could Zhou Li, a little girl, withstand it? Facts speak louder than words. Zhou Li's disdainful expression made Lan Yiye feel helpless for the first time after gaining her powers, knowing that Zhou Lin had almost been taken down by her back then. You're not human, right? You're not human. You're trash. Zhou Li Bota. Seeming disinclined to talk to Lan Yiye any further, and continued reading and studying. For a while, Zhou Lin couldn't understand why Zhou Li wasn't afraid of Lan Yiye's mental powers. Perhaps it had to do with her intelligence? After the earthquake passed, they could try it out. Even so, he still punished Lan Yiye by not allowing her to eat for 24 hours. For an ordinary person, going without food for 24 hours might be nothing. But for Lan Yiye, who had just exerted herself fully to unleash her powers, it was too difficult. While everyone else was eating in the RV, Lan Yiye could only sit outside, pitifully holding a handful of ice and snow, occasionally licking a bite. However, the more she did that, the more she felt her stomach churning, as if her digestive system was staging a rebellion. If they didn't feed her soon, it felt like she would be digested herself. No one dared to show a hint of sympathy for Lan Yiye in front of Cheng Yali. Since gaining her powers, Cheng Yali not only had a louder voice, but seemed to have become sturdier. Zhou Kaijun, who was already small, stood beside her like a little bird leaning on her. At present, aside from the feuding pair of Lanya and Zhou, everyone else was getting along quite harmoniously. In contrast, the leaders in the shelter were feeling quite troubled. Yixin Xiao had already instructed Wang Pingping to report the information completely upward, waiting to see how the superiors would handle it. About 6 hours later, they finally received a response. Surprisingly, the superior's order was very simple. Just 4 words: prepare for battle and stand by. Prepare for what battle, and stand by for what? It was clear that the superiors were taking the message with a better safe than sorry attitude, not only terminating the order for military support to the earthquake zone, but also ordering them to prepare for battle. Since the superiors meant this, then let us notify everyone. Has the radio station resumed? It has resumed, Zhu Guanghan's secretary said. Old Yi, how do you think we should word the notification? The wording of the notification was crucial. If it was too mild, people might not take it seriously, and if it was too severe, it could lead to panic. What if everyone was tense for several days, but nothing happened in the end? It would affect the credibility of the shelter. How should we say it? Of course, we should tell the truth. Just say we received mysterious information that a major earthquake may occur soon, and out of responsibility for the life and property of the people, the shelter will suspend all construction and return to the ground for a period of time. Yixin Xiao dictated a passage, and after Zhu Guanghan's secretary recorded it, it was reviewed and refined before being sent to the radio station for broadcast. Soon, anyone in Jiazhou City and the surrounding areas who had a radio or any device capable of receiving broadcasts heard the news from the shelter about the imminent major earthquake. An earthquake? No way. A bigger one? We need to find a safe place to move. Let's move now. I won't go. I'd rather die at home than go out. What if I don't get killed by the quake, but end up frozen to death instead? There are all kinds of people in the world. There's a group of people who especially like to go against the government. If you tell them to go east, they will go west. However, most people took targeted measures. For example, moving from tall buildings to single-story houses or relocating their sleeping areas to near the front door. Those who truly believed in the government and had the capability moved their families into tents or temporary shelters made of lightweight materials. The major earthquake loomed like the sword of Damocles hanging overhead. No one knew when it would fall, but once it did, it would undoubtedly deliver a heavy blow. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and aside from aftershocks from the last earthquake, everything seemed normal. Even Huang Minjing began to doubt the accuracy of the shelter's information, unable to help but say it was a waste of time to keep this up and that they should dig out the farm and houses first. It wasn't that Huang Minjing was being finicky. No matter how expensive the RV, the internal space was limited, and it was always inconvenient for 4 or 5 people to squeeze together. Minjing, we need to trust the government. Cheng Yali was still comforting Huang Minjing when son Cheng Hao, who was in charge of taking care of the small animals in the corner of the tent, suddenly ran over. The rabbit has gone crazy. The rabbit has gone crazy. The rabbit has gone crazy? Cheng Yali and the others followed son Cheng Hao over and saw that the usually docile rabbits were actually attacking each other frantically. Their white front teeth became like guillotines, continuously stabbing into their companions' bodies, tearing off chunks of flesh. Quick, separate them. The big rabbits fighting meant the little ones would suffer. It would be a pity if the little rabbits they had bred with such difficulty were lost just like that. However, before they could rescue all the little rabbits, the poultry in the chicken coop suddenly became agitated. Some were crowing, some were squawking, and others were headbutting the metal cages or kicking at the cages. Something's going to happen. Cheng Yali suddenly turned around and shouted toward the RV, "You all be careful, it might." Chapter 79. Magnitude. Zhou Lin initially thought he had caught a cold. His ears were buzzing as if something was covering them, and his nose felt particularly uncomfortable. But soon he realized it wasn't tinnitus. Everyone was hearing the same dull buzzing sound. Suddenly, countless colorful lights appeared in the pitch-black sky. Blue, yellow, red. Primarily these 3 colors. "This is ground light," Jolie quietly said beside him. She had originally been in the car, but he didn't know when she had come to his side. "What?" Jolin asked. "An earthquake. The great earthquake that Lan Yi dreamed about. Animal anomalies. Low-frequency sound waves combined with the ground light appearing in the sky. Anyone with a bit of experience would know this was a sign of a major earthquake. That's why Jolie had come out of the car. It was actually safer to sit in this open area than in the vehicle. How long do you think we have? Zhou Lin often forgot Zhou Li's actual age. Perhaps this was the result of an IQ gap. It could be anywhere from 2 or 3 hours to 2 or 3 days. The ground light in the sky continued to flicker. Strictly speaking, it should be noon now, but due to the special weather conditions of a winter night, it was impossible to see the ground light in normal sunlight. So for Zhou Li, this was a great research opportunity. Although Zhou Lin thought there was nothing to study about earthquakes since they couldn't be predicted. Can't you predict seeing the ground light? It's like talking past each other. Give me a better camera. What do you need that for? Zhou Lin reluctantly took out a camera from his pocket, still the one from the Lai Fu vehicle. However, he couldn't stay with Zhou Li all the time. He still trusted her and needed to ensure everyone was prepared. The frantic rabbits seemed normal again, licking each other's wounds. Zhou Lin told son Cheng Hao to let Blackie out of the car, but it had to be tied up to prevent it from getting scared and running away when the earthquake struck. The others were arranged to sit in the tents, waiting silently. Is it really coming? Cheng Yali stepped out of the tent and asked Zhou Li, who was still filming the ground light. It's getting denser. Zhou Li seemed to be answering a different question, but Cheng Yali understood, turning back to the tent, telling everyone to get ready, as it was likely coming. In fact, not just in Jeju City could the ground light be seen. Almost the entire Bashu region could see the flickering light in the sky, but not everyone knew what it was. However, as a region prone to earthquakes, combined with the shelter's warning information, people in Jeju City were mostly looking for safe places. It's fine to be cold for a while, but if one is trapped under a collapsing building, even if they don't die on the spot, can they still expect others to come and rescue them? To put it bluntly, the entire Xia country and even the whole world can basically be said to be divided by cities and regions, each governing themselves. Although the national level can issue orders, there is nothing to be done if no one listens. At 4 in the afternoon, Zhou Lin suddenly felt a wave of heat throughout his body, as if blood was rushing to his head, making him restless. Perhaps he turned to look at Cheng Yali and Lan Ye, both of whom also looked abnormal, but the others showed no reaction. In the next moment, before Zhou Lin could say anything, the ground began to shake. Earthquake! Watch your feet! Cheng Yali's loud voice immediately drew everyone's attention. Clearly, this earthquake was much stronger than the last one from the very beginning. First it shook up and down, then side to side. The intense composite shaking made it impossible to stand. Almost everyone except Zhou Lin instinctively squatted down or lay flat. The accumulated snow began to collapse in the tremors. Zhou Lin saw the RV sliding into a crack in the snow due to the loss of support. Just as the more than 2-meter-high RV was about to be swallowed by the gap, Zhou Lin staggered over and, at the last moment, pulled it into the Lai Fu vehicle. Somehow, the tent suddenly flew up, uprooted by a gust of wind triggered by the earthquake. However, at this moment, no one felt cold. They could only maintain their original positions and silently pray for the disaster to pass quickly. Far in the north, high-ranking officials, upon receiving the earthquake news, all turned pale. Level 9. The earthquake in Bashu was initially assessed to be above level 9. The damage from the 8-magnitude earthquake years ago had not yet healed, and that was when everything was normal. Is there nothing we can do? Someone asked. No. We only have 30 airships, 2/3 of which are reinforcements from various places. Even if we send them all out, it would only be a drop in the bucket. A drop in the bucket is better than ignoring it. An old man waved his hand. Send all 30 ships out, all of them. But then we'll have no mobility left. What if something happens? What if? What do you mean by what if? It's a level 9 earthquake, comrades. Why do we have mobility? To ensure our safety? To satisfy our material needs? Or is this mobility meant to respond to disasters that occur to the people? Some of you have been selfish and narrow-minded. Eating a bit, taking a bit, being selfish, that behavior of those below, extremely superficial. Which one of you is lacking anything? No one, right? Anyone who can sit in this room, who dares say they haven't received the best care from the country. So what else do you pursue? What else do you think? When a wild goose passes, it leaves a trace. If you are still coveting material enjoyment at this position, I can only say you don't deserve to be here. Since ancient times, who has not faced death. Therefore, what you should think about is how to prove to this world that you existed. Forget it, I won't scold you anymore. In short, I don't want to be a sinner of the people, bearing eternal infamy, so I can disregard my personal safety and put life and death aside. If anyone is unwilling, then leave. The final thoughts of the others remain unknown, but under the old man's insistence, 30 airships took off one after another, loaded with supplies and disaster relief personnel, about to fly thousands of kilometers to the Bashu disaster area without navigation. Meanwhile, that level 9 earthquake had just ended less than an hour ago. Fortunately, the epicenter was not in a densely populated city. There wasn't even a town nearby. If someone could reach the epicenter now, they would find that the topography over an area of hundreds of square kilometers had been completely altered. The once lush forests were now covered with large patches of still warm soil and rocks, with countless ravines intersecting and wide gaps even measuring 7 or 8 meters. Dark and bottomless below, Zhou City was 300 kilometers away from the epicenter, with the maximum magnitude approaching level 7. More than 30% of the buildings in Zhou City collapsed. Over 60% showed cracks and damage, half of which were at risk of collapsing at any moment. The disaster was severe, and cries could be heard everywhere. The moving lights and flames seemed to be the best commentary on this disaster. Is everyone okay? Zhou Lin hugged the still-shocked Wu Shui and crawled out of the snow pit. Chapter 80. She actually escaped at the beginning of the earthquake. Everyone was still able to maintain their balance, but when the strongest tremors hit, the thick snow on the ground was lifted up, obscuring everyone's vision. Zhou Lin had just brought the RV into the Fuhao when he sensed something was wrong and quickly dashed towards the nearest Wu Shui. He had intended to grab Zhou Li as well, but Zhou Li rolled over to Cheng Yali's side at the last moment. Then, more and more snow was tossed in the air and fell back down, quickly burying everything on the snow surface. This wasn't the first time Zhou Lin had been buried in snow. Perhaps it was due to the tremors causing the snow to be less compacted. So he didn't feel short of breath. At least for the short term, he should be fine. Besides worrying whether Wu Shui would be overly startled, he was also concerned about whether the ground beneath the snow would crack. Lan Yi said this area was the least damaged part of the entire Jiazhua city. Zhou Lin thought it might have something to do with the geological structure. The farming area used to be an ancient riverbed, and the entire base was formed by river deposits. This type of geology, although not very strong, is hard to crack due to tremors. This is also one of the reasons why Jiazhua City has never developed in this direction. The cost of building high-rise buildings with deep foundations is very high. Not far from Zhou Lin and Wu Shui, a burst of white snow suddenly exploded. If it weren't for the familiar voice, one might think there had been an explosion. I am suffocating. Honey, Lily, are you okay? Cheng Yali crawled out of the snow pit like a winter bear waking up, moving her arms and legs. Following her were Zhou Li and Zhou Kaijun. The father and daughter looked a bit pale, but other than that, they seemed fine. Seeing Zhou Kaijun and the others, Zhou Lin's worried heart finally relaxed. As for the others who hadn't appeared yet, what others? Over here, a hand emerged from the snow, and Cheng Yali saw it and hurried over to help. In no time, Huang Minjing and her mother were dug out. Apart from being cold, they didn't seem to have any issues. Further away, Haizi's head popped up first, followed by Sun Qinghao. After the man and his dog crawled out, they turned back to rescue the poultry and rabbits they had sheltered underneath. Good dog. Zhou Lin rubbed Haizi's fluffy head and tossed him a large piece of dried beef. Sun Qinghao watched eagerly from the side, almost drooling. You're not bad either. Zhou Lin patted Sun Qinghao's shoulder and gave him a pack of cigarettes and a lighter. Next, they needed to dig out the Zhou family's small courtyard. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have a tent. Luckily, the Lu Shaofeng was still there. Although half of its body was buried in snow, they could still clear the entrance to get in and out. Zhou Lin let everyone go inside to warm up while he found a corner where no one could see him and directly brought out a bulldozer to start working. With a powerful digging capability, dealing with the 2 or 3 meters of snow left after the earthquake was no problem at all. Blocks of snow were pushed aside, and the farmhouse courtyard gradually became visible. The yard was filled with standing water, but fortunately, when Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali left, they had secured the doors and windows. So there wasn't much water inside the house. Only a few doors and windows were broken. On the Lu Shaofeng, everyone was relieved to have survived the disaster. Suddenly, Zhou Li said, "Where's Lan Yeye?" "Who is Lan Yeye?" "Lily, what are you talking about? Is she your friend?" Seeing everyone looking confused, Zhou Li immediately stood up. "I'm going to find my brother." Lang yi ue. While Zhou Lin was releasing various furniture, tools, and supplies from the Fuhao, he spoke to Zhou Li. "You didn't get caught too, did you? Wake up, wake up." Zhou Li tugged at Zhou Lin's ear and shouted. "Hiss." Zhou Lin rubbed his face hard. Zhou Li's shout was indeed effective, as he felt something in his mind suddenly become clear, and then he remembered everything about Lan Yi. There was no doubt that this woman had already escaped, taking advantage of the chaos during the earthquake. Neither Zhou Lin nor Qingyali had time to keep an eye on her, so she activated her abilities to try to erase her existence from Zhou Lin and the others' minds, and then fled. The plan was meticulous and decisive. "Who told you to be soft-hearted, pitying the delicate?" "No, I didn't." "Stop talking nonsense. Forget it. We'll settle it when we meet again." In the icy cold and darkness, Zhou Lin felt that Lan Yi couldn't have gone far. Given her pampered lifestyle, she might freeze or starve before she could even make it back to the city. It was better to focus on the immediate tasks at hand. "You go call the others. We need to clean up." Zhou Lin walked out of the house, looked at the direction, and headed towards the back of the house. Before the heavy snow fell, the terrain here was significantly higher than that on the other side of the house, about 10 to 20 meters, then extending for several kilometers. The bulldozer was brought out again, followed by an excavator. Zhou Lin planned to dig a pit right next to that high embankment, one that was over 300 meters long, about 80 meters wide, and over 30 meters deep. With just Zhou Lin alone, even with the excavator and bulldozer, it would be difficult to complete such a massive project in a short time. Fortunately, by making good use of that long high embankment and with appropriate soil piling, it could relatively reduce some of the workload. No one knew what Zhou Lin had been busy with these past few days. They could only hear the rumbling of machines. Zhou Lin didn't even turn on the vehicle lights, so even if they were curious, they couldn't see anything. The official shelter in Jiazhua was surprisingly not too severely damaged in this earthquake. Once the aftershocks had mostly subsided, Zhu Guanghan began organizing manpower to repair the shelter. Before the temperatures rose and the winter night ended, the importance of the underground shelter was beyond doubt. Not to mention, just for insulation, the underground could outperform the above ground by several streets, making the repair of the underground shelter urgent. At this moment, Zhu Guanghan regretted the most not seizing the time to gather supplies earlier. Now that everything had collapsed, how much manpower and resources would be needed to dig them out? In the end, it would likely be more trouble than it was worth. With a worried expression, Zhu Guanghan walked out of the tent, gazing at the construction site, where people were working late into the night. The number of workers had noticeably decreased. Many had gone out to help. Even if you weren't in a building during a magnitude 7 earthquake, it might not necessarily be safe. If you were unlucky, you could be hit by falling debris, and the unfortunate ones could even be swallowed by fissures. There were also those who didn't believe the shelter warnings and were unwilling or unable to leave the buildings in time. Although these people might be seen as bringing it upon themselves, they still couldn't be ignored when it came to rescue efforts. Everywhere needed manpower, and even with Yi Xinxiao's team deployed, it wasn't enough. Yi Xinxiao herself was on the front lines, digging through building debris with her hands, trying her best to save those who were buried. The disaster didn't only affect Jiazhua. Neighboring provinces close to the epicenter suffered varying degrees of damage. The entire Bashu region was shrouded in gloom, and the closer cities were to the epicenter, the greater the losses. In the sky above the provincial capital of Bashu, bright rays of light descended in rows. Chapter 81 come out, Laifu. Airship. The airship has arrived. In the city of Bashu province, cheers erupted everywhere, and lights and flames illuminated the surroundings of the 8 shelters from different directions. In the leading airship's gondola, Ning Shanyu, who had not rested for 2 days and nights, struggled to open his bloodshot eyes wide. He was looking for any light below, even though the navigation indicated that they had reached the airspace above Bashu province. The airship could not land blindly if there was no light on the ground. Each takeoff and landing was not easy for the airship. Out of 30 airships that set off, only 26 were left, and Ning Shanyu did not want to suffer any more losses. Finally, he saw a shadow of light in his peripheral vision. At 11 o'clock direction, pay attention to formation. Search for signals. Maintain communication. Turn on the signal light to indicate identity. A series of commands flowed continuously from Ning Shanyu's mouth and were relayed to each airship via intercom. The massive size of the airship made it impossible to form a neat formation like airplanes or fighter jets. Sometimes, the line of airships could stretch for several kilometers, and a moment's carelessness could lead to a break in the line or even catastrophic collisions due to a gust of wind or a lightning strike. Ning Shangyu, acting as the transport team leader in this airship fleet, was under immense pressure. If it weren't for the steel will cultivated during his years in the military, he might have collapsed long ago. Regardless, they had finally arrived at Bashu province. The instructions from the higher-ups to Ning Shangyu were to deliver supplies and personnel to Bashu province and then follow the arrangements of the local disaster relief command center. This is the Bashu Province Disaster Relief Command Center. This is the Bashu Province Disaster Relief Command Center. A call came through the radio, and Ning Shangyu picked up the intercom, responding in a hoarse voice, Bashu Province Disaster Relief Command Center. This is the capital support team. Please indicate the landing site with wartime emergency lights. Please indicate the landing site with wartime emergency lights. Received, please give us 3 minutes. Please give us 3 minutes. If the ground personnel dared to make Ning Shangyu wait for 3 minutes under normal circumstances, he would send them directly to a military court after landing. However, under the current conditions, having the ground ready to guide the landing in 3 minutes was already quite difficult. The size of the airship required a larger area for takeoff and landing compared to airplanes, and such conditions were not available now. Our airship is landing. Other airships stand by. Without waiting for the airship to fully touch down, Ning Shangyu eagerly opened the hatch, and the moment he felt the gondola contact the ground, he jumped down. Time was tight, and every second counted. Just as Ning Shangyu was about to make contact with the approaching crowd, an urgent call came from the intercom on his shoulder. Wind speed level 9. Wind speed level 9. Out of control. Our airship is out of control. Descending altitude. Descending altitude. Avoid high-rise buildings. Avoid. Ning Shangyu suddenly paused and looked up at the sky. The flickering lights that marked the shapes of the airships were rapidly transforming from orderly to chaotic. Some were rising quickly. Some were descending rapidly. And some seemed like they were about to collide. Do not try to force control. Do not try to force control. Ning Shangyu pressed the intercom and shouted loudly. Over 20 airships. If they really crashed into each other, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhou family's breeding farm. The old house had been tidied up and reinforced. With the support of a high-power boiler, the temperature in several rooms, including the kitchen and bathroom, was maintained at a relatively comfortable level, making it much more comfortable for the elderly and women who were naturally afraid of the cold. However, Zhou Lin had been acting strangely these past few days. Even Wu Shui rarely saw him. If it weren't for the occasional sounds he made on the intercom, everyone might think something had happened to him. Zhou Lin was indeed very busy. He was digging the foundation while also making appropriate modifications to the Lifu. The characteristic of the symbiosis ability not only allowed Zhou Lin to have a deep understanding of all the equipment connected to the Lifu, but he could also modify the Lifu through his consciousness, provided he had the materials, just like when he modified the El Xiaofeng. During the deep modification process of El Xiaofeng, Zhou Lin discovered that his current range of modifications through consciousness was still at a macro scale. If he were to use a computer analogy, he was currently akin to an ordinary assembler, needing corresponding parts, and the mental consumption was not significant. However, if he attempted to become an ordinary repairman, meaning he could disassemble and assemble small components on the motherboard or solder circuit boards, his mental energy would quickly deplete, causing dizziness and nausea, making it impossible to continue. He wondered if there would be any improvement after his ability upgraded in the future. Nevertheless, for now, he did not need to delve into smaller dimensions for the modifications of Lifu. The foundation had been nearly dug out in the past 2 days. The speed was due to fully utilizing the terrain. The final modifications to Lifu in the storage space were also nearly complete. After Zhou Lin had a good sleep, he called Chung Yali over alone. What are you doing mysteriously? What's going on? Why did you dig such a big pit? Isn't this our back mountain? Due to the lighting, Chung Yali could only see a small part of the huge pit. And Zhou Lin did not explain, but simply told Chung Yali that if she saw him faint later, she should not panic and immediately shove a chocolate bar in his mouth. Without waiting for Chung Yali to ask further, Zhou slightly closed his eyes and moved his arms. In the next moment, Cheng Yali felt as if a sudden whirlwind had arisen beside her, and the huge pit in front of her was instantly filled with something. Zhou stumbled and fell headfirst to the ground. So, Cheng Yali hurriedly reached out, pulling Zhou into her arms, then quickly stuffing the prepared chocolate bar into his mouth, much like 20 years ago. Zhou consciousness was still relatively clear, but his physical energy was drained, and his mental power was nearly exhausted. Mystically speaking, it was as if the flame of his soul was like a candle in the wind, at risk of extinguishing at any moment. Fortunately, with the chocolate bar, a high-energy food, as a supplement, every bit of physical energy restored slightly improved his mental state. Cheng Yali not only fed him, but also habitually kept him warm, which significantly aided Zhou recovery. Even so, Zhou knew he wouldn't wake up anytime soon. He just hoped Cheng Yali could hold on a bit longer and avoid letting anyone else know that he had fainted. What on earth is this? Zhou did not know that Cheng Yali had no intention of going back now. She was completely dumbfounded. How could such a large building suddenly appear in the back mountain? This could be traced back to the orientation in which Zhou had placed Laifu. Laifu was positioned with its stern facing the old house, aligned nearly at a 90-degree angle along the ridge, while Cheng Yali and Zhou were not at the stern, but near the right rear side close to the island. Therefore, the tall building Cheng Yali saw was actually the island that Zhou had disguised by surrounding the radars, antennas, and other equipment on top of the island with a large amount of material and reasonably dividing the floors. The connection between the lower part of the island and the deck was also disguised and reinforced, ultimately making the entire island appear as a slightly odd-shaped building with a height of 38 meters. The reason it was 38 meters was that Zhou laid a suspended layer at a height of 6 meters on the flight deck, which was about 1 meter lower than the pit's surface, facilitating later soil covering. After covering the soil, the part of the disguised building that protruded above ground was only 38 meters tall. In other words, except for the part of the island that is above ground, the entire Laifu ship is actually buried more than a meter underground. This way, even if someone passes by or observes from the air, they can only see a building. However, the covering work has not been completed yet, so when Cheng Yali slowly swept the flashlight across the foundation pit, she was completely stunned. Chapter 82 The Dream of the Super Aircraft Carrier Zhou had been asleep in Cheng Yali's arms for a full 4 hours. To be precise, he was unable to move, but his consciousness remained basically awake. Of course, Cheng Yali did not know this. So all the rambling she used to pass the time was heard word for word by Zhou. What the hell has that little bastard been up to? What is this thing? Is there anything else you haven't told me? Why hasn't Wu Shui's belly shown any movement yet? Mom, I've only been with Wu Shui for a short while. If there were any movement, wouldn't that be a monster? Zhou opened his eyes and said, What monster? Oh, my dear son, you finally woke up. You scare me to death. Come here, let me see. Mom, I'm fine now. Let me show you the ultimate retirement home I prepared for you. Zhou pretended not to hear Cheng Yali's earlier ramblings. After all, how could his son argue with his mother? The ultimate retirement home wasn't just a joke either. At this moment, his supernatural experience had increased significantly. Symbiosis, Intermediate 3121 10,000. Currently symbiotic vehicles. Laifu, Large Water Surface Vehicle. Luxiafeng, Medium Ground Vehicle. Available symbiotic vehicles. 0 storage space. 1-2 strength symbiosis. 5. 3 minutes 24 hours evolution level. 5. 3. 5,351 10,000. The increase in supernatural experience was related to both the frequency and intensity of his use. Through the modification of a Laifu, Zhou gained a deeper understanding of the symbiosis ability. He didn't know if there would be other changes to his abilities in the future, but he had a feeling that if he had enough materials, he could even transform the Laifu into a super aircraft carrier capable of flying and traveling through the earth. If that time ever came, regardless of whether Cheng Yali and the others gained abilities and evolved, even if they didn't, under the protection of such a super aircraft carrier, they could survive comfortably in the Laifu, even if the world ended or the planet exploded. However, just having these few people around felt a bit lonely. It might be better to find more people to join them. What are you dawdling for? I'm still waiting. Oh, I just woke up. Take it easy, take it easy. Accompanied by a smile, Zhou Lin quickly led the way to the large door of the island tower located on the ground. Upon opening this door and entering the island tower, the first thing that presented itself to Chengyali was an extremely spacious and high foyer. With a width exceeding 8 meters and a depth of more than 15 meters, it nearly spanned the entire floor with a height of over 8 meters. The reason for transforming the foyer this way was to accommodate the Luxia Feng and other vehicles that might need to enter and exit in the future. Weapons were either hidden or directly exposed on the walls and ceilings, mostly the Vulcan machine guns that Zhou Lin had taken from the warehouse. Regardless of their effectiveness, the mere sight of them made Chengyali hesitate to move. They're all fake. What if someone rushes in and sees these things? Zhou Lin joked half seriously, and Chengyali slapped him, which actually hurt Zhou Lin. It should be noted that Zhou Lin's physical quality was now 5 times that of an average person, and Chengyali's strength was no more than a tickle. Mom, what's your current evolution level? Zhou Lin couldn't help but ask. What evolution level? How would I know? Don't know. So Chengyali can't see the supernatural level and evolution level? Then what level is your supernatural ability? Zhou Lin asked again. Beginner. Mom, how did you determine your ability is beginner level? Well, I just know it naturally. Is there any need for a reason? Hey, how does this door open? Password. Zhou Lin helped Chengyali open the door. He couldn't modify high-tech gadgets like facial recognition and fingerprint input. He would wait for Zhou Li to come in and handle that, as she was the expert in that area. The foyer they just entered was actually the parking lot of the entire building. Due to its size, Zhou Lin did not divide the parking lot into 2 levels, and passing through this password door was considered truly entering the interior of the building. For Chengyali, this building seemed very rigid, with metal materials everywhere and no common decorative materials in sight. Fortunately, this did not affect the building's use, and Chengyali felt that this made her feel more secure. It's just a bit cold, Chengyali said. There will definitely be thermal insulation treatment later. I've only completed the most basic construction work. In short, this will be our home in the future. As for our old house, that's just for concealing our whereabouts. You see, this place has electricity, and I guarantee the power supply here is much more sufficient than you think. Really? That's great. The structure inside the island tower is very complex. Zhou Lin put a lot of thought into the modifications, trying to make it look as much like an ordinary building as possible. Of course, in a post-apocalyptic world, one couldn't expect every room to have windows. That would not only be unsafe, but also affect the energy efficiency and insulation of the house. Many rooms were sealed off by Zhou Lin mainly because the equipment, instruments, and other things inside couldn't be moved and had to be hidden. They could be opened when needed. Moreover, in Zhou Lin's view, living in the island was not a long-term thing. As time went on, he might gradually loosen up on the use of the lower levels, and at that time, he would also redesign and modify the entire Laifu. Zhou Lin felt it was best to discuss such matters with Zhou Li. Even in the building, intercoms could receive signals. On the other end, Zhou Kaijun had already called Chengyali several times, and in the end, Chengyali had to give up her plan to tour the entire building and return to the old house with Zhou Lin. On the way, Chengyali asked Zhou Lin when he planned to move in. It wasn't that she was fickle. It was mainly the sense of security that the steel walls provided was too strong. In a mother's heart, the safety of her family is always the top priority. We have to wait for the basic renovation to finish, right? Wait for what? You're doing it alone. How long will that take? Don't others have hands? Okay, Mom. Whatever you say goes. Zhou Lin quickly surrendered, or else Chengyali's slap would come again. He really couldn't understand how, without seeing how Chengyali trained, her physical quality improved so quickly. In fact, Zhou Lin just had to think about Chengyali's foundation to understand. The starting point was different. Upon returning home, Chengyali first secretly communicated with her family, Zhou Kaijun and Zhou Li, stating that the building had been there all along and that Zhou Lin's special ability should not be exposed, and then she told everyone about it. As for why the building was almost entirely made of steel structure and why the interior was so strange, Chengyali felt there was no need to explain. Anyone who had objections could just not move in. However, before Chengyali could announce this news, Zhou Lin suddenly stood up and rushed out of the house. Hey, what are you doing? We're eating. Chengyali tried to stop him, but couldn't. Outside the house, Zhou Lin looked up at the pitch-black night sky. where a few flashes were descending toward the old house in the distance. Chapter 83. The Falling Star Dam. Zhou Lin didn't have time to calculate the probability of his old house being hit by that thing in the sky. He didn't even dare to think about it. "Come out, hurry!" Zhou Lin shouted into the intercom. As for whether the supplies he had just arranged were a pity if people were lost. What value would they have then? Fortunately, the whole family was at the dining table, responding to his call. Even Heizai rushed out, barking at the sky with his head raised. What is that? It seemed there were lights in the sky. The others couldn't see as clearly as Zhou Lin. Even the best among them, Cheng Yali, could only vaguely see a couple of bright spots. But soon they all noticed that the object was descending quite rapidly. Zhou Lin had a clearer view than the others, and as a symbiotic entity, he could also receive messages from the Lai Fu ship. It was the radar on the Lai Fu that had sounded the alarm, prompting him to drop his chopsticks and rush out. Currently, the simulation results on the Lai Fu indicated a collision probability of 0 to 43. The reason for such a peculiar probability was mainly because the trajectory of that thing was utterly erratic. Fortunately, Zhou Lin quickly recognized what it was. "Is it a plane?" Wu Shui leaned against Zhou Lin and asked. "No, it looks like a dirigible." Not only did Zhou Lin not believe it, but anyone with a bit of historical knowledge or even common sense would know that dirigibles have been obsolete for many years. If someone really thought that, it just showed a lack of knowledge. Jolie looked down on the others' reactions. "Don't you guys know that dirigibles are still in use?" Indeed, that was the case. Not only were there dirigible-related competitions held abroad every year, but dirigibles still played important roles in many fields. However, the dirigible in Zhou Lin's site was quite enormous, several hundred meters long perhaps. Watching the wobbling dirigible descend, Zhou Lin made a difficult decision. "Mom, take them to the new house. If that thing is filled with fuel and explodes, we'll all be done for." New house. Everyone exchanged glances, unsure of what he meant. "Go," Cheng Yali shouted, waking everyone up. They couldn't afford to dawdle now. What if something happened? No one bothered to grab anything, nor did they notice that Zhou Lin had no intention of leaving. Even if it exploded, Zhou Lin wasn't afraid. Besides, the actual probability of it hitting the old house wasn't high. Since they were all heading to the Lai Fu, it was better to take the opportunity to relocate everyone. Furthermore, the dirigible in the sky was definitely being piloted, and Zhou Lin hadn't yet figured out how to handle it if there were survivors. The soil layer on the Lai Fu was only a meter thick. If the dirigible exploded, it would directly expose the steel plate underneath. And who knows what might leak out. Zhou Lin didn't want to become a target so soon. It wouldn't be good if enemies were everywhere. Just a moment ago, Zhou Lin was fantasizing that if he ever had the opportunity, he might go to a port in the beautiful country to find a few large warships as supplies for the Lai Fu, gradually growing it. The dirigible continued to descend. Its speed wasn't fast, but it was clear it no longer had the ability to fly out of this range, and both its direction and altitude were uncontrollable. When Cheng Yali and the others entered the Lai Fu, the dirigible finally came into full view for Zhou Lin. Zzz. Static crackled through the intercom, and Zhou Lin adjusted the frequency, soon receiving a voice. "Is anyone there? Is there anyone nearby? We are a dirigible convoy from the capital, encountering strong winds. Making an emergency landing near Jiazhou City. Making an emergency landing near Jiazhou City." The voice repeated, with slight variations in tone each time, indicating it wasn't a recorded message. Yet, under such circumstances, the broadcaster remained calm, which fully demonstrated their psychological resilience. Sighing, Zhou Lin opened his headset. "To the dirigible above, you're about 100 meters from the ground right now. How can I help you?" Zzz. "Thank you. Are you from the Jiazhou City government or military? Why care about that at a time like this? You can consider me a civilian radio enthusiast. Just hurry and tell me what you need. Although I might not be able to help, you have to take a chance." Zhou Lin replied. "Zzz. All right. We need ground fire or lights as guidance. The dirigible can barely be controlled. Please guide us to an uninhabited area. Otherwise, we might harm innocent people. Please guide us to an uninhabited area." Fine, just because of that statement, Zhou Lin decided to give him a chance. After calculating on the Lai Fu, Zhou Lin ran to a field 800 meters away from the old house and set up a laser flashlight. In the pitch-black night sky, The laser flashlight was perhaps the brightest light apart from searchlights. Zizzes. We see it. We'll do our best. Thank you. The communication from the dirigible was cut off. Zhou Lin shrugged. As long as it didn't explode on his house, he would be fine. However, why would the country send out a dirigible? Was it for disaster relief? The thought of that possibility made Zhou Lin feel a bit uneasy. So the saying goes, a golden nest or silver nest is not as good as one's own doghouse. No matter how the outside world slanders and tarnishes Xia country, just look at how the country and military behave during great disasters, and you will know that living in Xia country is definitely a good choice in this world. The dirigible was getting lower and lower. Although it wobbled, it persistently descended towards the direction of the laser flashlight. Zhou Lin, who initially planned to leave quietly, quickly returned home to drag some supplies with an old but sturdy sled, heading towards the laser light. If the people on the dirigible were all dead, Zhou Lin would collect some items and see if he could keep some relics to give to Suzy Yuan. He couldn't let the families of these heroes who came to assist be left in the dark. As for whether there were survivors, perhaps the supplies in the sled could still be of use. Boom! Despite how light the dirigible seemed, it was actually very heavy. This batch of dirigibles varied in size, but even the lightest pod weighed over 10 tons. Coupled with the weight of the gas bag itself, if it completely lost buoyancy and fell, it would be terrifying. Snow flew, and the sound was like thunder, creating a sensation of the ground shaking within a radius of several hundred meters. However, Zhou Lin knew this was just his illusion. If it really shook the ground, the Lai Fu would have alarmed him. Fortunately, it was just that one impact. There was no explosion or fire. That was already a stroke of good luck. After observing for a moment and determining that there probably wouldn't be any danger, Zhou Lin hurried over. Supplies were indeed tempting, but he still had some compassion, especially when the other party was military personnel. Though, Wang Pingping didn't count. Without turning on any light sources, Zhou Lin relied entirely on his night vision to advance. Soon he saw the pod that had fallen to the ground, along with a huge gas bag that looked like a deflated whale. The gas in the hull might not have completely leaked yet, so part of the hull still stood upright, swaying with the night wind. It was just a pity that the pod was too heavy, otherwise it wouldn't have fallen so hard. If Zhou Lin wasn't mistaken, the pod must have sunk 2/3 into the snow. Even if there were people inside when it fell, if it took too long to get them out, they might suffocate. Didn't they know to throw out things to reduce weight? Isn't that common sense for dirigible or balloon flight? Chapter 84. Silly driver. The intercom crackled with the signal from the airship, and Zhou Lin tentatively called out twice. But there was no response. Looking at the pod buried 2/3 underground, Zhou Lin fell into distress. After the Lai Fu turned into a base, Zhou Lin realized a serious problem. The space was gone. To be precise, that super large space was gone. The symbiosis ability only allowed for the storage space of symbiotic vehicles. Once the symbiotic vehicle was released, this dedicated space could not be used. So now, the only space Zhou Lin could utilize was in the RV Lu Xiaofeng. Although he could pack some things if he tidied up, it was nothing compared to Lai Fu. The crackling continued, and a weak voice came through the earpiece. Zhou Lin was overjoyed. How are you? What are the casualties? The pod is buried in the snow. I can't even find the door. The door is at the back of the pod. Highest point, you can dig. It wasn't signal interference. Zhou Lin could tell that the other party was exerting all their strength to say these few words. Any more, and they wouldn't be able to manage. Okay, wait there. Zhou Lin maneuvered to the back of the pod. Perhaps it was luck, or maybe the front of the pod was heavier than the back. But it seemed that the back was buried less deeply. The basic tools in Lu Xiaofeng were still available, and Zhou Lin took out a multi-functional shovel and began to dig like crazy. If someone else were to do it, they definitely wouldn't be able to dig like Zhou Lin, who was shoveling like a mole, sending snow flying several meters high, like a mini snowstorm. A few minutes later, Zhou Lin felt the shovel hit metal and quickly slowed down, turning on the flashlight on his shoulder. The black door panel looked like some special aluminum material. Not very sturdy, as it was scratched by the iron shovel. Continuing to dig along the door panel, Zhou Lin soon saw the door handle. However, just seeing the door handle wasn't enough. Under the pressure of the snow, it couldn't be opened. Zhou Lin kept digging until nearly the entire back door was exposed. then put down the shovel and tried again. Click. The sound of the door lock was clear, evidently locked from the inside. Fortunately, this didn't stump Zhou Lin. He swung the shovel, aimed at the lock, and struck it several times. Indeed, there was no lock that couldn't be opened by violence. If it didn't open, it just meant he wasn't violent enough. Slowly, he pulled the back door open a crack, stood at the entrance for a few seconds, and, hearing no movement, he cautiously stepped inside. 1, 2, 3. The back door should be the cargo hold, filled on both sides with package supplies, leaving only a passage less than 60 centimeters wide, where a soldier in camouflage lay. They were not dead. They seemed to have fainted, as indicated by their heartbeats and breathing. Zhou Lin didn't rush to wake them. Seeing their state, he knew they were merely exhausted and could use some more sleep. Crossing the cargo hold, which occupied almost half of the pod, Zhou Lin was met with a group of slumped figures. There were about 50 of them, young and strong. The culprit that caused these soldiers to collectively faint was likely hypoxia due to decompression. Now that the back door was open, he believed they would wake up soon. Zhou Lin wanted to find someone awake to ask a question, but he walked all the way to the cockpit before hearing any noise inside. The sound of a gun being cocked. "Don't be nervous," Zhou Lin said through the cabin door. "I was the one who communicated with you just now. Don't you remember? Are you from the local government or military?" A voice from the cockpit replied, sounding like a child. "Damn, why are there kids on the battlefield?" Zhou Lin cursed inwardly. Has the personnel shortage reached such an extent? "No, but I've already come in." Zhou Lin didn't know how to explain. "I came in through the back door." "The back door? You open it so quickly? Can you tell me what's happening outside?" "What's happening outside? Don't you have cameras in the cockpit?" They were all fainted, but so far, it seemed there were no casualties. "Is there no pressurized oxygen in your cabin and cargo hold?" "No, that equipment is too heavy. It wastes lift." "Can you help save them?" "How to save them?" Zhou Lin was a bit annoyed. He felt it was disrespectful to point a gun at him without even opening the door and then ask him to save people. "I don't know. Just please help. Also, we can't contact the local government or military. Do you know what's going on?" It was obvious that the lack of contact was due to the aftereffects of the earthquake. Many power and communication devices still hadn't been repaired. Wanting to establish long-distance radio communication wasn't something that could be done quickly. Actually, he had already saved them. Once the oxygen concentration rose, they would naturally wake up. Zhou Lin thought if they got frostbite and died, it wouldn't be his responsibility anymore. Without Laifu's space as a substitute, Zhou Lin was no longer the magician who could conjure various supplies at will. "Thank you so much, but I still can't open the door. I have to wait until we can contact the local government or military. Can you help, please?" "Help again? I'm not some magical cat." Zhou Lin's heart screamed. This was too ungrateful. He couldn't serve them forever. Was it okay for him to leave? "Why aren't you answering? Is it that you don't want to help?" "Don't worry, the government and military will thank you, and the disaster victims." Hearing the mention of disaster victims, Zhou Lin hesitated and retracted his steps. "I'll give it a try." He contacted the shelter in Jiazhou. Ordinary equipment wouldn't work, but through Laifu's high-power transmitter, Zhou Lin succeeded. "Airship? Zhou Lin, are you joking? Shouldn't you be in Lanshan community?" The reply came from Suzy Yuan. "It was uncomfortable living on the top floor, so I moved back to my hometown." "Director Su, you want to ignore this just because it's not your territory, will you? If you really don't want to manage it, just say so. I'll immediately drag it to the scrap station. It's a big mess, at least it can sell for some money." "Damn scrap station." Su Zion thought he never said he wouldn't take care of it. The key was that he couldn't manage this matter. It had to be reported. After all, the situation was so tense now that even Commander Zhu Guanghan and Deputy Commander Yi Xinxiao had gone out for earthquake relief. He had just returned and was caught by the radio management team for conscription since he was currently the highest-ranking official there. "Wait for me a few minutes. I'll report immediately." Su Ziyuan didn't dare to agree without permission for a reason. What if Zhou Lin was lying? If Zhou Lin had really gone back to his hometown, and then the old house, which wasn't earthquake-resistant, collapsed, trapping his family beneath? If Zhou Lin wanted to ask for official help, telling the truth wouldn't help? How could they save the faraway first before the nearby? All right, there are probably several tons of supplies and 50 to 60 people. Oh, the airship's hull number is 024. After Zhou Lin finished speaking, he cut off the communication, turned to look at the airship pod, and saw that the open back door had already formed frost, indicating that the low temperature was spreading inside. Damn, I should have brought some oxygen tanks. Right? Maybe there are some in those supplies. To maintain the temperature inside the pod, the door couldn't be left open, but closing it would cause the oxygen concentration to drop. Chapter 85. The flowers outside the long pavilion. After dozens of oxygen packs were opened simultaneously, Zhou Lin closed the tail cabin. He had just dragged a few soldiers from the cargo hold to the cabin, so everyone could share the oxygen. No one would lose out. As the oxygen concentration in the cabin gradually increased, some soldiers' heart rates began to rise. They might be waking up soon. Zhou Lin, are you there? Su Ziyuan's voice came through the intercom. You guys are really slow. There are dozens of lives at stake. Aren't you going to save them? I'm sorry, but I have to follow the protocols. Can you tell us the exact location? We'll come as fast as we can. All right, who told you to be the official? Zhou Lin provided the specific location and reminded Su Ziyuan to bring more vehicles. If necessary, sleds that could carry cargo would also do. The airship wouldn't be moving anymore. Zhou Lin didn't want the authorities to set up camp here for these supplies. If the island's command center was discovered by them, it would be a problem. He knocked on the cockpit door and said, I've contacted the authorities. They'll be here soon. Hello, say something. Thank you. Separated by a hatch. Zhou Lin didn't know that the faint voice was barely audible because her mouth was pressed against the door. 1/3 of the cockpit had been crushed and deformed during the crash. The pilot and co-pilot seated at the front died on the spot, and the communications officer was knocked unconscious from the impact. It was Lu, the female soldier who had been speaking with Zhou Lin, who woke the communications officer and completed the conversation with Zhou Lin. Unfortunately, due to excessive blood loss, the communications officer also sacrificed her life. Luyan didn't open the door for Zhou Lin because she couldn't confirm his identity. The cockpit was different from the cargo hold. It involved many national and military secrets. No one could enter without approval from higher authorities or trustworthy personnel. This was also Lu Yun's duty. She was injured herself, and quite severely. If she had opened the hatch when Zhou Lin arrived, he might have been able to save her life. He could have called Wu Shui to come, or taken her directly to the old house. Given Wu Shui's medical skills, it shouldn't have been an issue. But at that critical moment, Lu Yun thought not of her own safety, but of her mission and responsibilities. By not opening the door, she ensured that the people outside could not fully control the airship, which served as a good deterrent and protected state secrets. By the time Su Ziyuan and his team arrived with a large convoy, many soldiers in the cabin had already regained consciousness. They didn't doubt that Zhou Lin had saved them. They were just all very distressed over the loss of the oxygen. Those were disaster relief supplies. What's going on? Am I wrong? Zhou Lin laughed. Disaster relief supplies? Let me ask you, who said man can conquer nature? As soldiers of our Xia country, when did you start relying on external conditions? Or do you think the lives of dozens of souls are worth less than a few oxygen packs? Without the oxygen packs, you would be useless. You wouldn't be able to save anyone. Who saves more, a few oxygen packs, or you dozens of people? Although I have never been a soldier, I respect you. Please remember this. When you think that the lives of the common people are more important than your own, those people you have helped, rescued, and protected feel the same way about you. Don't worry about the loss of some supplies, because you're the most precious asset of our country and our common people. Despite Zhou Lin's age being similar to that of the soldiers, as a reborn individual, he felt as if he was looking at children. Young soldiers, you are pure, passionate, and filled with love for your country and people. That's why you're the most lovable people. Zhou Lin hoped they could all survive and live well. Even if the world was pitch black, he hoped they would remain steadfast, pure, passionate, always upholding fairness and justice, always standing with the common people. Bang, bang, bang. There was a knocking sound from the tail cabin. Zhou Lin quietly stood up. You all rest. It should be the people from the government shelter arriving. Upon hearing it was government personnel, the soldiers stopped. 2 minutes later, a weary-looking Su Ziyuan entered the cabin with a group. Who is in charge? I am Su Ziyuan, Deputy Director of the Logistics Management Office of the Jiaxu City Shelter. Here is my identification. The person in charge is in the cockpit, a soldier said. The cockpit? Zhou Lin, why don't you go check on the cockpit? Zhou Lin shrugged. I can't get in. He hadn't received permission. Permission? Although Su Ziyuan had always been in the system, there was still a significant difference between the system and the military. After the soldiers explained, Zhou Lin understood why the person in the cockpit never opened the door. When Su Ziyuan expressed his willingness to take full responsibility, the soldiers finally agreed to forcibly break down the door. Unfortunately, it was too late. Lu Yun, lying at the door, was barely clinging to life. A pool of blood beneath her painted a grim picture. Even in her last moments, when she felt the door being broken open, she still struggled to open her eyes. Who? The password. It was a female soldier. Zhou Lin finally understood why he felt a childish tone. What a pity. This is my identification. My name is Su Ziyuan. On behalf of the people of Bashu, the people of Jiashu, and all those affected by the disaster, thank you for your support. Thank you. As Su Ziyuan slowly bowed to Lu Yun, Zhou Lin and others from the shelter also bent down. A faint smile appeared on Lu Yun's pale face. No need to thank me. This is what I should do. Ah, such beautiful flowers. Is it dawn? I see flowers and Mom. Shoo. Zhou Lin raised a finger to Su Ziyuan and the others. No one is allowed to cry, because Lu Yun can still hear it. Tears will only ruin her last beautiful feeling for this world. Gently squatting down, Zhou Lin whispered a low tune in Lu Yun's ear, outside the long pavilion. By the ancient path, fragrant grass stretches to the sky. Ask when you will return, do not hesitate. Giggling, Lu Yun suddenly let out a soft laugh, her pale red lips slightly parted. So beautiful, so beautiful. At 18, the flowers of 18. Zhou Lin took a deep breath and slowly walked out of the pod. Outside, it was still pitch black, cold, and piercing to the heart. But Zhou Lin felt a fire burning in his heart. He saw Lu Yun, smiling in the flames, waving goodbye to him. What made someone like Lu Yun persist in such difficult times? He didn't know. Perhaps it was a lack of understanding, Zhou Lin thought. Zhou Lin, we are ready to take the supplies and personnel away. Su Yuan walked over, raising his hand to pat Zhou Lin's shoulder, only to find he was too short to reach, feeling awkward and having to retract his hand. What do you want to say? I don't need anything. Hurry up and leave. Seeing you all makes me anxious. Zhou Lin waved his hand. Okay. By the way, do you need bullets? We can't take the airship for now. Leaving them inside is risky. Oh, Zhou Lin understood. This must be Su Ziyuan or the shelter's reward for him. Then thank you. Director Su. Not at all. You helped us too. Are you sure you won't go back to the city? I'm not going back. What about Lu Yun and the others? We'll take them back with us, Su Ziyuan said solemnly. You can rest assured. Chapter 86, another new home in the Ship Island building. Although Zhou Lin was not present, Cheng Yali was there. Having already understood the general allocation plan, Cheng Yali made arrangements for the rooms. First, everyone's daily activities were mainly on the 6th floor. Starting from the bottom, the 4th floor above the entrance hall had nearly 200 square meters of usable space, divided into 10 small rooms, 3 bathrooms, and a dining kitchen, with no living room. This floor could only be accessed from the entrance hall and cannot be accessed further up, specifically prepared for people like Sun Qinghao. The 5th floor was accessible from another small staircase in the entrance hall, leading to the 6th floor, but there was a sealed hatch door that could be locked if necessary. This floor also had nearly 200 square meters of space, divided into 4 suites, a kitchen, and a dining room, currently allocated for Huang Minjing and her mother. The 6th, 7th, and 8th floors were prepared by Zhou Lin for his own family. Due to the shape of the ship island getting smaller as it went up, the floor area on these 3 floors was not as large as that of the lower 2 floors. But combined they exceeded it and were not smaller than the actual usable area of the Lawn Mountain apartment. Once inside the Ship Island building, everyone's astonishment grew even more. The cold metallic material, although seemingly harsh, looked much safer than ordinary concrete buildings. Some soft furnishings prepared by Zhou Lin were piled in each room. But he didn't take over the arrangements. He was just lazy. Electricity? Heating? Huang Minjing was the most surprised. She knew very well how much it would cost to build such a building. So how much did the Zhou family actually spend? No, having money wasn't the key point. The key was how the Zhou family thought to build such a large building. How did they coordinate with the local authorities? And what methods did they use to obtain the permits? As for Sun Qinghao, he thought less about it. Although he used to be infatuated with Huang Minjing, facing reality made him grow quickly. Now, aside from wanting to survive, his only hope was to contact his family. Unfortunately, this wish was hard to fulfill. At this stage, The country could only ensure that most people knew about the local government's movements and the concerns of the higher-ups through the radio. And restoring previous communication was undoubtedly a pipe dream. Since Zhou Lin had instructed Cheng Yali, after allocating the rooms, she didn't take further charge. As a single person, Sun Qinghao was a pragmatist. He decided to just decorate one room for living and do a simple job in the kitchen. He thought he could eat in his room, so there was no need for a dining room. Huang Minjing had similar thoughts. Her mother was older, and she felt uneasy living separately, so they would share a suite. And a well-maintained kitchen would be enough. Zai naturally lived upstairs with the Zhou family, while Zhou Li's hydroponic dreams and the remaining poultry and rabbits were arranged in the basement below the entrance hall. The first basement was allocated by Zhou Lin as a workshop and warehouse, mainly appearing to store everyone's living supplies. Currently, both Huang Minjing and Sun Qinghao were quite impoverished. The Huang family had some clothes and personal belongings, while Sun Qinghao was truly empty-handed. For a long time to come, both Huang Minjing and Sun Qinghao would have to work for the Zhou family. Otherwise, they would end up eating for free. Thus, Sun Qinghao's main task was to clean the entrance hall, learn vehicle maintenance and repair, and do various heavy work within his capabilities. Huang Minjing, on the other hand, was responsible for the relatively lighter work on the second basement floor, along with Wu Shui and Zhou Li. The dirty and heavy tasks would still have to be done by Sun Qinghao. Zhou Li's primary task was to complete the smart transformation of the entire building, mainly installing surveillance cameras. After Su Ziyuan and others left, Zhou Lin did not immediately return to the Ship Island building, but went to the old house. Using the Lu Xiaofeng to transport some usable materials to the entrance hall of the Ship Island building, calling everyone to come and help move. After finishing that, he made another trip, and on the third trip, he brought Sun Qinghao along to transport the mobile home he had reissued and the last batch of supplies to the Ship Island building. When the two large trucks were unloaded, the originally spacious entrance hall seemed a bit crowded. Zhou Lin told everyone to go back and rest first, and not to wander around unnecessarily to avoid misunderstandings. After all, this building belonged to the Zhou family. His words were mainly a warning to Sun Qinghao and a precaution for Huang Minjing, as human hearts are hard to read. Moreover, more people would definitely join in the future, so it was best to establish rules now, so newcomers would have something to follow. Since the great earthquake, Zhou Lin had not had a proper rest. Even a tough person could not withstand such turmoil. So this time he planned to take a good nap, and instructed Cheng Yali not to disturb him unless necessary. He could rest, but many people had no time to even close their eyes. The devastating earthquake that shook the entire Basha region caused immeasurable losses. Although the winter nights forced a large number of people to gather in relatively sturdy shelters, these shelters were not vaults and could not withstand a magnitude 9 earthquake. The difference was only in the extent of damage. If it was an underground shelter transformed from a subway station, the situation would be even more tragic. When the earthquake struck, many people were buried under rubble. As time passed, some could no longer hold on and passed away, while others struggled in agony. And those who were still alive could only rely on the help of others. In the face of such a major disaster, only the state and the military could bear the heavy burden. When the news of the shelter in Jiazhou City, finding the number 024 airship, reached the provincial shelter, it immediately caused a wave of cheers. The sudden storm had caused 3 airships in the airship fleet to go off course, including number 024, originally sent for disaster relief. The airship fleet ordered that once they learned that the number 024 airship had crashed and could not be repaired temporarily, the support team and supplies on board would be directly assigned to the Jiazhou City shelter for unified arrangements. Good. Wang Pingping couldn't help but pump his fist upon hearing this news. He had been busy for almost 3 days, and he looked much thinner, with bloodshot eyes and blisters at the corners of his mouth due to fatigue and lack of nutritional supplements. Even so, Yi Xinxiao still couldn't let him rest. In Wang Pingping's own words, since his brothers were working hard, why should he rest? He felt deep sympathy for the soldiers below, who had also grown from ordinary soldiers. Even if he had to suffer a little more and eat a little less meat, he wanted to ensure that his men were well fed and warm. Of course, when it was time to train and discipline, he would never be soft-hearted because they were soldiers, and sweating more during peacetime meant bleeding less during wartime with special training. Then I'll assign you a task. Yi Xinxiao thought for a moment. He had to let this kid catch his breath, or he would really be worn out. What task? I'm not going to rest. Who said you were resting? The wreckage of the number 024 airship cannot be wasted. It's all good material. Go and bring it back. Chapter 87. Who is your good brother? After the Lifu was released, it did not affect the symbiosis with Zhou Lin. On the contrary, because it was released into the real space, many of its abilities could be displayed. For example, it could use radar and other detection devices to monitor the surrounding environment. To put it bluntly, as long as Zhou Lin wanted, he could now use the electronic equipment on the Lifu to monitor the entire Jiazhou city. No creature larger than a cat could escape. So when Wang Pingping led the convoy over with great momentum, Zhou Lin immediately woke up from his dream. I only slept for a few hours, just a few hours. He painfully tugged at his hair. Even as an ability user and an evolver, he was still human and needed rest. Fortunately, Zhou Lin's morning grumpiness came quickly and left just as quickly. After all, in the apocalypse, there wasn't much time to be angry. Every day was a struggle just to get a bite to eat, and it took energy to be angry. Climbing to the top of the ship island, others found it useless because it was pitch black and nothing could be seen, but Zhou Lin was different. Evolution not only gave him considerable night vision abilities, but as long as he was still on the Lifu, he could directly utilize its capabilities. With various detection methods combined with his night vision abilities, Zhou Lin could not only see the convoy, but even clearly see Wang Pingping's face, who was dozing off in the passenger seat of the lead car. It should not be coming for me. Zhou Lin estimated that it was most likely for the crashed airship. Should I go deal with it? Zhou Lin felt a bit conflicted. If I don't go, I'm afraid that Wang Pingping will be wandering around aimlessly, and if he accidentally crashes into the ship island, it would be troublesome. If I go, Zhou Lin wasn't particularly fond of dealing with Wang Pingping. He was too straightforward, with a standard military personality, and even with the environment changed like this, he still didn't know how to be flexible. However, those who are easily adaptable are also more easily changed by the environment, and might even become corrupt or go down the wrong path. Black Zai, let's go. Hearing that he could go out, Black Zai was overjoyed, wagging his tail. Mainly, it was inconvenient to let him play with the rabbits, chickens, ducks, and geese, so he was always kept at home for fear of getting depressed. Considering the temperature outside, Zhou Lin put a coat on Black Zai, even putting snow boots on him since there was no veterinarian at home. At this point, everyone was busy. Zhou Li continued to install the surveillance. Wu Shui assisted, and Zhou Kaijun could only go to the second basement floor to take care of the poultry and crops, while Cheng Yali was busy preparing lunch. I might not be back for lunch, Zhou Lin said. Why? Were you going to eat outside? Can't you order takeout? I'm not hungry, Zhou Lin replied, and pulled Black Zai into the elevator. Passing through the hall, Zhou Lin felt that the vehicles he prepared were still not enough. Fortunately, there was no shortage of various vehicles on the Lifu, and he planned to modify a few and keep them as backups for everyone. When Su Ziyuan and others left, they specifically stuffed a radio beacon in the airship, and Wang Pingping followed the beacon this time. On the way, he could still see the tire tracks left from last time, so he didn't go in circles. When the searchlight on the roof of the car lit up the outline of the airship, Wang Pingping finally woke up. Are we there? It's just ahead, boss. It seems I woke up just in time. Everyone in the back, listen up, maintain speed and distance. Don't crash into each other later. After saying a few words on the intercom, Wang Pingping's attention turned back to the front. Even though it was converted to a tracked vehicle, there was still a possibility of sliding on the thick snow, so the driver stopped the car several dozen meters away from the airship. It's so damn cold. Having gotten used to the temperature inside the vehicle, Wang Pingping shivered several times when he suddenly jumped out into the cold wind. However, humans do have strong adaptability to the environment. Even in harsh conditions like winter nights, nothing can stop people from going out. The key is that the number of people who actually get frostbite or become ill from the cold is decreasing. No wonder someone once said that the strongest surviving animal in the world besides the 4 pests is probably humans. Thus, humans are the 5th pest, stronger than the previous 4 combined. By the time the convoy stopped, Wang Pingping had already circled around the airship. He had a rough idea of how to disassemble and transport it, and picked up the intercom to start arranging things. I heard that the Zhou family also lives nearby. How come I haven't come to take advantage of this big piece of wool? That's not like his character. Wang Pingping never forgot about Zhou Lin, perhaps because of the unpleasantness between them, or because Zhou Lin, as a civilian, legally owning firearms made Wang Pingping feel uneasy, or for other reasons. Commander Wang personally came. Zhou Lin slowly walked over with a flashlight, and the two soldiers who originally wanted to stop him were waved away by Wang Pingping. What's the matter? This time, it's not shared among those who see it. Pointing at the pod that was being disassembled, Wang Pingping asked, I thought about it, but a gentleman earns wealth through proper means. Gentleman? Wang Pingping sneered, I see you fit one characteristic the most. Oh, Zhou Lin wasn't angry. Which one? A gentleman does not stand on a dangerous wall. Don't you think that fits you the most? It seems Wang Pingping was rough on the surface, but had some knowledge inside. I admit, standing on a dangerous wall is for fools. That's right. I see you as a fool. You can say that about me, but you can't say that about us. Do you think I said that about you? It's because I don't see you as an outsider, understand? Zhou Lin stepped forward, extending his hand. Wang Pingping was a bit confused. He didn't remember when he and Zhou Lin became friends. Shaking hands through thick gloves actually felt nothing. It was just confusing. Are you moving out? Hey, I knew you, little brat, was like a weasel. Zhou Lin shrugged and stomped his foot, saying, no matter how thick the snow is, it can't change the fact that this piece of land belongs to the Zhou family. The land belongs to the state. Wang Pingping retorted, the state leased it to my family. Within the contract period, it has to belong to the Zhou family. To be honest, this is just disaster relief. If it fell on my family's land under other circumstances, it wouldn't matter who came. Wang Pingping frowned. What do you mean? It means nothing. Zhou Lin looked around, and when I turn back, I will get a net out. I think as long as the state exists for a day, it can't deny the original contract, right? This is my territory, and I make the rules. You must be trying to make me laugh to death in this dark and murky place. Who are you going to show a barbed wire fence to? Besides, if it weren't for the airship landing here, who would come to your side? You must be crazy. Just as he was saying this, Wang Pingping suddenly stopped, looking at Zhou Lin with a puzzled expression. Don't you think that recently, during noon, the sky seems to have brightened a lot? Or do you think that our world has no self-repair ability at all? A single remark awakened the dreamer. Wang Pingping hadn't even had time to sleep in recent days. So how could he have the time to look at the sky? If what Zhou Lin said was true, didn't that mean that the eternal night would soon be over and the world would return to normal? Chapter 88, the weather is about to change again. What do you mean? No, I didn't say anything. Zhou Lin vehemently denied it. Your subordinates are quite quick. They're all good young people. Wang Pingping glanced at Zhou Lin oddly. He looks to be in his 20s, but he speaks like someone in their 40s or 50s. Yes, you could join us. No, we talked about this topic last time. So Zhou Lin didn't want to continue and instead said, before the earthquake, I saved someone, and she told me some things. I took them as stories, so don't take them seriously. Tell me about it. Wang Pingping certainly didn't believe in ghost stories. A guy like Zhou Lin, who wouldn't he get up early without benefits, would have time to tell him stories? Just say, there's an organization that might have existed before the apocalypse, very mysterious and powerful. Sounds like a story, right? In short, this mysterious organization has existed in our country for a long time, with an unclear origin, but secretly doing bad things. This apocalypse is their opportunity. Zhou Lin recounted some things he knew from his past life, along with what he heard from Lan Ye in this life. Even without involving abilities or evolution, it still left Wang Pingping astonished. Finally, he asked Zhou Lin where that person was. She ran away during the earthquake. I don't know where she went now. But you might be able to find her name, but it's best not to let the government check. Why? Wang Pingping was a bit displeased. Do you have something against the government? Because that woman is named Lan Ye. If you encounter a very beautiful woman in the city, one that really suits your taste, then you need to be careful. A woman that suits my taste might not even be born yet. Wang Pingping said dismissively, fine, I'll remember that. If I really encounter her, I'll definitely have someone interrogate her properly. Old Wang, I advise you to be cautious. That woman is a bit powerful, and if you're not careful, you might suffer losses. Why call me Old Wang? It doesn't sound like a good person. Then I'll call you Little Wang from now on. Little Wang? Little Wang Ba. Wang Pingping glared at Zhou Lin fiercely and said, I'm leaving. If you run out of bullets later, don't look for me. Sometimes, when two men interact, they can become increasingly childish. But in fact, the more childish they are, the deeper the feelings. Even Zhou Lin didn't expect that he would develop a friendship with a military officer who was nearly 20 years younger than him. Perhaps it was due to their psychological ages or the complementing of their personalities. At least that is how Zhou Lin felt. There were many aspects of Wang Pingping's personality that he admired, but would never be able to emulate. Just like many of us, we might be moved to tears by various things in everyday life, but when it comes to experiencing them ourselves, we often choose to evade. However, this doesn't affect people's appreciation for noble actions like kindness, bravery, greatness, and loyalty. So Zhou Lin felt that he admired Wang Pingping, or rather, he hoped to have subordinates and followers like Wang Pingping. The apocalypse is not a world that can be conquered by one person. Even if he might have stepped onto the path of abilities and evolution ahead of everyone else, he wouldn't dare to claim invincibility, especially in a few years. When abilities and evolution start to become common, he might encounter beings stronger than him, or even those who could directly counter him. By that time, if he doesn't have enough helpers, how can he protect his family? If gaining abilities requires the right timing, location, and people, then evolution is different. Essentially, those with better physical qualities tend to find it easier to embark on the path of evolution. The army, soldiers, typically have the best physical qualities. Zhou Lin had witnessed this firsthand in his past life. However, Zhou Lin hoped that this life would not see the same situation as last time. After all, they were of the same root. Why should they harm each other so eagerly? Fortunately, a casual chat at least dispelled Wang Pingping's possibility of wandering around, thus preserving the secret of the ship island. But it wouldn't be hidden for long. Signs of light returning could already be seen. If Zhou Lin remembered correctly, it would start to gradually brighten in just a few days. So he had to hurry up. Once the ice and snow begin to melt, not only will it cause severe temperature fluctuations, but it will also create runoff on the surface, which could lead to urban flooding and even trigger water disasters. The Zhou family's old residence is situated in a low area and is easily flooded. Fortunately, the Lifu ship is not afraid of being submerged. The only concern is the earthworks. If the snow melts too quickly, it could wash away the earthworks on the starboard side of the Lifu ship. If the metallic hull is exposed and seen, it could lead to trouble. Given the current situation, reinforcing it with reinforced concrete is impossible and would waste resources. Zhou Lin's idea was to use an excavator to compact the earth. After compacting it tightly, it would be better if something collapses. There's nothing that can be done, just leave it to luck. After a magnitude 9 earthquake, although disasters occurred everywhere, these disasters actually brought ordinary citizens closer to the government and the military. After all, it was the soldiers, the government organizing the rescue efforts. This bond, stronger than blood, cannot be changed by any flowery words. For this reason, Bashu became a region that was hard for those with ulterior motives to infiltrate. Some people thought that since Bashu had suffered a disaster, the public sentiment would be restless, and they just needed to be smooth-tongued to achieve their ulterior motives. However, after actually trying, they found out, they got reported. In the past 2 days, the shelter in Jiazhu City received several reports about enemy activities, which should have been dealt with by the government. But somehow, it reached Wang Pingping's ears, which made the busy Wang Pingping suddenly think of a name. Lan Ye. Lang Yi Ue. I think I've heard that name. Yi Xinxiao frowned and slowly recalled, and he indeed remembered. After all, Bashu is not that big. Yi Xinxiao had heard of Lan Ye at a private gathering, and he even met her. Just a woman, what's wrong? Commander, you clearly are a steel straight man. Wang Pingping directly conveyed Zhou Lin's assessment of him to Yi Xinxiao. Just a woman? Just a woman can appear in front of you? You little brat, how dare you say that to me? I at least got married and had kids. What about you, a single dog? I'm just focused on my career, Wang Pingping said indignantly. Zhou Lin told me to investigate this Lan Ye thoroughly, saying she might be related to a powerful, mysterious organization. Although Wang Pingping didn't say it directly, in Xia country, anything labeled as mysterious generally isn't good. Yi Xinxiao thought for a moment. How do you plan to investigate? We haven't had much interaction with the locals before. It would be best to find this woman named Lan Yiye. Zhou Lin is still someone worth trusting. Since you've already decided, just do it. Don't worry about anything else. I'm here too. What Wang Pingping respected the most was this aspect of Yi Xinxiao. Perhaps this was also Yi Xinxiao's way of managing his subordinates. But in any case, the effect was very good. Just as Zhou Lin had deduced, Lan Yiye indeed hadn't gone far. She was still in Jiazhu City. Chapter 89. Everyone is hiding from poor Wang Pingping, although the earthquake played a role. Zhou Lin still felt very guilty about Lan Yiye being able to escape. He knew very well that this woman was not ordinary and was an extremely dangerous mental type ability user. He should have taken more precautionary measures from the very beginning. If it really came to it, eliminating her wound tea have been out of the question. Zhou Lin was sure he was not enchanted by Lan Yiye's beauty. That was impossible, now that he thought about it. Maybe he had mistakenly believed he had resisted Lan Yiye's mental attack from the start. Was it possible that it was just an illusion? Perhaps Lan Yiye had intentionally created such an illusion to approach him safely, learn more information from him, and then take the opportunity to leave. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this possibility was quite high. Mental type ability users, even a decade later, remain extremely mysterious because their abilities tend to conceal themselves, making it difficult for others to detect them unless they are higher-level mental type ability users. Telling Wang Pingping about Lan Yiye was actually Zhou Li's idea. Whether it was to drive the tiger to swallow the wolf or to let the clam and the snipe contend, Zhou Li believed it was fine as long as it didn't affect their family. At the same time, Zhou Li also instructed Zhou Lin not to disclose anything about abilities or evolution, at least not from his mouth. The risk was too great, primarily for Zhou Lin and the Zhou family. Once the higher-ups discovered that Zhou Lin was an ability user and an evolved one, there would undoubtedly be various demands and requests. Would he agree or not? Regardless of the answer, it probably wouldn't be good. So the best approach was to remain low-key. With everyone working together, the ship island building gradually became warm and cozy, except for the entrance hall and the place where Sun Qinghao lived. This stark contrast highlighted the biggest difference between a home with women and one without. Although Zhou Lin thought those flashy things were meaningless, at least they looked more comfortable. Indeed, the vast majority of women are visual creatures, with Zhou Li being the exception. However, based on age alone, Zhou Li could not yet be considered a woman, only a girl. She had also been tired these days, needing to set up surveillance cameras in every room, both in plain sight and hidden with various switches. However, what Zhou Lin didn't expect was that Zhou Li even had an interest in operating an excavator. In the biting cold wind, Zhou Li hid inside Zhou Lin's winter coat, her small hands clad in thick gloves, skillfully pulling the excavator's control levers. So, it turns out that the Tefuheo was stolen by you. How could it be called stealing? For ability users, this is called borrowing, just borrowing for a few hundred years. When they signed the contract with us back then, didn't they practically signed for a few hundred years? Unexpectedly, you're quite the enthusiastic youth, so immature. Zhou Li shook her head, her panda hat bobbing. Very mature indeed. Men remain boys until death. Why have you stopped? Brother, look at the sky ahead. Isn't it getting a bit brighter? Zhou Li didn't mention it, and Zhou Lin really hadn't noticed. Glancing at the time, it was already close to midnight. In the southeastern sky from the excavator's position, there was indeed a faintly glowing area. Sometimes, Zhou Lin really admired Zhou Li, who read books every day. Her eyesight was surprisingly good, not only free from nearsightedness but even better than that of a pilot. He wondered if this was some kind of blessing from heaven. It seemed a bit like it. Not only Zhou Lin and Zhou Li saw it, but everyone in Jiazhou City, and even the entire Bashu region, almost saw the bright spot in the sky. In no time, the legend that the world was about to regain light spread rapidly, and many places even spontaneously held celebratory events because of it. After all, people are creatures that live under the sun. At the California shelter, Zhu Guanghan and Yi Xinxiao learned from Wang Pingping about Zhou Lin's prediction, and this clearly visible bright spot was undoubtedly the best evidence of Zhou Lin's prediction. So what else does he know? Zhu Guanghan gently rubbed his left shoulder. He had pulled a muscle yesterday and didn't pay attention, and it had swollen up this morning. Although he had seen an old Chinese doctor for treatment, given his age, it wouldn't heal in 3 to 5 days. Wang Pingping had put in a lot of effort to investigate Lan Yiye, but the results were not good. Someone told him that Lan Yiye had appeared in the city before, but now, due to disaster relief, the population was moving around so much that finding someone was nearly impossible. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack. With no other choice, Wang Pingping could only seek help from Xiao, who, after careful consideration, brought Wang Pingping to find Zhu Guanghan. How did you come to know the name Lan Yiye? Zhu Guanghan was initially surprised, and when Wang Pingping finished speaking, he was even more astonished. How could Lan Yiye be in Jiazhou City and have met that young man named Zhou Lin? A mysterious organization? If Lan Yiye is someone from a special organization, then we might be in big trouble. Old Zhu, can you stop being so alarmed? How much trouble can a woman cause? Zhu Guanghan shook his head, taking the opportunity to check if there were any eavesdroppers nearby, before whispering, I'll say a surname he? With Lan Yiye? Ye Vincian Ofronet. And Wang Pingping knew it was not simple, but he just didn't know, feeling anxious and scratching his head like a senior brother. Exactly. Zhu Guanghan turned to Wang Pingping. So what you're saying is this matter could be big or small. Even if you find her, you must not act rashly, or no one can protect you. Old Zhu, I don't like hearing this. No matter how powerful she is, can she still control me? Xiao rarely had a stern face, but when he did, it meant things were really troublesome. So Wang Pingping completely disregarded the old commander. All right, I understand. Hey, you brat, who are you listening to? Xiao asked unhappily. Of course I listen to whoever treats you well. If the sky falls, I want to let you bear it. You brat. Xiao couldn't help but curse again, but the affection in his eyes was impossible to hide. Although he and Wang Pingping had no father-son title, their years of interaction had made them closer than father and son. Watching Wang Pingping leave, Zhu Guanghan suddenly spoke up. Actually, I envy you. Envy what? Envy you. Exactly. We soldiers are pure. Whoever is good to me, I am good to them. You officials are different. You have too many tricks and say false things to everyone. Old Yi, I haven't said anything false to you. Zhu Guanghan pretended to be angry. Really? Can you dare to say you don't know Lan Yiye? I see that not only do you know her, but you also know where she is, right? Xiao's face broke into a smile like an old fox, his tiger-like eyes staring intently at Zhu Guanghan, still powerful despite his old age. This Zhu Guanghan's expression became awkward, and after a long while, he said, I just don't want to mislead Wang Pingping. Don't mention catching Lan Yiye. As long as he finds out about her, his life will be over. Zhu Guanghan's words. How could Xiao disagree? If he disagreed, he would have exposed it directly just now. Then you think what Zhou Lin said is true? I think Xiao suddenly recalled a piece of news. A piece of news that neither Zhu Guanghan nor Wang Pingping knew about. Chapter 90 National Secrets in Xia Country. If the government is determined to investigate someone, there's basically no one they cannot find out about. The last time Wang Pingping reported suspicions about Zhou Lin, what was the response from above? Let develop. Just 4 words. To be precise, the entire content was not just 4 words, but Xiao, following regulations, only showed Wang Pingping those 4 words. The other sentence was, upon investigation, Zhou Lin had left the country for the island nation on June 27th, and there were no subsequent records of reentry. His specific whereabouts are still under investigation. Zhou Lin knew that having only an exit record and no entry record was definitely a loophole. It was a gap that his abilities could not compensate for. He could only hope for the arrival of the apocalypse, where data would be lost, or no one would pay attention to a small fry like him. The fact proved that Zhou Lin was wrong. The vast intelligence agency of Xia Country was capable of uncovering anything they wanted to investigate. As a military commander stationed in a region, Xiao knew far more intelligence than Zhu Guanghan and Wang Pingping, especially information related to national security. The incident of the Ford being hijacked, with all the beautiful country soldiers released and then mysteriously disappearing, was known worldwide. However, the fact that the hijackers had packaged all the information and sent it to the Xia Country's evacuation fleet was known by very few. From a rank perspective, Xiao was not supposed to know this, but through the feedback from above, he keenly inferred that Zhou Lin must have provided great benefits to the country. Otherwise, the response would not have been those light-hearted 4 words. What a joke. If Zhou Lin had serious suspicions, how could he be allowed to develop freely? This only indicated that the higher-ups had conducted a strict review and determined that Zhou Lin would never do anything to endanger the country and its people. With the country as a guarantee, Yi Xinxiao had no reason not to believe Zhou Lin's words. Unfortunately, these reasons he could not express. Old Zhu, we are not subordinate to each other, and I cannot force you, but you must consider clearly whether you can bear it. Zhu Guanghan smiled bitterly. Whether I can bear it or not, I still have to bear it. Otherwise, I really don't care about this commander's hat. What's so good about it? Who should I give it to? To you? If not to you, would it matter to whom I give it? If I randomly appoint someone, what will happen to the hundreds of thousands of citizens in the city? Saying this, Zhu Guanghan couldn't help but sigh again. Old Yi, the government is not like your military. I'm not having an easy time either. Yi Xinxiao shook his head, but knew Zhu Guanghan was speaking the truth. So he could only sigh and end the topic. As time passed, the earthquake relief efforts had already begun to wind down. If the normal rescue operation had a golden 72 hours, the real golden time now was not even half of that. Very few people could survive 36 hours in temperatures of -30 or 40 degrees. Normally, if a human body is exposed to such low temperatures without movement, the extremities would suffer severe frostbite in just a few hours, quickly endangering life. According to reports from various places, basically, there were no survivors 24 hours after the earthquake, and any occasional discoveries were special cases. In near despair, the rescue teams persisted for another 48 hours, during which time only 8 survivors were rescued in the entire Basha province, 7 of whom faced amputation. In desperation, the Disaster Command Center of Bashu Province issued orders to various places to halt rescue operations. This was not indifference, but due to the special circumstances where personnel and resources could no longer continue. In the last 48 hours, although 8 people were rescued, 18 rescuers lost their lives, and the resources consumed were incalculable. The rescue had been stopped. When Zhou Lin received this news, he felt quite emotional. If I had known today, why would I have acted like that in the first place? If I were the one giving orders from above, I would have announced the halt long ago. Zhou Li Bota. This kid dares to say anything. Thankfully, there is no online platform now. Otherwise, if this statement went up, Zhou Li would be ridiculed as a fool. Today is a bit brighter than yesterday. Zhou Lin tossed a piece of rib into his mouth. Xingyali had been focusing on improving her cooking skills lately. I don't know if her ability has sparked her creativity, but the taste gets better every day, to the point where Wu Shui and Zhou Li are starting to complain, saying that if they keep eating like this, they will turn into little pigs. Xingyali's view on this is that as long as there is food, eat as much as possible. In case there is no food later, they can rely on the fat for a while. What comes after the cold winter night? Wu Shui asked. A greater disaster, Zhou Lin said with a bitter smile. He didn't want to discourage everyone, but the reality was in front of them. Deceiving them would only lead to greater disappointment later. Plague? Zombies? Floods? Or high temperatures? Zhou Li guessed randomly and surprisingly hit on a point. Flooding is certain. With so much snow melting, it's a big deal, as the overflow of sewage will lead to the spread of diseases, and high temperatures will also occur frequently. We're zombies. Don't mix novels with reality, Zhou Lin said. Wu Shui's face turned truly pale as snow. She could accept colder weather, but if it were high temperatures combined with flooding, that would mean some small insects could breed wildly, like mosquitoes and flies. The mere -40 degrees cannot eliminate their eggs. As long as the temperature and humidity are suitable, they will immediately start to hatch and reproduce. Basically, anything identified as harmful by the Xia people cannot be eliminated no matter what. Don't worry, mosquitoes and flies can't come in. Do you really think our filtration system is just for show? Zhou Lin patted Wu Shui's hand. They had been together for so long. What else could he not know? Wu Shui's face turned red. Since we lack nothing, you really don't need to take risks, right? It's too dangerous. Don't worry, I have my plans. Zhou Lin pinched Wu Shui's cheek, stood up, and took the elevator down to the basement to start preparing. Symbiosis, Intermediate 42 17 10,000, currently symbiotic vehicles. Laifu, large waterborne vehicle. Luxiafeng, medium ground vehicle. Number of symbiotic vehicles available. 0 storage space. 1-2 string symbiosis. 6. 0 minutes 24 hours evolution level 1. 6, 0, 6,001, 10,000. Unknowingly, the experience points for symbiosis had increased by nearly 1,000, and the evolution level had also risen by a whole order of magnitude. Zhou Lin was quite satisfied with this speed. After all, he didn't have the opportunity in his previous life. Much of it was hearsay, whether on the path of abilities or the path of evolutionists. He could only rely on himself to explore slowly. He found a beautiful country pickup truck and prepared to modify it, although he couldn't directly use consciousness without symbiosis. Being on the Lifu, Zhou Lin could manipulate the equipment on the Lifu as if it were an extension of himself. In the maintenance workshop next to the hangar, various equipment was available. With a thought, Zhou Lin brought the entire workshop to life, and numerous mechanical arms and movable equipment began to surround the pickup truck, methodically disassembling and assembling parts and components according to Zhou Lin's consciousness. Meanwhile, the special-sized materials and components Zhou Lin needed were gradually taking shape on machine tools and metal 3D printers. If only someone could see this, they would surely think that AI had activated and was executing a human destruction plan. 2 hours later, a pickup truck that was almost unrecognizable from its original form appeared in Zhou Lin's sight. Chapter 91. Don't come back in the next life from now on. I'll call you Monster Number 1. Zhou Lin patted the incredibly heavy hood of the modified pickup truck, a hint of satisfaction on his face. Compared to its original appearance, the pickup now looked more like a monster armed to the teeth. The front bumper was replaced from plastic to tough steel plates, with 9 long and sharp crash blades welded onto the steel, comparable to a T-Rex's claws. These 9 crash blades could tear through any carbon-based life form attempting to block Monster Number 1's path, while the sturdy lower bumper ensured that the crash blades wouldn't be easily damaged upon impact. Since the bumper was reinforced, Zhou Lin didn't neglect the entire body of the truck, from the hood to the front fenders and all the way to the rear bumper. He reassembled everything with spare steel plates from the aircraft carrier. Yes, those steel plates were strong enough to withstand ordinary rockets. Just this upgrade added an extra 1.5 tons to the truck's weight. But fortunately, this pickup had plenty of horsepower, in addition to the vehicle's defensive capabilities. Firepower was also essential. Utilizing the truck bed, Zhou Lin created a machine gun mount. Although it couldn't elevate and lower like the Lan Xiaofeng, nor did it have a protective shield, it should suffice for now. When necessary, he could take the machine gun from the Lan Xiaofeng and set it up, which should deter many people. Furthermore, the truck bed was enclosed, providing a greater sense of security for carrying cargo and passengers. The reason he didn't modify the tires was that the snow on the ground had mostly hardened. For a 4-wheel drive vehicle like this, all it needed was a set of iron chains on the tires to drive normally without issues. While the sky was still dim, which was beneficial for movement, Zhou Lin planned to head into the city to gather some loot, with the main target being gold. As the saying goes, in prosperous times, antiques are valuable. In chaotic times, gold is king. The inherent properties of gold determined its utility, even in many novels where gold couldn't buy food, if such a situation arose. It would only be temporary or an exception. After all, as long as human society exists, trade is inevitable, and the property of gold as an equivalent exchange medium would still hold. Zhou Lin didn't leave through the main entrance of the command building, but chose a side door on the starboard side. He had decided to utilize this side door while building dirt ramps with Zhou Li yesterday, so he specially constructed a sloped ramp. It was rough, but once frozen, it could easily accommodate the pickup. The surroundings were pitch black, except for a few beams of light occasionally cutting across the night sky from Jiangzhou City. Although it consumed a lot of energy, Zhu Guanghan had insisted on this since the earthquake, saying it was a final hope for the common people. As long as the beams of light shone, it meant the nation was still there, the government was still there, and hope remained. At the same time, the unextinguished beams served as a warning to those who would take risks, plunder, and harm others, reminding them not to be complacent. Even if they succeeded temporarily, there would always be a day of reckoning. However, many areas in the city remained dark. Even if people survived, most of the energy could only be used for heating, not lighting. The roar of the pickup was somewhat ostentatious in the dark and quiet world, but Zhou Lin didn't plan to drive directly into the city. He thought there might be unexpected gains by just circling around the city edge. However, Zhou Lin never expected that before he could reach the city edge, he would be nearly blinded by two beams of laser light. Damn! Slamming on the brakes, Zhou Lin turned the vehicle to the side, based solely on memory. As he couldn't see, if he remembered correctly, there was a slope on that side that could block the direction of the laser. Zhou Lin had no idea whether those two green lasers were a warning or aimed at him. The pickup was bulletproof, but the glass was not. If the other side was using a sniper rifle, he would be done for today. Boom! Due to the speed of the truck. The noise as it raced down the slope was quite loud, and the snow at the bottom of the slope was much fluffier than the road surface, causing almost the entire front of the truck to plunge into the white snow. Although the engine hadn't stopped, Zhou Lin quickly turned it off. He didn't want his newly modified pickup to be totaled. You little brats, don't let me find you. Furious, Zhou Lin jumped out of the truck and charged up the slope while at the same time, he had a rifle commonly used by American soldiers in his hand, the famous M16. The two beams of laser had vanished, but it didn't matter. Zhou Lin had memorized the direction. Now, all he had to do was sneak up slowly. He didn't believe anyone could see farther or clearer than him unless they had better night vision gear. Could that be possible? Probably not. Unless the other side came from the military, and even then, they would need to be the most advanced and elite. Not far along the road into the city, a few people were crouched by another slope. One of them was mumbling. Didn't they say this kind of laser pen could blind the driver? Where's the car? Where did it go? What a racket. I saw the car go down. Maybe the driver is dead. Better to go collect the corpse later. Won't someone else pick it up? A third person asked. Are you stupid? There's only us around here. Where would anyone else come from? But I just saw someone, You, next to you. Damn, what the hell? Zhou Lin really didn't expect to nearly meet his end. Indeed, after the apocalypse, humanity's bottom line would continue to lower until it was completely breached. Even this suburban passage had robbers. So what about in the city? It might already be filled with people everywhere. After all, humanity's vitality and adaptability could sometimes rival that of cockroaches. Hey, buddy, we were here first. Let's be reasonable. Go, kill him. The man speaking tried to paralyze Zhou Lin first, then rely on their numbers to catch him off guard. Unfortunately, he miscalculated. Once Zhou Lin confirmed that these three had no guns, he switched his weapon to a dagger, the tactical dagger he had used before. He didn't care who these three were, what their family situation was, or why they were robbing here. He didn't even bother to ask for their surnames. With 6 times the physical prowess, Zhou Lin reacted faster, moved quicker, and struck harder. The leader had to be given the utmost respect. So Zhou Lin's first strike was aimed at him. The sharp blade sliced through the throat, and the leader didn't even feel pain. He merely sensed a cool breeze rushing into his chest. When he raised his hand to touch it, Zhou Lin's dagger had already plunged into the second robber's chest. Through. Originally, the dagger barely reached, but Zhou Lin's strength was overwhelming, crushing the second robber's chest and driving the blade through his back, also conveniently severing 2 ribs along the way. At this moment, the third robber finally reacted. Zhou Lin's ferocity in killing 2 men sent the third robber trembling. He wanted to run, but just as he turned, he felt a chill at the back of his neck, and his body went limp. Zhou Lin did not behead him, but accurately severed his cervical spine, cutting through the spinal nerves. The main difference from decapitation was that this allowed for a few more breaths. As the third robber fell, the leader was still trying to cover his wound to stop the blood from gushing out. Safe travels. Don't come back in the next life. Zhou Lin wiped the blade on the leader's clothes and said with a smile. Chapter 92. Maggots in the dark looking at the bodies on the ground. Zhou Lin began to envy those ability users with space powers. Destroying corpses and erasing traces was not a problem at all. Tossing them into a space and letting them dry out might even turn them into a popular food in a few years. Of course, not for humans, but for those things. One must know that the world is fair. Zhou Lin later realized that the ability orbs don't discriminate between humans and animals. They're all life forms. Why should there be distinctions of high or low status? Forget it. Let the 3 brothers rest in peace. While rummaging through a corpse, Zhou Lin actually discovered something unusual. A laser pointer. A regular laser pointer can dazzle an ordinary person's eyes unless shown for a long time. But Zhou Lin's physical quality was 6 times that of an ordinary person. How could he almost go blind from just a quick scan? However, this tiny laser pointer's power was almost comparable to that of a real laser, which was not something you could find in a mall. Judging by the attire of the three corpses, it didn't seem to match. So where did this laser pointer come from? Was it stolen from someone else, or picked up? Or did someone specifically give it to them to do this? Zhou Lin had no way of knowing. The pickup truck was actually fine. After Zhou Lin dragged it out of the snow, it only had a few minor deformations that didn't affect its usability. After thinking about it, Zhou Lin decided not to use it for now. What if next time he jumped into the driver's seat? It wasn't a laser, but a sniper bullet? Better to use the snowboard honestly. After hiding the truck, Zhou Lin walked into the city on foot. Once it turned from light to dark, Zhou Lin indeed noticed 2 or 3 groups of people, all consisting of 3 to 5 or 7 to 8 individuals, wandering around intersections and bends with weak lighting tools. Was there a lot of traffic coming in and out of the city now? As the saying goes, flies don't alight on seamless eggs. If there weren't enough benefits, how could these people waste time here? Wouldn't it be more enjoyable to search for food and drink? Unless, Zhou Lin thought silently, he quietly followed one group. With his current abilities, he could easily make it so that they wouldn't find him even if they turned on their flashlights. If he wanted, he could scare them to death. When he got close enough, he could easily hear their conversation. Why hasn't the fat fish come today? What are you anxious about? Trust me, didn't we get some yesterday? Right now, we're just short on weapons. If we run into a solitary police car later, brothers, don't be afraid. Just charge in. If there are too many of them, we'll run. If there are few, we'll fight. Once we have a gun, we can walk all over this city. The boss is right. Hey, it's a pity we haven't encountered any girls lately. That one from a few days ago was a waste. I shouldn't have killed her. If I had saved her, I could have enjoyed a few more days. Sure enough, as the apocalypse progressed to a certain extent, the darkest side of human nature began to show. They dared to rob with real knives and guns, taking advantage of the responsibility and trust that the police of the Xia country had towards the common people. Zhou Lin shook his head, suddenly realizing he had no position to judge them. Wasn't the LIFO number also something he had robbed? How many of the supplies in LIFO number had he prepared with his own money? In the end, people are selfish. Some have higher limits, some have lower, and some. Taking out his dagger, the smell of blood instantly penetrated Zhou Lin's nostrils, making him feel like he was back in his previous life. In the last few years, if Zhou Lin wanted to gain something, he could only rely on ambushes and team attacks. After all, ability users and evolved beings are hard to identify from appearances, and acting alone means having no one to back you up. If he accidentally stumbled upon a prize, it would be disastrous. At that time, Zhou Lin had teamed up with AI Bing, Tang Ili, and several others. Although